Tantal Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Bring Me Home by Nicola Haken, narrated by Sasha Higgins and Jake Ruddle. Chapter 1. Helen. 13 years ago. School had dragged by painstakingly slowly today. It always did when Hugo hadn't turned up before the end of registration. It was a pretty crappy place to be without my best friend by my side. I didn't have many friends, wasn't slim enough to hang with the popular girls or smart enough to chill with the boffins, but I didn't particularly care. I liked my own company, and I had my drawing pad and pencils to keep me busy. What made the day painful was knowing that if Hugo wasn't there, it meant he was having a bad day. At lunchtime, I knocked on the door of the head of Pastoral's office. Mrs. Armstrong knew Hugo well, better than his own fucking parents, and I wanted to see if she'd heard from him. Or them. I doubted the latter. Helen. She said my name with sadness, like she already knew what I'd come for. You know I can't talk about him with you. Yeah, confidentiality and all that crap. She must have known Hugo and I shared everything. Please, miss, can you at least tell me if he's called in? Or you've heard from his mum? I've tried texting, but he's not replied. I couldn't call because I'd ran out of credit, but he always replied to my texts unless things were really bad. He was also supposed to have music today. Hugo never missed music. It was the only lesson he actually enjoyed. Mrs. Armstrong's head tilted as she exhaled a long sigh. I haven't heard anything, she admitted, clearly feeling sorry for me. It wasn't me she should feel sorry for. Try not to worry. Right. The word sounded every bit as acidic as I'd intended it to, though I knew I'd probably feel bad later. I liked Mrs. Armstrong. She'd been the only adult in his whole life to show an interest in Hugo and his needs. But in that moment, I needed her to make me feel better, and she had nothing. Hitching my bag further onto my shoulder, I turned to leave, make my way to English, but stopped when I heard my name. And Helen? I spun round, heart racing with anticipation in case she'd changed her mind, decided to give me news about my friend. Yeah? Lengthen that tie. You know the rules. Go fuck yourself. Yes, miss. At the end of the day, I'd sprung from my seat before the bell had finished ringing. I caught the bus straight to Hugo's house, knowing my mum would still be at work for a couple more hours. No one answered after my first knock, so I did it again, harder this time. All right, give it a bloody rest, will ya? I heard Mrs. Hayes yell from the other side. My head moved with the door, followed it open, trying to get a look inside to search for Hugo. He's not here, said his mum, the words slurring on her lips. Great, she'd been drinking again. Do you know where he is? She scratched at her face, rubbed her eyes like I'd woken her. Then she just shrugged. Right, thanks. I didn't wait for her to close the door before walking off. I was pretty sure I knew where he'd be now, so I picked up my pace into a jog and sprinted to the end of the road, turning left towards the park. Christ! I choked out into the cold September air. Being fat didn't usually bother me, but I hated myself right then for being unfit. My run had slowed into a fast walk because breathing had started to feel like inhaling shards of glass. All I could think was if I'd stuck to the diet I'd started a month ago, I could have reached Hugo already. Eventually, the monotony of bricks and pavements broke, and the field of green came into view. Once through the gates, I passed the playground and the fountain, kept going around the pond and down past the gigantic cedar until I saw the neglected bandstand. Bandstand. Hugo! His name rolled off my tongue as a whisper when I saw the hunched figure a short distance away. I ran for the stone steps that led up onto the polygonal stage and, when I got there, took them two at a time. Hugo! Dressed in his school uniform, minus the blazer, Hugo had his back to the metal railings, his head buried deep in his knees, which he was hugging close to his chest. Tossing my bag onto the floor, I knelt down beside him. "Hugo, what is it?" His body started rocking back and forth, gently at first, but when I tried to take his arm, he pulled back and started moving even faster. A loud sob ripped from his throat, and he flung his head back onto the railings. The sound of the impact made me jump, forced a rush of air into my lungs. Then he did it again, and he wouldn't stop. "Hugo! Hugo, stop it!" I begged, but he didn't. He just kept crying, kept banging, and I knew immediately I'd done the wrong thing by yelling. He didn't like yelling, never had. I took a deep breath, forced myself to calm down. I could do this. I'd helped him 100 times before. Sometimes it felt like I was the only person who ever had. Shuffling forward on my knees, I wrangled out of my coat, a bomber jacket with lots of padding, and wedged it behind his head in between strikes. I held it in place with my arm outstretched, making a conscious effort not to touch him. He needed space. Silence. The grip his mind had over him would let go soon. It always did. I just hated that it had to grip him at all. As expected, his body started running out of energy. Each thump against my coat yielded a little less power than the last. I breathed a gentle shh, hoping he didn't find the sound too overwhelming. "Oi, oi!" The call from across the park made me turn my head. "Stay to that, fucking spaz!" I ignored the taunts and laughter being fired from the vile mouth of Justin Thomson and his equally cretinous followers. Instead, I scooted to the side, blocked Hugo from their line of vision. "Total eclipse!" one of them shouted like I hadn't heard that one 1,000 times. They were too stupid to be original. "Oi, Sumo, and it time to get the spastic back to the Mong ward." "It's okay, Hugo," I whispered, ignoring the pieces of shit behind us and the pain they caused. I hated that their words affected me, though I'd never let them know it. They soon left after failing to gain a reaction, no doubt to find someone else to persecute. "Oh, Helen." The sound of Hugo's voice jolted me into action faster than a shock of electricity to my heart. "I don't know how I'm supposed to keep doing this." I released my grip on the coat, lowered myself to his level. "Do what, Hugo? Tell me what's wrong." Carefully, I rested a hand on the top of his arm. He didn't seem to mind, so I pressed a little firmer, rubbed it gently. His hands went up, hiding his face, and it was then I saw the marks. "Oh, Hugo." His name dried on my tongue as I reached out to take his arm. He let me, didn't resist when I curled my fingers around his wrist and lowered it down to his knee. His skin was marred by several cuts inside his forearm, uneven lines of red crisscrossed above the wrist. It was difficult to see where some ended and others began as dried blood and fresh bruising blended the image together. "Did you do this?" I knew he had. Don't know why I'd asked. He turned his hand over and looked away from me as if he felt embarrassed. "I'm sorry." I grabbed his other arm, the one closest to me, and snuggled into it. "You don't ever need to say sorry to me." He didn't need to say it to anyone. "We should go and see someone, though. I'll come with you to the doctor." "No," he said, his tone insistent. "They're not that deep. They'll be fine." He didn't know that. I didn't know that. I did know that pushing Hugo so soon after a meltdown would only tip him straight back into one, though. "Why'd you do it?" My cheek was resting on his arm now. I felt his shoulders shrug against me. "Anger, hatred, desperation. I dunno. Feel fucking stupid about it now. You shouldn't. Justin's right. I am a fucking spaz." Regret swelled in my stomach. I'd hoped he hadn't heard them. Justin's an ignorant bully. You know better than to take notice of him. Rain started falling, just a light drizzle, the drops pattering lightly on the roof of the bandstand. If it got any heavier, we'd need to move to the centre. I'm scared, Ellie. Hugo said so quietly I wasn't sure I'd heard correctly. Scared? Of who? I could only think of his parents. They were cruel with words, blamed Hugo for his problems, and I thought they were shit excuses for human beings. But I'd never believed Hugo was an actual danger in their care. Myself, he admitted. The future. Mrs. Armstrong said a diagnosis would help, that knowing why my brain works the way it does would help me understand, find ways to live with it. But I don't want to live with it, Helen. I don't want to feel like this forever. I want to grow out of it, get better. I hate going to bed every night not knowing what mood I'm going to be in the next day, whether I'm going to wake up fucking paralysed with fear. I can't do that for the rest of my life. I can't. Hugo and I were 14 years old, and he'd been struggling with something the rest of us took for granted, the simple act of living, his whole life. We started primary school together. That's how we'd met, and for the last 10 years I'd watched him break down and recover more times than I could remember. Some days I felt too young to know so much about disabilities and mental illness, but I'd had no choice. In those 10 years, no one else seemed to notice how much pain he was in. Teachers labelled him disruptive and unwilling. His parents punished his naughty outbursts and refusal to follow orders. Only I noticed the patterns, saw his triggers, accepted them. As a young kid, I didn't really understand, didn't know why other kids making a racket would make him throw his chair across the classroom, or why he'd scream if someone touched him. But even I, as a tiny kid, realised if I didn't do those things around him, he wouldn't react that way. And Hugo, as an equally small child, noticed the efforts I made. He'd thank me with smiles from his desk to mine. Then he started standing closer and closer to me at playtime to see what I was doing. Finally, he didn't run away when I spoke to him, and from that day on, we'd been inseparable. Also from that day, I'd been the only one who'd made the effort to get to know him, understand him, to help him in the best way a kid could. Until we reached high school. I supposed I'd never know what had drawn Mrs. Armstrong's attention to him. I was only glad it had. I knew from Hugo that Miss had started having regular contact with his mum regarding her concerns, and I also knew from Hugo that his mum hadn't been very cooperative. Mrs. Armstrong had wanted Hugo to be assessed for autism, told him she thought he met the criteria, which Hugo had felt really embarrassed about ever since. I didn't know why. There were a few autistic kids in our year, and some of them were wicked smart, just like Hugo. She also wanted to refer Hugo for talking therapy for his anxiety, and in recent months they'd had discussions about the possibility of him being depressed. I wasn't there, of course, but Hugo told me everything. So that's where we were now. Mrs. Hayes might have thought more of the vodka bottle than she did her own son, but she at least had the decency to sign the forms that Mrs. Armstrong put together. We had help now. Real help. Grown-up help. People listened to grown-ups. Mrs. Armstrong had been fighting Hugo's corner for over 3 years now, battling knockbacks, appeals and massive waiting lists. Of course you can do it, I told him, snaking my arm around Hugo's waist and cuddling into his chest. You'll have me. We can do anything together. I felt his chin land on top of my head. He kissed my hair. Yeah, was all he said. And you know what? Even if you are a fruitcake, you're the best fucking fruitcake. You're my fruitcake, and I need you. I'm too fat for everyone else, so you have to keep going. Hugo tutted, shoved my body with his. Stop it. You know I won't have you talking like that about yourself. You're one of the prettiest girls in school. As if. Well, You're the only girl my eyes like to look at." I smiled at that. He could say the sweetest things. "She took the guitar. My mum. This morning. I lost my shit over the TV being too loud and she took my fucking guitar. I'll probably get it back eventually, but I need it now." Oh, Hugo. That instrument meant everything to him. It had barely left his hand since my mum had told him he could keep it a few years ago. It had been passed down from my granddad, who I'd never had a chance to meet. Hugo was an amazing player and completely self-taught. Whenever he felt down or embarrassed about his autism diagnosis, I'd remind him that it had also given him a wonderful talent. I didn't know anyone else with as much focus and drive, with such painstaking attention to detail. Hugo's autism made him a perfectionist, possibly to the point of being obsessive about stuff. But it was what had made him excel on that guitar, the guitar which brought him a lot of joy. "She doesn't get it. She said if I can't stand the racket coming from the telly, I won't be needing the racket from the guitar. It's not the same though, Helly. It's not the same." "I know," was all I could think of to say. "I know it isn't." Hugo had told me he wasn't averse to noise in general, but that he needed to be in control. He had to know when to expect it and what it would sound like. Otherwise it felt like nails scraping inside his ears, and it got louder and louder until he couldn't hear his own thoughts anymore. Music took him to another world, he'd said. He could hear notes in almost everything, and remember them as if his brain had taken a photograph on the spot. "Let me take you somewhere now, even if it's just back to school. You feel comfortable around Mrs. Armstrong. She'll know what to do. I'll bet she'll even let you in the music room. There are loads of guitars in there." He inhaled a long breath that seemed to go on for minutes while I waited, apprehensively, for his answer. "Sure. I love you, Helly." I gave his whole body a quick squeeze, and then smacked his belly. I did that a lot. Always hovered my hand in front for a second first, in forewarning. "Can you guess what I'm thinking?" "That I'm a soppy twat." I nodded once. "You're a soppy twat." He'd be okay. I'd make sure of it. We'd be together forever, best friends till the end. I love you too. 8 years ago. Something amazing happened to my best friend up on the stage. The transformation was physical, unmistakable. For 3 minutes every Saturday night during his spot on Next Up, his mind offered him respite. From the audience, I watched him cradle the mic in his hands. I saw his entire posture change when the first notes of music filled the air, and I smiled when the lyrics of U2's One left his lips. The studio went almost deadly silent for him, every person enraptured by his voice, his presence. Until the song faded and 1,000 hands clapped into the air, I stood up and joined them, clapped, whistled. So did my mum, who came with me every week to watch and support my friend. Hugo's own mother, unsurprisingly, couldn't be bothered, and no one had seen or heard from his father for several years now. The stage brightened and Hugo walked to the spot in the centre where the acts were required to stand to receive their feedback. I wondered if anyone else, either here in the studio or the millions of viewers watching at home, could see the effort it had taken Hugo to keep his head high amongst the furor when instinct was telling him to look at the ground. It was something his coach had been getting him to work on, performing, faking it. Hugo was a powerful singer, and he could captivate a crowd for hours with a guitar in his hands. But as soon as the music stopped, he looked like a lost toddler in a swarming circus.
That was incredible.
Fred Dawes, one of the world's most prominent record executives, spoke first. He wasn't Hugo's coach, but probably the judge whose opinion most people valued.
You know, Hugo, I think you've probably grown the most on this show. I remember your first audition and seeing this shy and awkward guy who wouldn't look me in the eye. You've come a long way, and I've got a feeling whatever the results say tonight, we haven't seen the last of you.
A camera zoomed in on Hugo's face, projected it onto the giant screen behind him, and showed the ghost of a smile that rocked on his lips.
Thank you. Thank you so much,
he said, his voice quiet and wobbly, a remarkable contrast to the power behind it when coupled with a melody. Again, the audience around me clapped and cheered. The sound was deafening, thrilling. I'd never felt so proud. They had no idea, none of them, not even Fred Dawes. Hugo wasn't merely shy and awkward, but he hadn't told them that. Hugo wouldn't tell anyone the truth. I never could quite understand why, because I thought every single part of him was brilliant. "Oh, I absolutely agree," said Julia Layton, Hugo's coach who sat next to Fred in front of the stage. "Hugo, it's been such a pleasure working with you over these last 9 weeks. Your commitment, your passion, it really shows in what you do up there. I can't think of any praise that I haven't given you already, and I definitely don't have any criticism. Instead, I just want to wish you the very best of luck tonight and tell the viewers at home to pick up the phone and vote for this young man." Hugo steepled his hands, smiled gratefully, and repeated the motions while the other 2 judges gave equally brilliant appraisals. Now his turn was over, I couldn't wait for the other acts to perform, for the show to finish and the lights to change, so that I could run backstage and find my friend. A while later, I'd been escorted to a green room where I found Hugo with the other 3 acts who made the final. My mum had stayed behind with the rest of the audience after striking up a conversation with a woman in the seat next to hers. Knowing my mother, I imagined I'd be calling the woman Auntie soon enough. Hugo stood as soon as he saw me, opened his arms for me to run into. "You were amazing," I said, squeezing him tight, holding him together. I knew how easily he could be overwhelmed. Bizarrely, though, he'd coped astonishingly well with the stress and unpredictability being on the show brought. The music somehow got him through it. I dunno. Thought I lost the rhythm a bit in the chorus." I pulled back, looked him in the eye. "You didn't." He wouldn't believe me, but I'd needed to try and assure him anyway. That's how Hugo and I worked. I had faith in him when he couldn't have it in himself, which was often. The whole audience was silent listening to you, completely captivated.
"I agree."
Mark's voice surprised me. I hadn't noticed him approach. Mark was a fellow finalist and had been living in the next-up mansion with Hugo for the last 2 months. I kind of thought Hugo fancied Mark, though he hadn't said. It was obvious sometimes, the way Hugo would stare after him, how his gaze would linger while Mark rehearsed. Hugo didn't show that level of interest in any other contestant.
"You sounded great. What did you think of mine? I don't think Julia liked it. I'm kind of nervous now." "I didn't listen. I had my own song to worry about,"
Hugo said without a second's hesitation. I kicked his foot as subtly as I could, a little reminder that, as people, we needed to at least pretend to take an interest in others sometimes. That was another reason Hugo and I made such a great duo. I was gregarious enough to compensate for what others might perceive as Hugo's selfishness. In truth, he wasn't selfish. His brain, like a computer, could only deal with one open tab at a time. "You sounded fantastic," I cut in. "I loved what you did with the track. I've never heard it slowed down like that before. It made the lyrics feel really powerful."
"Yeah?"
Mark's eyes widened, smile grew.
"Cheers, Helen."
When I looked back, Hugo had wandered off to the other side of the room. As I approached, I could see his balled fists, the white knuckles, his fingernails digging into his palms. "Hey," I said it gently.
I fucked that up, didn't I? Mark must think I'm a dick.
No one thinks that. As I said it, I couldn't say for sure whether it was true. In fact, I was certain some people likely did think Hugo was a dick. Self-centered, inconsiderate, rude. Those people didn't know him. Especially Mark. He's your friend. Hugo's eyes drooped a little, disappointed. Even that showed me he wished he and Mark were more than friends. Unfortunately, Mark was screwing Jenny, another contestant who got sent home 3 weeks ago.
I don't know how you do it, how you know what to say all the time.
I thought about it for a moment, but I didn't have an answer.
Can you imagine if I win this thing?
Hugo continued.
Jesus, Helly, imagine all the people I'll have to meet.
The words faded and his eyes squeezed close for a moment.
All the places I'll have to go, things I'll have to say. How am I going to do that?
Looking down, I saw his fists were tighter now, his nails scratching. I took hold of his wrists, brought his hands between us. "It'll be easy," I said, cocking my head and smiling up at him, "because I'll be right by your side the whole way, giving your foot a little kick." He shook his head, frowned like he couldn't believe it.
"Promise,"
he said, clutching my hands.
"Promise you'll do this with me. I'm worried I'm not cut out for all this, and I'll fuck it up all on my own. I know it."
"You'll never be alone, Hugo." It was a promise I'd never felt more confident making. "Anne, you were born to do this. Just sing, play, find yourself, entertain people. I'll help you with the rest." Just then, a crew member in a headset burst into the room and yelled, "Going live in 30 for the results show. Get down to makeup." "You need to go," I said with an encouraging smile. Hugo nodded.
"I love you, Helly. I promise to always love you."
"Stop being soft. Go get 'em, superstar. And I love you too."
Hugo. Which way? I don't know which way. My heart was pounding. I'd started to sweat. The man I knew as Ezra had a hand on my lower back and was steering me toward a door marked Exit Only. That's the exit. It's the wrong way. He wasn't listening to me. No one ever listened to me. Hugo! We love you, Hugo! Hugo, look at me! Please, look at me! What felt like 1,000 voices screamed my name as I was ushered further into the car park beneath the hotel. They were all I could hear, so loud in my ears. My head hurt, felt like it could burst any second, got so bad I couldn't even see. And then it just stopped. You're all good now. We're inside. I opened my eyes, which was when I'd realized I'd closed them in the first place, and looked at Ezra. We were in a lift, safe, quiet. I nodded, grateful. Thanks. He smiled faintly, briefly, but didn't talk. Ezra wasn't a man of many words, which may have been why I'd taken to him, despite hating his title. Bodyguard. That's what Ezra was. It sounded so ostentatious and flashy. I didn't want a bodyguard, though it hadn't taken long for me to understand why I needed one. It had only been 3 months since I'd won Next Up, and I couldn't walk down a street without a flock of girls screaming after me like I was their only savior. At the top floor, Ezra escorted me to the penthouse suite. I breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering it empty. It wasn't unusual to walk into my room and find it full of people. Stylists, managers, music execs. I needed some time to regulate. I didn't get nearly enough of that anymore. I waltzed over to the cabinet first and poured myself a scotch. I didn't like the taste that much, but it had been the only thing in the minibar one night, and I liked the way it made me feel. Relaxed, less jumpy. That's not a good idea, Ezra said from his position by the door. I drank it anyway, hissing as it burned my throat. I was 19 now. I had money. I could please my fucking self. In the UK, at least. I'm thirsty. It doesn't get any better, I'm afraid. This life. You're only just beginning. I turned to face him then, brow furrowed. What do you mean? I can see you struggling with it. The schedule, the fans. I've been part of the industry for a while, watching over young guys like you. It gets worse than this. He stopped to point at the empty glass in my hand. And that shit doesn't help. Something that felt like shame made me set the glass down. I'm autistic, you know. I didn't know why I'd suddenly decided to tell anyone that. I wasn't embarrassed about having autism, not really. I wasn't exactly proud of it either. I admired those who were, truly. I often wondered what separated me and people who were happy to shout about their differences from the rooftops. Why couldn't I fight my corner, champion the cause, make the world better? I hadn't found an answer yet. Maybe those people had had parents filling their ears with sunshine and affirmations since the day they were born. Perhaps they were just better than me. Okay, was all Ezra said. I've got an anxiety disorder too, and I get depressed sometimes. No reason for it. Just boom, I crash. I didn't expect him to understand. My brain worked differently to most people's. I had autism, which made me socially awkward, inappropriate sometimes. It gave me sensory processing issues, made me irritable around people. On top of that, I also had a bunch of mental health shit to deal with. I especially didn't expect people to understand that. After all, what reason did I have to be depressed? All my dreams were coming true. I was making music, living like a fucking king. A few days ago, I asked my manager if I could buy a few new clothes, and he'd answered with, "Clear the fucking shelves, kid." I didn't, stuck to only what I needed, but I could have. The point is, I didn't have a reason to get depressed. Yet I knew it would come for me anyway. I didn't need a trigger. Depression just was. It lingered all the time in the back of my head. Even when it wasn't raging, dragging me down, it was still there, taunting me, threatening, mocking, biding its time. I remembered the first time I'd felt it. I must have been 10, 11 maybe. Nothing had happened. I hadn't had a meltdown. There'd been no argument with my parents. I just felt sad. Desperately, hopelessly sad. It got worse over the course of several months. The days seemed to get longer. My limbs seemed to get heavier. Opening my eyes felt like the biggest effort I'd ever made every damn morning, until, in the end, I felt absolutely nothing at all. Eventually it fizzled out, and I returned to some level of evenness. Until the next time. With no rhyme or reason, I'd been trapped in the same vicious cycle ever since. I get migraines sometimes, Ezra said. That made me laugh. I liked Ezra. In a lot of ways, he was a very serious man. He was older than me, and always dressed very formally in a dark suit and crisp shirt. I knew somehow that he wouldn't tolerate any shit, but also that I could trust him. Oddly, he reminded me of Helen, and that's when I realized that is why I'd just told him about the secret parts of myself. Sounds like you should be seeing someone about that stuff, he added after a long silence. The music business is an ocean of triggers for people with those kinds of problems. I scoffed, couldn't help it. You mean like therapy, CBT, counseling, right? Ezra shrugged. I'm hired muscle, not a shrink. I've done the lot of it. Found it patronizing as hell. So you're a stubborn bastard as well as autistic then, huh? I felt my eyes grow wide, but they soon melted when a chuckle tickled my throat. Yeah, I suppose I am. I hadn't lied, though. I'd waited 18 months for therapy, the whole time convinced someone would finally help me, fix the fucked up brain inside my skull, only to come face to face with a man who asked a bunch of questions I didn't have an answer to. What does it feel like when you're angry? Anger, you fucking moron. I dunno. Instead of punching yourself, do you think you could try punching a pillow? What part of me punching myself makes you think I can spare the time to make a rational decision like that? No. Maybe. I'll try, I guess. Our emotions are on a scale. Sometimes we like to call it our emotional engine. It's important to recognize when the speed of your emotional engine is at risk of running too high, so you can implement strategies to slow yourself down. Do you recognize any of the signs when you might be speeding up a little, Hugo? I wouldn't be here if I did, would I? No, don't think so. It was pointless, the whole fucking thing. More than a year I'd waited for help thanks to the overwhelmed and underfunded system, and all he could tell me was the fucking obvious. Of course I knew it made more sense to punch a pillow rather than myself, but I wasn't thinking with sense when I did shit like that. Music was the only thing that ever helped. Writing out my thoughts, turning them into songs, picking up a guitar and letting the melodies that sprang from my fingertips distract my mind, take me someplace else. I've worked with worse, Ezra said. He seemed quite confident about that. I didn't get a chance to let Ezra know how much I'd appreciated our conversation, because my manager, Lewis Snyder, entered the room. No knock, as usual. Hugo, we're flying out to LA tonight. Time to pack up. What? There went my heart again, thumping, aching. I asked you to warn me about this stuff. I need a little time. A day, that's all. Even a few hours to get my head around the change of scenery. Some time to research the place, familiarize myself with what to expect. Time? There's no time in this business. Time costs money, and you haven't made enough of that yet. Lewis pointed a finger straight at me. Now get your ass in that bedroom and pack your shit up. He turned to leave, but I called him back. Wait, I just need to stop on the way, see my friend. You can call him when we land, was all he said before slamming the door behind him. A second later, he came back. And before you get any ideas... He walked so close to me I felt his smoky breath on my face, and then snatched my mobile phone off the arm of the couch. I'll keep hold of this. What the fuck? You can't do that! Lewis, you can't! But he'd already gone. Astounded, I looked to Ezra. What's he done that for? In case you try to flit from under his nose. It happens. My stomach broiled with rage. My own parents hadn't treated me like that much of a kid when I'd actually been one. For fuck's sake, I spat, storming to the bedroom. This would be the third time I'd left without saying goodbye to Helen. The third time I'd broken my promise, let her down. I hoped, as I started tossing clothes into a suitcase worth more than my mother's house, that Helen knew I wasn't hurting her on purpose. I just wanted to sing. I felt incredible, locked away in the isolation booth. The padded walls filtered out all annoyances and distractions, and allowed me to focus on the music in my ears. I knew, technically, I had a whole team of people around, but they were out there, on the other side. In the booth, I was alone. Just me and my guitar, the most extraordinary instrument I'd ever seen. The sophisticated rosewood and Sitka spruce beauty was my first splurge, the only thing I'd bought so far that pre-Next Up Hugo wouldn't have been able to afford without robbing 2 banks and selling his soul. I'd just finished singing I Heard You Like to Party, which would be the first single from my debut album, when Lewis called me out of the booth. Nailed it that time, Paul, the producer, said, crooking his finger. Come, listen. Unhooking the guitar from my neck, I made my way around to the computer and bent down to get a closer look at the engineer's fingers. I liked watching him work, seeing the process in action. At least, I did until Lewis's hand landed on my back. I stiffened against it, felt my heart rate spike. Fucking magical, right? Lewis said, as the song started playing. I couldn't hear it. I could only hear my pulse in my ear, feel the hand on my back. Fuck. People were too close now. There were too many. The studio tech, the recording engineer, his assistant, 2 runners, my manager. Shit. This has got #1 written all over it. What do you think, H? Lewis clapped my back, jolting me back to reality, I shot up straight, blinked a few times. I was breathing too fast, must have looked ridiculous. Yeah, great, I think I muttered. Can I take a break? I need a break. I pulled my phone from my pocket, switched it on to check the time. A series of beeps lit up the screen. 4 missed calls and 2 texts from Helen. And I need to make a call. Helen would help. She'd count breaths with me, calm the senseless anxiety, tell me what to do. Studio's only booked for another hour, said Lewis, snatching my phone. I really wished he'd stop doing that. It'll have to wait. We've got another track to lay down. Right. I nodded, tried to breathe slower, deeper. And you're seeing a stylist this evening. Get that hair sorted. My hair? What was wrong with my hair? I wanted to ask him, but I didn't. Like always, I just nodded. Kicking back in yet another ridiculously fancy hotel room, I pressed play once more on the voicemail. Me again. I'm getting worried now. I saw photos of you on Twitter, so I know you're alive, but you looked sad. Are you sad? Is this my fault? I didn't have to go to uni. I shouldn't have. I'm sorry, Hugo. I broke my promise. Please call me. Please. I just need to know you're okay. I didn't feel the tear fall until it landed on my chest. Fuck. I hit play again. It must have been the 5th time. It had been weeks since I'd talked to Helen, months since I'd seen her, held her. I almost called her back. I wanted to yell at her for daring to blame herself. As much as I needed her, I told her to go to university, insisted she accept their offer. I wasn't prepared to be the guy who stole her dream from her. People thought I didn't understand others, or that I put myself first. It wasn't true. Sure, I had a tendency to put my foot in situations sometimes. I didn't always consider others in the first instance, but I always got there in the end, when I'd been given time and space to analyze things. I knew Helen. I loved her. I'd known what she wanted from life since we were little kids, and it wasn't to follow me around like a lost puppy, licking my wounds whenever I fucked up. She deserved better, and she wouldn't have got it if she knew how much I was struggling out here on my own. Because she loved me too. If I was honest with her, she'd have been out here by my side in a heartbeat, abandoning her own dreams at the bottom of a rubbish pile. I broke my promise. Please, call me. Please. I just need to know you're okay. I wasn't okay. I was lonely, afraid. Didn't have a fucking clue what I was doing. But I was coping. I was doing it. I didn't need to ruin Helen's life in the process. As I pressed play yet again, however, I realized Helen might just ruin mine. At this moment, we belonged to different worlds, and I couldn't do this anymore. I couldn't keep listening to her, hearing the sorrow in her gentle voice. I couldn't keep worrying about taking her calls, making time for her that didn't exist. I couldn't keep fucking missing her. It hurt too much, and I could feel myself breaking. Which is what led me to do the most selfish thing I'd ever done. After swiping another tear from my cheek, I deleted Helen's message. Then I scrolled through my contacts and called Ezra. Hey, I said before he had a chance to say hello. I need someone to get me a new phone.
Chapter 2. Helen. Present day. I couldn't remember when I'd started dressing like this. Was it the funeral? Before? Looking down, I sighed at the drab shades of grey covering my skin, and idly pondered when the last time I'd worn a splash of colour was. I had some nerve calling myself a fashion designer, no matter how small my business may have been. 2 years of college, 3 at uni, and 5 working my arse off from my spare room, and I could have designed better clothes than I wore now while still in nappies. Made from nappies, in fact. Soiled ones. Watching my friends as they knocked back drinks by the bar, I felt like the only black and white character in a colour HD movie. Lost, invisible, boring. Who was I kidding? I was too fat for a movie. Since my mum died 6 months ago, I'd gained 16 of the 70 pounds I'd lost. I was quickly throwing 2 years' worth of hard work and dedication straight down the shitter, or, more factually, straight onto my midriff. I couldn't even blame my mum for dying, because she'd have been seriously pissed off with me. Her body may have gone from the earth, but that didn't stop her voice accompanying every mouthful of food that found its way into my gob. You don't really need that, do you, Helen? Do you really want to be that big again? You were so unhappy. You'll regret it in 5 minutes. Remember, little pickers wear bigger knickers. You know, I only mention it because I worry about you. God, I miss the nagging old mare. The world didn't feel right without her in it. She'd irritated the hell out of me, often buried me under boulders of guilt that at times seemed impossible to lift, but she'd also made me laugh till my belly hurt. She'd wiped my tears and held out her hand, and she'd loved me unconditionally. Without her, the world felt awfully big around me. I felt alone now, vulnerable. My dad had pissed off with the slag from number 37 when I was 4. My grandparents died before I was born, and my mum had been an only child. My mum really had been my entire family. I belonged to no one now. I had friends, but that wasn't the same. Friends aren't absolute. Friends have their own needs and priorities. Friends leave. I couldn't expect a friend to drop their entire schedule because I'd had a catastrophic snacksident, or because my fuse box had blown, which had happened twice since I'd moved away from our little town, and each time my mum had made the 5-hour drive to come to my rescue. How had she fixed it? I had no idea, and I couldn't ask her now. The thought made my heart sink. There was a lot of stuff I'd need to work out for myself, and I didn't feel ready. I may have been 27 years old, but I certainly didn't feel like a grown-up. My gaze caught Chrissy and David again as they danced over by the bar. Chrissy had her arms above her head, which made her figure look insane as it swayed under the purple lights. I adored her body, used it as my own personal mannequin as often as she'd let me. If Mum could have seen me at that precise moment, she would have told me to put down the half-eaten bag of crisps, stop feeling sorry for myself, and join my friends on the dance floor. She'd have been right, too. I was turning into a whiny, self-absorbed little bitch. Uncrossing my legs, I took a deep breath, shook out my hair, and almost took my mum's advice that, technically, I'd given myself. But then one of his songs started thumping through the speakers, and I slumped back down, stuffing a couple more cheese and onion crisps in my mouth. Hugo Hayes. I missed him, too. Not the international megastar the people in this club were dancing to, not the sex symbol selling out stadiums across the globe, or the Hugo that trended on Twitter every other day. That wasn't my Hugo. The best friend I'd ever had. It looked like him, sort of, but it wasn't. Not really. The world didn't know him, not like I did, or used to, before he left, before fame and fortune took him away. Childhood friendships and first loves dissolve, grow apart. It's part of life. That's what I used to tell myself at first. Usually, however, they were easier to forget. Their faces weren't plastered on billboards and social media, and they didn't have interviews on TV. Their voices didn't start singing to you during your drive to work or while failing miserable to enjoy a night out at a club. On paper, my life had been divided into 2 very clear categories, Hugo and post-Hugo. In reality, post-Hugo wasn't really a thing. He was still there, in my head, lingering. I couldn't forget him, couldn't forgive him, or myself, couldn't stop loving him.
You gonna move from that spot, or what?
I hadn't noticed David approaching until suddenly he stood towering over me with a wide, encouraging grin on his face.
Chrissy's getting another round in.
He looked so enthusiastic. Happy. I used to look like that. I wanted to look like that again. Glancing toward the table in front of me, I eyed up the Bacardi and Coke that I barely touched, picked it up and downed it in one go. Then I forced every goddamn muscle in my face to shift into the biggest smile I could muster, figuring the adage, fake it till you make it, must have been coined for a reason, and stood up. Count me in. Daylight. What a menacing bastard that could be. Who'd have thought, other than vampires, such a small sliver slicing through the broken Venetians could cause so much pain? The laser of brightness felt like 1,000 pins being fired into my eyeballs, so I squeezed them shut and rolled to the other side of the bed. Dear God, what was I thinking? I muttered to no one, dry drool sticking to my lips. In a wallowing episode of self-pity the previous night, my brain had decided getting drunk would be a good starting point on the road to regaining happiness. Clearly, my brain had confused happiness with feeling like utter shite buried under a pile of steaming rubbish that had been run over by a lorry full of manure. It appeared I'd set myself up for another day of feeling sorry for myself. Until my phone rang. I fumbled blindly on the bedside table until I found the object responsible for making my ears bleed, and swiped answer before noticing the caller's name. Crap!
I heard that,
said Zach, my personal trainer and also Chrissy's brother. I'm not feeling well.
You're feeling hungover. That's not an illness. I still expect you here in an hour.
What the? How do you even know that? I rubbed at my eyes, shifted up onto my elbow. Bloody Chrissy, I suspected. She documented every minute of her life on Instagram. Never mind. Look, there's quite a big chance I'll die if I use gym equipment today. I don't think you want that on your conscience.
I'll take my chances. 58 minutes, hell. Better get out of that bed.
Wait, how do... He hung up. Actually hung up on me. I basically paid that man to treat me like shit and put me through physical pain. Still, like a good soldier, I did as I'd been told, dragged my flubbery arse out of bed, brushed my teeth twice, and took a shower. I didn't bother styling my hair or applying makeup. Nothing could possibly improve the car crash that was my hungover face. The grey circles under my green eyes were too dark and swollen for even a pound of concealer to cover. A thrown-together ponytail would have to do, and I didn't have the energy to care that it highlighted the fact my mousy roots needed touching up to match the rest of my reddish-brown hair. In the car, I downed a couple of paracetamol and told myself aloud, in the visor mirror, that today would be awesome, because I'd read in an article on Facebook that shit like that worked. Just in case, I also told myself I could stop eating like a pig and kiss the extra 16 pounds goodbye. I arrived at the gym 6 minutes early, which justified the smug smirk on my face when I approached Zach. I found him by the leg press machines, standing tall and godlike in his joggers and vest as he wound a resistance band into a small parcel.
Good morning,
he said, his voice full of energy, as always.
Beautiful day to take care of ourselves, yeah?
Armed with my towel and water bottle, I acted as though I didn't feel like a sack of rotting potatoes. Absolutely! Buzzing my D-cups off over here. Turned out I wasn't that great an actress. I'd tried pretending I was somewhere else, someplace nice, but there was no mistaking the scent of oiled metal, rubber, and pine freshener in the air. My body would know it was in a torture chamber. I mean, gym, with my eyes closed and pins in my ears. Zach pouted. It didn't suit him.
I want to take you back 2 years.
Here we go. I huff-sighed, if that were a thing.
You were seriously overweight, unfit, miserable.
I'm still miserable. Stop with the compliments. I'm blushing.
Don't do that.
Do what? I snapped like a petulant teenager. I knew exactly what.
No one knows the journey you've been on more than me. I've been with you from the start.
Brow furrowed, his brown eyes bored into mine. He didn't blink, never faltered. I felt well and truly told off.
I'll be with you till the end, too. And when's that?
I shook my head, forced a smile. There isn't one. He nodded with so much zest I think I burned 100 calories just watching him.
Right answer. This isn't a fad diet. No quick fix. Goals have end dates. Living healthier is a lifestyle.
I started laughing. Couldn't help it. Do you want some fries with that cheese?
You think I'm cheesy, huh? You'll pay for that, Jenkins.
Tipping his chin towards the spin bikes, he added,
starting over there.
Bastard. As I followed him across the gym floor, I knew there was a very real possibility he could end up the target of projectile hangover vomit if he pushed me too hard. And it would serve him right. 78 hours, or possibly 1 hour later, Zach had me working the leg press, and I decided, in that moment, I didn't want to be friends anymore. Friends didn't hurt friends, and they especially didn't derive pleasure from it. Do you think it's...
Come on, Zach barked. 10 more.
Think it's possible for your muscles to rip so... Ugh. Damn, talking was difficult when death from exhaustion was only seconds away. Rip so violently you bleed to death.
3 more.
I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Whoa, done. I let my legs flop to the floor, leaned forward and waited for death to claim me.
Well done. You aced that,
Zach said, handing me my water, which I took without a smile.
I know, I'm almost certain no one's ever bled to death on the leg press.
I looked up at him through the corner of my eye. Almost?
With how pessimistic you've been lately, if it's going to happen to anyone, it'll be you.
Ouch. That obvious, huh? He gave me the dreaded pity smile. In my defence, my mum just died.
You won't get to play that card forever,
he said, exposing his gigantic, caring heart.
Go get changed. We'll grab lunch. You've earned it.
Sure, I agreed, though I didn't quite know how I was supposed to get changed given that my legs felt like they'd never move again. I just need 5 minutes, maybe years to recover. Laughing at the torment he'd inflicted, Zach threw the towel at my face.
You're so dramatic. I can't even deal.
I didn't watch him walk away. My body had given up, fallen forwards of its own accord until my lips were inches from my knees. I could have kissed them, the knees, a few weeks ago, until a few too many cakes and burgers pumped the tire under my boobs back up. Enough. Sitting up, I literally shook the negative thoughts from my head and dragged my bum to the changing rooms. I was beginning to detest my own company. I wasn't a fan of the whole cancel culture thing, but if I'd been my own friend, I would sure as shit have cancelled me by now. To the surprise of absolutely no one, my legs worked perfectly fine and managed to carry me through another shower and change of clothes before meeting back with Zach in the gym lobby. I waited for him by the vending machines until he'd finished his conversation with the super-fit blonde behind the desk. He didn't hurry, despite acknowledging my presence, likely because he was sleeping with her. If he wasn't, reaching over the desk to grab her ass when he thought no one was looking had been way inappropriate. Eventually, he jogged over towards me. Jogged! I understood his healthy lifestyle ethos. I'd lived it, lost weight, felt great, but in no universe could I see a reason to exercise at every available opportunity unless you were mentally unstable.
You ready?
He asked. Unless I'm taking you away from something tastier. I glanced over to the welcome desk.
Who? Shauna? We're just friends.
I raised an eyebrow, smirked.
With certain benefits,
he added, gaze sweeping the floor. When he looked up, a satisfied smile had appeared, which he crossed with his index finger. I nodded. I could keep secrets, especially boring ones. I couldn't care less who Zack was boning, and it wasn't like I hung out with all the gym buffs in my spare time. I only knew Zack because of Chrissy. For lunch, we went to a trendy little diner with bare brick interiors and rustic tables with individual drop lights. Zack, the more adventurous of the two of us, went for a tuna poke bowl with brown rice and avocado, while I played it safe with poached eggs on sourdough toast. I'd have preferred regular toast, but this place only catered for pretentious folk, it seemed.
Still afraid of green stuff?
Zack said, staking a chunk of tuna with his fork.
Not afraid, it just tastes like shit.
My mum always said my taste buds never grew up. If I didn't eat it as a kid, I didn't eat it now. Vegetables made me retch, yogurts with bits in gave me the ick, and anything too meaty made me gag if I had to chew for too long. I didn't drink tea or coffee, never splurged on a nice steak. I was a chicken nuggets and chips kind of gal, and I'd lost weight by eating what I enjoyed. Just less of it. Oh, there was alcohol. I'd developed a taste for that in my adult years, or teens, really. Why couldn't the cool kids do broccoli? At 15, I'd have totally forced myself to stuff my face with broccoli to fit in with Rochelle Porter and her ilk. I might not have thrown up all over Mum's new carpet and got myself grounded for a month then either.
Come on, Hel, give it to me. Why are you off plan?
Thankfully, I'd just slipped a forkful of yolk-soaked toast in my mouth, which gave me a moment to ponder.
I don't know, I answered, and meant it. The spark's gone out. I'm trying to get it back. Every night I go to bed so angry with myself, and you'd think that'd stop me from shoveling chip butties into my mouth, wouldn't you? But nope, in they go. Well, work fucking harder.
My fork stopped mid-air. My mouth stayed open.
I know it's hard. I really do. I can tell you the switch in your head will flip, that you'll get there eventually. But it could be too late then. You'll be right back where you started. And where was that? Fucking miserable. Put away the deep fat fryer. Say no to goddamn cake and be an adult and eat some fucking greens. They don't exist to make your taste buds orgasm. It's fuel. Goodness, get over yourself and take care of the only body you're gonna get.
Wow, my fork still hadn't moved. Sarcasm usually spilled from my lips like a reflex, but nothing came. Part of me, most of me, knew he was right. The rest wondered whether he really did know how hard it was, because I didn't fail every day or lie awake every night tormenting myself on fucking purpose. Zack blew a heavy sigh.
Look, I'm harsh because I know what you can achieve. I know what being motivated does to your mood. I know you can do it, Hel, and you deserve to. You've come too far to go back now.
I nodded, scraped some food around on my plate. Suddenly, I didn't want it anymore. I know, I agreed, ending with a tight, barely there smile. I know, you're right. We hardly spoke through the rest of lunch. I didn't finish mine and Zack polished his off fairly quickly. We didn't sit around like we usually would, talking workouts and exchanging banter. After splitting the bill, we headed straight back to Zack's car, making idle chit-chat about stuff neither one of us were really interested in. After a short while, his words started sinking in. I'd never been mad with Zack before, but then he'd never been so blunt with me before. Either way, my frustration had been directed at the wrong person. I was miserable, and I only had myself to blame. I needed to decide what was harder to deal with, the way I felt, or eating some bloody vegetables. Thanks for that. Seriously, I needed it. I didn't look at Zack, too ashamed by my attitude over the last few months. Not that he could see me anyway while he drove us back to the gym to pick up my car, the radio playing low in the background.
It's what you pay me for.
I don't pay you to be my friend, which is what you've been today. To my friends, I've always been the happy-go-lucky gal, fearless, bubbly. I'm the typical fat friend, you know.
Were,
he corrected. I smiled, exhaled an appreciative chuckle, but although a lot slimmer, I was still the fat friend in comparison to the svelte goddesses that form my inner circle. I still had 2 stone to lose if I wanted to be classed as a healthy weight for my height, and that was before I'd gorged a 16-pound tyre back onto my middle. Then, when I achieved my goal weight, I might just be able to get away with passing off as a hippo in the fashion world, rather than the blue whale I was currently. What I'm saying is, I've always been able to be the fun friend because I had my mum. She got the other sides of me, the emotional wreck, the hormonal monster, the guilt-ridden, binge-eating pig on a rampage. My head dropped from the weight of the memories. And it's not even like she was a massive help in those situations because, most of the time, she'd nag me, or worse, worry about me, and that made me feel like shit. There had only ever been one person who didn't make me feel that way, who truly got the other sides of me and accepted them without fear or judgment. Only he was gone too. Now, it feels like I don't have anyone. I'm still a wreck sometimes. I've got damn hormones. I eat like a fucking pig and then hate myself for 3 days and... I trailed off, blew out a long breath in an effort to stop the tears stinging the rims of my eyes escaping. Who do I tell? I kept my focus on the view outside, on the buildings blurring into each other as we drove by, yet I still felt Zach's fleeting gaze land on the side of my face. The car fell all but silent for an uncomfortably long moment, broken only by the tenor tones of Ed Sheeran's voice, and I wondered if Zach felt as awkward as I did. Zach and I weren't these people. We weren't sharing friends. We didn't cry together over exes or spill our darkest, most emotional secrets over Netflix and ice cream. We bounced off each other, told jokes and threw insults, and he yelled at me to keep moving until I nearly died.
You can talk to me,
he replied after what felt like an hour.
Or Chrissy. David.
Nah, not David. I laughed because I agreed. Chrissy had banged David more times than a snooze button, but she still wouldn't let him take her on an actual date because he was basically an idiot wrapped in the body of Magic Mike. Cheers, Zach, I said, appreciating the gesture while taking it for exactly what it was, a gesture, although I figured I could try and offload some of my shit onto Chrissy. She was the closest thing I had to a best friend, and I needed to do something before I committed a drastic and stupid act to take my mind off my whininess, like sleep with an idiot of my own, or get a puppy. It was almost a relief to reach the gym. My chest had felt full with embarrassment since I'd decided to treat my PT like the agony aunt from the Sunday paper. Outside my own car, I threw a wave to Zach as he headed back into the building and released the heavy pressure in my lungs. "Fucking hell," I whispered into the empty air as I settled into my silver Corsa. The queasiness had returned to my stomach, though I couldn't decide if my hangover had come back for seconds or regret had started chewing through my intestines. After belting up, the radio came alive along with the engine and, of course, I'd hit the ignition at the exact moment an ad for McDonald's was flying through the airwaves. It felt like a beacon. Nausea forgotten, I could almost taste the quarter-pounder, the tang of salt on my tongue from a crisp fry, feel the side of chicken McNuggets slipping through my lips. Was there really much point starting afresh today, given that I hadn't weighed myself that morning? I'd already ruined the week and hadn't assessed the damage. That's what I told myself. That's what I always told myself. Eating well today would have felt like a waste without being able to see the results in numbers on the scales. Pure bullshit, that's what that was. An excuse, and I knew it, but one I'd probably stick with. I would pass 2 drive-thrus on my way home. Would I actually pass them? In that moment, I didn't know. All I knew was that I felt like shit and wanted food, but food made me feel like shit too. I needed to choose my shit, but either way, the day was going to be a write-off on the emotional scale. After changing the station, I cranked up the radio before setting off in the hope noise would drown out my thoughts. Music healed most moods. Always had. There were songs that spurred motivation, others that stirred my creative side, some which injected pure energy into my body on the weariest of days, and some that could send me crashing into hopelessness before the first lyric had passed the artist's lips. I could only hope the latter weren't lined up on the DJ's playlist today. The music helped, as did the late spring breeze fanning through the window, cooling my skin and cleansing my mind. I'd successfully passed the first drive-through, though the cravings hadn't perished altogether. I was, however, considering only ordering a Happy Meal. Slow progress is still progress, after all, according to a meme on Instagram. "Move it along, arsehole!" I rolled my eyes at the driver in front of me, who hadn't moved an inch despite the traffic light switching to green a good 10 seconds ago. He couldn't hear me, obviously, but insulting him made me feel better. Road rage was a familiar friend, but only from the safe distance of my own car. If the arsehole Astra driver had come to my window, I'd have probably smiled and thanked him for the inconvenience. "You a driver or a goddamn sloth?" I added, grateful for the person behind me who was brave enough to blast their horn, which woke Mr. Arsehole from whatever daydream he'd fallen into. "You're with me, Dan Harvey, here on Surge FM this Saturday afternoon. Nice bit of sunshine we've got out there today, eh?" I only half listened to the radio DJ, my thoughts drifting elsewhere. Perhaps I would call Chrissy this afternoon, invite her over. I thought about my mum, pondered what advice she'd give. I imagined she'd have told me to stop thinking so hard and get the hell on with it before someone died. She had a point, one she'd proved herself. Coming up now, one of our favourites here at Surge. We've got some Hugo Hayes for you. Here's Broken. With 2 words, the radio had garnered my undivided attention. The mellow piano notes flooded the car, the tune I'd heard tens of times seizing my breath. Shit. I checked my mirrors, pulled to a stop at the side of the road. Reaching out, my fingers grazed the stereo controls and then hesitated. I'd planned to turn it off, but the muscles in my hands were paralysed, arrested by the soulful voice I miss so much surrounding my entire body, like the hug I so desperately needed. I said that I'd call, but so did you. Was it lies? Was it hope? Or were we destined to start anew? I said that I cared. I meant it too. But now I'm all alone and I can't help but feel like a fool. Did I leave you? Or did you leave me? How am I supposed to know who I should be? I feel incomplete, can't stay on my feet. I'm broken. Until the next time, that's what I said. But the day never came. I got scared. Did it hurt you as bad? Now it's always cold here in my bed. Did I run? Did I lie? Or were you just a dream in my head? Did I leave you? Or did you leave me? How am I supposed to know who I should be? I feel incomplete, can't stay on my feet. I'm broken. Oh, broken. Shit seemed to be the only word left in my vocabulary. Eyes closed, I made a pillow from crossed arms, folded them onto the steering wheel and rested my head. This was ridiculous. I was ridiculous. It had been 8 years. We were teenagers, kids. I didn't know him anymore, had no idea what kind of man he'd grown into. This wasn't a new song. I'd first heard it 3 months ago when I watched him perform it at the Grammys, where he'd also won awards for Best Music Video and Best Pop Vocal Album. It had been played on every single radio station, every single day, ever since. I already knew the words, every last one, but they'd hit different today. Today, sitting alone and upset in my car at the side of the road, I wondered who she was, who'd hurt him, broken him. I wondered if he'd meant that in the way I knew Hugo Hayes could really be broken, or whether it was simply a flyaway lyric thrown in for a hook. As I blinked a hot tear onto my forearm, I hoped he had someone to pick him up, to hold his face when he couldn't breathe, to love him as I once had. I sat up the second that thought entered my head and scoffed at the stupidity of it. You don't bloody love him. How could I after all this time? I didn't know who he was, where he was. What was wrong with me? I'd known, loved and lost touch with plenty of people in my life. Hell, I used to love my Year 7 science teacher, albeit in a very different way. And when he moved halfway across the world with Lucy Harper's mum in the biggest scandal St. Paul's High had ever seen, I ate a family-sized Galaxy bar and got over that shit within a day. I blew a puff of air through puckered lips, rubbed my eyes dry on the hills of my hands, and sniffed in the last of the snot and tears clogging my nose. I made sure to grab my phone from the cup holder before I could change my mind, and called Chrissy immediately. "Hey, good-looking!" She sounded cheery, her voice not giving away a single hint of our antics the night before. "Hey, you. I was wondering if you wanted to come over tonight. I could kind of use some company if you're not busy." "Absolutely," she said, her tone lowering a notch. "You all right? You don't sound it." "Honestly? What the hell, let's give this a shot. I don't know. Think I might be having an early midlife crisis or something, and there's something wrong with my car." "Sheesh. It's not the clutch, is it? I had to shell out over 300 quid last year for mine." "Oh, no. Just keeps doing this weird thing where, whenever I get in it, I end up at a McDonald's drive-thru." Chrissy laughed. "Fuck's sake, Hal. I was feeling sorry for you then." She still should have. It was a legitimate problem. "I made quite the tit of myself in front of your brother today, too." "Oh, God, did you cry?" "You cried, didn't you? Zach freezes when women cry." I snorted a faint chuckle. "Almost," I admitted, and Zach was great, honestly. Atmosphere went a little awkward, but I could have been reading too much into it. I've been doing that a lot lately. "Say no more. I'm your girl. All you need is a good arse-kicking, and I happen to have a certificate in karate." From primary school, if I remembered correctly. I'd only known Chrissy for 5 years, but talking about herself was her greatest forte. Didn't come with an expiry date. I still got it. Shall we say 7? Perfect. I'll bring the wine, you order the takeaway. Damn, I shouldn't. Deal. Sod it. Chapter 3. Helen. By 7 o'clock that evening, I'd sifted through some work emails, cleaned my bathroom, vacuumed the stairs of my 2-bedroom terrace, and eaten an apple. An apple, which meant I deserved to lose at least £1. When Chrissy's knock rapped on the front door, my Netflix profile was open and waiting on the TV, my Just Eat order had been assigned a driver, and I let her in wearing my ugliest but comfiest pyjamas. "The essentials," said Chrissy, holding out 2 bottles of rosé as she stepped over the threshold, kicking the door closed behind her. Grinning, I kissed one of the bottles. "In the fridge you go." The front door led straight into my living room, which adjoined my kitchen, separated by an archway. I took the wine through to let it chill and returned to find Chrissy making herself comfy on my settee. "How do you do that? Look at you," I said, huffing as I settled down next to her. She looked left and right as if the answer would fly into her face. "Am I missing something?" "Only my green eyes." Fitting, I really did have green eyes too. You're wearing leggings and a jumper you've owned since before we met, and you still look hot as shit." A weird sound ricocheted off her lips. "Oh, piss off, I do not. I'll accept barely presentable, and you can thank the 4 layers of concealer under my eyes for that." Whatever. She had a gorgeous figure, the kind of silky dark hair that dried in natural perfect curls, and the most symmetrical face. "You're right, I was being polite. You actually disgust me a little." I scrunched my nose, tried to stay serious, but broke into laughter within a second. "Food won't be long. What are we watching?" I picked up the remote, ready for action. Chrissy's tongue clicked as I scrolled. "Funny, obviously. Early midlife crises aren't cured by tragedies or hopeless love stories." Agreed. Like we had any experience with early midlife crises. Were they even a real thing? "Film or series?" She shrugged, then almost immediately threw a hand into the air. Stop!" I surrendered my hands, remote in the air, alarmed by the panic in her arm as she pointed ferociously at the TV like we'd have lost her selection forever if I accidentally scrolled past. "Schitt's Creek. I've never seen that. Supposed to be brilliant." "It is," I told her. "So, sex education. That was listed right next to it." "Right. Of course, though it's Gillian Anderson." "So, Schitt's Creek? But you've seen it." This could go on all night. I pressed play. I could watch the Rose Family 100 times and laugh as hard as I did the first. Our food arrived soon after, pie and chips for me, and sweet and sour chicken with spring rolls for Chrissy. Within minutes, I'd realised this night was just what I'd needed. The food was great, obviously. The telly was funny, but the company? I'd missed company. At times, we didn't even talk, just stretched out, ankles crossed over the coffee table, heads rolled to one side on the settee cushions. I had no words, no thoughts. I just existed, mind numb by the film we'd later ended up watching on TV, and possibly the wine. "My high school was nothing like that," Chrissy commented, nodding to the TV as she unscrewed the second bottle of wine. "Like, seriously, weren't they all being super badass last night and getting wasted at that college guy's party? Now, what? They're all perfectly fine? Not a strand of hair out of place? Not so much as a smudge in their makeup? At my school, we drank until we threw up in the nearest bushes, then the next day we threw up some more." I don't think either of us knew the name of the movie we'd switched on after some thoughtless flicking on Prime, but it had been quite amusing so far, following the drama of American teens navigate their way through love and high school. I held out my glass, let Chrissy top it up. "Mine either. Also, it's so funny how American teen shows always have these stunning girls and beefy guys strolling the corridors. Where's the acne and the wonky eyeliner? The wristwatches drawn on with biro? Or the toilets graffitied with "Paul Hammond sucks donkey dick, pass it on"? Chrissy laughed. Paul. "Nah," I said, laughing too. "Probably deserved it. Paul Hammond was a prick." Despite our shared memories of our respective high schools, I wasn't sure Chrissy and I would have clicked in those days. I was almost certain she would have been in the popular clique, whereas I fitted the misfit category more. Since primary school, I'd spent almost all my time with Hugo. The same things that pushed the crowd away from us pulled us together. He was the socially awkward autistic kid who kept his head buried in a notebook, and I was the loser fat girl who spent all her time drawing. Neither of us had siblings. We were both left alone a lot while our parents worked, or got drunk in Hugo's case. We just fit. I became fascinated by the expression twisting Chrissy's face into several different directions at the same time. I sipped from my glass, let the crisp wine linger to allow my tongue to pick up the delicious hints of raspberry and cherry, and then I almost choked on it when Chrissy blurted, "Oh, come the fuck on!" Giggling, I asked, "What's your problem now?" "They are!" Wine glass in hand, she shoved it forward, indicating the TV screen. "She's just slept with him." "And?" I could definitely feel the effects of too many glasses of the good stuff myself. Clearly they'd affected my friend too. And that's hurt you somehow? No, obviously didn't hurt her either. Pisses me off. It's always so perfect on the telly, so soft and romantic, slips in and out so easily first time. I snorted so hard the remnants of rosé in my throat burned my nose. Wow, I must have missed that part. She rolled her eyes. It's implied. Now look at her, all happy and glowing while he's lying there whispering beautiful things to her. He's what, 17? In my world at 17, he missed the goalpost twice, stabbed my leg with it, came after 3 thrusts, then headed to the toilet to text his mates about it. This film is a giant lie. Laughing, I put down my glass and flopped my head back on the cushions. Maybe you should put yours down too, I suggested, my grin still wide and aching. Alcohol is giving you some serious irrational rage issues tonight. If it makes you feel better, I'll log on to Amazon later and leave a 1-star review. Give me a password. I'll give it the justice it deserves. Vision a tad hazy. I closed my eyes for a moment. My first time wasn't too dissimilar from the movie, though I didn't dare mention that to Chrissy for fear she'd have punched me in the face. Shit. Now my mind had fallen back to Hugo, who wasn't only my best friend, but the boy I'd given my virginity to. It wasn't quite like the movie. We weren't madly in love, openly at least, and the whole episode was filled with clumsy errors and fits of giggles. But he stayed afterwards, just like the obvious 20-something beefcake playing the high school kid in the movie. He'd stared at me, inches away with those blue eyes I would never forget. I'd stared at him right back. He told me how good it had felt and how pretty I was, and that we'd always be best friends, because that's all we were. Friends. Friends who didn't socialise with anyone else, never experienced high school romances or college hookups. So, being 18 and curious, we decided to experience it with each other. We did everything else together. What could go wrong? We'd been too close for too long for anything to come between our friendship. That was our theory. That theory turned out to be bullshit. Something on my face startled my eyes open. What's wrong? Chrissy was practically a nose away from me, wiping the tear I hadn't felt escape from my cheek. I blew out a breath, blinked a few times, and, dispirited, closed my eyes once more. I had a friend once, I said, brave from the effects of alcohol. You still do, Chrissy said when I didn't elaborate. I hadn't stopped talking on purpose. I'd simply slipped into a rosé-induced haze. Not like him. We were inseparable since being 4 years old. We grew together, learned together. He helped me ride my first bike. I taught him to swim. We shared everything. I've never known or loved anybody as much. I miss him, Chris. It's been years and I still really fucking miss him. I felt arms wrap around me and a head of hair nestle under my chin. Oh, shit, I'm so sorry, mate. That's tragic. What did he die of? So young, Jesus. My eyes sprung open. Oh, he's not dead. He just left town. It hit me then that I'd sounded quite dramatic. However, the reality was Hugo might as well have been dead, because with stardom he'd become inaccessible. He belonged to the world now, to the music business and money machines. We lived on the same planet, but in completely different worlds. In the beginning, he'd call every day, send me photos from his travels so we could share every new experience, every new city, new food, and then he just stopped. Chrissy backed off me, brow furrowed. Did you fight? No, I said, never moving. I imagined I looked like a talking corpse. My veins buzzed from the wine, muscles relaxed. I simply sat there, half-sprawled, head flopped to one side, expressionless. We hadn't fought, though I wished we had sometimes. I often thought it would have been easier that way. that I'd know who to blame. The reality is we'd both broken our promises. Hugo had stopped calling, but I hadn't gone with him. So call him. Her shoulders hunched. Get him up on Facebook? Can't. Why not? You're not making sense, at all here. Because... I stopped myself, then wondered why. Would it matter if she knew? I'd never told anyone about Hugo before. People in my hometown knew, obviously, though it wasn't a big deal anymore. People moved on, forgot about him, unless a reporter or TV crew came to town. Then suddenly floods of people wanted to share how proud they were and magically managed to recall fond memories of the local lad they always knew would succeed. Such a crock of shite. Nobody had given him the time of day when he lived there. I supposed I liked keeping him a secret. He still felt mine that way. Also, I feared it could have been interpreted as bragging. Because he's Hugo Hayes. And Hugo Hayes didn't do Facebook or any social media. There were official accounts, all blue-ticked, and the statuses were updated regularly, but Hugo didn't write them. I could tell. What do you suggest I do? Send him a letter postmarked Hugo Hayes, megastar, USA somewhere, and hope it finds him? What are you... Chrissy's eyes narrowed so tight I couldn't see them anymore. She shifted positions, tucking one leg under her bum. Then she leaned closer, forearms folded on top of her thighs. Hugo Hayes, the singer, that dude who won Next Up, 10 years ago. Disbelief made laughter rumble in her chest. She took another gulp of wine. 8 years ago, was all I said, the emotions of that day still as fresh in my heart. The journey that changed the course of both of our lives had begun with a flyaway joke, a passing comment that he should audition for the next series, a comment made by me. The comment got repeated several times over the following weeks, each time with more seriousness, until we'd decided there was actually nothing funny about it. Hugo was talented. He was a brilliant lyricist already at his tender age of 17, a flawless, soulful vocalist, and he was beautiful. He had it in the fucking bag, I'd told him, and I proved him right a year later when his name was announced on live TV, audience screaming, pyrotechnics firing from the stage, as the winner of Next Up. He'd bagged himself $1 million record deal and an entire planet of adoring fans in what felt like the blink of an eye. Fuck off! My eyes blinked open at the sound of Chrissy's voice. I hadn't noticed them close again. I don't believe you. Okay. I shrugged, unsure what I could do about that, or whether I could be arsed trying. I didn't need her to believe me. Prove it! You must have photos or something if you were so close. She said the latter in such a mocking tone it almost made me want to slap her. Fine. I will, I thought, just like I'd proved to Lance James that I wasn't too fat to do a handstand when we were 8 years old. Apparently, alcohol brought out the immature and petulant part of our personalities. I stood up, stumbled but recovered well, and headed for the stairs. I had to wait a moment for the stairs to stop rocking gently from side to side before attempting to climb them, but then I went to my bedroom, got down on my belly, and went hunting in the boxes under my bed. I found the box I needed pretty quickly, which I had my mum to thank for. These boxes crammed with old treasures and memories had been gathering dust in her loft until she died. They were only transferred here a couple of weeks ago when I finalised the sale of her house. Back in the living room, I dropped the shoddy shoebox on the coffee table with a thump. Start checking yourself. I need some water. My mouth had started to taste like carpet, something that didn't usually happen until the morning after. Ugh. Holy fucking God! I overheard while making my way back through to the living room, cool glass of water in hand. Ambling over to the armchair instead of the settee, I noted the open shoebox along with photos and scraps of paper littering the table. This is him! Like, you can actually tell it's really him. Bringing the glass down from my lips, I made an expression that could only be described as a lip shrug. And these? She picked up a random piece of paper. Are these lyrics? These could be worth money, I'd bet. Ugh! My nose scrunched in distaste. Jesus, Chrissy, I'm not here to make money off him. He left you, didn't he? I would. Her tone was playful, but I didn't get the sense she was joking. Oh my God, you look so cute here, she said, handing me a photo. Wow, I should have been arrested for that fringe. I stared at 14-year-old me stood outside an HMV music store. Hugo had taken that photo. I remembered posing for him, sticking my arse out to the side and pouting like the skinny girls did, while keeping an arm across my midriff to hide the bulge. I thought I looked cool as fuck in those jeans. The jeans that I could tell now, as an adult, were 2 sizes too big and the colour of vomit. I bought the larger size because I thought they concealed my belly rolls better. Looking back now, I wondered what belly rolls the girl in the picture even saw. I looked fine. Great, even. I felt sad for that girl in the photo, for what I'd put her through. She was more than pretty enough to stand carefree with her arms above her head, but I'd made her self-conscious, insecure. Honestly, hell, Chrissy began, sinking back into the settee, I'm kind of blown away here. Hugo fucking Hayes. I mean, I'm not like a huge fan or anything, but Christ, the whole world knows the guy. It seems mental. I feel famous by proxy. Bloody hell. You're insane, I said, chuckling. Like I said, I'm not even a fan, but suddenly I feel like I just want to know everything about him. I've got so many questions. Her hands started flapping in front of her like a wasp had just taken a dive bomb for her face. Like, is it true the judges of Next Up don't actually see everyone who auditions like they have us to believe? Oh my God, were you there? Did you meet Julia Layton and Fred Dawes? It surprised me how fun the evening was turning out. And yes, it did feel like bragging. Surprisingly, I enjoyed that too. It had been such a long time since thinking about him felt good. It's true. Hugo had to sing for a bunch of different people, you know, non-famous ones first. Each time he did that, he had to wait to find out if he'd made it to the next round. Eventually, he got to sing for some producers of the show, and then they decided who got to go in front of the judges and on the TV. There's a whole process that takes a few months before you get anywhere near the bits they show on the telly. Knew it! She shouted, high on, I didn't even know at this point, wine, gossip, magic mushrooms hidden in the Chinese food. And yeah, I met Julia. She was Hugo's coach on the show. Like I said, we were inseparable. I meant that literally. I was with him throughout the whole show. They even let me stay in the Next Up mansion some nights. It was bloody amazing. The whole experience, and I was only watching it happen to someone else. Her hands clapped into prayer. Finally, she'd ditched the wine. It must have all gone, I decided. Jeez, I feel 12 years old, I swear. This is so exciting. Okay. She puckered her lips, deep in thought. Can he really sing that well, or do they auto-tune the shit out of him? Oh, hell no. His voice is... well, you've heard it. All him, and it only seems to get better. Something pinged in my chest, a sharp twinge as if something integral had snapped out of place. It made me shudder, and I wasn't sure I wanted to play this game anymore. Ooh, I know one. Is he actually gay? There must be some truth to the rumours. Whoa. They pop up on Twitter trends practically every month, she continued, eyes wide and eager. If he's not, he doesn't help himself with some of those outfits. Know what I mean? Not really, I scoffed, more than a little disappointed in her. Hugo may have begun his career with his fashion sense set to pop star factory settings, but Hugo's style had evolved over the years, And I like to think he'd taken some inspiration and perhaps courage from all the times I'd spent dressing him in outrageous designs in my bedroom, the weekends he'd let me style him however I wanted, create outfits for him that no one else would ever see. In reality, the credit likely belonged to Freddie Mercury, one of Hugo's musical heroes. Like many artists, Hugo's image and sense of self had appeared to develop along with his music. From the outside looking in, he seemed to be as comfortable wearing a pair of low-slung jeans and an oversized sweater as he was in a lace camisole and front-pleated flares. As a designer, I admired and appreciated both. As someone who couldn't stop loving him, I thought he looked fucking beautiful whatever I saw him in. "Well," Chrissy pressed, "is he?" "Is he what?" "Oh, gay?" It wasn't my place to say, and, honestly, I didn't know. Some days I truly believed, even now, that no one would ever know Hugo Hayes as well as I did, and on those days I imagined Hugo wouldn't give himself a label. Sexuality wasn't something we'd ever explicitly talked about back in the day because we didn't need to. We didn't talk about who we were because we just knew. Hugo was as stunning inside as out. He was open, loving, intrigued by everyone and everything. I imagined Hugo would give his love to anyone who provoked his vivid imagination, who soothed his soul and engaged his ardent curiosity. Other days I realised I was fooling myself and I had no idea who he was. Looking back to my own teens, I felt like the same person. Little wiser, smaller dreams, less whimsical, but my heart hadn't changed. On what I like to think of as my rational days, though, I didn't see how that would be possible, staying the same, when all the choices in the world were open to you every single day. I didn't see how my Hugo could still exist. After being yanked out of yet another episode of deep contemplation by a snap of Chrissy's fingers, I eventually answered, "I have no idea and I don't care. It's nobody's business who he sleeps with." "Need an ice pack for that nerve I touched?" Huffing, I rolled my eyes so hard I think I saw my brain. The wine's catching up with me, that's all. Wasn't such a great idea 2 nights on the bounce. What looked like guilt tugged on her perfectly plucked brows. Shuffling to the edge of the settee, she started gathering the photos and pieces of paper and stuffed them back into the shoebox. "Come here," she said, arms out, inviting me into a hug. "Fuck Hugo, fuck men, grab the blanket, we'll get back to shite TV and real friends. Deal?" My lips curled effortlessly into a smile as I walked over, collapsed onto her knee and hugged the crap out of her. It felt like a milestone in our friendship, in my own development. I'd reserved myself for a friend I'd lost for too long. Time to move on, make my own dreams come true. "Chrissy," I whispered into her shoulder, half hoping I hadn't crushed her tiny frame to death. "I'm gonna quit my job." She pushed me forwards, almost tossing me onto the floor. "What?" Saving myself on the arm of the settee, I hitched myself off her knee and onto the cushions. "I want to design full-time, sell my clothes, break into the industry properly. It's what I studied for, what I've dreamed of since I was a child. I didn't spend all that time at university, not to mention the debt it put me in, so I could knock up the odd piece in my spare time to sell on Etsy." "Wow, you sound like you've really thought about this." "I have, literally 2 minutes ago. Since my mum died, I've got all this money sitting in the bank doing nothing while I work for a boss I hate, selling goddamn insurance. I could use that money for start-up. I could open premises somewhere. Fuck it, I'm gonna quit. Right now." I stood up, started scanning the room, fishing through the settee cushions. "Where's my phone?" Chrissy stood up with me. "Now? Helen, no, this is the drink talking. I can't let you do—" "Got it," I said, retrieving the phone from beneath the blanket. My face unlocked the screen and I opened my emails. There was one from my boss sitting right at the top, so I just replied to that one. "Hell, stop, seriously," Chrissy pleaded. It was hard to take her seriously when her demands were wrapped in laughter. "I can't believe you're doing this. What am I going to say when I walk in there on Monday?" I shrugged, carried on typing. "Pretend you don't know me, or I was your pity friend? Dear Steve, I'm writing to offer my resignation. Please accept this email as my 2 weeks' notice, effective immediately." "Regards?" I queried. "Yours sincerely? Fuck you very much?" Chrissy snorted. "I'd go with the first one. Regards, Helen Jenkins." Message sent. Lowering the phone, I looked up, let out a long breath. I nodded confidently, paced in a circle a couple of times. Then my stomach began to tingle. My gaze flitted to Chrissy and, as it did, I felt the colour drain from my face. I think... Oh, shit, I'm going to throw up. She was on my tail faster than a whippet on acid. "Operation Bathroom, go, go, go!" I woke up the next day on the settee, my feet pressed into Chrissy's shoulder, toes frozen as they poked out of the blanket. I felt stiffness in my neck and pain in my head, and I had aches and muscles I didn't know existed in the human body. The worst had yet to come, however, as a moment later I remembered I was unfucking-ployed. Oh, shit.
Chapter 4. Hugo. Before I entered the house, I took a minute to face the sky and inhale the sense of nature swirling through the fresh air. It always calmed me. The damp soil from the sprinklers, the sweetness from the flowers. Here, safely beyond the locked gates at the end of my estate, it almost felt like I was free. Inside, I keyed in the alarm code and tossed my phone and keys on the glass table nestled beneath a 6-foot, oil-on-canvas portrait of the legendary Freddie Mercury. It felt good to be back, alone at last. I loved what I did, being in the studio, creating music, expressing myself. But I needed my own space, always had. I couldn't people for long, couldn't handle expectations, process others' wants and needs. It was a strange thing, my brain. It didn't cope well around others, and yet people fascinated me. I found their lives and stories intriguing. I studied their interactions, tried to learn from them, watched the way they moved and responded to one another. Ironically, I loved people. My mind and body just couldn't tolerate their proximity. I liked to see the best in everyone. I wished for a world free from ugliness and judgment, where every kid had the same chance to wake up as an adult feeling like they'd made it. Like I had made it, despite coming from the most improbable background. I knew too well what it felt like to be on the receiving end of hatred, to have people mock and sneer, point out your differences for no other reason than it made them feel good for a moment. I often wondered if they knew the harm that fleeting moment inflicted upon their recipient. Did they know their harsh word, their lack of compassion or acceptance, could result in an evening, a month, a lifetime of their target feeling like a worthless fuck? Or did they simply not care? After grabbing a scotch, I padded to my favourite spot, the terrace. I didn't drink scotch often, only when I needed to settle stirrings of nerves in my stomach. I didn't know why I'd been feeling them lately, though I had my suspicions. Still, I would worry about them another day. Pulling up a seat under the wooden gazebo, I propped my guitar against the table, set down my drink, and yanked my notebook from my back pocket. To me, a notebook felt like a friend, someone I could share my most intimate secrets and feelings with. Our relationship was synergistic and beautiful. The pages needed to be filled, as much as I needed to fill them, and I'd carried one with me for as long as I could remember. I had cupboards, drawers filled with them, stuffed with lyrics that would never see the light of day again, songs that would never be heard, memories too painful to share. I loved it here, this spot east of the infinity pool that appeared to fall into the rolling green hill below. As dark skies veiled the city, the moon shone just brightly enough to create the illusion of crystals surfing the delicate waves of the ocean ahead. Fuck, I was lucky. I never forgot that, even for a second. I had everything a man could ever want. More success than I could have longed for back as a lanky 12-year-old with a broken guitar, crafting rhythms in the damp air at the back of the garden shed. And there was no reason for it. No reason why I deserved this life, and the dude smashing his set at the local dive bar night after night didn't. I wasn't the best musician in the world. Hell, I hadn't even been the best act in my year of Next Up. There were thousands of artists with more talent and drive than me, scattered across the globe, that would never reach the level of success I'd seen. Why? Luck. Pure and simple. I slapped the notebook on the table, opened to the first blank page, and smoothed out the leather spine. I felt better already. Calmer. I preferred the dark. My pages lit only by the faint glow of the string lights above. I bit off the cap of my pen and spat it onto the large table, then waited for the words to come. Sometimes it took a while. Minutes, hours, even weeks. Other times they'd hit me like a knee to the gut in an unexpected and often inconvenient moment. Tonight, I knew what I wanted to say, and, more importantly, who I wanted to say it to. So I took a sip of the drink I probably shouldn't have poured, let the smoky flavors warm my throat, and poised my pen. Home. I want to go home. My head tipped back, eyes closed, as I took the dry air into my lungs. I spent almost all my time here, hidden away in the hills of LA when I wasn't out on the road, but I'd never called it home. Home wasn't a place. Certainly wasn't the house I grew up in, with two parents who'd never let me forget I was their greatest regret. On some level, I didn't think they'd meant to. Didn't think they were inherently bad people. They just didn't understand me. I could be difficult, and I knew it. But I couldn't stop it. Couldn't stop the shutdowns or the outbursts, or the weeks I'd spend mute and motionless in my bedroom. I'd had so many thoughts, so many emotions and fears, but I couldn't get them out. Still couldn't, without a pen in my hand. As my thoughts shifted, nudging the cobwebs of memories I'd buried at the back of my mind, I remembered the day I'd turned up at school with a black eye, courtesy of my mum. She hadn't given it to me out of anger, more despair, hopelessness. The day before, I hadn't been able to face school for the 4th day in a row. She'd come home from a night shift, likely dreading the act of having to wake me, and I hadn't surprised her. As usual, I couldn't move, couldn't speak. She dragged me upright on the bed, shook my shoulders. She begged and pleaded with me to snap out of it, told me the school were on her back about my absences. She'd started crying, helpless. Said, for what must have been the millionth time in my life, that she shouldn't have had me. Then started slapping and grabbing at my head and face, while continuing to cry. Her begs turned to yells, and I knew what was happening, was aware of every strike, every shout, but hadn't felt a thing. I had this uncanny ability to completely zone out, desensitize myself from my surroundings. When it was over, she sobbed some more, dragged her hands down her own face, and left. We didn't talk about it again until the next time, though my dad made a point of reiterating how selfish I was when he got home. Home. It wasn't home. You were supposed to feel safe and wanted at home. In that house, I felt like a burden, especially once Mum had started drinking and my dad upped and left. I felt like a punishment bestowed on a once loving couple who'd signed up for a normal kid and couldn't figure out what they'd done wrong to deserve me. I owned an apartment in New York that I rarely visited, a villa in Italy, and a house in London too, but they weren't home either. They were spaces, places to rest, hide. Still, there was one place I'd felt at home in my life, and lately I'd started to miss it. I'd started to need it. The music, it wasn't working anymore. It wasn't taking the thoughts away. I was reaching that notch in the never-ending circle. Remember that game we used to play? One where I'd guess what you would say? Now I'm sitting here in the dark. I want to go home. I strode into the studio the next day with purpose, stride long, heels bouncy on the cushioned floor. Upon seeing me, Marcel, a good man and the producer of this album, grabbed my hand, pulled me into him, and clapped my back a few times. I'd found it unnerving the first time it had happened, hadn't been sure how to respond. But it happened so regularly now, I'd come to expect it. "Hugo, my man, ready to light some shit up today?" I returned the gesture, clapped his back too. With time, effort, and a hell of a lot of observation, my social skills had improved with age. Yet they remained a conscious endeavor. "As always." I pulled away before shoving my open notebook into his chest. He smacked it with a palm, stopped it from falling, while I said, "I want to work on this. Got a melody worked up already, but it could do with some tweaking." He looked down at the pages, confused, eyes flitting between me and the lyrics. "The album tracks are all set. We're almost finished," he said, running a tanned hand through his choppy black hair. I pulled up a leather swivel chair in front of the mixing boards, took a seat. "I want to add this one." A thick sigh made his nostrils flare. I didn't like the look of it. "I want it, Marcel." "It's good. I like it." I sensed a but, and I was right. "But it's not commercial. It's not a single." He hadn't even heard the beat. "I don't care. It's important." He raised a brow, stared me out. He'd agree. I knew he would. It was why we worked well together, why I collaborated with him so often, and why I signed onto my current label after too long being pushed around by the management that owned Next Up. I didn't cope well with orders. Never had. I wanted, needed control. It wasn't an ego thing. I didn't feel more important than anyone else. I could only be backed into a corner so many times before a connection severed somewhere inside my mind, and the result was often terrifying. "If there's time at the end of our session today, you can show me what you got so far. We'll see if we can work something out. But this one can't be a priority, you hearing me?" I'm hearing a yes. "Got it," I said, raising a fist. Fist bumps were Marcel's thing. I'd learned early on in our friendship. He didn't leave me hanging, bumping my fist with his, and then he took up the seat next to me. "So, who is she then, huh? This girl you want to get home to? Anyone I know?" I exhaled with a stutter, dropped my gaze to my knees. I don't even know her. Not anymore. "Nah, no one you know." Within minutes, we were joined by the rest of the crew. Dalton, the audio tech, and Nicole, our sound mixer. I stood up then, backed myself into the corner, out of reach. I got on well enough with Dee and Nick, but they were colleagues more than friends. I wasn't entirely comfortable around them, didn't want them in my space. "Before I forget," Marcel called as I turned for my happy place, the isolation booth. "There's a meeting tomorrow, 4 o'clock. Big boss is coming in, wants you here." My stomach sank so far I felt the itch in my toes. "Sean?" Marcel nodded, and it ruined my day. Sean Wyatt, the big boss, was co-owner of my label, Why Not Records, along with his silent partner, Kevin Nottingham. I'd been signed to them for 4 years, and I could count on one hand the number of times I'd been in a room with either one of them. "Why 4 o'clock?" I asked, frustration tensing my shoulders. Marcel shrugged. "It's no big deal, H. It's just the annual check-in. Make sure you're getting what you need. Make sure they're getting what they need. It'll only take an hour." It was a big deal. "Can't they make it earlier?" He surrendered his palms. "I'm just the messenger, man." For fuck's sake. I rubbed the back of my neck, dug in until it started to smart. A little notice wouldn't have gone amiss. Nobody got any goddamn manners anymore. Marcel didn't understand. I couldn't expect him to. Tomorrow was supposed to be a day off. Now, in my mind at least, the entire day was booked. Knowing I had something scheduled for 4 p.m. that I wasn't looking forward to meant I wouldn't be able to relax until it was over. That no-big-deal meeting would haunt me for the rest of today. Only an hour would interrupt my sleep tonight, and it would leave me in a state of suspense throughout tomorrow. Fuck anxiety. And fuck Sean Wyatt. Thanks to Marcel's announcement, I needed a few minutes before we got started. I went ahead into the booth as planned, but for a while I just stood there, breathing in the silence. I needed to block it out for now, save the mental torment for when I'd finished work. I could do it. I'd had years of practice. A little later, headphones on, I closed my eyes. Let the building rhythm bleed into my ears. I pretended we were in the earlier stages of production, that my backing band were here, that the music in my ears was live, and the drums tapping, bass strumming, were vibrating under my feet as I counted myself in. My shoulders rolled, and fingers clicked with the crescendo of beats to what was undoubtedly the banger track of this album. And then I let it rip. Turn it up, lay it down, oh baby, come around. Oh so hot, oh so sweet, I just love your sound. The lights go down, I turn 'em up, oh let's get into this. I need a taste of it, your cherry bliss. See you there, your brown hair, softest cherry lips. Need it now, feel around with my fingertips. It's hot in here, cool me down with your summer rain. I want to take it all, give me the pain. I took Marcel's thumbs up as my cue to stop, and the curl of his index finger to come out. I thought it needed another shot, suspected my belt sounded too forced, but perhaps not if he needed me outside already. What's up? I nodded my head up as I leaned against the door jamb and tried to avoid eye contact with the new person in the room. H, this is Amber Key, Marcel announced. The woman waved. She's a new artist, recording in the studio next door. She just wanted to come and say hi. I'd never been great at disguising my facial expressions, so I knew Marcel would understand how annoyed I was with him by the daggers in my eyes. He knew better, knew me better. I did hope, however, that the new Amber Key hadn't noticed. It wasn't her fault she made me uncomfortable. I didn't like surprises, that was all. Needed predictability in my day, and that had been fucked up enough since I'd arrived. She walked forward, tall and oozing confidence on heels that rivaled the length of her calves. It's really great to meet you. Swishing the silken blonde hair that reached the middle of her back to one side, she leaned right in and kissed my cheek, letting her hand linger on my arm. Instinct pulled me back a couple of steps. She was far too close. I'd never known why, but contact, especially with people I didn't know well, irritated me, made anxiety bubble in my chest, prickled the tiny hairs on the nape of my neck. Now that she'd crossed that line, albeit unintentionally, all I could focus on was the need for her to leave. You too, I said. It wasn't, but age and experience had taught me that's what I was expected to say. Like I said, I'd become pretty decent at social interaction, though I preferred not to be blindsided, and given the choice I'd avoid it altogether. You should pop next door sometime, Amber went on. I'd really value your thoughts on my music. I became conscious of my fingernails scraping my palm. They did that sometimes, especially when I felt on edge. I shoved my hand into my pocket. That's what your producer's for. I thought I'd heard a hissing sound emerge from Marcel's direction, and when I looked, I noticed him wincing. Obviously, I'd said something wrong, but I wasn't sure what. Oh. Her cheeks flushed a little red. Right. Yeah, of course. Maybe we could go out sometime, grab a drink. No, thank you. I could tell straight away I'd said the wrong thing. She looked at me, brow curved, like I'd just pissed my pants right in front of her. It's nothing personal. I don't want to go out with anyone. Right, she said, yet she still looked confused. Guess I'd better get back to it. Thanks for dropping by, said Marcel, flashing his palm in a stationary wave. She left without saying another word, and once out of earshot, Marcel started chuckling. Oh man, you just crushed that girl's dreams. I felt my brow furrow. What do you mean? I'd been polite, hadn't I? She wanted you to like her, dude, Dalton piped up. She came in here to meet the Hugo Hayes. Probably couldn't believe she'd got to share the same air as you. And you, well, you were just you. Don't worry about it. What's that supposed to mean? Was I an asshole? Hadn't meant to be. Nah, man, Marcel said, still wearing that weird grin. Just a little curt. Like he said, don't worry about it. But I did worry about it. I would worry about it. I would never upset anyone intentionally. The conversation replayed in my head, and I started to wonder what I should have said instead. Let's get back to work, Marcel said, interrupting my imaginary conversation with Amber Key. I think we should try it again. Sounded a little strained on the belts. I knew it. Yeah, I nodded. I caught that too. Still troubled by the unexpected encounter, I shook my head, tried to toss the thoughts and torment to the back of my mind. No doubt I'd go over them again later, maybe tomorrow, next week, and on a random day 3 years from now. Session over, I engaged in obligatory pleasantries and exchanged goodbyes with the extended crew before heading home. Conversation came easier with Marcel and the others who I classed as my people, or those I spent a lot of time with, such as Ezra and my now manager, Drew. They knew me, mostly. Kind of. Life felt like a performance for everyone else. Since childhood, I'd found myself role-playing dialogue and potential scenarios in my head before entering new situations. It had got better, especially after hitting my 20s. Mostly, I could hold my own in a random, unforeseen conversation with a total stranger nowadays, without my brain completely shutting down, or my mind mocking how I'd handled it for the rest of the fucking month. You should have told her you'd love to, but you're really busy just now. And would a smile have hurt? Like I said, mostly. My people understood, now at least. They didn't take offense if I shrugged away, or think I was a conceited asshole if I said the wrong thing, or said nothing at all. The media thought I was arrogant. I'd seen the gossip columns and trending hashtags back in the day. I didn't look anymore. Social media and I had had a brief relationship early on in my career, which quickly ended when I became overwhelmed. It had seemed great initially. I could finally talk to people, take my time, consider my words, only communicate when I felt ready. But it was never good enough. I was never good enough. It felt like the entire world wanted my time, and they wanted it now, and if they didn't get it, they were awfully quick to tell me how badly I'd let them down. They'd turn on me, or even each other. I just wanted to share my music, my excitement at the incredible journey I'd begun. But instead, I'd found myself waist-deep in a cesspit of contrived drama and vitriol. Throughout my life, I'd made a conscious effort to steer clear of ugly behavior, and the fact it was occurring behind a screen made no difference. Truthfully, there were good people out there. Thousands, millions probably. Fans whose support of me was unwavering and empowering. I had seen some awesome comments online. I'd seen random members of a group that referred to themselves as Huguenots create cool collages, artwork, and poems. I'd watched them defend me to the ends of the earth against other equally random strangers who'd posted negative comments about my life or my music, which had felt weird, yet lovely at the same time. In fairness, the supporters likely outweighed the bad. Unfortunately, sunshine left fewer streaks on a window than shit. Bad had a way of sticking, of climbing inside my head and taking root in my subconscious. Personally, I didn't have the kind of mind that could process it all, separate the bad from the good. I was better off without it. The accounts were still up. As far as I knew, Drew took care of them or employed someone else to. Personally, I didn't have the kind of mind that could process it all, separate the bad from the good. I was better off without it. Speaking of Drew, I had a meeting with him tonight. It'd be nice to catch up, I thought as I made my way over to my car, which shone brightly under the California sun. The interior was hot as shit when I climbed inside, so I started her up and blasted the aircon for several minutes to avoid third-degree burns from the steering wheel. Once I'd set off, I switched to open windows, turned up the music. There was something about driving along the coast with the rush of the wind in my face. I didn't know what it was. I felt alive, free, like not a care in the world could find me. At the house, I headed straight for the shower. Well, a shower. Technically, there were 7 different rooms I could choose to take one in. The house was too big for one person. I didn't make use of most of it, tending to stick to the same couple of rooms and areas on a regular basis. Sometimes a feeling of what I recognized as loneliness fluttered inside my heart as I paced the colossal space. But it never overpowered me enough to request company. Loneliness felt better than awkwardness. Once clean and shaved, I ran some creme product through my thick hair while still damp, gave myself the usual deep side part, and let the air set the natural waves into place. I'd worn it in countless styles over the years, and every length from buzz to grazing my shoulders. Right now, I'd settled for a short look, with plenty of volume on top, which wasn't hard to achieve thanks to the loose curls I'd inherited from my mother. After painting my nails, all white except the middle fingers, which I swiped with magenta, I kept my outfit fairly low-key, pairing some pink slacks with a matching sweater vest on top of a white shirt. I rolled the sleeves up because the material felt too restrictive, and also because the pops of colour in my ink complemented the clothes. A couple of rings, a necklace, and a pair of Chelsea boots later, and I was ready to go. Despite purposely avoiding rush hour, the traffic thickened once I hit the freeway. It took me the best part of an hour to get to what Drew referred to as the decent part of Melrose Avenue. If I'd carried on driving a little further, just past the facade of glitz and glamour that hid behind the Paramount Studios, I'd be faced with the stark reminder that this wasn't the real world. Trash and graffiti littering the streets. Broken buildings and damaged souls were only a stone's throw away. And it was always that way. Los Angeles could create the perfect illusion when it wanted to. Insert stunning architecture and put up dazzling lights to attract the rich and beautiful people. Snapshot the perfect angles of Hollywood Boulevard and Beverly Hills for glossy magazines, while making sure to obscure what was happening around the corner. But take a peep over those carefully constructed billion-dollar walls, and you'd see the real people. The ones who'd lost everything. Or the people who'd lived and worked here all their lives and didn't get a fucking look in at the delights this city had to offer. The people most of us living our fake lives out here once were, until people started shoving a bunch of cash in our hands, and over we came, taking the best parts and keeping them to ourselves. I did what I could with all I had to offer, money. I, or someone in my team on my behalf, gave generously to charities. My name fronted several causes that I believed in. I didn't get involved personally, host charitable events or appear at fundraisers. As much as I wanted to, I couldn't be that guy. If I thought about it all too hard, it made me feel like a prick. So I shrugged the thoughts away as I pulled up outside the Golden Grove. The Golden Grove wasn't the fanciest restaurant in LA, but it was still exclusive enough to have a secure entrance and exit if needed, and the food tasted better than the posh places. It seemed the more expensive, the less you got. Still, I never understood why Drew insisted I come all the way out here, and we couldn't eat closer to the house. There were already 2 glasses of wine set out on our usual table when I reached it, alongside the leather-bound menus. I wouldn't need mine, since I only ever ordered the same thing, so I pushed it aside. "Hugo," Drew greeted, standing to clap my shoulder. We sat down together. Looking sharp, as always. The kink in his smile made me raise an eyebrow. Everything Drew said sounded like a come-on. He could have told me my dog had just died and made it sound sensual. "How's Stefano?" I asked, before raising the glass of wine to my lips, deliberately reminding Drew of his husband, who also happened to be my booking agent. It wouldn't help, wouldn't stop him flirting. It was who he was. Busy, beautiful. He paused to call a waiter with a click of his fingers. He's also managed to add another 4 dates to the tour and a guest appearance on the Ricky Burns show, which is why— Jesus, Drew! I huffed a long sigh, clanging my glass back onto the table. In 2 weeks, I'd be heading back to the UK to begin the 12-night leg of my tour. I had a love-hate relationship with being on the road. I lived for the stage, for the euphoric feeling of drums vibrating in my veins as the music swathed my body, feeding my soul. Yet the travelling, the cramped and sweaty spaces packed with people and incessant background noise, I fucking hated that part. But I accepted it for the trade-off. What I wouldn't accept was being lied to. You don't just add dates this late in the game, Drew. I'm not that naive kid straight off a talent show anymore. I've been in this business a long fucking time, so don't come at me with this bullshit and expect me to be okay with it. Baby, you know as well as I do it would only have played on your mind if you'd known. I felt heat gather around my neck, like hot flames licking at my chin, my chest. I tugged at my collar. That's not your decision. I'm your manager. It's absolutely my decision. I swear, I was 1 word away from tossing the fucking table and storming out of there. Well, I'm not doing a fucking talk show. The waiter appeared by our table then, expressing a professional ignorance to what he'd overheard. We're not ready yet. Of course, sir, he said before shuffling off. Drew, who'd had his menu open at the ready, snapped it closed. You like Ricky. I do. I don't like talk shows. I don't like being asked questions or cozying up to other celebrities and pretending to give a shit what they're talking about to get a laugh out of the audience. You know this. I'm not doing it. I'd done more than my fair share of those gigs in the past, back in the beginning when I was too young, green, and anxious to say no. I could still remember the sickly feeling of expectation. The seated members of the public waiting with eager anticipation for me to say something great in answer to a question I hadn't had the knowledge or time to rehearse for. Just the thought of it made me feel sick. Let me call Stefano, Drew began, reaching into the pocket inside his blazer. Meanwhile, under the table, my nails scratched furiously against my palm. See what other guests are booked on the show that night. Won't make any difference. He dropped his shoulders, huffed. You are overthinking this, Hugo. I'm autistic. There's no other kind of thinking available to me. For a moment, we simply stared at each other. Drew didn't call Stefano, and I didn't back down. Drew broke the silence first, seemingly by trying to steer me down a path of guilt. Your fans are desperate to see you. It's your home country. You wouldn't be here without them, Hugh. Don't you think you owe them a little gratitude? Motherfucker. I'm going to see them, on tour, on the dates I agreed to. I sat back in my seat, chewed my lip. He'd pissed me off now. Of course I knew I owed my fans. I may not have been great at interacting with people, but that didn't mean I didn't love them, appreciate them. I wouldn't have won Next Up without their votes, wouldn't have rocketed to the top tier of the industry without their backing, wouldn't have remained there without their ever-growing support. Screw you, Drew. You of all people know how hard that shit is for me. Despite Drew only managing me for 4 years, I'd known him since pretty much the beginning. Our paths had crossed at various events, shows, parties, and studios. The industry was like that, its own community of sorts. We'd been friends first, a little more at one point, and then friends again, and that's what we would remain, always. Manager title or not. Even when he royally pissed me off. He made a good manager, because he wanted the best for the Hugo Hayes brand, but ultimately for me. I also know what you're capable of, he replied with a knowing smirk. Fucking hated that smirk. It drew his thin lips up at one side, tugged on the brown eyes that looked out below his mussed side-swept fringe, which was starting to grey a little around the edges as his 40s loomed. Smug bastard. I hated the smirk because I knew he was right. Whatever he threw at me, I'd always got through it. Would always feel proud as shit afterwards. Didn't stop me feeling crushed to the fucking ground by the pressure beforehand, though. Look, let's eat, Drew said, placing his phone on the table. Your appearance has been confirmed with Ricky's team, and, as of an hour ago, tickets for the additional dates not only went live, but sold out. Now you've got 2 weeks to think about it. If it's still a no after that, I'll call in some unforeseen circumstances and hope the money we'll lose doesn't give me a heart attack. I scoffed, shook my head. Oh, he knew I'd think about it all right. Extra dates and a fucking talk show. He knew damn well I'd think about it constantly, over and over. He knew that I'd lie awake, conjuring potential questions that might escape the pre-agreed list, rehearse answers, and then convince myself I sounded like a fool. He knew that I'd obsess over how many members of the public they'd allow into the audience, whether they'd be interested in me, whether they'd be waiting outside and want photos, hugs, or signatures. He knew that I'd drive myself fucking insane. I'd given all the coping strategies and techniques a shot over the years. I'd done the deep breathing and the mindfulness sessions. I'd snapped elastic bands on my wrists, fingered fidget cubes and spinners, repeated affirmations, downloaded all the calming apps. I'd found most of them to be bullshit. It didn't help that I was a cynical son of a bitch by nature, I guess. Also, most strategies and interventions needed implementing before the anxiety reached a point of no return. I was nearly always too late, never recognized it building until it had incapacitated me. My body had its own ways of soothing itself, but I often wished it would forget what they were. Rocking from side to side, bouncing my leg, or scratching my palms might well have brought my heart rate down and made my vision less cloudy, but I was certain I looked like a fucking nut to those around me when it happened. In the end, I decided to ignore the topic of tour dates and interviews, which was usually my default response in these situations, and probably the reason I kept finding myself in them. Still, I found it difficult to look at Drew, or anyone, and kept my focus on the table when the waiter returned. I'll take the maple glazed bacon burger with sweet potato fries. Drew finished for me, winking. See? I know you, Hugo. You got this. I got a fucking headache, is what I got. Chapter 5. Hugo. California had trees. Other states had trees. Countries all over the world had trees. But no other place offered the same landscape as England. A forgotten fondness surged as I rested my head against the window of the plane, getting closer and closer to the country that had raised me. It looked beautiful, so fresh and clean, full of wonder and survival. I knew, of course, the reality was very different, that beyond the lush fields and thickets of trees were dense cities rife with the same troubled souls and shattered lives as back in LA. Still, I'd enjoy the illusion until I landed. Getting through the airport was relatively easy for someone like me. I didn't need to worry about bags or queues or any of the mundane shit that made trips laborious. People did that for me. I could never quite avoid the lines of photographers and screaming fans waiting for me to emerge through customs, though. I'd discovered a long time ago that publicists, people who fucking worked for me, were the ones responsible for leaking my whereabouts. I still didn't understand their reasons, no matter how many times Drew had tried to explain it. I hated it. "Hugo! Hugo, over here!" yelled a voice amongst 100 clicks. I smiled and nodded up the way I'd taught myself over the years. In the beginning, I'd put my head down, quietly terrified. I still hated it. My pulse still raced and my stomach still flipped, but I could pretend now. That was the difference. Teenage girls swamped the arrivals lounge. Paparazzi lined the exits. There was no escape. "Oh my God, Hugo!" "This way, Hugo. Give us a pose, Hugo." "Did you have a good flight?" "When's the new single dropping?" "Over here, Hugo. Daily Sun. Can we have a smile?" "Are you looking forward to the tour?" "Are you seeing anybody?" "Hugo, we love you." "Is it true you're dating Amber Key?" "I'm coming to see you perform. Please notice me, Hugo, please." "Can you just look this way, Hugo? Come on, Hugo, one photo." My lungs started to struggle, my breaths coming too quickly. I should have put my earbuds in. Damn it. They were too loud. Too many of them. I scratched at my palms. They were clammy, making my nails slip. I needed friction. I needed out of that fucking place. A small body appeared in front of me, making me stumble back a step. "Hugo, please, I love—" "Move back," Ezra ordered, wedging one of his giant arms between my chest and the overzealous teenage girl. She was tiny, no older than 14, yet big enough to make my heart stop when she almost grabbed my arm. Where were her fucking parents? After all these years, I still felt ridiculous referring to Ezra as my bodyguard, though I knew I'd be lost without him. He was on call whenever I needed him, but really, I thought his presence was only necessary at public events, tours, high-profile places, that kind of thing. Unfortunately, Drew thought differently. That wasn't a dig at Ezra. I'd never told him, but I considered him one of the most important people in my life. A friend, family. I felt extremely grateful when he'd agreed to leave my old label and join my inner circle independently, because I couldn't imagine forming a bond like I had with him with anyone else. Nevertheless, his constant shadow never quite let me forget that I wasn't a regular person anymore. With Ezra keeping the girl, who'd started sobbing, to one side, I carried on walking as swiftly as possible. I fixed my gaze onto a billboard outside the exit doors, focused on it, eliminating the chaos around me, and wouldn't take my eyes off it until I felt the fresh air beyond the doors hit my face. Jesus fucking Christ. It felt good to arrive at my house after spending the first night back in London at a hotel. I understood why it had to be that way, why we needed a cooling-off period to give the paparazzi enough time to get their exclusives, while my team brought their plans together to get me back here. But I liked my own stuff. I liked pillows that smelled familiar, sheets that weren't tucked into the mattress in a way that made me feel like I'd been taken hostage, couches with padded arms, toilet seats that only my arse had graced. I could have got it all and more if I'd asked. Plenty of others did, demanded even. However, it turned out being an arsehole wasn't mandatory to be a celebrity. It was simply a trait too many acquired along the way. "Need me to stick around for anything?" I'd almost forgotten Ezra was still here until his thick, low voice rumbled from the other side of the room. I stopped looking through the vinyls on my shelf, turned my attention to his huge frame. "I'm good. Cheers, Ezra." With a nod, he strode over, heavy boots thumping on the wooden floor. "You've got your panic button. Keep it close, yeah?" I tipped my chin. I knew the drill. "Sure thing. Have a good night." I wondered, as he left, what a good night actually meant for Ezra. He didn't really know anyone over here. He couldn't have nights out or time off. He was paid, essentially, to be obsessed with me, my whereabouts and well-being. He'd had a family once, a wife and 2 daughters, and I'd always suspected his job had played a huge part in their separation. He was away too much, spent more time with me than he ever could with his ex-wife. Right now, we'd only had a month's break since the stateside gigs wrapped up. Before that, the tour had made its way through Europe, Asia, and then on to Australia. 10 months he'd been on the road with me then, leaving his kids with only a buffering image of their dad via FaceTime. "It's what you pay me for," he told me 1,000 times, but I still felt a stab of guilt. I did pay him, and I paid him well, but I doubted I could ever pay him enough for what he'd had to put up with over the years. Ezra had been my bodyguard since I'd waltzed off the stage of Next Up as an elated and terrified kid who'd had no comprehension of what was about to happen to his life. In a lot of ways, I looked to Ezra like a father, though I was sure he'd deck me into next week if I'd said that to his face. He was, after all, only 12 years older than me. So, now I was alone in another one of my gratuitously massive houses, and I felt lost. "You got this, right?" I said aloud, answering my mind's voice as if it was sitting right in front of me. The trouble was, I hadn't sounded so convincing. I'd been here countless times before, right here in this house, days before a first show was due to begin, sinking into the white leather couch after selecting a record guaranteed to soothe my mood. Only, "Oh You Pretty Things" wasn't loosening the knot in my stomach today. As I hummed along with Bowie's Elastic Range, I felt tension rise in my shoulders. I shuffled further into the leather, cranked my neck side to side. I'd lived with anxiety since my earliest memory. The condition wasn't just familiar to me, it was intrinsically a part of who I was, embedded into my DNA. That's how I knew this feeling building inside me was something else, something more. Fuck. Getting up, I left Bowie singing to an audience of none and headed into the kitchen to pour a scotch I didn't need. Still, I drank it anyway before pouring another, and then decided it was probably easier to just take the whole damn bottle to bed with me. It was a bad idea, I knew from the start, but one I'd deal with in the morning. I'd stopped myself drinking before reaching the point of no return last night. The third glass was enough. Even that had me feeling rough around the edges. I struggled through a shower, brushed my teeth, and padded downstairs to the kitchen in my robe, bare feet slapping the tiles. I chugged down some water, hoping to flush the queasiness away. Didn't work, unsurprisingly. I knew better than to mix alcohol with new meds that I hadn't told anyone bar Ezra about. I had to let him know in order to get them on the fucking plane, seeing as I couldn't so much as fart without someone knowing about it. Ezra didn't really mingle with anyone else, didn't gossip or answer to anyone other than me. I could trust that he'd keep it to himself. I'd tell others, eventually. Drew knew my history, mostly. A couple of the other guys out here with me, too. It was no big deal. I just needed something to even me out before the tour restarted. This leg didn't feel the same, and I couldn't get over it. Something wasn't right. It would be, though. When I skipped up those steps and onto the stage this Friday night, the euphoria would heal everything. It had to. Today was a day off. Drew always worked at least one rest day into my schedule after having to endure a particularly long journey. I needed it. Needed the period of adjustment to regulate myself, mentally prepare. Even my ex-manager, Lewis, through all his faults, had established the same plan. He hadn't been left with a choice after seeing the way my brain reacted to being inundated with too much at once. Initially, he kept pushing his luck, pushing me, until something integral in my ability to function snapped inside my head. That weekend, I'd been flown from Los Angeles to London, on to Paris, and then Madrid, all within 4 days. I'd barely slept, hardly ate. With every flight, my veins felt hotter, my stomach grew heavier, my vision got blurrier. About an hour before I was due on stage one night, my body, unable to take any more, began shutting down. I lost my hearing first, my mind blocking out the sound of anything but my own pulse. Then I couldn't see. People approached, but my brain wouldn't allow me to look at them as it chose to focus on the tiny crack in the skirting board. I zoned out, rocked, left the earth, it had felt like, until someone touched me. I barely remember it happening, but the aftermath remained as fresh in my memory as if it had happened just that morning. Once I'd regained a level of consciousness, my forehead was black and swollen from where I'd hammered it repeatedly into a wall. The plaster of that same wall was dented, knee-height, which explained the pain I felt there. Finally, I fell to the floor and cried. In front of a manager I hated, runners I'd never met, hotel staff I didn't know. I sat there and fucking cried. I didn't perform that night, or for 2 weeks after, but it made Lewis take a harder look at my schedule. It also signaled the beginning of the end with that label. After that night, things were simply never quite the same. I had nothing exciting planned today. Probably nurse the headache for a bit, listen to some music, pen a few lyrics. If I felt like it later, maybe I'd take a stroll, enjoy the cool air. Late spring in London and late spring in LA could have been 2 different seasons entirely. I preferred the weather here. Being too hot irritated me, though it wasn't usually an issue with such easy access to AC. The view from the lounge window, as I sipped another glass of water, felt authentic. Despite the bright rays splaying through the gaps in the sycamore branches, there was still a gloom lurking. The sun played hide-and-seek with the clouds. Damp patches surrounded the shaded tree trunks. It was earthy here, so much brown and grey. Wood, bricks, pavement, soil. Everything and everybody was so shielded, hidden. The threat of rain was only ever a blink away. There was no pretense here. Nothing felt forced or faked. I liked that. The realness. Honesty. It made me question why I spent so much of my life elsewhere. It annoyed me that I knew the answer. Rattled me so much that I turned away from the window and ambled over to the armchair by the fireplace. I sat down, placed the glass on the side table, and leaned forward with my head in my hands. Tense fingers raked through my hair, scrubbed my face, fell down by knees. Fuck, I called to no one. I loved it here. That was never in question. But I could never stay here, because it was too close to the life I'd left behind. Too close to home. The home I'd run away from, and the home I was quickly becoming afraid I wasn't going to be able to stop myself returning to. The next day, it was back to work as usual, though pretty relaxed still. People and demands were brought straight to my door, so I didn't need to leave the house. I spent the morning signing merch for the tour, posters, programs, t-shirts, and then finalized the set list with Drew and Amy, my tour manager, over lunch. Can we work one last song in at the end? I asked, expecting the confused frown which tugged at Drew's lips. You haven't heard it. I've been working on it with Marcel for the new album next year. Amy's brow crumpled, and she clicked her tongue as she tapped the end of her stylus against the rim of her iPad. I don't know, H. We'd risk running over time. How long's the track? What song? Drew interrupted. 4:35, I said, bypassing Drew. What the hell, sure, Amy said. If you tone down the waffle between performances, which I don't think will be a problem for you, she added with a knowing smirk. I'd like to hear it first, though. No problem. We'll run it through in rehearsal Thursday. Drew slapped his knee. What fucking song? I reached over, danced my fingertips playfully up and down his forearm. Don't get jealous, baby. I'll write one about you soon enough. I'm your manager, pretty boy. I should know this shit. I sat back and chuckled. Shrugging, I said, Call Marcel. He'll send it to you. He tossed me a glower as he stood from the dining table. Reaching into the pocket of his jeans, he pulled out his phone and disappeared into the next room. Marcel wouldn't be impressed back in LA, being awoken at 5:30 a.m., and I let out another chuckle as I imagined him rolling over in bed to answer the phone, cursing Drew with all the names he could summon. "Hey, Amy." My voice came out as a hurried whisper as I edged my chair closer to hers, the legs screeching in protest against the tiles. I leaned in, not close enough to touch. "Can you arrange a couple of VIP entrances to the show on Friday?" She pulled that face again, clicked her tongue. "Shouldn't be a problem." Then what's with the face? Was I annoying her? Had she had a bad day? Was something going on that I didn't know about? "You're overthinking." Probably. Have I been rude again? "I'll call the venue, get them to you this afternoon," she added, interrupting the exasperating voice in my head. No, I need them delivering somewhere, in person." "Oh, sure." She tapped a couple of icons on the iPad, opened a document. "Who and where?" "Where?" I'm not exactly sure yet. Need to look her up. Except I didn't have a fucking clue where to start, or whether I even should. Not that it mattered. I was going to do it anyway. I'd started the process a couple of times over the years, but there was an unbelievable number of Helen Jenkins living in the UK. I could have put more effort in if I'd wanted, but the fact I hadn't found her immediately was the only sign I'd needed to convince myself it was a bad idea. Or, at least, it allowed me to lie to myself, believe that it wasn't my fault, that I wasn't a selfish prick, that I'd tried. Fucking bullshit, that's what that was. "Want me to find her?" My neck jerked back in surprise. "You'd do that? I don't have too much to go on anymore." She cocked her head, poised her stylus. "Hit me." I rubbed my hands, took a deep breath, then drummed the table while I gathered my memories. I rolled off all the relevant details I had. Name, mother's name, last known address, interests. It was all I had. And most of it could have, probably had, changed. "If you find her, she'll come Friday. She can bring a friend and have access all areas, especially to me after the show, okay?" Amy nodded. "Not a problem. I'll have to inform Drew, of course, and the rest of the crew, security." She rolled her hand in an etc. motion. "Sure, yeah, absolutely." A wave of emotion surged through my body. I wasn't sure I recognized it as it fueled my muscles with an unfamiliar energy. Unable to remain still, I pushed out my chair, paced the room. I felt excited, apprehensive, absolutely fucking terrified. Guilty. I definitely recognized that the moment my stomach started filling with a heaviness I didn't like. "Okay." Amy's voice provided a welcome distraction from thoughts that threatened to take me down. "I'm done here for now." Standing, she looped the long strap of her handbag over her shoulder and clutched the iPad to her chest. "Say goodbye to Drew for me, and I'll catch up with you tomorrow." I nodded, smiled. "Later, Ames, and thanks." I walked her out, closed the door behind her. Then I just stood there in the hallway, not thinking, not moving, sort of numb. It was only when Drew made an appearance, jacket folded over his arm, did I notice I hadn't gone anywhere. "There you are," Drew said, throwing his hands around in a fluster, as if he'd been scouring half the earth in search of me. "He told you to fuck off, didn't he?" Marcel wasn't a morning person. Drew looked astonished by the idea. "Wouldn't dare. He did say a final decision hadn't been made about this new track yet." I shrugged, unbothered. As long as I got to sing it Friday, I could live without it making the cut. "It's a great song," was all I said. "No doubt." Drew shrugged into his jacket, preparing to leave. "I'll be back later on tonight. In the meantime, get some water in you. Haven't seen you drink since 10 a.m. And I saw the whiskey tumbler in the sink." He stared at me in the exact same way my dad used to when I'd pinch pieces of chicken from the freshly cooked bird before Mum had served it for dinner. "Yeah, come on, Hugh. We're 3 days pre-performance. Stop fucking around. Right. Yeah, I said, my voice sheepish, gaze sweeping the floor. I stepped aside as he reached for the door. And steam your cords while you're at it. Drop of lavender. 20 minutes at least. I couldn't stop the huffing sigh that blew through my nose. I know, I'm on it. Jesus. He patted my arm, gave me a final admonishing glare. I hope so. Catch you later. I nodded, couldn't be asked speaking, then slammed the door behind him with a little more force than intended. I might not have excelled at social interaction, may have had problems controlling my emotions, but I didn't need reminding how to do my fucking job. There were no words to describe the moment right before running onto a stage. I'd had a taster yesterday during rehearsals and sound checks, but it couldn't compare. Tonight, the arena was alive, bursting with love, trembling with the screams of thousands of people. I loved it, breathed for it. The noise of the stage hit me differently. It was predictable, expected. I was in control up there. The atmosphere overflowed with passion. I ran out to a thunderous reception. Feet stomped, hands clapped, throats squeezed out yells, chants, and lyrics that were once only ideas in my mind. It was intoxicating, magical. I was immensely grateful to these people. They'd changed my life, and I always made a point of telling them as much at the end of every show. My concerts were always a spectacle of light and colour and fun, a representation of feelings I wished I could express in my everyday life. On stage, I could. The adrenaline transformed me into someone else entirely, someone who'd never known anxiety, never felt nerves, self-doubt or fear. I was a showman up there, my inhibitions tucked safely away behind the stage door. I lived for those moments. On the stage, arms stretched wide, chest open and welcoming to the masses of support and anticipation surrounding me. I felt powerful, proud. I felt like the man I'd always wanted to be. But tonight, you could strip all that away without carving the slightest dent in my exhilaration. Because tonight, only one person amongst the thousands before me mattered. Tonight, every song, every breath was for her. My best friend, the girl, woman I owed it all to. Tonight, I played for Helen. It's been too long, I yelled into the mic, speaking directly to her and hoping she knew it. My eyes searched for her face, unsurprised yet still disappointed when they failed to spot her. She'd be there. I knew she would. How are you doing tonight? The crowd went wild. Feet drummed harder, making the stage vibrate beneath my feet. Whistles blew and cries erupted. Voices yelled I love yous, and I could only pray that one of them belonged to Helen. With a smile that in that moment felt like nothing could ever erase it, I pushed the monitors into my ears, turned to Kendra on the drums, gave her the nod, a silent cue. The arena plummeted into darkness as she drove into an extended intro of Too Late Now. I'd flirted with many genres over the years, more so since I'd discovered creative freedom with my last 3 albums. Too Late Now was upbeat. It let the bass and drums lead the instrumentals and had a sort of soft rock vibe that pulled you to your feet. Strobes of pink and green crisscrossed the stage. I ripped open the tailored leather jacket, a look inspired by the magnificent Freddie Mercury, and the only item covering my chest, and shimmied over to Jay on bass guitar, who just joined in with the beat. Aligning myself with her, I allowed the music to possess my body, rolled my hips, let the move flow through to my shoulder, flexed my arm, and clicked my fingers to the rhythm. The feeling was everything. I danced forward, light on my feet, and took hold of the mic stand, tapping my foot while I waited for my turn. The crowd swayed and clapped, embellishing the melody with their own instrument. It sounded fucking amazing. Raising my hand, I counted down the final beats in the air until I could let go, until I could rip the vocals from my throat and bleed my soul onto the stage. I inhaled a long breath, waited for that first strike on the keys. 3, 2, 1. And I fucking went for it. The only word to describe how I felt at the end of a show, in the moments waiting backstage before the encore, was grateful. Hearing the crowd yelling for more, begging for it, it blew my mind every single time. "Hugo! Hugo! Hugo!" they chanted, while I splashed a little water on my flushed face. The heat from the lights was something you never got used to. I was exhausted, my muscles cramped and my bones ached. Yet the thrill was so incredible I could have kept chasing it for hours. After the thumbs up from Amy, I ran back out there, hooking my guitar around my neck. Again, the noise pulsed through my body from the ground up. "Want a little more, huh?" I teased into the mic, receiving the eruption of hysteria I'd been aiming for. "I've actually got something special for you tonight. Something nobody's heard before. You up for that?" I took the deafening cries and ocean of waving hands as a yes. I planned to make an introduction, dedicate the song, explain how I felt. But my throat seized with an unexpected lump of emotion. I cleared it and swallowed, turned away from the crowd for a moment, and pushed a stiff breath through pursed lips. With my eyes closed, I tried to zone out of my surroundings, mentally teleport to another world, another time where only Helen and I existed. Alone, together in her bedroom. Her kicked back on the bed, arms folded behind her head, while I performed from the makeshift stage, also known as an ottoman. I ignored the chants and cries from the arena, focused on the rapid thump of my pulse in my ears as I stroked the Sitka spruce top of my guitar. "Hear me, Helen. I'm sorry." I wasn't sure, even as I turned back around and my plectrum caressed the first string, whether I had my voice in check, but I carried on anyway. The whole night had been leading to this. I had to get it out. She needed to hear it. "Remember that game we used to play? One where I'd guess what you would say? Now I'm sitting here in the dark. I want to go home." Oh yeah, we would stay out all day. I'd hide out from the rain, and you would say, "I'll never leave your side, come what may." I don't like it here in the dark. I want to go home. I didn't usually return to the dressing rooms after a show, not unless I'd been talked into a meet and greet. Tonight, though, I had good reason for going back there. I didn't shower, though I needed it, in case I missed her. I freshened my face with a few cool splashes from the sink instead, patted it dry with a towel. I tried to relax in one of the bucket chairs, but my legs wouldn't stop bouncing, so I got up and inspected the flower arrangements. That got boring soon enough, so I fiddled with some of the makeup products that had been left behind on the dressing table. A little later, I flicked through some magazines, but didn't read a word. Finally, I checked my phone and noticed 20 minutes had passed, not 2 hours like it had felt like. I called Amy. "Where's Helen? Someone bringing her down?" I asked, before she could say hello. She's not here." My lungs stopped working, the inhale catching mid-breath. "What do you mean? She left?" "I mean, she never arrived. Her tickets weren't scanned in tonight." I nodded slowly, processing that. Helen hadn't come. She'd received the tickets, I knew that. Amy had found her, sent someone to hand-deliver them. She didn't live in the small town we'd grown up in anymore. She'd moved further south, down to Sevenoaks, somewhere closer to the action she'd always talked about happening in London. The city of opportunity, she'd called it. She always was the more outgoing of the two of us. It also meant she wasn't far from here now. So why hadn't she come? "I'm sorry, H," Amy added, which made me remember she, or anyone else in the world, existed. Seemed like she was important to you. Why hadn't she come? The same question repeated itself, over and over. She could have been busy, I considered. Working, maybe. I didn't want to think of the most likely scenario, that she probably detested me. Yeah, I said eventually, after realizing I hadn't spoken for a while. Cheers anyway, Ames. Could you, Fuck. I felt winded. It hadn't crossed my mind for a second that she wouldn't come, that we wouldn't just return to being best friends, as if we'd never been apart. Could you tell Ezra I'm ready to leave? I hung up straight away, knowing it was rude even as I hit the red icon, but I couldn't force another word from my throat. I'd been flying so fucking high an hour ago, and suddenly was hurtling to the ground so fast I was afraid of the damage when it hit. Frustration pulsed through my veins, thudded in my ears. Turning, I threw my forearms up against the wall, buried my head between them. Fuck, I didn't know what to do. My brain wasn't designed to cope with decisions, not without putting me through multiple rounds of mental torment and uncertainty first. I could take tonight as a sign that the past was gone. Helen had moved on, forgotten me. As she should. It was what I'd wanted for her all those years ago. Or rather, I'd given her that, whether I wanted it or not. Fuck. I didn't know that, though, and the what-if would torture me. I could try again, I thought. Send more tickets. Keep sending tickets like a qualified fucking stalker. Write her a letter, perhaps. I needed her. My head wasn't working right. I kept waking up with the dreaded heaviness in the pit of my stomach, and I couldn't figure out why. Life was good. Things were going well. But I was still breaking, falling. Why? Why now? Helen would know. She always did. She'd always known what to say, when to say nothing at all, when to just hold me. She'd tell me what to do. I fucking missed her. I'd always missed her. And I needed her, because I was a selfish son of a bitch. Hey, Ames? The phone seemed to have made its way to my ear, Amy's number dialed and ringing, before my mind had even registered what was happening. Can you get me Helen's address? You know, the one where you sent the tickets. The words rushed out, and then I held my breath, praying she wouldn't feed me some bullshit about GDPR or me being an obsessive creep. Who the hell is this girl, H? I've never seen you this bothered about another human since, well, ever. Pointless conversation irritated me, but I'd learned it wasn't polite to show that. An old friend, I said, hoping that was enough to satiate her curiosity. So, can you? Sure, I'll text it over. It's public info anyway, listed on company's house. She owns a business. She does? I wondered briefly what it could be, then felt my lips melt into a smile. I'd have bet my life she was involved with something creative, the arts or fashion. I miss her. Cheers, Ames. See you soon. But not as soon as I'd see Helen again. If she didn't tell me to sling my hook.
Chapter 6. Helen. Looking out of the window, I imagined if my taste buds had feelings, they would mirror the drizzling weather. Miserable. My tongue rolled the broccoli around in my mouth, and I was glad I didn't have company when my lips started smacking together in an effort to assess the taste. Ugh. It tasted exactly like I'd suspected. Green. Like earth and leaves, with just the right amount of bitterness after each bite to make me want to gag. Sod that, I thought, shoving the rest to one side on the plate that rested on top of my knee. I'd tried it, like I'd promised Zack, even swallowed it. He couldn't demand any more from me. Well, he could, but when it came back up again, he'd be receiving the contents in a Ziploc bag through his letterbox. As quickly as I could, I forked a piece of chicken, Breaded, of course, and bit into it to erase the taste of garden from my mouth. The rest of my meal was within my calorie budget for the day and consisted of food that didn't make my tongue want to cry. I'd lost 2 pounds this week and remained utterly focused. The week had begun brilliantly once I got the awkward, "sorry for the drunk quitting my job email, but I'm still quitting my job" meeting out of the way with my boss. Motivation like I hadn't felt in years, if ever, blossomed in my chest. My mind felt like it could burst with ideas and plans for the future, and my body, finally, felt raring to go again. Yep, focused, that was me. It hadn't changed when I saw on Twitter that Hugo had landed back in the UK for his tour. That didn't bother me at all. That wasn't why I'd bought almost every buy-one-get-one-free deal the supermarket had on multi-pack chocolate that afternoon, or 2 24-packs of cheese and onion crisps. That was simply because it had been so long since I'd been on my diet that I'd forgotten my head was back in a healthy place. I mean, I did buy broccoli too. I'd stayed focused even when Hugo's face popped up on my DVR, reminding me that it was set to record the Ricky Byrne show, as it did every Saturday, only next week's star guest happened to be my ex-best friend. My throat only tightened because I'd been tired from working so hard, trying to tie up all my loose ends before my notice was up. I only ordered the takeaway because I'd worked extra late that day and really was too exhausted to cook. And I hadn't eaten it all. I was still focused. I even managed to keep my focus when a random dude appeared at my front door 2 days ago. He'd confirmed my name before handing me an envelope containing 2 VIP tickets for Hugo's next show and 2 more tickets that were to be exchanged for backstage passes. I remember watching him walk away, seeing him climb into a shiny black Merc, but can't actually recall if I spoke back to him. I think I just stood there for a while, at the open door, staring out onto the street. Not because I'd lost focus or my mind had been thrown into irrational turmoil, but because I'd felt suddenly too hot. Summer was coming, that's all. It made no sense that, according to the app on my phone, the rain outside was going to continue for another 2 days, because I'd felt a little hot ever since. Flustered, uncomfortable. In reality, I was only lying to myself. The conversations playing out in my head, the excuses being created, were the things I would have been saying to Chrissy if I'd had the balls to confide in her. But I didn't. Eventually, several minutes after the Mercedes drove away, I remembered how to move and took the tickets into the kitchen, stuffing them to the back of the crap drawer where I planned to forget they existed. That plan had been as successful as the one to eat a full portion of broccoli. From that moment, that kitchen drawer might as well have been sprayed in neon paint. It stood out from all the others. I felt it looking at me whenever I walked in the room. It made me nervous, as if it contained an unstable pipe bomb that might detonate if I closed the dishwasher a little too harshly. I didn't dare go near it again, couldn't bear to see the contents. Read his name, see his face faded into the background behind the printed text. I was focused, completely and absolutely, on Hugo friggin' Hayes, and I hated him for it. Why now? What was he doing? A nice gesture? Bit of fun? Was it even him, or had his manager had some spares lying around? I felt confused and angry, desperate to see him and desperate to forget we'd ever known each other. I'd spent too long mourning him 8 years ago, and too long reliving it all over again when I lost my mother. I wouldn't do it again. I couldn't. And that's why, tonight, those 2 seats would be empty. I didn't remember falling asleep, but a knock on my door startled me so much that my body jerked awake with a throat-ripping snort. Attractive. No wonder I was single. Squinting through one eye, I made out the time in the corner of the TV. It was after midnight. Who the hell knocked on doors after midnight? Deciding it was probably a takeaway courier with the wrong address, I closed my eyes again, too comfy to get up off the settee and make my way to bed. They knocked again. "For God's sake," I said through gritted teeth. My arm dropped off the edge of the settee and my hand landed in something cold and sticky. Oh, what the... Rolling over, I looked down at the remnants of my chicken dinner from earlier. It served me right, I told myself as I pulled my gravy-coated fingers away, for being a lazy cow. Another knock. "I'm coming!" I barked, swinging my feet onto the floor. "Jesus!" I plodded over to the door like a zombie, keeping my sticky hand in the air, fingers curled like a set of claws. With the other, I twisted the key and pried the door open, but didn't remove the safety chain in case I ended up as the victim in a Netflix murder documentary. With a disgruntled huff, I peered out into the open gap. I didn't order any... Hugo. I slammed the door closed. I didn't mean to, or maybe I did. It happened instinctively, like a reflex. For 8 years I'd thought about him, held imaginary conversations with him, longed for him. I'd watched him bring joy to millions, the kind of joy he used to give only to me. I'd only been able to see his smile on a screen, hear his voice through a speaker, all the while wishing I could feel his fingers in mine just once more, inhale the scent of him so I could remember not to forget it. And now, he was here, at my door, right there in the midnight darkness getting soaked by the spring rain, and I couldn't bear it. He knocked again, and I felt it against my forehead, which was now pressed against the door. We were separated only by a bit of wood and PVC. Our skin was almost touching. I could practically feel him as I imagined the door disappearing and his hand making contact with my face. "Helen?" It felt like I couldn't breathe, but I knew I was because I could hear it, loud and fast. My mouth had dried. Jaw wouldn't close. "It's pretty wet out here." Right. Rain. He was outside. I was inside, which is where he wanted to be. Door. Open the door. Fuck. With a deep breath, I slid the safety chain across and prepared to stare the cause of my 8 years of grief and disappointment in the eye. The scene seemed to play out in slow motion, like I was watching it happen to someone else in a movie. As the door opened, Hugo lifted his chin from his chest, moulded his lips into a small smile. My smile. "You got old," I said, hating that the last word cracked as it left my mouth. His head cocked with a silent chuckle. Truthfully, of course he looked older, but he was still undoubtedly Hugo. He'd filled out a little in the chest and upper arms, though still a slight man, slender. I didn't need him to strip out of the floral suit he was wearing now to know how toned his tattooed body was underneath. I'd seen it enough times on social media. I only realised I still hadn't invited him in when he started rubbing his hands together. "Sorry, I stepped to one side, extended my arm. "Thanks." The atmosphere felt so formal, awkward. He looked like my Hugo, yet it felt like a total stranger had just walked straight into my living room, Chelsea boots slapping against my scratched laminate floor. Flustered, I rubbed my hand over my flushed face, regretting it instantly. Oh, shit. "What's wrong?" Hugo cut himself off after spinning around, his eyes narrowing as he studied my face. "What is that?" I tried to hide it with my other hand while I rushed to the kitchen, but there wasn't much point. He followed me, watched me intently as I grabbed the kitchen roll and started scrubbing at my cheek. "Hours-old gravy," I admitted. "There was a plate. I wasn't expecting you. It's..." I stopped talking when I caught him grinning. He seemed to be enjoying something about the sight in front of him. He stepped closer, leaned in, his face inches from mine. My body froze.
Is that broccoli?
He said the word with amazement, like he still knew me. How could he? We were strangers now.
You know, I've heard if you cook it with a little oil, it makes it easier to scrape in the bin.
I couldn't see my face, so I checked out my sticky hand instead. Sure enough, there were flecks of green poison dotted on a couple of fingers. I'm on a diet, I said, sidestepping away from him to get to the sink. I used the cold tap to wash my hands, relished the coolness on my overheated skin. I dampened some more kitchen roll and patted my face. It didn't offer as much relief as I'd hoped.
You don't need to be. You look beautiful.
Damn it. In my head, I was angry with him. I wanted to yell and scream, maybe even punch him. He left me. Didn't even call. He couldn't just come back and say sweet things like we were 18 again. But I'd left him too. I'd stayed. I'd gone to university. I hadn't stuck by his side, kicked his foot when he needed it, like I promised. I couldn't look at him, eyes locked on the sink. Don't flatter me, Hugo. It was all I could think of to say, and a pretty pointless thing at that. Hugo didn't say things he didn't mean. His brain didn't work that way, though I wondered if he still had rain in his eyes because I did not look beautiful at midnight in crumpled work clothes, with smeared makeup, hair escaping from my bobble, and half a chicken dinner over my face. I caught his reflection in the kitchen window, which acted like a mirror under the halogens. Our eyes met. We stared at each other, but neither one of us moved. 1,000 questions fired like bullets in my head. One after the other they kept coming, creating a band of pressure that felt like it could crack my skull any moment. Yet, when I parted my lips, no words came out.
How've you been?
He asked, his voice calm and polite, like someone would be if they were making idle chit-chat with the old lady behind the post office counter. I scoffed, shook my head, couldn't help it. Great, I said, equally polite, and maybe a little pissed off. With him, myself, I didn't know. You? As if I needed to ask. The whole fucking world knew how he'd been. We got daily updates on Twitter trends. I broke eye contact because it hurt to see him, but I heard him sigh. That hurt too.
Turn around, Helly.
With a single word, he'd made my heart stop beating. Helly. He'd been the only person to ever call me that. He'd invented the nickname in primary school, and I smiled as I remembered the proud grin he'd worn the first time he used it. Helen Helicopter. Being 7 or so, I took offence and pushed him into the play tyres behind our classroom. Soon enough, my smile faded, though I did turn around. You stop calling. He dropped his head, appeared to focus on the tip of his shoe making circles on the tiled floor.
I know.
I called you. I kept calling. I worried about you. And then your phone stopped working. Next thing, you're this mega-famous pop star and became completely inaccessible to me. Believe me, I'm really afraid of sounding like a clinger on here, but fuck me, Hugo. I thought we meant everything to each other. The words wobbled and broke on my lips, and as soon as I'd said it, I felt like a pathetic and desperate loser, no better than the parasites from our old town chasing their 5 minutes of fame by selling out stories about him to anyone who'd listen.
You were,
he said, voice heavy and insistent as he took a step forward.
You are.
His arm reached out and my gaze followed his hand. It rose towards me, hovered by my face, so close that I could smell the damp rain on the cuff of his blazer, and then he dropped it.
It happened so fast. So many demands, so many people, places. I
watched his eyes close and his expression crumple. He swallowed hard, chewed his bottom lip. It had hurt him too. I wanted to be pleased about that, but all I felt was greater sadness.
I switched off, Helly. Zoned you out. It was the only way I could keep going. My head, it couldn't process all those emotions at the same time. I couldn't.
I cut him off by leaping forward and enfolding him in my arms, just like before, like I always had whenever he'd felt this way. Hugo didn't need to explain how his mind worked. Not to me. I understood the torment it could put him through, and my arms had always provided a safety net when he couldn't escape his own head. What hurt the most in that moment, Hugo close, reunited at last, was over the last 8 years, I'd never even considered those arms would be the thing he'd need to escape. He clung to me like he would drop and die if he didn't. His fingers gripped the back of my shirt, pulled me tightly into his chest. His face buried itself deep into my neck, and he breathed heavily into my skin.
I left because I was selfish. I came back because I'm still selfish.
I wasn't sure what that meant, but right then, I didn't care. My fingers combed up through his thick, wet hair, and I kissed the top of his head. The dampness of his clothes seeped into mine, and together we remained embraced in a cold, clammy hug that couldn't possibly last long enough. "I've missed you," I whispered, inhaling the scent of spring rain, floral cologne, and a smell I recognized instantly as him.
"I've missed you too."
He pulled away and cut my face, used his thumbs to dry my cheeks. I wasn't sure if they were damp from his hair or if I'd been crying. Maybe both. When his arms dropped to his sides, my chest swelled with emotion, making my breath stutter. "Are you leaving?" I wasn't brave enough to ask, too afraid of the answer.
"I don't suppose you've got anything I could change into?" he asked, pulling on the lapels of his blazer. "Before the hypothermia sets in?"
His smile brought out my own, leaving me safe in the knowledge he planned to stay, for now, at least. I took him upstairs and showed him to the bathroom while I rummaged for some clothes. I managed to find a T-shirt that had belonged to an ex, but he'd have to make do with a pair of my trousers. Somehow, I didn't think he'd mind. Although I wasn't rocking it at that moment in time, I had great style. After changing into some pyjamas, I strolled to the bathroom with a selection of clothes draped over my arm. "Hugo?" I'd expected a reply through the door, not for him to open it and face me dressed only in a towel and steam from the shower. I sucked in a gasp, which I hoped wasn't obvious. I have this." I handed him the T-shirt. "But the rest is my stuff. Pyjamas or trousers?" I tried to make eye contact. Really, I did. But his body was right there. The last time I'd seen him this exposed, in person at least, his torso had been pale and flat, and the only ink marking his skin was the small swallow below his left collarbone. It was still there, only now the little bird sat on a large bed of black and grey roses that extended across his toned chest. Below, what looked like a moonlit ocean had carved into his abdomen, shades of grey dipping and swirling in and out of the defined muscles. The trousers are the wrong cut for you, but they'll, fit well enough for lazing around in. I can alter them before you go, if, your others aren't dry." I turned into a mumbling mess. I tried to disguise the nerves, forced a smile that I suspected made me look like my lips were made out of plasticine.
"These are great."
His voice yanked me back to reality. I hadn't even noticed him remove the pyjama bottoms from my arm.
"Very you, Helly,"
he added with a grin. He'd said it again, like he knew me, which threw my guard back up. He sounded like my Hugo with his familiar, lulling northern drawl, but I just couldn't bring myself to trust that he was. He went on to pull the cherries and ice cream pattern material over his legs under the towel. I averted my eyes. It seemed like the polite thing to do, which felt strange, unnatural. Hugo and I were never polite.
"I took a shower," I should have asked first. I didn't think until I was already in it.
It's fine, I said, smiling at the familiar awkwardness. Such a small thing, but it felt reassuring. Normal. He felt like Hugo. Downstairs, I made him some coffee, which I kept in stock for visitors, and poured myself an orange juice. On the settee, he gave me a look when I took my first sip, a look that told me he wasn't surprised my tastes hadn't changed. We sat sideways, facing each other. Hugo's hair had dried, his dark waves lying soft and bouncy on top of his head. I couldn't help remembering when he used to lie across my knee, and I'd comb my fingers through it while we talked about anything and everything.
Your house is nice. You've done well for yourself,
he said before bringing the mug to his lips. Are you taking the piss? I eyed him over the rim of my glass. He looked confused. It's a 2-bed semi with no carpet in the spare room and mould under the bathroom sink. Where are you heading back to tonight? A gazillion-pound mansion? Every so often, flashes of anger kept creeping up on me. It wasn't fair, I knew it, but I couldn't stop it.
I haven't forgotten where I came from, was his answer. My houses, my life.
He broke off for a moment, shrugged. He almost looked ashamed, and it turned my anger to guilt in an instant. I knew what a hard time Hugo had reading people's emotions. Autism didn't go away. It wasn't an illness, though I supposed he'd had the same amount of time as any of us to develop and grow. Maybe he'd got better at it. Still, I needed to get my shit together, decide how I felt, who I blamed, whether I needed to blame anyone at all.
It's just luck. You've worked for this. I won mine.
My head shook. I refused to believe that. I know you, Hugo. There's no way you haven't worked your arse off for everything you have.
Sure, I work. I give it my all. But the level of payoff I get... It's fucking fantastic, of course it is, but it's extreme, and I don't deserve it over anyone else.
There he is, my Hugo. My gaze wandered to his mouth, to the slight smile tugging gently at his lips. You got your tooth fixed, I noted. I'd known anyway from the hundreds of photos I'd seen over the years, but it felt good, unbelievable, to be able to say it to his face.
Yeah.
He laughed, likely at the memory of how his front tooth had broken in the first place. We'd been out exploring as 11-year-olds do. Tried to climb a tree. Rather, I tried to climb a tree and my fat ass snapped the branch. Hugo ascended in an effort to rescue me before it gave way completely. But he was too late. I crashed down right on top of him, my knee colliding with his face.
You know, I really wanted to cry when that happened. Don't think I've ever told you that.
Really? My jaw dropped. You were such a tough guy.
Exactly. I couldn't let you think I was a wimp. But fucking hell, your knees have some fucking power in 'em.
It's the risk you take climbing up a tree behind a fat girl, I said, chuckling. He didn't like that. He never had.
You weren't fat, Helen. Stop it.
In fairness, he was probably right. I'd have sold my soul to hop on my scales in the morning and see the weight of 11-year-old Helen flash up on the screen. For a while, we reminisced about the old days, purposely avoiding the bad parts. We discussed school, people from our old town, music we used to listen to, movies we'd watch. My mum came up and I saw genuine sadness in Hugo's eyes when I told him she'd passed away. My mum had loved Hugo as much as I had, thought of him like the son she'd never had, until he left. Broke my heart. I never actually told her how much it had hurt, but she knew anyway, somehow. She didn't talk about him much after that, which I omitted from my conversation with Hugo. After a couple of hours, it started to feel like we'd never been apart. My cheeks ached from smiling and my belly hurt from laughing. I'd long forgotten that I looked a mess or that I was sharing my settee with a world-famous musician. It was just me and Hugo, best friends, until the bottom fell out of my heart. He'd have to leave soon. He couldn't stay forever. Would he leave? Forever? Again? Why did you come back, Hugo? Really? Were you just this side of the pond and fancied a trip down memory lane? There it was again, that anger. Damn it! He'd said it was because he was selfish, but what did that mean? My question blew the invisible cloud that had been lingering above us since his arrival wide open. The atmosphere changed in an instant, as if the roof had evaporated and flooded our surroundings with the dark, wet skies. The smile I loved fell from his face. He shifted in his seat, set his third empty mug down on the coffee table. "Because I need you," he said, which didn't explain a thing. "And that makes you selfish?" He scoffed, looked away. "I abandoned you, Helen. What you said before, how much we meant to each other. It's the truth. I know I don't always read people that well at first, but not with you. You know that. I'm not a fucking imbecile." "I know that," I interrupted. "Bloody hell!" Hugo Hayes was one of the smartest people I knew. It tore into me to think he thought I'd assume otherwise for even a second. "I was under no illusion you'd be hurting. Hell, I knew you were. I got your voicemails, listened to them over and over. But I cut you off anyway. I'd go to call you and my manager would tell me there was no time. I'd ask if I could go see you and then be whisked off to the other side of the fucking world. And it hurt, Helly. I was hurting too, and I couldn't fucking deal with it." He stood up, tore at his hair and walked to the other side of the room. I thought about joining him, holding him, telling him he didn't have to explain. But I needed him too. I'd spent too long wondering what had happened, if I'd done something wrong, if I'd lost him. Not just physically, but the real him. He blew out a breath, dropped his head. "I shut out things that hurt. Always have. You were hurting me and you had no idea. You were hurting me just by existing." He risked a glance my way and his eyes met mine. I saw the pain in them as they glossed over, the years of guilt and regret. "And it wasn't your fault, Hel. It wasn't even the labels, the manager's fault. It was mine. I can make all the excuses in the world, say how young I was, how naive and stupid. I could blame the autism, the anxiety, depression. But, truthfully, I should have taken a stand and learned how to say fucking no." Shit, Hugo. I'd always known what to say to him, but I had nothing. Were they excuses? I hadn't been there. I couldn't know. Would Hugo have hurt me on purpose? No, he wouldn't have. I believe that with my whole heart. You were on your own. I should have been there. He should have had parents that gave a shit. He had nobody. "I'm not now," he said with a small smile, like he was trying to reassure me. I guess I just don't want you thinking I turned up tonight because I've got no one else. I have. Last few years I've had great people around me, folk who understand me, look out for me." That felt good. It seemed obvious, too, on reflection. You could hear it in his music, see it in his style. I doubted a stranger would have noticed, but I'd always seen the discomfort in the eyes of the pop star puppet parading around the stage at the start of his career. "I'm glad." He returned to the settee, sat on the edge. "To answer your original question, I came back because, despite the people I have, they're not you. Shutting you out was never going to be a long-term option. You were always in here." He tapped the side of his head, talking to me, calling me, telling me to quit being a dick. The longer I stayed away, the harder it became. You'd had longer to forget about me, to move on, make a life for yourself, to find a reason not to forgive me. But deep down, I didn't want that for you. I wanted you to still be here waiting, for me to be able to turn up and take you out and we'd hit it off like nothing had happened.
That's why I'm selfish, Helen. Because you deserve the fucking world, yet all the way here I prayed your life hadn't moved on at all. Well, he'd got his wish. Here I was, 8 years later, still pining after him. I'd had a couple of boyfriends, nothing too serious. I'd just quit a job I hated, hadn't travelled the world or found the cure for cancer. I lost 5 stone, I announced, feeling the sudden need to brag about something. Well, 4, because I put some back on, and I got fatter after you left, so you won't even notice the loss. But it's there, so... Hugo chuckled, shook his head and flashed me a wide smile. You're fucking incredible. It's been said on occasion, I said with a smug grin. For the record, I've been happy. My life wouldn't be different no matter what you'd wished for. Sure, I felt hurt, angry, confused at why you traded me in for superstardom. Helly, I'm talking. But it wasn't just you. You going off on your own wasn't the plan we made. I was supposed to be there, by your side, all the way. You needed to go to uni, Helly. It was your dream. I know, and I'm glad I did it. What I'm saying is, we both put our dreams first for a while. There's no blame here. I tried to find some for a long time, but it's not there. I think we need to accept that life took us in different directions for a while, but it doesn't have to mean we stop caring about each other. Christ, Helly. Hugo turned his head, tried to hide his eyes which had reddened around the edges. And you leaving didn't stop me moving on. Not really. I've had relationships. I started a business. Not everything worked out, but that's life. For us mere mortals, anyway. I teased. You know how excited I was for you when you won the show. You deserved it, and I've never changed my mind about that. I'm happy for the life you've got, truly, and I'm happy with mine. I reached out to take hold of his hand, but ended up scooting closer when I saw his expression crumple into sorrow. I corrected my mistake immediately. I'd been able to read Hugo's mind before I could read words in books. He was an overthinker, a literal thinker. That doesn't mean it's not an even happier life with you in it. I don't have a word for what I'm feeling tonight. I honestly never thought I'd see you again, not in person. Right. He cocked a brow when realization hit. Imagine you've seen me around. You could say that. His nose scrunched and he huddled forward. Was that, I don't know, weird for you? He sounded genuinely curious. Are you kidding? It was bloody insane. You were just Hugo, my best mate, and suddenly your face was everywhere. I'd drive to work and your voice would start coming out of my speakers. I'd overhear people talking about you in random places. Weird. It is surreal. I don't feel like that guy, you know. The guy everyone talks about, the one whose face lights up Times Square sometimes. I still feel like the kid in high school, your best friend. You still act like him too. I'm glad you're here, I told him, feeling grateful that, even after all these years, the friend I'd known and loved didn't appear to have changed. I squeezed his hand, locked my fingers with his. It felt like they'd never been apart, and I didn't want to let them go. Ever. My body betrayed me by yawning, my jaws stretching wide and refusing to loosen for a good 5 seconds. I checked the clock, saw 4 a.m. approaching, and wished stopping time was as simple as taking a hammer to it. You'll need to leave soon, I guess. My heart sank as soon as I'd said it. I suppose you have a driver outside or something? I felt bad then, imagining the poor guy waiting outside in the cold all this time. I should have invited him in, or at least taken him some coffee. I drove myself. Being famous is not like the movies make out, you know. Sometimes you might want to prepare yourself for this. I even wiped my own arse. Laughing, I slapped his chest.
How was I supposed to know? The closest I'd ever been to a famous person was being in the queue behind the actress who played Bet Lynch in Coronation Street in Matalan one time. I bragged about it for days afterwards.
I don't need to be anywhere just yet.
As he said that, he sprawled back into the settee cushions and extended his arm.
Can I hold you, Helly? Just for a little bit?
It sounded like a dream. The words, the tone of his voice. Part of me became afraid that I'd never woken up on the settee earlier, that I was still there, deep in slumber, that in a few hours I'd wake up with my hand in that sticky gravy, and Hugo would still be nothing but a haunting memory. I'd like that.
Chapter 7. Hugo. Pins and needles in my arm roused me from sleep. Eyes still closed, I flexed my fingers a little, but I didn't move. I stayed still, despite the stiffness in my legs and the ache in my neck, feeling Helen in my arms. I'd never been more at ease. Somehow my body knew whose skin was warming mine, and it accepted it without question. Helen felt like the password to the hard drive that was my brain. She unlocked it all. My ability to love, be loved, be touched, held, content. My eyes finally opened when she moved against my chest, snuggled closer, still sleeping. She looked so beautiful, peaceful. I wondered what thoughts and dreams were dancing in her head as I teased the band that was barely hanging on from her hair. I worked it onto my wrist before combing through the silky strands. They were redder than I'd remembered. Aged mahogany woven with wisps of gold. Still as soft, just as calming. Ow! Until my fingers caught a knot. What the hell? Startled, she shot up into a sitting position, rubbing at the back of her head. Then her weary, half-open eyes saw me sitting there, and her cheeks rose with a smile. Sorry, I said. I hit a snag in your hair. As if the last 8 years had never happened, she lay right back down, rolled onto her back until she was face up on my lap. There'll be more than one in there. I imagine there are less tangled birds' nests outside than in my hair right now. I rested a hand on her belly, on top of her pajama top, and couldn't believe how natural it felt. A friend of mine in Malibu's got a bird. It's really cool. Talks. Yeah? I've never been to Malibu. If I could have, I would have scooped her up and flown her over there right now. I wanted to show her everything. Give her the entire fucking world. My mum and I went to Corfu for my 21st. Then I visited Amsterdam with my friend, Chrissy, a couple of years ago. I imagine you've been all over. Her green eyes stared up at me, sparkling with wonder and curiosity, and only a tiny bit of crust in the corners. Using my thumb, I gently swiped the morning gunk away. Wow, she muttered. Sexy, huh? Absolutely. I can take you, I said. Malibu, wherever you want to go. I can show you the globe, Helly. Her smile turned coy, and she looked away, switched her focus to my hand splayed across her belly. Maybe, she whispered, stroking my fingers. Her touch felt electrifying, the simple gesture stimulating every nerve beneath my skin. As she spoke, she'd smiled, breathed a soft giggle, but I didn't like that response. I could hear the reservation, feel the doubt. I'm not going to leave, Helen. Holding her this way, I'd never be able to give that up again. For the first time in 8 years, I'd woken up this morning feeling like Hugo. Not Hugo Hayes, not some superstar on a pedestal I didn't belong on. I'd spent the night in an unfamiliar house, on the most uncomfortable couch in history, and I'd never felt so rested. Guess I'm going to have to work on making you believe that, though, huh? You don't need to prove anything to me, Hugo, she said in a melancholic tone. This was one of those times I was pretty sure words had the opposite meaning. Such situations had got me in trouble in the past, but I felt quite confident with my skills these days, so I'd show her anyway. I'd come back. Keep calling. We'd be best friends again. I'd make sure of it. As much as I didn't want to, I was about to tell Helen that I would have to leave soon, but only for work. I'd come back. However, the second my lips parted, I was interrupted by a shave-and-a-haircut knock on the front door, followed immediately by it bursting open. "Use my key," a woman yelled, bounding into the living room, arms laden with carrier bags. My body's involuntary response was to drain the blood from my face, make me feel lightheaded. Panic. I shifted awkwardly from underneath Helen, sat straight on the edge of the couch, mentally told my heart to quit racing, and nervously fidgeted with the hem of the ugly t-shirt Helen had given me, all within 4 seconds. "Hope you don't mind." Whatever Helen's unexpected visitor had planned to say stopped dead in her throat when she looked up and saw me sitting on the couch. "Holy fillet of fuck mignon." I offered a small wave and a self-conscious smile. The bags dropped at her feet. Chuckling, Helen pulled herself upright. "Hugo, this is my friend Chrissy. Chrissy, Hugo." "Uh-huh," she said, mouth agape, as she padded across the carpet to shake my hand. I could do handshakes. They were clear, standard. Both parties knew what to expect. Still, I never offered them first. There was no way of knowing if someone was a handshaker, a hugger, or, even worse, a peck on the cheeker. And it wasn't worth the anxiety of trying to figure it out. I'd found if I hung back a moment, the other party usually made the first move fairly quickly. "Hey," I said, making a deliberate effort to look her in the eye. People liked that, I'd come to learn. "Nice to meet you." Surprisingly, it was, once the initial shock had worn off. She was a part of Helen's life, the part I'd missed and couldn't wait to discover. I couldn't hold anything but gratitude to anyone who'd brought happiness to her while I'd been too selfish to do it myself. Unfortunately, that didn't mean I was ready to sit down over breakfast with her and start delving into our life stories. I'd need some notice before that happened. I turned to Helen, my heart gaining weight with the words I was about to say. "I need to get changed and leave for a while. I have another show tonight." She hid the disappointment behind a smile. "Sure, of course." "Can I borrow something of yours again? I didn't hang the suit up or anything. It's probably still wet." "Absolutely." She stood up, looked to her friend. "We're just nipping upstairs, okay? Won't be long." The friend, Chrissy, twisted her lips into a wicked smirk. "Don't rush on my account." I'd known her only minutes, but she reminded me of Liam, who played the keys in my backing band. Liam was a fun guy, good heart, but it often felt like he gave my middle finger a permanent erection. Upstairs, I headed to the bathroom, washed quickly and swilled my mouth with mouthwash from the shelf above the sink, while Helen fetched me a pair of joggers and a hoodie. The pants were loose on my hips, so Helen took me into her spare room to run a couple of stitches through the waistband. The room brought a smile to my face. Every surface, every nook screamed Helen Jenkins. The drawings pinned to the wall, designs scattered across the desk, fabric strewn over chairs. The lot was reminiscent of her old teenage bedroom, minus the posters of Amy Winehouse and Lily Allen. Organized chaos at its finest. My fingers raked through the rail of completed designs, and I found my head shaking in awe of her talent. I'd always admired the way she could add little pieces of herself to her work. Every outfit, every style possessed a certain flair that was uniquely her. The artistry that went into them, the asymmetry, contrasting stitches. She seemed to favor a more vintage style than she had in our youth. "I love this," I said, pulling out a puffed-sleeved black jumpsuit. Hooking the hanger over my neck, I ambled to the mirror by the window. Helen arched a brow. "That neckline is all shades of wrong for you." "You could fix that, no?" Breaking away from the sewing machine, she walked over to me. Her hands grasped the shoulders of the jumpsuit, palms smoothed it across my chest. I studied her face as she studied my chest. watched with what I can only describe as adoration, as she fiddled with the fine material. Stretching, she reached across to the window, plucked a couple of pins from one of the many jars that lined the sill. "I could join it here," she said, more to herself. "Remove this lace and reposition it along the collar. I could sew in some pearls, maybe." I hadn't heard a word of what she'd said, too preoccupied on her eyes as they blazed with concentration. Sounds perfect. She looked perfect. She tucked an excess pin between her teeth and nodded to herself, like she approved of the plan she'd made. "You'll likely need the waist taking out too," she mumbled around the pin. "I can fit a panel at the back, no problem." Whatever she'd said, I loved the idea. I loved it because I genuinely liked the jumpsuit, loved playing dress-up, experimenting with fashion. Clothes could be beautiful, fun, outrageous even, and almost always better to look at than the world around them or the people hiding secrets beneath them. I loved this particular jumpsuit even more, however, because it gave me an excuse to return, a reason for Helen to believe I'd come back. We couldn't put off saying our goodbyes any longer. I had work to do, and likely a lot of apologies to make once I switched my phone back on, and Helen had company downstairs. After dressing in the sweats that smelled like Helen, I opened my arms and waited for her to fall into them. She did. "Come to the show tonight," I said, caressing her back. "I can have more tickets waiting for you." The following silence unnerved me, made my heart beat faster. "Please, Helly." I don't know if I belong in your world, Hugo. I'm not like those people." Gripping her arms, I pushed her backwards so I could look in her eye. "They're just people. Ordinary, good-hearted people with flaws same as the rest of us. You know me. I'm not cut out for anything else, for any kind of fakery bullshit. The guys out here on the road with me, they'll love you as much as I do." A nervous but reassuring smile teased the corners of her pink lips. "Okay." Excitement bubbled in my chest, just like it used to when we'd made plans to skip school and hide out in the park. We'd listen to music all day, act out our favorite movie scenes. We'd play hide-and-seek in the trees, even though we were 10 years too old for that shit. "Got your phone? I'm going to give you a couple of numbers." She shook her head, headed to the desk, and started rummaging through the drawers. "It's downstairs," she said, as she pulled out a pen and notepad before handing them to me. "When you arrive tonight, find a security guy and give him this number," I began, scribbling quickly on the paper. "The person on the other end will tell him where you can collect your tickets. Then this number is mine. If I don't answer, I will call you back." "Got it," she nodded. "Don't go selling it on eBay now," I said, winking as I handed back the note. Helen chuckled, my favorite sound. "I won't, but I can't promise the same for Chrissy." "Bring her with you later, or somebody else," I added. Nobody wanted to attend a concert alone, after all. It'll be a fun night. "Oh my God, she's going to blow her shit." Helen's bout of enthusiasm was infectious, and suddenly I was willing the hours to pass so I could tear-ass it onto that stage. Everything was going to be all right. I could feel it. I had my best friend back. Nothing else mattered. Nothing could touch me now. Not even the shit show I was about to walk into when Ezra got hold of me and threw my ass on the naughty step for switching my phone off.
Helen. I barely had a chance to close the door behind Hugo before Chrissy accosted me by the sideboard. "What was that? Why was he in your clothes? Was that his jag on the street? What universe have I walked into right now? Take a breath, Chris, before you develop an aneurysm." Laughing, I scooped up the bags she brought with her and carried them through to the kitchen. They contained some packages I'd had delivered to her house earlier in the week because she'd had a day off and I was working late. "Thanks for bringing these over. I would have called and collected them, though. I said as I planted them on the fold-out dining table. Yeah, I bet you would. Then you could have kept the fact you're boning a megastar a secret. I rolled my eyes. We're not boning. He's my friend, and tonight we're going to watch my friend's concert at the Soundbite Arena. Her head flopped to one side, eyes opened wide. We? If you're free, I said calmly, trying not to show amusement in my expression. It'll be a late one because he's invited us backstage afterwards. Holy shit! What do you wear to mingle with famous people? Her hands clapped together in prayer as she rolled her eyes to the ceiling as if she'd find inspiration in the dappled plaster. Chris, I wore yesterday's work clothes accented with gravy stains. You'll look hot in whatever you choose. Speaking of which, I was sure I still had remnants of gravy in my hair. That was likely what caused the snag Hugo's finger had caught. I really do need to take a shower. You can't drop this news on me and leave. Damn it, Hell, I'm having some kind of an attack over here. I placed a hand on her shoulder, faked an expression of sympathy. Mate, I'm going upstairs, not New Zealand. I'll be half an hour. My efforts to remain serious were futile by this point, and I turned to leave the room with a huge grin on my face. Wait, Helen, she called after me. I turned, nodded up. I can insta all this tonight, right? I mean, nobody's expecting me to buddy up to Hugo frigging Hayes and not boast about it. I laughed. I was sure Hugo would too. Honestly, I think he'll be flattered he's found his biggest fan. Because I sure as hell had no idea it was Chrissy Morris. An hour earlier, I don't actually think Chrissy did either. Seeing the city traffic, I felt pleased with my decision to get a taxi to the arena that evening, even if I'd risk bankruptcy to pay for it. Chrissy and I had left early, stopped for something to eat on the way. Nothing fancy, burgers and milkshakes, but I hadn't eaten most of mine. I was only mildly concerned that I'd contracted a deadly illness, because I couldn't think of anything that had ever made me leave a burger restaurant without stripping the plate clean. Chrissy blamed nerves, but had only seen Hugo a matter of hours ago. What did I have to be nervous about? Do I still look okay? I asked, pausing in the street after crossing the road to get to the arena. Chrissy made a point of looking me up and down, exaggerating the movements of her eyes as they roamed over my scarlet halter-neck top and down the wide-legged jeans I'd paired it with. No more grey, bland and boring. I felt colourful. On the inside, I wanted to look it, too. I teased my hair into a stylish updo, got a little fancy with my makeup. I hadn't needed a coat, which meant the weather app on my phone was either broken or plain shite. Chrissy nodded. I'd do you. She made me laugh, boosted my confidence too. I walked with an added pep in my step, feeling rather smug as we strolled on by the line of people that stretched all the way around the huge building. There were several security guards posted around the entrance, all beefy-looking, aided by those thick padded jackets that made their arms look too short for their bodies. I assumed any one of them could help us get inside, so I picked randomly, choosing the bearded guy with the mean stare positioned directly under an illuminated poster of Hugo. "Excuse me," I called, raising my hand as if I was still in bloody school. "Doors don't open for another hour," he barked without bothering to look at me. Ignorant arsehole. "I know, I'm a friend of Hugo's." Now he looked. "Yeah, and my mum's the queen. Get in the queue, love." I heard a snort filter through Chrissy's nose beside me, which wasn't helpful at all. Huffing, I ripped open my clutch and pulled out my phone. "He told me to give you this number," I said, handing him the device. He looked at the phone and then back at me as if he'd just caught me pissing on his dog. Then he used his own phone to do exactly as I'd asked. "It's Daz Cooper on the doors. I've got a woman here trying to get in. Reckon she knows the artist." Pausing, he pulled the phone away from his ear. "What's your name?" "Helen Jenkins. This is my friend Chrissy Morris."
Jenkins, got a mate with her, Morris.
I could see the precise moment my identity had been confirmed on his face, and that smugness returned to my belly. I hoped he felt really stupid, because, seemingly, I was a childish prick. Ending his call, he tucked his phone in his top pocket and passed me my own back.
Wait over there.
He tipped his chin towards the double doors to his right.
Someone will be out to get you in a minute.
Gee, thanks. Such polite service you have here. He didn't respond to my sarcasm. I doubted he responded to much at all. Maybe violence? I bet he'd be good at that. Thankfully, someone who'd been raised with manners came to collect Chrissy and I from the doors. Inside, she escorted us to a side room behind the ticket office first, scanned the tickets that she'd brought with her before handing me the stubs, and then gave us each a lanyard featuring backstage passes.
The VIP blocks are this way,
she said, leading us down the echoing corridor. I'd been to this arena a handful of times before, seen some epic shows performed here, but I'd never walked this hall in such quietness. Usually I'd be shoulder to shoulder with other attendees as we struggled to find the block number that corresponded with our ticket. My shoes would crunch drop crisps, hand would be flying up to avoid the inevitable beer splashes as arms got bumped into. But the place was all but empty. Eerie, almost. It felt so big and cold.
Here you go.
The woman, dressed in a sharp black suit and not the typical arena uniform, proffered her hand towards an open door.
Here's your box. I'll be back in a couple of minutes and remain here for the rest of your evening. If you need anything, drinks, food, assistance, just come to the bar. My name is Catherine, by the way.
I stared at her for a moment, dumbfounded. I could see inside the box. It's not the word I would have used to describe the room that had upwards of 15 comfy-looking seats, and not the fold-down kind you usually had at a show. Inside, the bar Catherine had mentioned lined the back wall, an actual private bar, fully stocked with a range of alcohols and snacks.
Bloody hell, there's a menu, Chrissy said, and not just crisps and hot dogs.
I turned my back on the view of the stage to find Chrissy wide-eyed and open-mouthed, staring at the laminated card.
Good job you didn't finish that burger.
I fancy this basket of scampi and thrice-cooked chips. No prices, though. Do you think we have to pay? My eyes wouldn't stop blinking, like I'd suddenly developed a nervous tic. I felt rather overwhelmed. I don't know. I doubted it, but it seemed rude to presume. Chrissy's head tilted, deep in thought. How do you even cook chips 3 times? And why bother? I didn't get a chance to reply, not that I had an answer anyway, because we were interrupted by another woman entering the luxury room they described as a box. This woman was dressed more casually, in dark jeans and a Hugo Hayes Hope and Wonder Tour tee. She wore a headset over her short blonde hair and carried an iPad tucked under her arm. She approached us with a smile, offered her hand for a shake, which I accepted, as did Chrissy at her turn.
"Hi,"
she said, her tone excitable. I liked her. I had no idea who she was, hadn't uttered a word to her, but she exuded a positive energy that I found infectious.
"I'm Amy, Hugo's tour manager. You must be Helen?"
She pointed right at me, and then Chrissy.
"And Chrissy?"
Chrissy said, "Hey, the view is insane from in here." Amy followed Chrissy's gaze, nodded enthusiastically.
"Right. It really is the best way to enjoy a show. Unfortunately, I'm stuck behind the scenes all night. But hey, if you want to get a little closer at any point, maybe side stage, just tell your server and someone will give me a call."
"Oh,
No one will see you,"
she said, as if reading my mind. The seats weren't filled yet, but there were thousands of them. The thought of standing in front of all those people made me feel physically sick.
"It's an amazing experience being that close to the music. You can really feel it, you know?"
I couldn't stop looking at her, admiring the passion that animated her expression. I imagined I looked the same discussing my designs. I thought clothes could tell a person's story. The colours they chose, the fabrics, the styles they preferred, were all glimpses into their subconscious. Fashion could reveal who we were beneath the flesh in the same way as music, so I understood this woman in front of me, just like I did Hugo. "Thanks," was all I said, unsure whether I'd be brave enough to accept the offer later. "Gotta go," she said after the iPad pinged under her arm. "Enjoy the show. I've no doubt you will." Once the initial shock had worn off, I started enjoying myself. It felt like role-play, like Chrissy and I had been made celebrities for the night. Relaxed in our front-row seats, legs crossed, champagne in hand, I wondered if this was how the Queen felt watching over her peasants from the royal box at the theatre. I reckon she'd have been much calmer. I doubted her veins would fizz with the level of excitement that surged in mine. I couldn't see her belly swirling with anticipation, or her pulse drumming with the need to see the man she loved most in the world appear on the stage below. Wait, did I love Hugo? Yes, of course I did. He was my friend. A niggling voice in the back of my head tried to warn me it was too soon to consider him my best friend again, but my heart, it seemed, couldn't hear. Just the thought of him made it beat faster. I seriously doubted you'd ever see the Queen almost choked to death on a glass of bubbly, either, when another famous person slid into one of the seats across from her. "Can you see him? Have you seen him? Can you? Can you?" Chrissy whispered without taking a breath, swatting at my shoulder like she was attempting to murder a fly armed with a machete. "I see him." I kept my tone calm and low, eyes forward. Once I'd recovered from my near-death experience. My throat still felt scratchy, but I held in the cough. I didn't want to be one of those women. The women who melted into fawning fangirls at the sight of another human who just happened to have had his face splashed around a bit more than us regular mortals. "Is he looking?" I asked. I couldn't help it. Sitting just a few feet away from us, sharing our oxygen, was Anthony Bray, Hollywood actor Anthony Bray, walking sex god Anthony Bray, winner of Style Now's Abs of the Year awards, Anthony Bray. I felt lightheaded, and it had nothing to do with the champagne. Nope, we were so those fucking women. Mr. Abs of the Year had friends with him too. Another man, 2 women, and a teenage girl. I didn't recognise them, assumed they were measly unknowns, like us. I wondered if they felt as awestruck as Chrissy and me. "Sweet Jesus," Chrissy mouthed, hitching one leg over the other. She leaned in closer, whispered in my ear, "There's one hell of a party going on downstairs right now. Hope it lasts till I get home." "Dear God!" I started laughing. "Careful, Chris. You know what they say, masturbation is the devil's typewriter." "Yeah." She sat up straight again, took a long sip from the tall glass. "Well, I hope he's well rested, 'cause I'm going to be tapping out a long-ass essay tonight." By now, the arena had started filling with people. Inside, thousands entered from various points along the first and second floors, appearing to pour down the steps like rivers of marching ants as they made their way to their seats. It seemed so surreal. They were all here for Hugo, for one man, for my best friend. I'd never felt such pride in my entire life. By the interval, I'd been to the toilet 4 times. I noticed Anthony Bray glance my way at one point, and I wondered if he considered me rude for walking out repeatedly during the support act's performance. But it would have been ruder to piss on the floor. Usually, peeing often, although annoying, made me happy. It meant the pounds were dropping off. That didn't seem likely tonight, though. If my diet and I had been tagged in a Facebook relationship, I would have switched it to, "It's complicated." Tonight, I blamed the cocktail of champagne and anticipation for irritating my bladder. There was a perceptible shift in the atmosphere when Hugo's time arrived. The act before him had been great. I'd enjoyed her sound, but this felt different. There was an energy in the dark air, a collective rush, indescribable, breathtaking. A spotlight rose slowly from the floor, ascending to the stage like the rising sun. And then I saw him.
"How are we doing tonight?"
Hugo called into the microphone. He looked magnificent, a complete showman, dressed in a sparkling silver suit with ruched sleeves, his head adorned with a crown of tall white feathers. My eyes refused to leave him, weren't distracted by the lights, the crowd, the band. I could only see him. He looked so small standing there, in the centre of such a huge stage.
"Thank you all so much for coming out tonight. Are you ready to have some fun?"
Thousands rose from their seats, even Chrissy beside me. But I couldn't move. Even when the drum beats kicked in and the arena descended into a giant disco pit, people dancing, singing, having the night of their lives, all I could do was stare. He looked so comfortable out there. He owned the stage, danced across every inch of it. His voice commanded the air, demanded your attention while he gave himself over to you. As the evening progressed, my appreciation for this man could only grow. His talent was raw, natural, not taught. He'd have given up rather than risk sounding manufactured. I knew he would. It made the words he delivered authentic, made you believe they came from experience, that he'd plucked them right from his chest. Hugo sang with pure, visceral emotion, not technical perfection. Sometimes a lyric would crack as it left his lips, and it only added more power, more honesty. The Hugo out there was the Hugo I knew. He sang his truths on that stage. He had fun, made people laugh and cry. He frolicked, he waved, he smiled. That smile, the way one side of his mouth would curl slightly higher than the other, it was my favourite sight in the world. "This has been one of the best nights of my life," Chrissy shouted, mopping the dampness from her forehead on the back of her hand while the rest of the arena yelled, "More, more," in unison. I couldn't disagree, and the VIP treatment had only been a minuscule part of it that would soon fade from my mind. The rest, watching Hugo perform, seeing him the happiest I'd ever seen him, I'd never forget that. A tap on my shoulder made me jump. Clamping a hand to my chest to prevent my heart leaping from it, I turned in my seat. "Oh, hey," I said upon seeing that manager lady from earlier. I'd forgotten her name. "Amy, hey," Chrissy said. Amy, right.
"Hugo wants you to come side stage for the last song."
"Oh!" I'd sounded like I was auditioning for the frigging opera. "Right, okay." Shit. I felt scared. No idea why. "My friend can come too, right?" Amy nodded.
"Sure, no problem. Need to be quick, though."
We gathered our handbags and followed Amy out of the box. She took us along the same corridor I'd been down several times before, but then steered us through a locked door that she opened with a swipe of a card. Holy shit. We were in the land of legitimate famous people now. I couldn't help imagining how many stars had walked over this same floor, wonder what they'd thought while looking at these same colourless walls. At the end of the corridor, we descended a flight of stairs and headed up yet another corridor. The place was a maze. Eventually, we ended up in a dark area filled with all kinds of wires and technical-looking stuff. I was afraid to move in case I snagged something. I hadn't expected Hugo to be here too, and when arms snuck around my waist from behind, my instinctive reaction was to slap them and squeal like a frightened pig.
"Sorry,"
he said. Lied, rather. If he was sorry, he wouldn't have been laughing.
"I'm glad you're here."
I spun around to face him, cupped his cheeks and planted a firm kiss on his lips. A friend kiss, nothing more. A kiss bursting with pride and love. "You were incredible out there." His mouth twisted into my favourite smile as he reached up to hold my wrists, keeping them in place on his face.
"I've got to get back out there,"
he said, his voice ever so slightly rough around the edges from a night of performing.
I just wanted to see you first, make sure you were really here.
He nodded, as if reassuring himself. Then he brought my palm to his lips, kissed it, and dropped my hands before jogging towards the steps behind the stacks of equipment that looked easily breakable.
Follow me,
said Amy, appearing at my side. Chrissy was next to her. Like a shit friend, I'd forgotten all about her for a moment.
And put these in,
Amy added, passing me a pair of earbuds.
Gets pretty loud from here.
I popped them in my ears while Amy took us to a set of steps similar to the ones Hugo had just run up.
More?
I heard Hugo's voice bellow from the other side of the makeshift wall ahead of us. It looked like it was only made from cardboard. Like if I tripped at the top of the steps, his entire set would collapse around him.
Careful, Jenkins,
I silently warned myself, head down, concentrating hard as I put one foot in front of the other.
Did I hear that right? You've not had enough yet?
And there he was, just beyond the pretend wall. Damn, he was close now. I could see the beads of sweat on his forehead as the light followed him across the stage. Amazingly, he still sounded quite loud, too, despite the small rubbery buds in my ears.
All right, I have one more for you tonight. This one's really special to me, and hopefully to someone else in here tonight. It's a reminder not to take things for granted. When you guys leave here tonight, remember who made you who you are, okay?
Hugo had toned his style right down for the final part of the show. He'd replaced the glitz and splendour with a simple white shirt, sleeves rolled to his elbows and well-fitting slacks. A guitar hung from his neck. He placed his hand on the body and, for a few seconds, appeared to just breathe.
This is Bring Me Home.
Then he gave a small nod to the man on the keyboard at his left and thumbed the first note on the strings.
Remember that game we used to play? One where I'd guess what you would say. Now I'm sitting here in the dark. I want to go home. Oh yeah, we would stay out all day. I'd hide out from the rain and you would say, I'll never leave your side, come what may. I don't like it here in the dark. I want to go home. Coming, going, I've been everywhere. Pulling, pushing, I just can't get there. I'm falling further every day 'cause I know you're not near. Home, home. Will I ever see home? Remember my lies in that cafe? Ones I said right before I went away. No, we're never going to be apart. We'll meet back at the bandstand in our park. I wanna go home. Coming, going, I've been everywhere. Pulling, pushing, I just can't get there. I'm falling further every day 'cause I know you're not near. Home, home. Will I ever see home? Even at the top, it's always grey. Sun don't shine even though I pray. Will you come back, hide me from the rain? I'm just sitting here in the dark. I want to go home. Will I ever see home?
Oh, Hugo. He stood there lonely under the powerful light, singing with the voice of an angel. He had the presence of a king as he commanded the attention of 30,000. No one knew the words, and no one tried. Instead, they, his kingdom, fell into silence. A vast, deep silence that raised their monarch into the clouds, where he sang, and he played, and he broke my heart. When the last note faded, darkness engulfed the stage for what felt like the longest moment of the night. I felt full of what I couldn't tell. Thanks, love, regret, sadness. When the light returned, Hugo's gaze was on mine. His lips were a small pensive smile as he tipped his chin in a subtle nod, letting me know every word that had just ripped through my heart had been written for me. He needed me, missed home. I didn't understand what he wanted from me. Home had never left. Will you come back? He'd sang. But I'd been here, waiting, aching, the entire time. Chapter 8. Helen. Chrissy was living her very best life backstage. She appeared to belong there. She certainly looked the part, sexy and stylish, and her personality dripped confidence no matter who she spoke to. Currently, she was cozying up to the guy who played the keyboard on stage. Liam, I think I'd overheard someone call him.
"We need to head out soon,"
Hugo said, rubbing my back. I was sitting on his lap in a big room somewhere in the basement level of the arena. There were lots of people around us. Some looked like they were having important business-like conversations. Others were packing things relating to tonight's show into big black cases.
"Most of these guys will go back to the hotel. I don't live too far, so I'll probably go home. Do you want to come?"
My neck snapped back in surprise. "To your house? Do I want to come to your house?"
"Unless you'd rather spend the night with Liam. He'd be happy with that, I can promise you."
Great, so this Liam dude was a slut, and Chrissy seemingly was falling for it. When I looked over, I saw her stroke his face. The nerves didn't make sense. I'd slipped back into friendship with Hugo so easily, as if Harry Potter had whipped out his wand and erased the last 8 years from existence. Even now, I'd sat on his knee, fallen into his arms like I would almost daily, all those years ago while we listened to the legends. Queen, Bowie, Elton, Genesis. Yet, the thought of visiting his house filled my belly with butterflies.
"You going shy on me, Helly?"
Yes, I was. As if. I'd better check with Chrissy, though. I can't just dump her.
"She can come too,"
he offered. Selfishly, I didn't really want her to. I didn't want to share him, spend the night listening to her dig for celebrity gossip and probe about how rich he was.
"Or I can arrange for someone to give her a lift home."
I preferred that idea. "I'll go and talk to her." Turned out, Chrissy didn't want to ride home. She wanted to keep Liam company for a little longer. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. She didn't know him, but Hugo did, and because of who Hugo was, if she ended up back at their hotel, she'd be surrounded by good security at least. Getting to the car felt like we were undergoing a secret mission. I felt like a Bond girl, following my sexy spy into the unknown. We had to wait for signals from guys wearing headsets before we could move from one part of the building to another, and then, once outside, we ran to the car, heads down before anyone could see us. "That was so crazy," I said, catching my breath as I slammed my door closed. Hugo climbed in next to me, while a driver fired up the engine and started driving before we'd even finished fastening our seatbelts. Little did I know it was about to get even crazier. A group of girls were waiting around the corner as the car veered out onto the street, blocking our path. They banged on the windows, making me jump. "Hugo!" they yelled. "Hugo, we love you!" "Shit," I murmured under my breath, scooting away from the glass. I knew they couldn't see us as well as we could see them through the tinted glass, but they still managed to incite panic into me. I felt ridiculous being afraid of a bunch of teenage girls, but they were remarkably aggressive in their adoration for the man next to me.
"Can't you put your foot down?"
Hugo called to the driver. He sounded frustrated, anxious. I couldn't blame him. The girls were loud, crazed, relentless. One threw her entire body against his window, making him flinch. I noticed Hugo pluck a tiny pouch from his pocket before inserting the 2 silicone buds into his ears. They didn't block sound completely, he told me earlier during the bustle below the arena, but minimized frequency.
"As soon as this one moves from the hood..."
I focused on Hugo instead of the window, his face calming me while the banging continued. It felt wrong, somehow, with our roles reversed like that. "Hugo! Hugo, please! I love you so—" The girl's scream faded into the distance when, finally, the car started moving again. I hoped she could survive knowing Hugo never heard the end of her declaration. That was a lie. I didn't give a shit. Is it always like that? I asked, heart still racing a little. It seemed crazy, literally not normal. Those girls were obsessed with an image, nothing more, infatuated to the point they were experiencing genuine emotional distress. Over Hugo, my friend. It didn't make sense.
Not always.
Hugo looked amused and relieved. He pulled the buds from his ears, tucked them back in their pouch.
Like, if I'm not doing a show, I can pretty much just go about my business like everyone else.
That surprised me. I don't know why, maybe it was because of movies and gossip columns, but I'd always thought stars had to be driven everywhere, had bodyguards glued to their side at all times. You mean, like, you just walk down the street, nip in Tesco for a loaf of bread, on your own, and no one notices?
Pretty much. Depends on the area, I suppose. Sure, some people notice, but most just have a quick stare, nod to whoever they're with and get on with their day.
That's
insane,
he finished for me. Yeah, it's weird. Even when I'd see you on TV or trending on Twitter, it's like I knew you were this big famous dude now, but my brain just couldn't think of you like that. I found it so strange watching people get so fixated on you.
Believe me, that shit feels weird to me too. Occasionally people will stop me, ask for a photo and stuff. Some days I can handle that, brace myself for the hugging thing, you know. Sometimes I just need to say, sorry, not today.
He looked away as he said that, focused on the view of buildings passing by through the window. He sounded sad. I wondered why. Seriously, though, why have I never seen a famous person in the freezer aisle if you're all so normal, huh? I needed to lighten the mood, bring the smile back to his face. Never once have I been rummaging through the chicken nuggets, looked up and been all, "Oh, hey, Robbie Williams, you're right, mate."
Moved to St. John's Wood, Richmond Hill, Holland Park. We're everywhere, like rats, he said, chuckling. Nice guy is Rob, by the way.
Stop it, I slapped his arm. You do not know Robbie Williams. Of course he knew Robbie Williams. Again, a look of melancholy melted his smile.
I miss that buzz you have right now. Remember when we were young and we'd stay up all night listening to our favourite songs, the latest bands and the classics from before we were even born? There was so much wonder there. Those artists, they were fucking gods to us.
My eyes closed briefly, taking me back to those moments. I remember. I still felt that way. If I did bump into Robbie Williams by the chicken nuggets, I felt pretty certain I would choke on awkwardness before slipping on my own drool and crash landing into the freezer.
It wears off, that magic. Being a part of the industry, getting to know some of these people, knowing how all this shit works, it ruins it. As a listener, I mean. I don't see gods anymore, just regular, flawed people. There's something about someone being inaccessible to us, forbidden, that makes it so much more thrilling. So yeah, I miss that.
I found that quite sad. Hugo had lived for his music his whole life. Some days, back in our teens, I was convinced it had been the only thing that had kept him living at all. If all he'd just said was true, I found small comfort in the knowledge he would never get to meet his biggest idol. He'd discovered Freddie Mercury through my mum's love of Queen, and by age 12 could play every Queen and Freddie song ever recorded on the old guitar that had once belonged to my granddad. Hugo had worshipped Freddie. When I started getting into fashion and design, I'd create outfits based on Freddie's style for him. They weren't brilliant, looking back, but we loved them at the time. Hugo would dress up in my room, his persona revolutionising, and perform concerts at the foot of my bed. "You'll always have Freddie."
"Ah, hell yeah, I will,"
he agreed, voice saturated with awe.
"Ain't nobody can take that magic away."
"You sound different now. Did you know that?" He gave me a funny look, arched an eyebrow.
"How do you mean?"
"Your accent. It's still there, sort of, but you've got this weird twang mixed in there. Can't even say it sounds American. Honestly, I don't know what the hell it is."
Okay. He blew out a bemused chuckle. "As long as it doesn't show up when I'm singing, I can roll with that."
"Oh, no way." I raised my hands, shook my head. "I always said you were brilliant, and you were. Now you're phenomenal." He seemed to like that answer, shot me a modest smile while reaching for my hand. I wove my fingers into his, stroked my thumb over his knuckles. We didn't talk much the rest of the way. My ears still felt a tad stuffy from the noise, and I assumed Hugo was exhausted. He told me he didn't live far from the arena, but we'd been driving for over an hour before the car pulled to a stop on one of the poshest-looking streets I'd ever seen in my life. Hugo got out first and jogged to my side before opening my door. My, chivalry looks good on you," I teased, swinging my feet onto the pavement. I followed him through a set of gates and down a short driveway to the 4-floor semi-detached Victorian house. It looks stunning in the darkness, the white exterior glowing from the streetlights. The footsteps of Hugo's driver pattered behind us, following us up the stone steps that led to the front door, and I wondered why he hadn't really spoken yet. We'd been alone with him for ages, and he'd barely said a word.
"Cheers, Ezra,"
Hugo said, clapping the driver on the back. He was a big guy, muscular. That was evident even through the black suit.
"See you Tuesday, yeah? You know where I am if you need me before."
I could tell simply by the way this stranger, to me, had said that he and Hugo were close. That Ezra, despite the ominous frown, cared deeply for my friend.
"Unless you switch your cell off again, in which case I'll be on your ass faster than a fly on shit." "Absolutely. Good night."
I offered a small smile as my goodbye, seeing as he'd made no effort to introduce himself. Only once the guy I now knew as Ezra had returned to the car did I have the balls to say to Hugo, "Cracking personality, that one, huh?" Hugo laughed as he let us inside his house. By house, I mean luxurious mansion.
"He takes his job seriously is all. He's my bodyguard," he said. "Ugh, hate that word."
I knew why, didn't have to ask. Using a bodyguard would have made Hugo feel like people thought he was superior. But he was superior, in a way. Not in a moral sense, but he had a higher profile. He was more exposed to wackos and criminals who knew his material worth. I watched Hugo shrug out of his jacket and hook it on a coat stand in the hallway like it was the most normal thing in the world. I suppose it was. He lived here, owned all this extravagance, was surrounded by it every single day. He probably didn't even notice that his hallway was the size of the entire lower level of my house, including the yard, anymore.
"You okay?"
"What?" I blinked myself back to life, not realizing I'd stopped walking. Hugo was waiting for me at the other side of the room, beyond the wide staircase. "Oh, sorry. Don't know where I went then."
"Come on."
He cocked his head for me to follow, so I did, admiring every inch of every wall, every floor along the way. Everywhere was white. The wood, tiles, furnishings. It made the splashes of colour in the artwork and lights look even more spectacular. The living room didn't disappoint either, at least the one Hugo took me to. I'd noticed 2 more reception rooms along the way. Large white settees arranged into a C around a TV that took up a space on the wall bigger than my bedroom. 2 chandeliers, glass tables, wooden bookshelves with intricate carvings in each corner, again painted white. Nothing personal, though. No photos, memories, nothing that could give away the man who existed beneath the facade expressed in the media. "You must pinch yourself," I said. "Surely you can't ever get used to all this."
"Yes and no."
He walked over to a record player on top of a sideboard, lowered the arm. A second later, Elton John's Tiny Dancer started playing.
"When I notice myself getting too comfortable, I give myself a little talking to. I don't ever want to take any of it for granted."
I gravitated towards the centre settee. plonk myself down. Oh, wow. I shouldn't have been surprised that it was the comfiest thing my arse had ever adorned. Hugo joined me, sat in the middle and patted his knees for me to swing my legs up onto them.
Nice, right? I sleep on it sometimes.
Head on the cushions, I watched Hugo watching me. We both wore smiles. Can you guess what I'm thinking? His smile grew and I knew he was remembering too, just like he had when he'd penned the lyrics of his encore song.
That this feels incredible, like everything's changed yet nothing's changed at all.
Exactly. But I couldn't say it, not yet, maybe not ever. It still felt too impossible, being here with him, like my eyes would open any second and all I would see was the sunlight blinding me through the gap in my bedroom blinds. So I went for random humour instead. I'm thinking, why is pizza round when it comes in a square box and is served in triangles? Name any other food with that level of shape dysphoria. I'll wait.
Huh. Hugo nodded, stumped. Have you ever thought of switching careers? There's clearly a gap in the market for square pizza, or were you thinking triangular pizza?
Actually, I was thinking of round boxes, although I'm not sure how easy they'd be to close.
You know, I met someone who was allergic to fruit once.
Fruit? I repeated.
Pizza made me think of pineapple, which is a fruit. It's something to do with cross-reactivity to the pollen proteins or something while they're growing.
I'd always loved how his mind wandered, how a single word or sight could send him someplace else. It was what made him a good songwriter, I supposed. I'm really proud of you, you know, I said, prompting his gaze to drop. I watched curiously as he sucked his top lip between his teeth, closed his eyes. His breath stuttered, causing his nostrils to flare. Hugo, I pressed, concerned. His eyes peeled open, lips curved into a wobbly smile.
You're the first person to say that to me. Caught me off guard.
He tried to shrug off the emotion, drummed a little tune on my legs with his fingers, but I saw it, felt it, how lonely he'd been. It was difficult to comprehend how a man who had everything, who could have anyone, didn't have the most important thing of all, someone to love him. Have you spoken to them since you won the show? Your parents, I mean. I'd never understand how their hearts didn't burst open with pride every single day, how they hadn't ached with love for the precious man in front of me since the day he'd been born.
No.
He chuckled, but there was no humour there. Only pain.
I've thought about it. Even went back to the house once, 4 or 5 years ago. Didn't go in. I saw her, though, my mum, from the window of my car. Still looked rough as shit. Still drinking, I assumed.
Another chuckle. More pain.
As for my dad, haven't seen him since he walked out on us. No idea where he is.
He used to blame himself for that, thought he'd pushed his parents apart, driven his father away. It never even occurred to him that his dad could simply be a selfish bastard. I reached out, stroked his arm, enjoyed the contented sigh I received in response. Have you ever been in love, Hugo?
Whoa, okay.
He blinked rapidly like I'd thrown sand in his eyes.
Are you asking me for my body count?
No, I definitely did not want to know that. I'm serious. I think you have. I've heard your lyrics, after all. Suddenly he looked uncomfortable. He cleared his throat, shifted in his seat, pulled his arm just out of reach from my touch.
I co-wrote some of those,
he said. It felt like an excuse.
Not every song is based on experience. Sometimes writing is just fun, bit of fantasy, imagination.
So you haven't?
I don't know,
he said. He inhaled a long breath, released it as a quick sigh.
I don't think so. I've been in a couple of relationships that meant something to me, but I don't know if it was the kind of love you're talking about.
Once he'd said that, I wasn't even sure what type of love I'd meant. Was there more than one? I'd hardly earned a master's in the subject. You mean Courtney Martin? Courtney Martin was the lead singer of Bittersweet Daydream, and her relationship with Hugo had made the top story on all the gossip columns a couple of years ago. I'd only felt a small amount of irrational hatred towards the woman I'd never met before, at the time. By small, I mean overwhelmingly massive.
I barely even know Courtney, Hugo said, tipping his head back and laughing. We were pictured together, not even touching, at 2 events, and suddenly we're dating apparently. Honestly, I couldn't even tell you what we talked about.
Oh, I should have known better, and I felt certain the embarrassment showed in my cheeks. Not Courtney, then?
No.
His grin never faltered.
There was someone early on, Leanne. She was great. I got in my own way, I guess. Couldn't open up. Shut it down before it shut me down. Then there was my manager.
He scoffed as he admitted the latter, as if the idea were ridiculous. Amy? The hairs on the nape of my neck bristled, despite having absolutely no reason to.
Oh, God, no. I mean, Ames is brilliant, but I don't see her that way at all. Amy's my tour manager. I'm talking about,
He trailed off, swallowed, glanced my way through the corner of his eye.
I meant Drew. You haven't met him yet.
Him? Oh, shit. I hadn't meant the word to sound like I'd just stood on a cat's tail. Sorry. I slapped my forehead. I'm not even surprised, really. I don't know what just happened.
You're not?
I shook my head. I watched you grow up, Hugo. You always had so much love to give, and I saw how much you wanted to give it. You just didn't know how. We were horny teenagers together too, remember? I saw how you looked at people. Girls, boys, didn't matter. You always were more about someone's energy than anything else. Remember Mark?
Christ!
He exhaled a snigger.
Yeah, I do.
I wondered briefly what had happened to Mark, the runner-up from Next Up during Hugo's year. He put out a record the year after the show that didn't chart well, and no one ever heard from him again. Plus, there's the whole Freddie Mercury obsession. Your infatuation bordered on unhealthy at one point. I giggled as his jaw fell wide open.
Hey, he complained, now you're just being rude.
As we fell into a perfect peacefulness, Elton John's Benny and the Jets, the only sound breaking the silence, everything felt right with the world again. I didn't feel so small, so alone. Part of me knew it couldn't last. We led vastly different lives. Soon enough, Hugo would need to jet off to another part of the globe to carry on mingling with the rich and famous, while I stayed behind living my normal person life. Still, I didn't want to think about that. Not yet. When it happened, it was going to hurt, and I wasn't ready for that level of pain. Not again.
You look tired, Hugo said. Your eye's doing that thing.
What thing? I started blinking, self-conscious.
Your left eye twitches when you're tired. Always has.
How had I never noticed that? Or anyone else? He wasn't wrong, though. I was knackered. I scanned the large room for a clock but couldn't see one. It must be nearing 3 a.m. I'm not used to the rock and roll life like you. Smiling, he lifted my legs off his knees, placed my feet on the floor.
Let's get you upstairs. There are 7 bedrooms for you to choose from. Take your pick.
I felt a strange pang in my belly. I just assumed I'd be staying in your bed, I said, hoping I hadn't sounded silly or desperate. You know, like we used to. Would it be weird now, as adults? I wondered. It didn't feel it, not to me. Being with Hugo, being close to him, it simply felt right.
I didn't want to assume.
His smile grew a little wider.
As long as you don't still steal all the covers.
Yeah, I can't promise that.
No?
A wicked glint appeared in his eyes as he stared me out, and I remembered exactly what that meant. I needed to run. Fast.
Winner gets to tuck themselves in first,
he called, but I was already halfway up the stairs. Unfortunately, Hugo had ended up with a good chunk of the duvet tucked firmly under his arse after winning the race up the stairs. He caught up to me quickly at the top, grabbed me by the waist, and lifted me behind him before legging it into the bedroom and dive-bombing onto the mattress. He had an unfair advantage, knowing the layout of the property. Still, fair is fair, so after showering and changing into one of his T-shirts, which fit awfully snugly against my rolls, I admitted defeat. "This bed is big enough for 4 people. I really don't think you need to lie on the quilt," I said, giggling.
"You've clearly never slept with a duvet thief. I'm not risking it."
We lay face to face and I snuggled in closer. "Fame has turned you into a total diva." I'd expected him to laugh, throw an insult back, but he just looked right into my eyes. Really looked, brow furrowed, like he was searching for the answer to the universe.
"Finish the tour with me," he said.
"What?"
"Come with me while I finish the dates. After, I'll take you back to Cali, show you around."
Whoa. Hugo, what? I didn't know what I wanted to say. I knew my cheeks felt like they were on fire. I knew my pulse was thudding like a drum kit in my ears and my stomach was doing cartwheels, but I have a life here. I'm about to expand my business, which can wait. I have another week's notice to work, which I could jack in, lose the pay and the reference. It would be irresponsible and exciting.
"Helen,"
he began, my name a gentle whisper, almost a plea.
"I'd never want to be the reason you didn't achieve everything you desire. I'm not asking you to give up on your dream. Just postpone it. Couple of weeks, that's all. I got my dream, gained all a man could ever wish for, but I lost everything in the process. I lost you. I'm asking for a chance to share it with you, if only for a little while."
His arm crossed over my body, hand caressing my back. The contact stirred a sensation inside me that I hadn't felt for a long time, but I couldn't quite place it. I knew that I never wanted it to stop, though.
"Say you will, Helly. Say you'll come with me."
In that moment, all that seemed to matter was taking away the lines of guilt and hopelessness that tugged at the edges of his blue eyes. God, how I loved those eyes. There was nothing special about the colour. I couldn't write poems about them being as blue as the ocean or as bright as clear skies. They were just regular blue, with green-brown flecks spraying from the pupil like tiny fireworks. But they were Hugo's, and they were beautiful. "Yes," I mouthed, my heart beating so fast I feared it might leap into my throat. "Yes, I'll come with you."
"Yeah?"
Hugo shot up onto his knees, opened his arms wide, and then threw himself on top of me, hugging me hard.
"It's going to be a blast, Helly. I love you so fucking much."
"I love you too," I choked out, lungs squashed. And I really did. I'd always loved him, more than he would ever realise. But that was okay. He was here. We were together. I didn't need anything else. My hands gripped his back, explored the muscles that had grown in his absence. He felt so different now. Fuller, stronger, sexier. Shit, I couldn't have thoughts like that. Not about my best friend. "Need to breathe," I said, feigning a gasp. In reality, I simply needed him off my body, space between our flesh. I was tired, that's all. Emotional. I loved Hugo. I wasn't in love with him. My pulse had quickened, throat tightened. I was about to embark on one hell of an adventure, and it was either going to be the very best or the absolute worst decision of my life. Chapter 9. Helen. I didn't know a perfect Sunday could exist until I'd experienced one for myself. Usually they consisted of laundry and the gradual build-up of dread in preparation for the following day at work. Today, though, I stepped back in time, ditched adulthood and its accompanying responsibilities, and spent the day mostly in bed. Before it began, I checked in on Chrissy as soon as I'd woken. She didn't answer either one of the 2 calls I'd attempted, so I ended up texting, which she responded to, eventually. It took me by surprise to discover she'd spent the night with Liam. Chrissy wasn't the casual sex type, unless it involved David, and she'd only known this guy from the band a matter of hours.
He's all right when you get to know him.
Hugo tried to assure me about the man who played the keys to his songs. So what you're telling me is that he's a total dick, but I'll get used to it? Hugo grimaced.
Pretty much.
Oh, Chrissy. I hope she knew what she was doing. Falling for a musician whose job took him around the globe and through flocks of sycophantic females didn't seem like a great idea to me. After that, Hugo and I laughed until tears came. We had pillow fights teeming with so much competitiveness that one of them burst, showering the pair of us with feathers. We ate ice cream under the covers, watched movies purely to rip apart the storylines, and sang the songs of legends. I was the Kiki to Hugo's Elton, and I belted my parts into my fist mic until my throat felt like it might split. And Hugo didn't even tell me how terrible I was. He didn't need to, in fairness. I had ears. For just a day, we were teenagers again. Hugo's massive bed reminded me of the old bandstand we'd once claimed as ours, back at the park around the corner from his childhood house. Nothing could get to us here. Problems didn't exist. Fame, distance, they didn't apply. Yesterday didn't matter, tomorrow wasn't promised. All we had was now, here in this room. Together, like it used to be, like it should always be. Guess what I'm thinking? I said. It was early evening and I was lying flat on my back in Hugo's bed, dressed in another snug tee, staring at the ceiling. Hugo rolled onto his side, propped himself up an elbow. He looked much hotter than I did, even in loungewear. His joggers fit his hips perfectly, as if they'd been sewn to his skin. He'd coupled them with a simple white vest that made his body look anything but simple. Lucky bastard. He studied my face as he thought.
That you're hungry? It's been a while since lunch.
Nope, though my stomach had been complaining a little for the last 20 minutes. I'm wondering why grapefruits are called grapefruits when there's already a fruit called a grape.
Well, depends on who you ask,
Hugo said, expression serious. I should have known he'd take the question as a literal challenge, though I wouldn't have expected him to have an answer.
Some believe it comes from the fact clusters of grapefruits resemble large grapes when growing on the trees. However, some etymologists believe it's a corrupted form of the word great fruit, which comes from the scientific word for pomelo, Citrus maxima.
My head rolled to face him, lips curling into an amused grin. How do you even know that? Hugo shrugged a shoulder.
I read a lot of shit. I'll see something, overhear a random conversation, something will pique my interest, then I can't let it go until I've discovered everything I can about it. Better than cocaine, I've figured.
He laughed then, and the sound was beautiful. Is there much of that about? I asked, genuinely curious. Like, is there any truth in the whole sex, drugs and rock and roll thing?
Oh, yeah.
He raised his head high in a long, exaggerated nod.
Whatever city I'm in, there'll be at least a dozen contacts on my phone I could call to bring me whatever shit I wanted. It's fucking rife.
And you've never been tempted? His gaze drifted to the mattress, eyes focused on his finger making patterns in the crumpled sheets.
Yeah, I've been tempted.
He risked a glance in my direction, and I noticed how deep the ridge between his eyes had become while he awaited the judgment that would never come. Not from me.
When I won the show, signed my first contract.
The words faded away and he shook his head, as if trying to dislodge a bad memory.
I had no clue what I was doing, or what I was in for. They stripped away everything that made me who I felt I was as an artist, as a fucking person. I'd never felt particularly great about myself, but suddenly even the things I had confidence in were being torn to shreds. My hair was too long, clothes were too weird, whatever the fuck that meant. They already had a mould, set and painted. They just needed someone to fill it. The winner. Me. Hugo huffed a long sigh, shimmied down the bed and rolled onto his back, mirroring me. They wanted a clean-cut, fresh-faced boy whose image mums the world over wouldn't mind their 12-year-old daughters plastering their bedroom walls with. Honestly, don't think my voice even mattered too much. They gave me songs and I was told to sing 'em. They told stylists how to dress me while I sat on the other side of the room. Was nothing more than a show dog on a fucking chain, really. After a while, couple of years, my brain started withdrawing. I stopped putting the effort in. I just couldn't. Even making music wasn't big enough a reward for the rest of the shit that came with it anymore. I knew too well what a withdrawing Hugo looked like. Thinking of him going through that, all by himself, made my chest hurt. When I stopped barking on command, folks started treating me different. Got frustrated around me. My manager worried fans would lose interest if I stopped putting myself out there, didn't show up at endless appearances and attend 1,000 fucking interviews a year. I started to feel like the bauble no one wants on their Christmas tree, but they have to put on because a kid made it, and they're just counting the days till the end of the season so they can bin it. Hugo, that sounds horrible, I cut in. To see him on TV, smiling as he hugged a fan, signed a photo of himself, posed for the flashes of 1,000 cameras, it looked insane, but incredible. I don't know if it was or not. Maybe it would have been fine for a normal person. You are normal. I couldn't believe after all these years I still had to correct him. He waved off my comment. You know what I mean. I often wonder, did I just accept it all because I literally couldn't stick up for myself? It was overwhelming, every damn part. But could I have said something? Changed anything if I'd known how? Could I have demanded a break? Should I have said enough was enough, that I liked my fucking hair the way it was? Reaching out, I draped an arm over his taut stomach. Hugo, don't take this the wrong way, but about a month before you won that show, it took you an entire week to pluck up the courage to return those jeans you bought from the next sale because they were too short. Remember? Jesus, he sniggered at the memory. Of course I do. It was a Thursday, 4:50 p.m., 20 minutes after I'd finished my shift at work. I chuckled at that. His memory, his attention to detail, would never cease to amaze me. I rehearsed my speech every night, what I planned to say as I handed them over at the customer service counter. Exactly. Surely the label had a duty of care towards you. Your brain is fucked, he interrupted, chuckling. I rolled my eyes. Unique. Different. You don't deal with things the same way as everyone else, and they should have found things to work with that, not just order you around. Knowing you like I do, I'm surprised, but glad, that didn't end badly. I couldn't help feel that those people who dangled that 19-year-old kid's dreams in front of him, promised him the universe, had let him down. Money. That was all they'd cared about, and when they faced the prospect of losing it, they hadn't given two thoughts about the actual human being they could lose along with it. Hugo blamed himself, as always. But when a flower doesn't bloom, you don't blame the stem, you fix its environment. Almost did. I thought I heard him say, but in such a light whisper I couldn't be sure. I hitched up onto my elbow, analysed his features. Sorrow had tightened his lips. His eyes had closed. I wondered what he was thinking about, reliving in his tortured mind. Then I met Drew. Drew? I repeated in my head, searching for the link to the name. His manager. Lover. Drew. In the music business, Hugo continued, showbiz in general, I guess, there's like an invisible line when it comes to the drugs you mentioned, that only us people in the industry can see. At events, parties, wherever, half of us stay one side of the line, the other half go do their thing across the other. Everyone knows about it, no one talks about it. There was a point where I started to wonder why I'd done it, given my whole life to these people. All I ever wanted to do was share my music, that was the dream, and despite being fucking loaded and having my name known around the world, I still hadn't achieved it. Sure, I was singing, but it was all generic, flowery crap. It had no meaning. It wasn't me, you know. I had stuff to say and people weren't getting to hear it, so what was the point in any of it? That's when I considered crossing that line. That's when you met Drew, who's your manager now? Hugo nodded. I'd seen him around before. These things are always the same faces. He approached me, asked if I wanted to join him for a drink. Hugo laughed, briefly closed his eyes as if recalling something. I told him I already had one, showed him my glass. Obviously he wanted to talk to me, which I realised as soon as he gave me the look. You know the one I mean, the one that says, "Are you stupid or rude?" Hugo was neither of those things, but, unfortunately, as someone whose brain had a penchant for taking things literally, he'd been the recipient of the look too often growing up. It appeared not much had changed. He changed my life, Drew did. In that moment, I had mixed emotions about this Drew character. Half of me felt relieved that Hugo had found someone who would take the time to get to know him, understand his needs, give him the future and career he'd worked for. The other half writhed with what felt like bitter jealousy as I imagined Hugo wrapped in arms that weren't mine, which made zero sense. We were best friends, that's all. So he stopped you crossing that line? I asked. Undoubtedly, I couldn't take it anymore. The expectations, the pressure. I could barely fake being a regular person, let alone this innocent pop star idol they needed me to be. Drew told me that night I needed to stop waiting for the light at the end of the tunnel and torch up that motherfucker myself. His words bled into another chuckle. He took over as my manager soon after, did whatever behind-the-scenes shit needed to take place regarding contracts and stuff, and got me signed to my new label. Ever since, I've had so much more control. I get a say in everything. It feels like it's really me out there. The music I'm putting out, it's all from right here. He drummed his fist on his chest and my heart swelled with pride. Do you regret it? I asked. Going on the show? Because I do, I thought selfishly. Winning Next Up had cost me 8 years without him. No, I wouldn't be where I am without it. I have plenty of regrets, Helly, but not that one. I wanted to probe further into that statement. The egotistical voice in my head wanted to know if they involved me. But when he turned his face away from mine and blew out a mournful sigh, I decided against it. Hugo had always had a limit when it came to the deep stuff, the kind of conversation where he had to really dig into his thoughts and memories. It was a fine line that it had taken me a long time to recognise when it was approaching. If you pushed him over that line, he'd fall too far into those thoughts and get trapped there. Clam up. He'd revealed a lot tonight. I didn't need more. Not yet. Snuggling closer, I hoped that we'd have the rest of our lives to finish the conversation. I can tell you one regret, he carried on, surprising me. My ears pricked up. I never did take those jeans back. Got to the store, even went in, backed out at the last second. I threw them in a bin in the car park. Hugo! My jaw dropped, somewhere between shock and amusement. They were expensive. I couldn't remember how much, but I knew Next was expensive for an 18-year-old who worked part-time on the deli counter in Asda. Yup. I didn't tell you because I was trying to be more independent and, well, it didn't go so well. Hugo laughed now, but I could imagine how unfunny he would have found it at the time. Even after all these years, I felt sad for the old Hugo, the one who didn't feel like he could tell me he'd struggled that day.
I'll need to go home in the morning, make some calls, pack a few bags, I said.
I'll drive you,
he offered, twisting my hair around his finger. No need. I have a session with my PT too. Maybe the last one for a few weeks, so I shouldn't miss it. I'm genuinely a little scared to get on his scales tomorrow. I felt Hugo's hand under my chin. He tensed his finger, raised my face off his chest until our gazes met.
Helly, the scales can only give you a numerical reflection of your body's relationship with gravity. They can't tell you how pretty your smile is, how cute this dimple is.
The tip of his finger prodded the crest in my chin. Or how compassionate your heart is.
They won't tell you how loved you are, or how you just being in a room with someone can make them feel like the most important person in the fucking world. If you want to get fitter, feel better. I'm all here for that, but don't put any energy into a damn number. You're worth so much more than that.
I didn't know if it was the words or the way his blue eyes stared into mine with such intensity and benevolence, but I felt like I was about to spontaneously combust. My eyes began to sting. Embarrassed, I did what I always did. You won't be saying that when you go to wear this T-shirt again, I joked, stretching out the material even more over my belly rolls. My tits alone have distorted its shape to the point of no return. You look homeless if you put this on now. Perfect. Forcing humour into the situation had distracted the tears away.
I've got more clothes than I can possibly ever need. Don't worry about it.
I knew that already, seeing as he'd left a Gucci suit in a crumpled wet heap on my bathroom floor the night he returned. Friggin' Gucci! It should have been an arrestable offence to treat a piece of pure art that way.
I'm taking you home tomorrow,
he added, tone insistent.
Then I'll leave and you can go work out, pack, meet with friends, whatever.
I put my head back on his chest, smiling against his skin. I wasn't going to argue. It would mean an extra hour with him, after all. Guess what I'm thinking now? I said. Unfortunately, my stomach betrayed me, growling the answer.
Now you're definitely thinking about dinner.
So, what are we going to do about that? I asked, too comfy to move. Hugo slid carefully from the bed, using his hand to gently transition my head onto the pillow.
Wait there. I know just the thing.
My eyes narrowed with both curiosity and excitement, and I did just as I'd been told. I stayed in bed, rolled onto my back, and relived my favourite parts of the day in my head. Life couldn't get any better than this. In the gym, I gave Zach the best evil eyes I could muster while trying to stay alive at the same time. My knees had started liquidizing, I was certain of it, as my feet pounded the treadmill. I think this is broken, I said, panting like a dog in the frigging desert.
Increase the resistance,
Zach replied. I didn't need to see his smile. The smugness in his voice was unmistakable.
2 pounds on, Helen. Doesn't sound like our chat had much effect.
Fuck you! I'd have yelled it if I'd had the strength. Our chat? I assumed he meant the one where he basically ordered me to get my shit together and I didn't sever his bollocks in response. Slow it down, I choked out. Need to get off.
2 more minutes.
I've got a stitch, I lied. He kept his eyes on his watch, ignored my plea.
Breathe through it. Come on, Turn
the bloody thing off, Zach. That got his attention, and that of several fellow gym-goers too. Thankfully, he tapped the screen a couple of times, immediately easing the tension in my calves.
Better? He asked once I'd slowed to a stop.
No, I didn't feel better. I felt pissed off. I've been going through some shit, okay? I haven't had the headspace to be as all-in as I wanted. I don't need reminding every 3 seconds.
Helen, I didn't mean...
But I ate some broccoli. Tasted like shit, but I ate it. I grabbed my towel from the bench under the window, wiped the sweat from my neck and forehead.
It wasn't my intention to upset you, Zach said. I was just trying to encourage you. That's my job.
Well, I don't like your job. I spat, pouting to give it the full effect. And I don't like running either.
You finished?
I couldn't decide whether to slap the smirk off his pretty face or laugh at it. Eventually, I went with the latter. Yeah, I think so.
Want to talk about it?
Yes. I wanted to tell the whole gym, yell out on the street to random strangers, that I was jetting off on a spontaneous, crazy, probably irresponsible adventure with Hugo Hayes. But I couldn't. Not yet. Nah, I need to talk to Helen! Chrissy's voice blasted my name like a foghorn at the exact moment I'd been thinking about her. Does that stuff actually happen in real life? Apparently so. Zach and I spun around in unison to find her charging toward us. You're not working out your notice, she said to me, alarm raising her pitch. I wondered how she knew, given I wasn't supposed to start my shift until later in the afternoon. I'd emailed our boss the night before, as soon as I'd made the decision with Hugo, but I hadn't expected the news to be passed around at the coffee machine. I was going to talk to you about that tonight. I was worried, she said. Thought you were sick, but then I tracked you here on Find My Friends. What's going on? Stalker much? Or we could talk about it now. Chrissy stood, arms crossed, expression expectant. I'm going away for a few weeks. I rushed the words out, winced as if I'd just told my mum I'd had sex for the first time. I waited for the opposition, for the warnings and the lectures, all the while conjuring decent comebacks in my head. Oh my God! It's Hugo, isn't it? You're going with him. Chrissy's hands clapped together, praying in front of her lips. Her reaction surprised me, so much so that I didn't have a reply ready. All the words tumbling in my mind were defensive. I nodded.
Who's Hugo?
Zach asked. Chrissy gaped at her brother. Do you even open your Instagram? Zach shrugged.
Sometimes.
Check my latest story. Bro, you will not believe where Hel and I were Saturday night, or who Helen's BFF is. Seriously, you'll legit die. And just like that, Chrissy had turned 13 years old again. Zach looked confused, probably because his sister had started talking like a prepubescent fangirl.
My phone's in my locker. Who's Hugo?
An old friend of mine, I said at the same time Chrissy shouted, Hugo Hayes, the singer. People are looking, Chris, I warned, noticing an older dude throw a disgruntled glance our way. I gave him a small, apologetic smile and hoped Chrissy reined in the enthusiasm.
Wait, that kid who won the TV show?
He's not a kid, I snapped, unsure why that had offended me. He's my age. We went to school together.
Oh, cool.
Zach couldn't have sounded more unbothered if he'd tried. I like that. Chrissy didn't. Cool? Is that all you've got?
What do you want me to do? Cry? Put up his poster on my bedroom wall?
Chrissy scoffed. I slept with a member of his band.
Oh,
I shrank back a step.
You did what?
Zach said, though I had a feeling he hadn't actually misheard. His name's Liam, plays piano. Technically it was a keyboard, but I wasn't brave enough to argue semantics during a war between siblings. Zach shook his head, blinked a lot.
I don't need to know this shit, Chris. I'm guessing today's session is over,
he added, turning to me. Despite my mouth opening, Chrissy answered for me. Yep, Helen and I have things to discuss, and I only get an hour for lunch. I'll call you when I'm back, I told Zach. He nodded, started walking away.
Don't use this as an excuse, Hel, he called over his shoulder. You've come too far. Back on it.
I didn't reply because that would have made my answer a lie if I failed. He was right, and I knew it, but right now my mind was full of excitement and wonder. Weighing food and counting steps were the last things I wanted to focus on, though I knew, somewhere in the far corners of my head, that I'd come to regret not taking his advice. Damn it! Being fat sucked big hairy bollocks. Chrissy grabbed a sandwich from a vending machine, and she and I spent the rest of her lunch hour in my car. I received nothing but encouragement as I divulged my plan for the next few weeks. It wasn't even a plan as such. I had no idea where I was going, what to expect. The plan, if I could call it that, was to pack a couple of bags and follow Hugo. My mum would have told me the idea was crazy, rash, immature. I'd have probably listened too. But she wasn't here now. I had to learn for myself. Sorry, Mum. We met up again once Chrissy had finished work, and she came back to mine to help me pack. I'd already bundled what I considered essentials into a suitcase, but Chrissy, naturally, had differing opinions. At first, I sat back and let her stuff the sexier items from my underwear drawer into the purple case, figuring I could simply pull them out last minute. When she started removing the knickers I'd already packed, though, I had to step in. You did hear the part about Hugo and I being friends, right? And your friend is a flipping rock star, hell. With other rock star friends. You can't mingle with rock stars wearing these. She held up one of my favourite pairs of knickers. They were pink, comfy, and smoothed out my belly. What wasn't to love? You might as well staple a sign to your forehead that says, "My vagina is dead. Do not resuscitate." I snatched the knickers from her hand, stuffed them back in my case. I'm not going to shag about with rock stars. I'm going to reconnect with my friend. And if the opportunity presents itself... Chrissy wiggled an eyebrow, chewed on her bottom lip. I couldn't imagine a scenario in any universe where that would happen. I only wanted to spend time with Hugo. But if it did, I'll go commando. Problem solved. That's my girl. I wouldn't be gone for long, but I would miss Chrissy. I've been so busy feeling sorry for myself that I've forgotten to appreciate how special she was of late. I sat on the bed beside her, wound an arm around her shoulders. I hope you're not too lonely while I'm gone, I teased. Oh, please, I'll be so busy I won't even notice, she said, resting her head against mine. Starting tonight. Meeting David at 8. I leaned back, eyeballing her. What about Liam? Liam was great, but a fantasy. It could never be anything more. He lives on the road. He sleeps with supermodels and actresses. Time to get back to real life now. She spoke casually, finished with a satisfied smile, yet the words left me feeling winded. Yeah, my lips turned up in a smile, but it didn't reach my cheeks. Was Hugo a fantasy? Was I foolish to think our friendship could ever be what it was? Maybe. Probably. I knew I had to find out. Besides, I think I need to put some effort in with David. I heard Janine from After Sales has her eye on him. Really? Honestly, I didn't see why that was a problem. Chrissy and David had only ever been a casual thing. Would that be such a big deal? I heard she's been with half the company. If he stuck it to her, it'd be like trying to shag a hippo's yawn. Whoa, nice girl code there, Chris. Pretty sure David wasn't a virgin before he slept with you. She shrugged, huffed a little. Clearly, Chrissy's feelings for David ran a tad deeper than I'd thought. Well, I don't like her, so I'm allowed to slag her off. I don't think Chrissy even knew Janine that well. Neither of us did. After Sales was a separate floor, and our departments didn't tend to mix. I'm a little surprised. I didn't know you even liked David, unless you were, screwing him. I don't, much. I don't think. She tilted her head, thought about it. I don't know. He's grown on me. Or he might grow on me. He won't if he grows on Janine first, though, she said, spitting Janine's name as if it contained acid. My friend was jealous. It didn't suit her. Still, I found it oddly adorable. Well, try not to marry him before I get back. Christ, slow down. I don't want to marry the guy. I'm just trying to save his dick from blistering warts or gonorrhea. I'm being a good Samaritan here. I chuckled at her dramatics. You're being a bitch is what you're being. It wouldn't surprise me if David started those rumours himself. I bet this poor Janine girl has never even heard of him. And let's keep it that way, she said with a determined nod. Now, let's finish this packing. You've got rock stars to impress. With that, I got up and carried on gathering my things, including some drawing pads and pencils, because I figured I'd be alone some of the time, while Hugo was off being famous. It was almost time to leave life as I knew it behind and swan off on the adventure of a lifetime. The idea terrified me. I couldn't wait.
Chapter 10. Hugo. I'd never enjoyed travelling, but having Helen with me made it so much better. A week into the tour, and Helen and I were almost always together. Life was just as I'd imagined it years ago, back when I first auditioned for Next Up. This was the dream, right here with Helen. Every night, I hit the stage. I sang and played, got high from the atmosphere. It added an extra thrill knowing she could hear from her spot behind the stage. The days were spent with my best friend. We talked about life, the important parts, the things we'd missed. We chatted shit, too, discussed random nonsense that made no sense to anyone else but us. I wrote lyrics for her. She drew pictures for me. We held a competition to see who could fit the most Maltesers in their mouth, and Helen reminded me what a sore loser she was. I hadn't seen such a huge pout on her face, or anyone's face, since the day I beat her at Monopoly 3 times in a row. We were 17 then. She'd tossed the board. My only regret was delaying this, being too much of a coward to come back for her sooner. Everything was fucking perfect. The funk that had been teasing me before I returned to the UK had packed its bags. Turned out I didn't need the pills after all. I wasn't slipping into depression again, just guilt. I'd missed Helen, that's all. She was the only drug I needed. She'd brought me back as a teenager, and she was doing it again now without even realizing it. I loved her. Ah, Manchester, I breathed, collapsing onto the king-size bed. It was almost 2 a.m. by the time we'd reached the hotel. After completing 2 shows in Cardiff and 3 in Birmingham without a day off in between, I was knackered, which wasn't new. I'd been feeling more tired than usual this week. I was used to late nights, performing, being on the road. It had been a while, though, so I put it down to that, readjusting. "All right, stop. This one has a piano," I heard Helen call from another part of the suite. She made me chuckle. This was the 3rd hotel she'd been in, but the extravagance of it all was still so new and exciting to her. I remembered that, how cool it was, how every new place took your breath away a little. Hearing the delight in her voice, I felt a stab of sadness knowing it would wear off. "Come to bed, Helly. Busy day tomorrow." Same as every day. She appeared under the archway a moment later, leaned against the wall that separated the bedroom from the dining area. She looked stunning, as ever, despite tiredness tugging on her eyes. Reaching up, she pulled the band from her hair, let her auburn waves bounce onto her shoulders. "Are you still nervous?" she asked, shimmying out of her jeans. I'd noticed over the last couple of days that I'd started looking away as Helen changed. It wasn't something that had occurred to me before. We'd been so close since being 4 years old that we'd never thought to hide anything from each other, even our bodies. We'd shared everything at some point in our history, in every sense of the word. Helen was beautiful, and I loved her, always had. But something had changed. Now, when I caught a glimpse of the fair skin that glazed her rounded hips, I couldn't seem to carry on thinking about work, eating competitions, or whatever else we were talking about. All I could think about was touching her, wondering how warm she'd feel against me, how she'd taste. I couldn't possibly have appreciated those as a naive and fumbling teen. We were anxious, clueless. The whole experience was rushed and sloppy, but I hadn't been able to stop thinking about it. I'd wanted to do it again. I hadn't told her that, though. We were friends. I think we were both afraid to mess that up. It wouldn't be sloppy now. I'd take my time with her now, explore every curve, taste every inch. "Hugo, you still there?" Damn it. I'd tried everything to stop thinking of my best friend that way, even reverted to wanking twice a day in the shower like a 14-year-old in an effort to rid myself of the ball-aching boners that kept popping up in her presence. It had to stop. Friends, I kept reminding myself. We were friends. What? Oh, yeah, sorry. Tired. Dressed much more safely in a pair of pajamas, Helen pulled back the duvet and climbed into bed. It hadn't struck either of us to ask for separate rooms, or even individual beds. Come on, you need to get in too. You're hogging the covers. I flashed the infamous duvet thief to my right a look, making her chuckle, before stripping to my boxers and joining her. So, are you nervous? She repeated. About the show tomorrow? Ah, the Ricky Byrne recording was tomorrow. It was supposed to be last week, but another guest had a scheduling conflict, so they'd switched us around. In the business, we all knew scheduling conflict was code for off his face. Probably coke, a little fentanyl for good measure. Yeah, I admitted. Yeah, I am. Helen took my hand, held it between us. I don't know if it'll help, but you could try blocking everyone out and imagining me. You're so comfortable when it's just the two of us. You're interesting, confident. You have a lot of great stories to tell. I love listening to you. I know the audience will too. Ah, Helly. I wished it were that easy. Maybe it was. I'd never tried that before. And Drew said I'll be sitting near the front, so if you need to, just look over. Talk to me. I believe in you, Hugo. Always have. You can do it. Her lips carried the words, but it was her eyes that bore the truth. She stared at me with such credence, it was difficult not to feel empowered. She'd always had a remarkable ability to provide strength when I had none. Her courage was contagious, her confidence in me unfounded, but inspiring. I didn't deserve her. I'm so glad you're here, I whispered, wishing more than anything that I could lean forward and kiss her. A few inches. That's all it would have taken. We were so close already. I could smell the lipstick she hadn't taken off, almost taste it. Fuck. Stop it. It would ruin everything. Helen smiled her sweet smile, the smile that had made me feel safe since I was a child. Don't ditch me for the rich and famous again, and I always will be, she said, stabbing me right in the fucking heart. It didn't matter that she'd said it with a grin, that I felt confident enough in my ability to read her to know that she was joking. It was the truth. I had no right to have missed her, no right to expect her to stay. Good night, Helly. With a heavy heart, I had nothing else to say. Night, Hugo. That should do it, said the makeup artist, after dabbing the last of the powder on my face. Charlie, I think she was called. She was nice enough, a little too close for my liking, but that came with the job. She could hardly paint my face from a meter away. I nodded at the mirror, pretended to care. Great, thanks. Anyone seen Helen? I asked, open to anyone in the dressing room. She's next door, Stefano answered in his lyrical Italian accent as he appeared behind me. He'd flown in 2 days ago to spend time with Drew. In the mirror, I watched his hands reach for my shoulders, then retreat. He knew better. You look fabulous, he said. I know Drew always likes you in lemon. Drew hated me in lemon. Okay. I wasn't sure how I felt about Drew discussing me with his husband. Not in that way. Then again, it was Drew. He discussed everyone in that way. Cheers, Steph. As if he'd heard his name, Drew entered the room. 20 minutes till you're on, he announced, making my stomach roll. I pushed out from under the dresser, stood up. I need to see Helen first. Won't be long. Don't you go missing on me. I'm right next door, Drew, I called over my shoulder, leaving the room. I found Helen with her head in a pad, pencil poised between her delicate fingers, expression twisted in concentration. Stunning. "Hey, you." She looked up, smiled. "Hey, you feeling all right?" I tilted my head, wobbled my hand. "What are you working on?" "Something for you," she said coyly. My eyebrows arched with curiosity as I took a seat behind her. "Oh yeah? Can I see?" "Remember that day in my spare room, the jumpsuit you saw?" "Of course." It was the first time I'd wanted to hold her tight and never let her go again. The time I fully realized what a monumental mistake I'd made 8 years ago. She placed the pad on my knee. "Well, I didn't get a chance to work on that, but I've been thinking, and this could look amazing on you." I admired the sketch, my jaw dropping at her talent. She'd run with the jumpsuit concept, but widened the legs into an almost disco-style flare and created sheer sleeves. "That's fucking beautiful, Helly." "And we could even drop this," she continued, reaching over to adjust her drawing. I could feel the vibrations of the pencil on my thighs, hear her slow, concentrated breaths. "Being a guy, you could pull off a plunge like that. Show off that sculpted chest of yours, huh?" She winked up at me through the strands of auburn hair that had fallen across her face. "Tell me what you need, and it'll be brought to you, wherever we are." "Oh, no." Shock widened her vivid green eyes. She looked embarrassed. "I don't want anything. It can wait till I'm home. I wasn't asking for—" "I know that, Helly. I'm asking. It looks great, and I want it. Tell me what you need to make that happen." "Okay. Sure," she agreed, though the pink remained in her cheeks. "I'll let you know later, after the show." The show. Fuck. Almost over, I reminded myself. It didn't help that I was so damn tired. I'd be glad when the entire tour was over and I could take Helly back to Los Angeles and do nothing but exist with her for a while. "Hugo!" Drew's voice bellowed through the studio walls. "Babe, you're up in 5. Sighing, I pressed my forehead to Helen's, wishing I could snap my fingers and magic us away from here, from everything. "You'd better go. Find your seat." I broke contact, stood up, before I wouldn't be able to. "Mm-hmm," she murmured. "Remember, you're talking to me. Just me." "You're—" "Hugo!" Drew's bark interrupted me, swiftly followed by him waltzing into the room. "There you are! Are you coming?" "For fuck's sake." "No, it's just the way I'm stood." Helen snorted. Even that was adorable. Drew, however, was a little less amused. "Oh, so you've got jokes now, huh? I remember a time you couldn't say hi to me without choking on your own awkwardness. Get your ass out here. They're almost ready to roll again." Drew stormed off while I shook my head. Helen smacked her lips. "Wow, he, seems ever so slightly irritated." I laughed, rubbed her arm. "Menopause, don't worry about it." Bending, I planted a chaste kiss on the top of her head, inhaled the scent of her hair. It would have to do. It could only ever do. "See you on the other side." And tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome back a very special guest to the show. I heard Ricky's voice, upbeat and oozing show business, begin from the other side of the set wall. I dragged in a deep breath, held it there while I tugged at the cuffs of my yellow suit jacket, and practiced my smile. "I can't believe it's been 6 years since we've had him on the show. Give it up for the one and only Hugo Hayes." 3, 2, 1, and block it out. Mask. I'd done it a million times before. I skipped down the steps from the podium behind the wall, making my entrance to a round of applause. I raised a still wave, nodded to the audience of 300 or so, flashed that winning smile people seem to like so much, The set had changed since my last visit. They'd swapped individual bucket chairs for one long couch. 2 guests were already sitting there after their interviews. Mickey Barclay from the band Midnight Red, and Jennifer Arthur promoting her latest movie. I could feel them watching me, waiting for me. I didn't like that, but I couldn't let it show. Ricky Byrne extended his hand. I returned the gesture, as expected, before taking up the offer of a seat. "It's good to have you back," Ricky said, sliding behind his desk. I envied him in that moment, craved the distance he had, the safety barrier. "Good to be here," I lied. "You don't do many interviews like this these days. I know, because we've been trying to get you on here for the last couple of years." The audience laughed when he said that. I didn't get it. I smiled because they did. "Is there a reason for that?" I don't have much to say, I guess." It was a lame answer, boring. I knew it as soon as it had left my mouth. I'd known this question was coming, rehearsed an answer 100 times in my head. Yet now I was sitting here, my mind had erased all knowledge. This was why I didn't do interviews. I looked stupid. "That can't be true," he argued. "You're one of, if not the, biggest-selling solo artist on the planet right now. I'm sure there are a lot of stories to tell." I shrugged, smiled awkwardly. "Not about me. I work, come home, work some more. I'm not the rock and roll type everyone thinks I am." Ricky gave me a questioning look, like he didn't believe me. "You're on tour over here right now, yes?" "I am. Good to be back home?" Home. Instinctively, my gaze wandered out to the audience, seeking Helen. "Absolutely. It's my favorite place." I had to force myself to look away before I became lost in her. Forgot where I was, or that anyone else in this building, this life, existed. "This is probably too early, seeing as your current tour hasn't finished, but do you have plans for another album? I heard there's new music on the way." Shit. "I'm sorry, could you repeat that last part?" I'd fallen into the familiar trap of focusing on our eye contact. Had I held it long enough? Too much? Should I stare right into his eyes, or off-center towards his nose? I fucking hated this. "New music. Is it coming?" "Not just yet. I've been in the studio, but I'm still excited about the current album, which I'm currently touring with." My pulse raced, awaiting the next quick-fire question. Only it didn't come quickly. I jammed my fingers together atop my knees, rocked just slightly. Come on, Jesus. "Hugo." Ricky said my name with caution, sending a shock of panic down my spine. He was about to go off track. I could feel it. "I like you. We've met a few times over the years, various events, etc." Holy shit. What was he doing? "Right." I nodded, breath hitching. "Now, I've never witnessed anything that would make me believe this, but I think the audience would probably like me to address the rumors about the difficulties you've faced, are facing." Difficulties? What the hell? I hadn't approved this. Had anyone approved this? "You know, the drugs." The muscles around my eyes started to ache from being so contorted with confusion. I wanted out of there immediately. I planned to scan the studio, search for Drew behind the cameramen, but my eyes found Helen first. She nodded up at me, winked. Such a simple gesture, but it filled me with encouragement, faith. "I've never messed with drugs in my life," I said, proud of the conviction in my voice. "And I don't read the newspapers or social media hashtags, so I'm afraid I have no idea what you're talking about." Ricky sat back in his big leather chair, interlaced his fingers across his chest. "I suppose, and I'm only guessing here, people might be making such assumptions based on your behavior?" My behavior? I knew my social skills weren't always top-notch, but was I really the issue right now? You can come across, and forgive me if I'm wrong, a little distracted, on edge. Like I said, I'm only trying to figure out where the rumors may have come from, like you. No, you're not, I spat, surprising myself. You're digging for dirt for higher ratings. It was the first time I'd wished the show were live, because I knew they'd cut that line out. I'd embarrassed Ricky Byrne, and my fellow guests going by the shallow gasp coming from my right. It's called autism, not addiction. Ricky leaned forward into his desk, as if to get physically closer to the scoop. You're autistic? Are you being serious or joking with me? I can think of funnier punchlines. Jennifer Arthur's hand landed on my knee in that moment, clapping it supportively. I understood why, appreciated it even, but it made my skin itch and my lungs freeze, and I felt relieved when she took it away. I don't believe you've ever told anyone that before, not publicly. Nope. Why not? A platform as big as yours, have you not considered using it to raise awareness? I drew in a breath, crossed one leg over the other, thought of Helen, spoke to Helen. The thing with my platform, if that's what you want to call it, or social media, is most people don't want your opinion. They want to hear their own views told back to them in your voice. Also, if I'm being honest, I don't like the word awareness. We need to stop using that word. I don't think there's anybody who isn't aware of autism anymore. At this point, we're all aware. There are just people who choose to be ignorant fucks. Same with mental health, sexuality, gender. They're aware, Ricky. They just choose not to care. I hadn't expected a reaction from the audience. The round of clapping took me by surprise. It was loud, too loud. Still, I looked out to them, offered a single nod in appreciation. That must be difficult in your career, I imagine. Being autistic, I mean. I have a friend with a son on the spectrum. Doesn't like loud noises, music, TV. How do you manage things like that when your whole job is music and loud noises? Is this guy for real? Drew was fucking lucky I didn't like physical contact. Otherwise, his nose would have met my fucking fist the second I stormed off this stage. If you've met one person with autism, then you've met one person with autism, I said. We're not made on a production line, Ricky. Laughter erupted from the audience, though I hadn't intended it to be funny. It was then I began to have doubts whether this show would even air at all. It's interesting that you mentioned sexuality just then. Here we go. Is it? I cut in. The guy was really starting to piss me off. I'd misread him completely in the past, thought of him as fairly decent, if not a little showy. Is that something else you've chosen not to share publicly? Again, there are rumors. I'm not sure I understand the question. I did. This wasn't my autism brain trying to make me look like an idiot. This was me at the end of the fucking line. Are you gay, Hugo? Are you, Ricky? He laughed, shook his head. I think my wife can assure you I'm not. I don't need assurance. I've never once wondered what you get up to while you're naked. Another eruption of laughter and applause from the audience. Even Ricky chuckled, but I sensed discomfort behind it. So, basically, you're telling me it's none of my business, was his reply. Or, secretly, do you like the game? Do you enjoy keeping people guessing? Not really. I'm asking why people want to know, I guess. It genuinely baffled me. What's so interesting about it? It's weird. Did you ask the lovely Jennifer here tonight if she's gay? I gestured to my right. I know she's not. How? Because you've seen her pictured, fully clothed, with men, strolling down Hollywood Boulevard in a magazine? I realized then that I may have been out of line bringing Jennifer into my debate. I did that sometimes, spoke without thinking. I turned to her. Forgive me, Jennifer. She swooshed her tiny hand through the air. Nah, dude, you tell him. I'm here for it. I smiled, grateful. I'd never met her before. I liked her. If I'm interested in someone romantically, they'll know about it. I don't see why anyone else needs to. So it's not that you feel uncomfortable? Actually, yes. I feel very uncomfortable right now, but not with who I am. Just sitting here with you. It wasn't strictly true, I supposed. There was a lot about myself I wished I could change, but sexuality was as far down that list as the soles of my feet. What could possibly be uncomfortable about wanting to share love and affection with another human being? It was the ultimate goal, especially for someone with a brain like mine. To be that close to someone, to feel content with their touch, be accepted despite all your differences. How could there be shame in that? By that point, I was done. Done with this show and done with Ricky fucking Byrne. Evidently, my expression conveyed the thoughts in my head, because Ricky swiveled to face the audience and yelled, "It's been a pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, Hugo Hayes." We had to wait for the cameras to capture an appropriate amount of applause before someone shouted, "Cut!" And when they did, I was out of that chair before the word had finished leaving their mouth. I stormed from the set, ripping the mic pack from my back, eyes focused on my target. Drew. He raised his hands in a protective stance, his mouth melting into an apologetic frown. "Don't ever do that to me again," I barked, shoving the mic pack into his chest. I didn't wait around to listen to his excuses or apologies. I needed out. Out of the studio, out of the heat, the whole fucking building. I barged past crew members, blustered through mazes of corridors lined with framed photos of stars from the various TV shows produced here, until I found a set of exit doors. The rush of air smacking me in the face as I pushed open the double doors felt like breaking the surface of the ocean. Finally, I could breathe again, after being pinned underwater for almost an hour, splashing, screaming, begging, too far from the shore for anyone to notice. Outside, I leaned back against a wall, closed my eyes. I had about a minute before hyperventilation set in and I lost control of my senses. Breathe, I told myself. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. I inhaled slowly, focused on my diaphragm, the vision of it expanding a little more with every breath. 1, 2, 3, 4. Box breathing, a therapist had called it back in my high school days. Belly breathing, said another. Sometimes it worked if I noticed myself slipping in time. Other times, the anxiety flourished so quickly, it retained all the power, leaving me helpless, scared. There you are. I was vaguely aware of Helen's voice, but I couldn't distract myself enough to focus on it. Hugo? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's okay, Hugo. I'm right here. I heard her footsteps come closer. It made my heart rate spike, the nerves under my skin feel like barbed wire. No, not Helen. If I couldn't bear Helen's touch, where did that leave me? Alone. Forever. Chapter 11. Hugo. 1, 2, 3, 4. It'll be over soon, Helen whispered, cupping my cheek. I felt the muscles freeze inside my body. Nausea tore through my stomach. Irritation tightened my lips. Get off, I mouthed, teeth gritted. I felt like a bastard, a useless and selfish motherfucker, but I couldn't stand it. Her skin on my skin, the sound of her breath. I'm sorry, I choked out, because I was. Truly fucking sorry. I loved her, but I couldn't be near her, couldn't even look at her. Not yet. It's okay, she said softly, footsteps retreating. She understood. She fucking understood. Why? Why was she still here? She deserved better than this. The end befell eventually, always did. After what could have been several minutes or an hour, a sense of calm encircled me, floated from above like weightless chiffon, and moulded itself to my body. Breathing became natural again. I could smell the brine from the canal that ran the length of the studios and beyond. I could hear Helen and appreciate her. My eyes peeled open. Hey. She smiled, though her eyes looked heavy, sad. Hey. Sensing her wariness, I made the first move. I stepped forward, took her hands and brought them to my lips. I'm sorry, Helly, I said, sealing the words with a kiss. I didn't mean to push you away. I'm still here, aren't I? I should have asked. It's been a while since I've seen you like that. I wished I could have told her it had been a while since I'd felt like it too. Where do you want to go? I didn't want to continue this conversation, not right now. Maybe not ever. It's my only night off this week. Name a place, I'll take you. Helen chuckled, but those sad eyes remained. I don't mind. Maybe we should just go back to the hotel. Talk. Rest. I didn't want to talk. I wouldn't have been able to rest. I needed Helen to enjoy life without worrying about me for a change. Almost every decision she'd ever made had been for my benefit. It wasn't fair. You've been stuck in hotels or following me around. I want you to choose something. She looked flustered as she blew a breath of air up her face. I don't know anywhere around here. Doesn't need to be here. Pick somewhere. I kept a tight hold of her hands, gazed into her eyes, encouraged her. Like a hypnotist almost. Her eyes rolled back, as if trying to find an answer in the back of her head. Blackpool. Blackpool? Yeah. She nodded assuredly, cementing the decision. Blackpool. I've never been. I could have taken her anywhere. Paris, Prague, Amsterdam. Blackpool it is, I said, pulling my phone from my pocket. I'll call Ezra. I sure as shit wasn't about to call Drew. He could sweat for a bit. Maybe the rest of his life, motherfucker. Blackpool was as loud and bright as I remembered it. I hadn't been since I was a kid, back when my parents still scarcely liked each other, and I'd been on holiday from school. I'd ruined that day, unsurprisingly. Had a meltdown in the middle of an arcade. I couldn't remember why now, but I recalled lying on the floor, hiding my face in the hood of my coat, while my parents urged me to move. I'd embarrassed them with my tantrum, my mother particularly. I could still hear her voice, how mortified she was. Please, Hugo, not here. Don't do this to me in front of all these people. When I get you home, lad, you won't know what's hit you. My dad joined in. Their words mattered. Of course they did. They hurt me, wrecked me with guilt and fear, but I still couldn't move. Why can't they see? Why can't they take it away? Helen loved everything about the place. The brash lights and the carnival music, the sound of the sea and the smell of hot donuts in the air. I was grateful to her, and the new memories she'd given me. She didn't seem interested in the arcades or attractions, though I wasn't sure if she'd made that decision to suit me. We could see how packed they were, constant streams of people spilling out onto the street. Instead, we strolled along the beachfront for a while. We grabbed fish and chips, ate them on a bench at the quieter end of the promenade as we watched the trams go by. It took almost 2 hours for anyone to recognize me, possibly a record. It sounds cliché, the whole famous guy in a hat disguise, but it really was amazing how much of a difference a simple baker boy made. It gave enough people the element of doubt, made them too unsure to approach in case they'd stumbled upon a look-alike and ended up feeling a fool. However, as soon as one had garnered the confidence to seek me out, more usually followed. Before we knew it, a small crowd had gathered, camera phones in hand. I hated it for Helen's sake, that I couldn't give her one night, one peaceful, innocent, normal night on the seafront, away from the madness of my world. "I loved it," she said, grinning the smile that brought out the tiny creases around her eyes when we arrived back at the hotel room. Of course, she understood. She always understood. "And these?" She plucked another fresh donut from the grease-stained paper bag in her hand, took a bite. "Best part?" "Oh, really? Not the company, then?" Chuckling, I moved a step closer. Her lips, plump and pink, were coated with sugar. I couldn't stop staring at them. I waited for her tongue to peek out, lick the little crystals into her mouth, all the while wondering what they'd taste like on my tongue if I did it for her. "Well, I won't regret the company in the morning, so that's a win for you," she said, remorse tugging at one side of her mouth before she took another bite. She didn't need to regret the damn donuts either. I gave her a stare which said as much, planned to say it as well, but somewhere between my brain and my lips, the words got lost, scrambled with regrets of my own. "I'm so sorry, Helen." The words fell out of my mouth unexpectedly, sobering the atmosphere in an instant. She finished chewing, tossed the bag on the nearest table. "I told you, Hugo. I get it. I'm not surprised it overwhelmed you. That arsehole was way over the line today." No. I shook my head, moved closer. "Not after the show. For leaving." Her breath caught in her throat as I closed in on her. With each step forward I made, Helen took one back until, suddenly, her back hit the wall. "You mean everything to me. I don't know why I did it, why I let you go." My head dropped against hers, our chests touching. I'd never been more aware of her. Her breasts heaved against me with every stuttered inhale. Her hair smelled like strawberries and salty sea air. My hand found its way to her waist, my fingers dipping under the loose fabric of her shirt as they smoothed round to her back. And yet, here you are still, accepting me, loving me. I don't deserve you. She raised her head, faced me, eyes inches from mine. "Hugo, what are you—" Fuck it. I couldn't do it anymore. The need to touch her in a way I wasn't supposed to had been building and swelling inside me for too long. Being this close, hearing her quiet breaths, smelling her sweet skin. It felt like I might burst open if I didn't feel her, relieve the pressure. My lips touched hers. I couldn't help it. For a moment, they simply lingered, stunned by the softness, before the tip of my tongue traced the edges of her mouth. She tasted of sugar and Helen, a taste I hadn't forgotten since being a blundering teen, too young to appreciate it. My fingers splayed across the supple skin of her back, pulling her closer as my tongue searched for hers. That's when she yielded, when her hands came up to my face, cupped my cheeks, when she kissed me right back. Fuck. Helen pulled back first, breathless, flushed, rested her head against the wall. She didn't talk, just stared at me, lips parted, eyes yearning. I thumbed her cheek, locked my eyes with hers. She had the most beautiful face. Vibrant eyes, high cheekbones that lifted her smile, the cutest button nose. I've traveled everywhere, Helen. Seen so many places, met so many people, but I didn't notice a thing. Here, now, I see the world in your eyes. I see hope and dreams, I see excitement and possibilities. I look at you, Helly, and I see the future. And in that moment, I knew. I knew why I'd needed her. The music had stopped working because it was only ever a distraction, a tool, a form of therapy. Darkness had started seeping in because, without Helen, that was all that existed. I could only struggle to see in the dark for so long before it blinded me completely. I needed Helen to see again, to look forward, to live. "Oh, Hugo," she breathed, my name a plea on her lips. I knew from the day you didn't laugh along with the others when I tipped that classroom table that I loved you. I kissed her lips again, just once, just barely. And I knew from the day you asked me to play with you by the tires that I'd love you forever. You're part of me, Helen. Life isn't right without you. I'm just sorry it took me so long to realize it. Her green eyes glistened. When she didn't respond, I started to worry I'd revealed too much, scared her, pushed her away. But then she grabbed my face, pulled me into her, kissed me like I'd never been kissed before. Damn, there was no place on earth softer than a woman's skin, nowhere more delicate than Helen's lips. "Take me to the bedroom," she said into my mouth, her palms urging me backwards. My hands never left her as I stumbled blindly through the vast hotel suite. I needed to feel her, all of her, and it felt like time was running out. In the bedroom, I gripped the hem of her shirt, pulled it slowly over her head, exposed her beautiful, voluptuous body. My lips traced her neck, kissed a path down the fleshy mounds spilling from the cups of her simple, silky bra. Using my hands, I pushed them up further, releasing her nipples before sucking one into my mouth. Helen yelped a soft moan as it hardened to a pebble on my tongue, and the sound plunged straight into my dick. After unclasping her bra and sliding it down her arms, I grabbed her waist and guided her toward the mattress, laying her down in front of me. I removed my own top, unbuttoned my jeans, and thumbed them past my hips, along with my boxers, before allowing gravity to take them to the floor. I bit my lip, admired her, watched the heavy rise of her chest with each hurried breath as she drank in the sight of me. I'd bared all for her tonight, in every way I could. I'd given her my soul, my heart, and standing there, naked and vulnerable, I was about to give her my body. Again. Truthfully, she'd had them all before. They'd always belonged to Helly. But now I knew they would only ever belong to her. "You're so beautiful, Helly." My words seemed to unsettle her. I saw behind the shy smile, noticed the arm reaching across her stomach. I folded myself over, took the wrist she used to hide herself, and held it above her head. "Beautiful," I repeated, lowering my head to kiss her belly. The skin was so soft there, warm and pliable. With my other hand, I traced her silken curves, cherished each one, every dip, and continued to kiss all her insecurities away. My lips peppered a trail to the waistband of her trousers, and, for a moment, I licked and kissed above the seam, traced the silver ribbons that decorated her skin with my tongue, before unpopping the button. Her hips arched automatically, letting me roll her clothing down to the floor, leaving her open to me. Fuck, no knickers. What a vision. I dropped to my knees, parted her thighs, encouraged them to fall open. I looked up, watched her watching me, before my attention dropped to her glistening core, calling me from the edge of the mattress. I inhaled the scent of her, long and deep, and let my fingers trace the center. "Oh," she gasped, throwing her head back on the mattress. I'd barely touched her yet, but fuck, she needed me to. I delved a little further, plunged a little deeper. She tightened around my finger, thighs rigid, trying to close as if the pleasure was too intense. I held them open, dived in for a taste. Holy shit! Her ass writhed, bringing her pussy closer to my mouth. I explored her wet folds with my tongue, licking, tasting, teasing, circling the sweet bud that made her legs quiver. I wanted to stay there forever, listening to the melodies of sighs and moans rolling from her lips. You taste so fucking sweet, I whispered into her pussy, knowing my hot breath and the vibrations of my words would drive her fucking insane. Hugo, please, you need. What is it, Helly? I broke away, pecked soft kisses along her thigh. What do you need? You, she panted, hands fisting my hair. I rose from the floor, climbed onto the mattress while Helen shimmied further up the bed. I went to kiss her, but couldn't resist those full breasts on the way. I molded them in my palms, grazed a pert nipple with my teeth. Please, she begged, grasping my hair and pulling me to her. Her lips found mine, crashing hard. Her tongue delved into my mouth, swirled and danced, and my cock ached at the knowledge she was tasting herself. Impatient, I pushed her thigh to the side, nestled myself between her legs, and then remembered. I don't have a condom. Fuck. Way to ruin the moment. Helen was on the pill, I knew that. Saw her take it most days. To control her periods rather than contraception. She'd shared that with me. We shared everything, once again. Which is why I asked, do you trust me, Helly? I didn't sleep around. I wasn't careless. Helen was safe with me. I hoped she knew that, but I'd let her down before. Smiling my favorite smile, she nodded, stroked my cheek. More than anyone. This was it. This was everything. A moment we'd never be able to come back from. I was about to lose my best friend. And, hopefully, gain so much more. I gripped the back of her neck, locked my gaze on hers while I reached between us and grasped the base of my cock. I slid gently against her moist folds a couple of times, felt for her entrance. I love you, Helen. It wasn't too soon to say it. I loved her. I'd always loved her, more than anyone in the world. I'll never stop trying to show you how much. And then I fed myself into her. Fuck! Her walls sucked me inside, clung tightly to my shaft. She felt so warm and perfect, deep, soft. I rolled my hips slowly, afraid to end the moment too quickly. I need more, Hugo, now. I can't bear it. Christ, it felt very possible that this woman, this flawless and selfless woman, might kill me. I kissed the heat that had gathered around her neck, before hooking her knee over the crook of my arm and bringing it over my shoulder. Shit, Helen, I moaned, slipping deeper, pummeling faster, harder. It was happening too fast. I missed the feel of her already, and it hadn't even ended. Yes, like that. Oh, God! Her cries encouraged me, increased my pace. My fingers dug into the flesh of her thigh, my other hand gripping the back of her neck. I'm come. Oh, Hugo! My name coating her orgasm pushed me over the ledge. As her walls pulsed around me, her knees quaking, I felt blood pull from my body, cooling my skin from my fingertips right to my toes as it pulled in the base of my cock. I struggled to breathe as delicious pressure built in the bottom of my spine, driving me further into her until I couldn't contain it any more. Spilling inside her, my legs trembled and my lungs expelled a shaking breath. Fuck! Hugo? Helen queried my name in a gentle murmur as I collapsed onto her chest. Mm-hmm, was all I could manage in my breathless, sated state. I love you too. I smiled into the crook of her neck. I'd hoped hearing those words would complete me, but we'd exchanged them throughout our entire lives. The meaning had changed for me. Had it for Helen? Could she love me that way? Shit, why would she? Rolling to the side, I tangled a leg with hers, angled her face until it was nose to nose with mine. A soft sheen coated her pink cheeks. Her lips were full, swollen from kissing. She looked perfect. I never wanted to forget this image of her. For a while, we watched each other. No words, only touch. When Helen's eyes grew heavier, her blinks turning slow and long, I pulled the duvet over our bodies and snuggled in close, holding her tight to my chest, afraid to let her go. Then, I fell asleep with her scent on my skin and the taste of her in my mouth, hopeful that my days of pain and loneliness were in the past.
Helen. It felt like a dream. Sitting under the lilac sky on a balcony overlooking the city, Hugo opposite, studying my every move. He'd always made me feel loved, but last night, and again this morning, he'd made me feel beautiful. The way he'd looked at me, such desire in his stare. The way his eyes tugged on his brow, as if the sight of me caused him to physically ache with the need to feel me. He'd even licked my stretch marks. Hugo, my Hugo. Are you going to eat that? He asked, his arm extending from his fluffy white robe to hover over the croissant on my plate. I shook my head. I'd eaten 2 already. I don't want this morning to end, I said, sighing. I tipped my head back, absorbed the morning sun that had started to peek between the tall buildings. It was going to be a charming day. Warm, cloudless. Ugh, it has to end, Helly. Why? I asked, heart stuttering. A lopsided smile crawled onto Hugo's lips. So we can look forward to the next one. I suppose. Could every morning be like this? Waking up in Hugo's arms, showering with him, making love? I hoped so. After devouring the croissant in only a couple of bites, he washed it down with some coffee. I was sipping my orange juice when he asked, "Do you remember that night when you asked me if I'd ever been in love?" "Mm-hmm," I nodded. "I lied that night. I wasn't ready. Wasn't sure you wanted to hear it, but you were right. It's all there in my music, in the lyrics. They're about you, Helen. Couldn't you see that?" My mouth opened to reply, but nothing came out. Verses from his song started playing in my head, lines that spoke about the pain he felt, the regrets he had, the love he'd lost. Me. Like I said, I tried to zone you out, block you from my mind, but you wouldn't leave. You were with me every day. He touched his chest, over his heart. In here. I wish I'd known. I wanted to say, but that wouldn't do any good. Regret was such a waste of time. Those years were gone now. Reliving them would only steal space in my mind that I could use to create new moments with him. And now I'm here, I said, reaching for his other hand on the bistro table, interlocking our fingers. And I do hope that doesn't mean your music is going to suck from now on. What will you write about if not heartbreak? Hugo chuckled, raised a brow. Sex, love, donuts, you. As I started giggling, the doorbell sounded. I'd never stayed in a hotel room with a doorbell until I hit the road with Hugo. Minus the prostitution, I felt a bizarre kinship with Vivian Ward in Pretty Women. The movie had captured the reaction of someone new to this lifestyle perfectly. Every single thing blew me away. The size of the bathtubs, The quality of the mattresses, the paintings on the walls, the sheer amount of luxurious and unnecessary furniture, the frigging doorbells. I had no doubt these suites were costing Hugo thousands of pounds a night. The meals, excusing breakfast, were awful, though. Pretentious, tiny, covered in green shit, and usually called something that would rupture a tonsil trying to pronounce. Thankfully, Just Eat delivered pretty much everywhere.
"I'll get it,"
said Hugo. I stared after him as he walked away, his hands tightening the knot in his robe as he went. I missed him already. It was a dangerous feeling that made my stomach a little sickly. I knew why. I was in love with my best friend, my wonderful, complicated, loving, fragile best friend, and the idea terrified me. I'd never wanted to love Hugo. Not like that. At least I'd never wanted to admit it to him or myself. Where would that leave me if he left again, broken and vulnerable in a colourless void? I didn't want to love him, but I had no say in the matter. I'd been in love with him all my life, and, after last night, I knew I'd remain there until my life was over. Bickering caught my attention, made me leave the balcony to see who'd arrived. I found Drew and Hugo in the main living area that housed the baby grand piano. Drew was muttering something about an increase in streams since reports from the Ricky Byrne interview had got out, while Hugo simply stood there with his hands cupped in front of him.
"What are you doing?" Drew asked, nodding at Hugo's open hands. "Waiting for a fuck to drop so I can give it to you?"
Ouch! It didn't appear to be going well. Feeling awkward, I slipped quickly past the arguing men and dashed into the bedroom. It didn't help much. Their voices were loud enough to travel through the walls.
"I'm tired of you always pulling shit like this," Hugo yelled, "of laying shit on me and thinking I can deal with it. I told you I had no idea he was going to ask those questions. Regardless, you did deal with it. You don't give yourself enough credit, Hugh. Me? I know exactly what you can do." "Bullshit. You'll push me too far, Drew. I'm telling you, one of these days you'll push me too fucking far."
I thought about intervening, got as far as the bedroom door, ready to rescue Hugo. But it wasn't my place. Hugo wasn't a child, and I wasn't his bloody guardian. Also, he and Drew had their own history. He'd developed relationships that were none of my business during our time apart. Eventually, their voices lowered to a muffle. I didn't know if that meant they'd worked things out, or couldn't abide talking to each other anymore. Either way, I decided to butt out and get ready for the day. After dressing in a ditzy print smock dress with a thin belt to accentuate my waist, I headed into the bathroom to brush my teeth. Great! The toothpaste was out. I'd been using the complimentary stuff the hotel provided, but assumed Hugo would have some in his vanity case. I think someone else packed that for him. He had people to do everything. Bloody diva. I rummaged around inside the black leather bag, pushed aside the various lotions and potions that kept his skin looking youthful and bright, and came across a box of pills. "Huh," I mouthed to no one. I checked the date. They'd been prescribed a few days before he flew back home. They were the same pills he'd needed to take as a teenager after being diagnosed with depression. I remembered the name because I remembered every detail about that part of our lives. "He's gone." My heart leapt into my throat upon hearing Hugo's voice, making me drop the tablets as if I'd been caught red-handed in the proverbial cookie jar. "Finally. Show's airing on Saturday. I'm glad, really. Hope the nation sees what I saw, that Ricky Byrne is a fucking dick. Parts of it have leaked online already, though. Response has been great, apparently. Positive. There's been an increase in streams and downloads. Drew's pretty pleased with himself. Himself! Can you believe that? He was probably the leak." Picking the pills back up, I showed Hugo the medication. "You're back on sertraline." My voice sounded sad. I suppose I was. He hadn't told me. He told me everything, or so I thought. His eyes widened briefly before he swiped them from my hand. "Oh, no.
I mean, I was, for a while. Not long. My doctor thought I might need a bit of support getting ready for the tour, but I'm good. After tossing the box in the bin next to the toilet, he cut my cheeks, kissed my lips. More than good. What have I got to be sad about, huh? You know it doesn't work like that. When did you stop taking them? I'm fine, Helly. Don't even know why they were still in there. He sounded convincing, but I couldn't quite trust it. Maybe it was the way he looked at the floor instead of my eyes as he spoke, or the way his Adam's apple moved slowly through his throat when he smiled. Don't hide from it, Hugo. That never ends well. Promise me if you're feeling something, you'll tell me. Sighing through his nose, he did catch my gaze this time, stared me right in the eye. I promise. Now, do you want to go back to bed? I rolled my eyes. This is serious. Helen, I'm fine. Better than I've ever been. Come back to bed. I tried really hard to believe him, but somehow I knew the thought would keep niggling at me. In the past, Hugo had been a fantastic liar when it came to his depression, right up until the point the illness had him in its grip so tightly he didn't have that luxury anymore. We really shouldn't. We did anyway. Hugo never did give me a reason to worry about his mental health. I still did. I found myself watching him closely at times, studying his expressions, over-analysing every sigh. I'm fine, Helly. He'd told me 100 times, and I believed him, mostly. Fine. That's what you say when you can't be bothered explaining, or when you don't want to burden someone. It's also what you say when you're actually fine. I was struggling to trust him, and myself. We'd been apart for such a long time that I wasn't sure whether I'd lost my ability to read him. His needs and behaviours could have changed, and I wouldn't know. What if I couldn't detect an impending meltdown anymore? Or sniff out the seeds of depression before they blossomed into vines that strangled him? Still, the weeks that followed were undoubtedly the best of my life. 2 days after his final show, he took me to Los Angeles, introduced me to his life there. More beauty, more extravagance, more him. Like a good person, a Samaritan really, I helped Hugo make use of his various black cards. Honestly, it seemed absurd that certain stores allowed people to ransack the shelves for free simply because they had a more popular face than the rest of us. Hugo could probably afford to clear their entire stock without even noticing the dent in his bank balance, and yet they practically itched to throw stuff at him, whatever he wanted, like a legal burglar. Crazy. Hugo hated it. I did not. Unfortunately, the internet followed us. My phone dinged more every day with new mentions and notifications. Since Hugo's appearance on the Ricky Byrne show aired, he'd yet to stop trending on Twitter. It appeared being the girlfriend of a trending hashtag bestowed an invisible beacon on your head for every camera within a 5-mile radius. It made no sense to me. I'd never felt prouder of Hugo than when I'd watched him overcome his anxieties, break down the stereotypes, tear Ricky Byrne a new arsehole. People should have been talking about that, not posting pointless photos of us walking down the street. What would that achieve? How was that in any way interesting? Hugo Hayes is ready to do some cooking after trip to the grocery store. That was an actual headline. An actual headline that hundreds of people had taken the time to click on and, for a reason I'd never understand, leave a comment. At Kayla_HayesZX. OMFG, imagine waiting for your shift to end and then Hugo Hayes is like, "Hi, I'll take some bread and some carrots, please." OMG, I'd legit die. At HHU Dates Daily. Besties, I am crying. At Dance4M3X. Love him literally so much. At Dream of Hugo. OMG us you woos. He's the most beautiful thing I have ever seen in my entire whole life. Follow me if you stand this king. At Hugo for Life 2005.
Who the fat girl he keeps hanging with? She needs to leave him alone. Only after the last tweet, when it felt like I'd invited Justin Thomson and his school bully mates right into the room to spit at me, did I click the X. Some days I found it easier to simply turn my phone off. In the real world, the weather was glorious, warm enough to stroll along beaches at sunset, kiss in the pool at midnight. Despite it being my first time in America, we didn't explore much except each other. We made love in his bed, the living room, on his terrace under the stars. On the steps of his pool one day, he fucked me so hard I worried they'd heard my screams in Vegas. There was no romance there, only raw, unadulterated need. His body looked magnificent in the Californian sun. Skin bronzed against his tattoos, sheened with water from the pool. The light cast perfect shadows on the deep grooves that travelled from his hips to his groin, flexing and changing as he moved in and out of my body. That day, I most definitely fucked a rock star. As promised, he took me to Malibu, introduced me to the record producer friend, Richard, who owned a talking cockatiel. It was a cute little thing, white with grey markings, that parroted the same two phrases over and over until it got kind of annoying. Unfortunately, I couldn't say the same for Richard's dog, a silver and white shih tzu with a pink bow in her hair. I almost lost a finger on her needle-like teeth for being stupid enough to assume Richard had based her name, Angel, on her personality. As it happened, Liam lived with Richard. His familiar face helped me feel at ease in yet another ostentatious home overlooking the ocean. He'd asked about Chrissy, which surprised me. I'd expected him to have forgotten her name by the time she pulled her knickers up, which clearly made me a judgmental bitch. We went out for dinner together later that evening as a foursome, someplace flashy, naturally. The more time I spent with Hugo's friends, the more I got to know Hugo himself. Each person in his life had a new story to bring to the table, a fresh and funny anecdote, another perception of his personality. I'd never tire of listening to them.
I'm surprised there aren't more pictures of his ass on the internet after that day,
Richard had said after sharing another memory. Apparently, Hugo had paid to have an entire theme park closed to the public one afternoon so he, his friends, and members of his team could hang out. I couldn't even guess how much something like that would have cost him. "I'm confused," I said, turning to Hugo. "What's your arse got to do with anything?" Hugo's face crumpled, while Liam snorted.
"There was an incident with some poorly fitting pants and the log flumes," Hugo admitted. "Let's leave it at that." "They took pictures," Liam cut in, laughing. "The workers. I saw him."
I couldn't help giggling too, even though Hugo looked like he wanted to kill us all with his steak knife. I loved the image of him in my head, riding the log flumes, laughing as the water splashed his face. I wished I'd been there to share the moment. "I'm gutted I missed it," I said.
"We should do it again,"
Richard suggested.
"I'm in,"
Liam agreed. Hugo narrowed his eyes and tipped his head back until I asked, "Can we?" My eyes widened, hopeful. I felt like a little kid begging for a new toy on their Christmas list. His expression melted in an instant. He shook his head like he couldn't believe he was about to agree, because he was. I could tell.
"Fine, but it'll be a while," he said, dampening my excitement. "We'll have to find a clear date in everyone's schedules and arrange it with the park. It won't be during this trip."
I smiled anyway. I could wait. I'd had plenty of experience in that department. At least this time Hugo would be by my side to wait with me. "It'll be so much fun." Hugo looked sceptical for a moment, but soon smiled.
"You did hear the part where Liam said he was coming, right?"
Not a second later, a breadstick flew from Liam's side of the table, clocking Hugo right in the nose.
"Just so you know, I licked that before I threw it."
"What the—" Hugo looked disgusted. Richard laughed. Eventually, Hugo chuckled too. I sat back in my chair, wondering how any of this was real. How was I, Helen Jenkins, sitting in a glitzy restaurant frequented by the world's biggest celebrities, with one of the world's biggest celebrities, having the absolute best time of my life? Hugo had said this feeling wore off, that you became used to the luxury and stardom of it all. I loved Hugo, but I suspected he was talking bullshit. There was no way I'd ever get used to this. 3 weeks later, and over a month since I'd set off on my adventure with my best friend, we were back in the UK. Hugo had an appearance booked over here, and I couldn't stay out there forever, no matter how fervently the voice in my head tried to convince me it was a good idea. I had plans that had only blossomed over the last month as each new place I visited unearthed fresh inspiration. I'd been up close and personal with my goals now. I'd held Gucci, Versace, Alberta Ferretti, Brandon Maxwell in my hands. I'd studied the stitching, admired the creativity, felt the quality. I ached to see my clothes lined up on one of the rails backstage of a sellout tour, or moulded to a beautiful woman waltzing down Rodeo Drive. Also, I missed my house and my friends, and I was getting fat. Well, fatter. Not that Hugo seemed to mind. What I saw as lumpy and ugly rolls of lard when I looked in the mirror, Hugo looked at like he couldn't wait to devour. He made me feel gorgeous, sexy, hot. "That's because you are," Chrissy had said during the conversation where I'd shared just a few dirty little details about our time away. "Shagging Hugo fricking Hayes. My God, hell, I can't even right now." "It's more than that," I protested, laughter betraying me. The sex was, of course, phenomenal, but being with Hugo was everything. "I'm sure you know what I mean." I arched a brow, teased her with a grin. "How is David, by the way?" The happy expression dropped from her face. "Who?" she deadpanned. "Oh, like that, huh?" "You know what he said to me?" She didn't give me a chance to answer. "He said he's thinking of hitting that Janine woman. Why would he tell me that? Me?" Her nose scrunched, disgusted. State of him, with his over-gelled hair and stupid Clark Kent glasses. He's got no chance. He couldn't hit the water if he fell out of a fucking boat. I wondered if she realised she was insulting herself as much as David, seeing as she wanted to be with him so badly. "Absolute arsehole," she continued. Then, when I told him to go fuck himself, he accused me of hurting his feelings. Like David has feelings. Only time that guy's ever come across the word pain is in a patisserie. "Right," I nodded slowly, unsure what to say in case I angered her further. "Sounds like you're better off without him." Chrissy shrugged, pulled a face I couldn't decipher. "We're going out tomorrow night." I give up. "What?" she said, my surprise clearly evident. "I can't let Janine from After Sales have him." "No, course not," I agreed because it seemed like the easiest thing to do. When Chrissy left later that afternoon, I caught up with the post that had arrived in my absence, threw most of it out, and put some washing in the machine. I had less than an hour to transform myself from a jet-lagged mess to an up-and-coming fashion designer of the future. Hugo had a thing, he'd called it. A thing he didn't want to attend, but felt he had to because he would be receiving the award for Best Dressed Male of the Year and didn't want to look ungrateful. Really, I think he'd agreed to go for my benefit and didn't want me to feel like I'd compelled him, because the thing was the Simply London Fashion Awards. I was beyond excited. The SLFAs were something an unknown designer like myself could only dream of being invited to, and I had. I'd had that dream many, many times, usually ending up naked on the runway, bursting for a wee, suddenly finding myself in a bathroom full of toilets with no doors. I wondered, idly, what those dream interpreters you saw on breakfast TV would make of that. They'd probably give it a really meaningful spin, like feeling vulnerable to change or shame of past actions, when in reality I probably needed to stop downing half a pint of orange juice before bed, Come to think of it, that probably wasn't a bad idea. All those carbs late at night, with nowhere to go except my belly and hips. I showered quickly to give myself extra time with my hair and makeup. God knows my eye bags needed the work after the flight from LAX. Hugo had offered to bring a team of stylists and makeup artists over for me, but I declined. He'd given me so much already lately. Also, I suspected I would have felt awkward letting a bunch of strangers fawn and fuss over me like I was something special. Hugo may have been a celebrity. I most definitely was not. I styled my hair first, blowed it dry and shaped it into a relaxed bun before using some tongs on the tendrils I'd left loose. I kept the makeup simple, neutral shades around my face, a little heavier on my eyes. It was the dress that mattered. Black, long sheer sleeves with ruched cuffs, pleated bust that nipped in at the waist and gave the illusion that I had a pretty decent one. It was beautiful, one of my best creations. My letterbox rattled. Crap! I hurried over to my bedroom window as fast as I could in the heels I wore, and, sure enough, Ezra's car was outside. I could safely assume Hugo was in the back of it, behind the tinted glass. I threw a wave to acknowledge their arrival, grabbed my clutch bag from the bed, and gave myself a final once-over in the mirror before heading downstairs.
"You look very nice,"
Ezra said as I locked my front door behind me. "Thank you. So do you." I didn't know why I'd said that. Ezra looked the same as he always did. Smart, suited, tall and bulky. Hot, quite frankly. After sliding into the back seat of the black Merc, I leaned over and gently kissed Hugo's lips. It took all my effort not to press harder, not to bury my tongue in his delicious mouth. I'd missed him incredibly, and it had only been a few hours. However, I had lipstick that looked better on my lips than my chin. "Hey, you."
"Hey, yourself. You look beautiful,"
he said, sliding a hand over my knee, letting it dip between my thighs. I snapped them closed. "Hands off, I need to concentrate."
"On what? Ezra's driving."
"On being designery."
"Designery?"
"Yes, designery. Professional. I want to make a good impression." Hugo grinned, stared at me like I was the most magical thing he'd ever seen.
"Ellie, you'll make a good impression just by walking in there."
"You've been in my knickers. You're biased." Just then there was an audible cough coming from the front.
"You do know there's no privacy screen in this car?"
said Ezra, eyeing us through the rearview mirror. For the first time I saw him crack a hint of a smile. It suited him.
"Also, I have ears."
"See?" I slapped Hugo's leg. "You make me lose concentration. No touchy-touchy." With that, I took his hand off my thigh and dropped it back on his own. With a chuckle, he clamped his other hand on top of the one I'd removed from my leg, holding it down like he couldn't control it otherwise. The SLFAs were better than anything I could have dreamed, and not least because I was fully clothed. The atmosphere oozed glitz and glamour from its core. The lighting, the artwork, the colours, the fashion. Oh, the fashion. I could sense Hugo's discomfort during the parts of the soirée that involved socialising, networking, blowing smoke up various arses, but that's where I had no problem taking over. I breathed for this stuff. All Hugo had to do was look pretty on my arm, and pretty he did in a sheer black top with bell sleeves and flared silver trousers, both designed and created by me, while I introduced myself. He was my personal walking, talking mannequin, and the comments I received on his look made me want to wee my knickers with excitement. I didn't, thankfully. Photographers snapped photos of Hugo and then snapped us together, while reporters from leading fashion magazines asked me about his outfit and my design process and inspiration. Despite his social awkwardness, Hugo made a point of saying my name to every person who chatted to him. He told them how talented I was, how many more designs I'd made for him, how I was the lead designer for his next tour, which I was pretty sure he'd made up on the spot. It made me feel giddy and proud and excited and loved, and 1,000 emotions I couldn't even decipher. This is one of the best nights of my life, I whispered to Hugo, hiding my mouth with the tall glass of champagne so as not to look desperately pathetic to anyone around me. Smiling, he grabbed my hand, started pulling me away. "Where are we going?" I asked, no option but to follow. He led me from the crowd of mostly beautiful people out into a quiet corridor of the Grand Hotel where the event was being held. After a few failed attempts tugging on handles, a door opened for him.
"In here?"
he said. He'd taken me into some kind of storage room that, after switching on the light, I could see housed a couple of rows of stacked chairs, shelves brimmed with folded tablecloths and other surpluses. "What are you—" Hugo cut me off with his mouth on mine.
"I've been watching you all night,"
he said into my mouth, his body pushing me backwards against the door.
"So confident, so fucking beautiful."
He dipped his tongue between my lips, grazed my teeth. Then I felt his hand on my thigh, his fingers walking under my dress.
"And this fucking dress, you look so hot in this dress."
He reached the edge of my knickers, slipped inside. "Oh!" I dropped my glass, heard it smash, felt a cool splash against my ankle. "Hugo, we can't," I protested weakly, making no effort to stop him as I spread my legs a little wider. His lips moved along my jaw while his fingers plunged quickly, deeply into my pussy. My legs trembled. I grabbed his shoulder, which moved lower along with him as his head moved to my chest. His free hand tugged at my dress, exposed my left breast. The cold air hardened my nipple before Hugo took it into his mouth. He moaned against it, sucking, squeezing, all the while fucking me with his fingers. Then, without warning, he ripped them from my body, making me gasp from the loss. "Fuck!" I moaned, pleaded, begged. I wanted him back, needed to feel him, more of him. His lips crashed back into mine, hard and fiery, urgent, and I heard the delicious sound of his zip coming undone. Within seconds, his hands were on my hips, spinning me around to face a table stacked with various crockery. In one swift motion, Hugo's arm had sent the lot crashing to the floor and, before I had time to worry about the almighty noise he'd just made, he yanked my knickers around my knees and bent me over the table, thrusting his cock inside. "Holy shit!" I cried. He filled me fast, delectably deep.
"Fuck yes,"
he groaned, driving into me with impossible speed. My ribs hit the table with every thrust, the pain negligible compared to the waves of pleasure crashing between my thighs. He wound an arm around my front, massaged my naked breast as he kissed my neck, moaned into my ear.
"So good, Helly. So fucking good."
Somewhere in my subconscious, I was aware of where we were. I heard voices outside. "Oh, God, I think someone's coming."
"That's the idea,"
he said, voice a low, heady growl.
"Enjoy it, Helly."
His hand lowered, dipped below the table, circled my clit.
"You're close. I can feel you getting tighter."
The sound of his voice, his balls slapping against my pussy, his fingers on my clit, his breath on my face, the people outside, the danger. "Hugo!" My clit swelled under his fingers, convulsed with an orgasm that tightened my walls around his cock.
"Beautiful,"
he said through gritted teeth, driving into me faster, harder, both hands on my hips now, fingers digging into my flesh.
"Fucking beautiful."
And then he came too. His cock pulsed inside me with a final deep thrust, which he held there, holding me close as he kissed my neck. "Do you think those plates were expensive?" I wondered aloud, Hugo's erection waning inside me. He chuckled as he slipped out of me and pulled up his zipper.
"I imagine in a place like this they were very expensive."
I felt a little guilty then, staring at the shattered pieces as I pulled my knickers back into place. "We should find someone, offer to pay for them."
"Yeah? What are you going to say? Excuse me, I've just broken a couple grand's worth of crockery getting foot from behind in your storage room. Would you like cash or a cheque?
On second thoughts, really, they should lock this stuff away if it's so valuable. Totally their fault when you think about it. Hugo grinned my favourite grin, pushed my breasts back into my bra and dress for me, and kissed my forehead.
Exactly. Now, I have an award to receive. Let's get back out there.
I nodded, adjusted the hem of my dress. I need a bathroom first. You know, sex stuff. There was no nice way to say it. Sex was great, of course, but only sexy while actually having it. You go to our seats, Mr. Best-Dressed Male of the Year, and I'll be right there. Best-Dressed Male of the Year. I smiled as I thought it, and then again as I watched him turn to walk away. I'd just let the officially Best-Dressed Male of the Year fuck me over a table in an unlocked hotel storage room. I'd never felt so rebellious, so shameless. It was fantastic. And worrying. Hugo and spontaneity didn't belong in the same sentence. Hugo? I called, making him turn back.
Yeah?
You're okay, right? I felt my brow furrow, eyes narrow. He tipped his chin, curled his lips.
I'm fine, Helly.
I nodded, smiled back. Okay.
Okay.
Time seemed to move slowly without Hugo, who was at his house in St. John's Wood. He'd wanted me to stay with him after the awards. I'd wanted that too, yet I'd still come home alone. We'd spent a month together, a perfect and beautiful month that I dreaded ending every day, but it had to. I couldn't rely on his company. I wouldn't. I'd felt so lost after my mum died, abandoned almost. I still hadn't had time to learn how to do this thing on my own, live, work things out for myself. I needed that. We needed that, because, most of all, we needed the space to trust that we'd come back to each other again. I wished, as I lay in my bed, which felt small and uncomfortable after the luxury I'd unexpectedly become accustomed to, I could talk to my mum one last time. I wanted to let her know how happy I was, that I was doing okay, that she needn't worry. Life didn't hurt so much anymore. I'd heard people say that grief got smaller with time, but I don't think that's true. My memories of my mum were the same. A giant piece of my heart would always be reserved for her. Instead, I think grief stays the same, but life gets bigger around it. Mum was still there, right in the centre, but new experiences, memories and emotions were growing all around her. I hope she could see that, wherever she was. Sometime later, I texted Hugo. I missed the feeling of him against my back, the smell of him on the pillows. Me? What am I thinking? Hugo, you're thinking about getting in a cab to my place. You can climb into bed with me, where I'm waiting for you, hard, naked. Dear God. Me. No gold star for you. I'm thinking, isn't it weird how you know what absolutely anything will feel like on your tongue just by looking at it? Hugo, I can't see what I want to lick right now. Call a cab, Helly. In all my years of dieting, I'd never had my willpower tested this badly. Temptation pulled between my thighs, tugged at my heart, dried my mouth. No. Pushing the thoughts away, I tapped at the screen. Me. I assume you've never licked your lightshade? Look at it. You'll know what it feels like on your tongue anyway. Think of anything. Random stuff. Dirt, concrete, wood, rough or smooth. I don't know. The curtains. Can you feel them? The little dots didn't appear at the bottom of my screen, and I envisioned him, naked and hard like he'd said, looking around his impressive bedroom seeking out things to imaginary lick. Hugo, your mind is a marvel, Helen Helicopter. Come to bed with me. God damn it. Me. Good night, Hugo. See you tomorrow. Heart. With that, I placed my phone, screen down, on the bedside table and turned over to the cold side of the bed. I didn't expect to sleep well, and selfishly, I sort of hoped Hugo didn't either. I liked the idea of him thinking of me while I thought of him. I love you, I whispered into the empty pillow. hoping somehow he would feel it. I reached for my phone the next day before my eyes had even fully opened, only to be disappointed by a blank screen. I'd assumed Hugo would have replied to my goodnight text, maybe pleaded a little more. He must have fallen asleep too. Sighing, I began the obligatory morning scrolls through social media. Technically, that should be afternoon scroll. The time read 12:16 p.m. in the top corner of the screen. I really did need to start behaving like an adult soon. At least today, I could blame jet lag. Opening Twitter, it was the first time in a while where I didn't feel like I was participating in some kind of sordid affair. Hugo detested the socials, couldn't understand why I bothered with them. I told him I used it to keep up with my friends, keep an eye on the latest brands and fashion trends. I didn't tell him that I loved the celebrity gossip too, which felt wrong now I'd seen the other side of it, the real side, yet I still couldn't resist a sneaky peek. I had a good reason today, though. I was hoping to find some coverage of last night's awards. A little vain voice in the back of my head wanted to see my name dropped, ideally alongside some praise for Hugo's outfit. As they say, karma is a bitch. Who is Hugo Hayes' plus-sized pal, and are they just friends? Click to find out more. Oh my fuck. Right there, under the headline, was yet another photo of me and Hugo, this time sitting outside an LA coffee shop. Nothing to do with the fashion awards. I didn't know whether to be more offended that they'd included my size in the headline, or that they'd chosen a photo of me squinting from the sun. Jesus! If I'd known they were there, I'd have breathed my belly in. I shouldn't have worn a white dress that day. Christ, I looked pregnant. My thumb hovered over the link while my mind debated whether to click. If this story had been written about literally any other celebrity in the world, I'd have finished the article and discussed it with Chrissy already. Celebrity. For fuck's sake, I wasn't a friggin' celebrity. Sod it. I clicked it. But as it started to load, someone started hammering the hell out of my front door. I gave my phone the evil eye, wishing pain upon whoever had taken the god-awful photo, and ran downstairs to grab the door. Oh! I tipped my head in surprise upon seeing Ezra at the other side. Hey, Hugo's not here. Not a second later, Drew barged past him and me straight into my house. Have you heard from him? Ezra's voice was calm and collected, yet laced with an edge of seriousness that concerned me. Hugo? No. Drew's panicked pacing up and down my living room frightened me. Why? What is it? He's gone, Drew said, raking through his hair with tense fingers. He's fucking gone. Gone? No, not again. Gone where? Why? Ezra sighed, pinched the bridge of his nose. He's in a bad place, Helen. We need to find him, quickly. Legs weak, I fell back onto the settee. I sat forward, head in hands, while Drew continued to pace my living room. Nothing made sense. How do you know he's gone? I asked. Like, gone in a bad way? How do you know he's not nipped out for, I don't know, milk? I found his front door wide open this morning. Cell phone on the couch, car missing, Ezra answered. And he's been drinking. Jesus. I lowered my head. My neck ached, straining to look up at Ezra, who wouldn't sit down. He stood tall, hands clasped in front of him, ever the bodyguard. He could have been burgled. That made more sense, surely. Then, where was he? He hasn't, Drew said. Then why? I don't understand. You're not telling me something. He was fine last night. Except I knew he wasn't. Deep down, I'd known something wasn't right. I'd felt it. I'd felt it and ignored it. This is my fault. Ezra and Drew exchanged glances, swapped a silent message. Drew shrugged, offered a hand to the air, as if giving Ezra permission.
We got word yesterday that Hugo's mother passed away. Drew went over last night to tell him. Then I stopped by to check on him this morning. I shouldn't have left him, Drew said. I should have fucking known the stupid bastard would do something like this.
Ah, shit. Oh, Hugo, why hadn't he called me, come to me? Anger and worry battled for dominance in my head. He should have called me. You should have called me, I barked, accusing either one of them because it hurt less than blaming myself. Had he known before the awards? Did that explain the texts, why he'd kept pushing for me to go round last night? Had Hugo disguised a cry for help as a friggin' booty call? What have I done?
With respect, Drew said, you've known him weeks. I have a responsibility to...
I've known him his whole fucking life. I've seen him through. Loved him through his worst days, way before he earned enough money to become a blip on your radar, so don't you dare attempt to say you were protecting him from me. Don't you fucking dare. I'd stood up without noticing, my fingers inches away from Drew's face. His hand pinched it, as if extinguishing a candle, and lowered it between us.
I'm sorry, Helen,
he said, dipping his chin, narrowing his eyes. He seemed genuine, remorseful.
He means a lot to me too, you know.
Yes, I do know. I hadn't meant to sound resentful, petty, mean. Or maybe I had. I felt all those things. Every emotion to ever exist coursed through my body in that moment, and a lot of them were directed inward. Shouldn't we call the police?
As soon as we do that, it becomes public knowledge, Drew said. That kind of attention is the last thing he needs. Knowing what you do now, Helen,
Ezra cut in,
do you have any idea where he might be?
In 50 pieces at the side of the fucking motorway, if what you said is true. Drinking and driving. Hugo? I wasn't sure I believed it. He'd harmed himself before, way in the past, but he'd never risk hurting others. Not my Hugo. The men waited more patiently than I deserved for me to calm down, take some breaths, come up with something logical. I don't know. Maybe you're right, Drew. Maybe I don't know him anymore. I couldn't look at him, couldn't look at either of them, but I heard Drew sigh.
I'm frustrated. I say stupid shit when I'm frustrated. Whatever's going on in that fucked-up head of his right now is from his past, and that's something he never shared with me, with any of us. If he's back in the past, Helen, you're the only one who can reach him there.
In the past, there was only one place Hugo would go to escape. It's a long shot, but...
Get dressed, Drew interrupted. We'll wait outside.
Chapter 12. Hugo. It felt strange going back there, the house where it all began. It hadn't changed. The kitchen cupboards were the same duck-egg blue, the tile above the cooker still cracked. I'd caused that crack, thrown a pan from the rack. Couldn't remember why. What had pissed me off, overwhelmed me. The lounge was tidy, carpet clean, ornaments neat. I had a cursory rifle through the cabinet and drawers under the TV, the fridge freezer and the oven, my mum's favourite places to hide her vodka. Empty, the lot of them. The thought of her being sober before she died jimmied into my gut as I took another swig of scotch straight from the bottle. Fucking hypocrite, I spat, the words slurring as I mocked myself. Didn't even know why I was doing it, drinking. I wasn't like my mother. I didn't need it. I just wanted it. I craved the distraction, the numbness. Even the sting in my throat and nausea in my stomach provided relief, gave my mind something else to focus on. No, I wasn't an alcoholic. I was just a fucking moron. Cancer. That's what had got her in the end. Cancer meant she'd known she was going to die for, what, weeks? Months? And I wasn't worthy of a goodbye. I fell back on the couch, the same shit-brown couch that had taken pride of place in this living room since before I was born, and thought back on what I'd done to make her hate me so much. It hadn't always been bad. I had memories of her reading me stories, teaching me the time, letting me play with her hair because I liked the feel of it. She used to smile, my mum. Laugh. Her laugh made me feel good, especially when I'd caused it. I couldn't remember when it changed, when I'd become too much for her. It took a while for the hatred to set in, I knew that much. Even after she'd taken to drinking, she still proclaimed to love me. I'd been sitting in this exact spot, centre cushion on the couch, one day when Mrs. Armstrong had shown up with an attitude my mum hadn't liked. I'd missed yet another appointment with my psychiatrist that day, thanks to my mother's increasing fondness of alcohol, and Mrs. Armstrong hadn't managed to keep the professional cool she usually carried. "Have you even noticed how badly Hugo needs this help? Do you even care?" Mrs. Armstrong had asked at the front door. My gaze had wandered to the coffee table, landed on the freshly poured drink. It was always the same: Smirnoff, red, Coke, not Pepsi. That was all she cared about these days, I'd thought. "Don't you dare come here questioning my love for my son. I'd die for that boy," I'd heard Mum yell. They'd sounded nice, the words. They didn't mean anything, though. I didn't need my mum to die for me. I needed her to live, to take care of herself, take care of me. From that day on, Mrs. Armstrong took me to all my appointments, and there was a lot of them. The hospital became a second home during my last couple of years in high school. My autism diagnosis was supposed to help. I suppose it did for a while. Until then, I'd always thought of myself as broken. I'd grown up knowing I was different, that something in my head wasn't working properly, and I couldn't understand why no one could fix it. How could they, I'd think? I couldn't talk to people. Counselling, for me, was pointless. I'd just sit there, rigid, dying inside. Learning about autism felt like someone had handed me the puzzle piece I'd been searching for. After diagnosis, I'd explored it further, researched, and my brain lit up with the excitement. I do that. That's me. I have that. Being able to understand why I felt and reacted certain ways changed my entire outlook on life. I didn't need to be fixed. There was nothing to fix. I wasn't broken, and I wasn't even different, because there were so many others like me out there. Didn't last, that relief. Turned out my problems weren't only due to autism, but depression as well. Throw those into the mix with an anxiety disorder, and you're left with a hot fucking mess who's destined to let everyone they love down, over and over again, rinse and repeat. It didn't help that, although autism didn't cause my depression and anxiety, the condition predisposed me to them. I was 4 times more likely to become depressed over my neurotypical peers, apparently. The doctor who'd given me that statistic had said it like he was being reassuring, like I should feel grateful that it wasn't just bad fucking luck. "I'm sorry, Mum." I spoke the words she'd never hear into the rim of my bottle of scotch. I hadn't deserved an alcoholic mother, but she hadn't deserved a son who couldn't show her he loved her either. I started to wonder, as I stared blankly at the fireplace, cluttered with cheap ornaments, whether she ever laughed again after I'd left. There was no evidence of another person living in her house, but I hoped she'd found people to bring her smile back. I couldn't hate her, despite wanting to sometimes, just like I wouldn't hate Helen if she gave up on me. Or when. After all, a mother was the one person who was supposed to love you unconditionally, and I'd managed to push mine away. Even though I'd adored her, even though I'd hated watching her cry, seeing her frustrated and angry, while knowing I could stop it all if I could just control my emotions. But I couldn't. The cloud in my head was too dark, the fear in my heart too strong. I couldn't beat them, even for her. Could I do it for Helen? As I tossed the empty bottle onto the cushion beside me, it wasn't looking so great. Late in the evening, I found myself hiding from the rain under the bandstand in Croydale Park. That hadn't changed either. The blue paint had chipped, railings rusted a little, but it still stood tall and proud to the right of the privets, holding on to my pain and secrets. It amazed me that, even after all these years, I still felt safe here. With darkness looming, I had most of the park to myself, bar the odd dog walker and fitness fanatic out for a jog. Hugging my knees to my chest, I tipped my head back, listened to the rain pattering on the bandstand's worn roof. I drummed along with its rhythm, fingers tapping against my shins. It made a beautiful song, but I couldn't feel it. Sitting here used to soothe me. The sounds of nature, wind or birds, leaves rustling or rain tinkling. They distracted me, calmed my soul. I felt nothing now. Is that why she did it? I wondered about my mum. Did she drink to feel numb, to feel nothing, to forget? Was it worth it? I couldn't see the point of life if we didn't feel it. The sound above was just a sound. The cedar tree in the distance, nothing but an image. The music had gone. The beauty, the purpose. I'd become a shell, a robot. I could move, but I wasn't alive. Life didn't exist when you couldn't hear lyrics in a bird's song, when you didn't see a view looking at a century-old tree. Life without art, without passion, made no sense. Hauling myself to my feet, I stretched a hand out into the rain, watched the drops of water land on my fingers, roll gracefully to my wrist before jumping off. I couldn't tell if it felt warm or cold. My skin was as numb as my mind. I knew what it meant, what all this meant. I may have tried to convince myself I'd hit a minor blip, but I wasn't stupid. I'd lied to myself as much as I had to Helen. I wasn't fine. I knew I wasn't fine the day I caught her staring down at my prescription in the hotel bathroom, her face contorted with concern. I hadn't been fine, but fuck, I'd tried to be. I thought I would be. I truly believed I could do it this time. I had Helen. I'd opened up, allowed myself to feel again. I hadn't fallen in love with her. I'd leapt into it, launched from both feet. She was everything I wanted, everything I needed. I'd fought so goddamn hard. Things don't change, though. Things never fucking change. It was time for me to face facts. The depression had returned, and it was dragging me back under. Slowly but surely, it was taking everything I loved away from me, while I watched from the sidelines, growing hollower, weaker, more anaesthetized by the day. Absent-mindedly, I removed my jacket and walked down the shallow steps of the bandstand, making my way onto the path. Black had consumed the sky now, consumed everything. Rain continued to pour, faster now, soaking my hair, my clothes, as I continued to remove them, tossing them wherever. I just wanted to feel it, the rain. Something. Anything. Fuck! The word ripped through my throat, kept going until my lungs had nothing else to give. I'd stripped almost to nothing, bared my flesh to the elements, and I still couldn't feel a fucking thing. I sank to the ground, my back hitting the privets. The rush of relief I felt when the sharp and thorny edges of the pruned branches scraped my skin was almost euphoric. I arched further into them, sighed as they pricked and scratched. The pain gave me hope. I wasn't dead, yet. Maybe I could come back from this, again. I just didn't know if I wanted to. Remember, Hugo, you only get her if you promise to go to school. I will, Mum, I promise. I can do it this time. I know it. I'm older now, almost 10. Mum smiles down at me and lets out a funny breath like I've just made her really happy. I like making her happy. I won't make her sad any more. Do you really mean it? All I can do is nod. I can't think about anything else other than the kitten inside the carrier in her hand. My neck stretches left and right, trying to catch a peek, but she's holding it the wrong way round. There you go, she says, placing the basket in my hands. Careful now. My mouth drops open when I look through the trapdoor holding my new pet inside. She's perfect. I rush over to the sofa and gently lower the carrier onto my lap before prying the door open. Hey, Cecilia, I say, reaching in to stroke her white fur. I decided to name her after my mum's favourite Simon and Garfunkel song. I liked it too, not as much as the boxer, but that doesn't make a very good name for a cat, especially a girl. Hey, Mum, can I ask Helen round to come and see her? Helen's going to love Cecilia. We can train her to follow us places. It's going to be great. My mum's head flops to the side. That means she's going to say no. Maybe another day. You don't want to overwhelm the poor thing. She's not poor. I feel upset now. Cecilia's going to have a great life. I'm going to take good care of her. Don't you think I will? I didn't mean that, babe. It's just an expression. I don't like expressions. People use that word when they've said something stupid. I think they say it to make me feel stupid instead. Can I take her to my room? I don't want to be downstairs anymore. I feel funny. I've got a weird, heavy feeling in my belly, and I'm starting to breathe faster. I'd never overwhelm Cecilia. I love her. Sure, Mum agrees. But bring her down regularly in case she needs to use the litter tray. Mum hugs me when I try to pass to get to the stairs. It hurts my skin, but I stay and close my eyes really tight until it's over because I know how much she likes it. Upstairs, I sit on the floor, open the carrier, and let Cecilia come out when she's ready. I love her so much already. When she comes over, sniffs my hand, and tries to meow, I think she loves me too. You'll get the hang of it, I tell her. She does it again. It's a funny sound, like air escaping from a balloon. I start to imagine how fun life is going to be with her. I can't wait to see her grow. I can't wait to find her waiting for me when I get home from school. I feel like I'm going to be able to tell her anything, and she'll never make me feel stupid. Don't listen to my mum. I'll take the best care of you ever. I'm going to read every book I can find about cats. You'll have everything you need. Hugo! Mum calls my name. She sounds far away and upset. Thank God! I'm sleeping, I think. I don't remember going to bed. Why am I wet? Cecilia? Come here, Cecilia. Hugo! Hugo, wake up! It was the hands on my shoulders that jolted me back to reality. I could barely see when I opened my eyes, lashes dripping with raindrops, vision blurred from alcohol. It's Helen. Hugo, can you look at me? I shifted my eyes in the direction of her voice, saw her hazy figure kneeling in front of me. My God, you're freezing. Am I? Didn't feel it. Didn't feel much of anything. I was vaguely aware of Helen's hands rubbing furiously up and down my arms, but mostly I just felt tired. Can you stand for me? In my mind, I shook my head. Just want sleep. Let me sleep. Fuck's sake. I'd made her angry. I made my mom angry. I made everybody angry. Eyes only half open, I watched the shadowy figure shaped like Helen rise and back away. Keep going, I said, or thought. I don't know if my mouth moved. She said something back, but I couldn't hear. My eyelids were heavy. I didn't fight them. I felt my chin drop to my chest with a bounce, and it seemed like far too much effort to lift it back up. I just wanted to sleep again. But something stopped me. "Time to go, brother." Strong arms wedged themselves under my thighs and around my back. "Fucking leave me." I was sure I'd spoken that time. Coherently, who knows? "Yeah, can't do that." Ezra. I was in Ezra's arms. Great. He had me cradled like a fucking baby, and I was too weak, too drunk to do anything about it. "It's okay, Hugo. We're bringing you home," I heard Helen say, her voice soothing, floating like an angel's. I couldn't see her, couldn't see much with my head tipped against Ezra's shoulder. Home. What home? I didn't belong anywhere. Ezra carried me through the park, and at some point, I looped an arm around his neck. I don't know why it suddenly hit me. Maybe it was feeling the closeness of another human, or imagining how fucking pathetic I must have looked in that moment. But I realized how selfish I'd been, again. "I'm sorry," I whispered into Ezra's neck. "I'm so fucking sorry." He didn't reply. "Take your coat off," Ezra barked when he'd stopped walking. "Who else is here?" "He needs warming up." "Shit, Hugo, what are you doing, huh?" "Drew? Drew? Great. Whole gang's here," I slurred as Ezra lowered me into the back seat of his car. I curled up into the seat, pulled Drew's coat around me. Helen climbed in opposite me a moment later, and that's when something inside of me broke. She shuffled close, wiped something wet off my cheek with her thumb. I could have been crying, or it could have been leftover rain. I still couldn't feel enough to be sure. She knew she was dying, you know," I said. "Cancer. She knew she was dying, and she didn't bother to find me, say bye. I meant that little to her." "Hugo, I'm so sorry." "It's not your fault." "I know. It's just, I don't know what else to do, and it's killing me." She took my hand, her skin so warm and soft against mine. "I never meant to make you feel like that." God damn it, I was hurting her. Frustration seethed in my chest, bubbling, scattering, building. I punched my thigh. Fuck! It didn't ease the pressure, so I did it again. Fuck! 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 I punched harder, faster. Whoa! Whoa! Hugo, stop! Why can't I stop hurting people? I punched myself again. "Do you need me to stop the car?" "No, I've got him. Keep going." Why did she always sound so fucking calm, so loving? "Hugo, I'm going to be touching your arms now, okay?" "I'm sorry, Helly," I cried, tears falling freely as she grabbed my wrists and held them together. She scooted even closer until our legs were touching, hugged my hands to her chest. I tried to look at her, but I'd drunk so much her face started spinning. "I'm fucked up. I'll do this again. You can't trust me, Helly. I hurt people. You, my mom, Cecilia." "Shh," she cooed, dropping my hands to cradle my head. "I thought I had it, Helly, but I'm fucked up, and I knew it. I should have stayed away. I shouldn't have dragged you into this. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." "Enough now. Shh." She lowered me to her chest, stroked my wet hair. "You're safe. Go to sleep. I'll be right here when you wake up." "I'm scared, Cece. It's getting too hard." Cecilia purrs, nudges my finger to get me to scratch harder behind her ear. She's grown so much in a month. I think she'll be a huge cat when she's an official grown-up. I have to leave soon, I tell her. She looks so comfy on my knee. I don't want to move her. Hugo, now! Any longer and you'll be late. Mum calls up the stairs for the third time. I'm so close to being ready for school. I'm dressed. I've brushed my teeth. I've even got my shoes on. I haven't had breakfast because I feel sick today. My chest hurts and my belly feels full. My head is starting to ache too. I don't like it. What if I can't do it? As I say it, I know I'm not going to be able to go to school today. Every time I think about standing up to leave my bedroom, my eyes sting. I've been trying so hard, just like I promised. I've learned that if I close my eyes really hard at school and pretend I'm not there, then things are okay for a little bit, until Miss shouts at me for ignoring her. Mum thinks I'm doing well. I haven't told her when I've cried, only Cecilia. Cecilia doesn't get sad or angry. She makes me feel better, like Helen does. Only Helen can't be here all the time. I don't know why today is different. I want to go today, I do. I want my mum to keep being happy. But my arms are starting to twitch. Hugo Hayes, I'm coming up there right now. Oh, Cece. I pick her up and hug her tightly. I can't move. Please don't make me move. Hugo, school, come on! I don't look at my mum. When she knows I can't move, she will look sad. I hate making her sad. She thinks I don't care. Lots of people think that. Sometimes I say or do things that make people sad. But I don't mean to. And I care so much that I can't stop thinking about it. I care until I feel so bad I can't move. But I can't tell them, which makes them think I'm mean. Hugo? Her voice has changed. She knows now. I'm sorry, Mum. I can't tell her, though. My lips aren't working. Ah, damn it, Hugo, not again. Please. She's sad. I've made her sad. Right, give me that cat. No. I cling tighter, bury my face in her fur. Cecilia! Mum stomps over to my bed and grabs my arm, pulling it away from Cecilia. Please, 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 I'll do better, I scream in my head. I wish she could hear me. She snatches Cecilia away, and my eyes don't sting so much anymore, because the tears have started falling onto my cheeks. You knew the deal. You promised me, Hugo. She's taken her. Oh, Cecilia, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Cecilia meows in Mum's arms. She wants me. She needs me like I need her. Just move, I try to tell myself. But all I can do is silently sob. I can't watch her leave. I can't follow her. I can't tell my mum I'll do better, even though I will. I'll do anything. I'll do anything except move right now. I can't do that. I can't save my cat. She's going to think I don't love her, that I broke my promise to take care of her. I hope this day off is worth it, is the last thing Mum says, before she slams my bedroom door, taking Cecilia with her. I can't breathe. My nose is blocked. The air won't go in my mouth properly. I'm sucking in faster and faster, but it feels like something in my chest is going to explode. I'm scared, and I'm on my own. Cecilia. Mummy. I heard the knock on my bedroom door, but I didn't make any attempt to answer it. When I heard the handle twist, I closed my eyes, feigned sleep. You're still alive, then? Ezra said, and I could just imagine his father-like stance as he chastised me. Arms folded across his chest, head tilted, eyes judging. Surprising, after the amount of whiskey you put away yesterday. My eyes remained closed. I was thirsty. Ah, we got jokes today, huh? His voice was loud as he ripped the duvet off my body. The change in temperature attacked my skin as if he'd taken me from a sun-kissed beach and tossed me into an ice bath. I shot upright, muscles tightening. What the fuck are you doing? Don't fucking touch me! I didn't. I touched your blanket. Back stiff against the headboard, I brought my knees to my chest, rubbed at the goosebumps mottling my flesh. Get out. No. Get the fuck out, Ezra! 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 1, 2. You need to get up. Shower. I have a doctor coming to see you in an hour. No. Fuck. 1, 2, 3. Don't make me bring Helen in here. She's seen enough already. Helen. Shit. Come on, brother. Stop that. I didn't look up. Couldn't. But I felt Ezra's presence growing nearer. I became aware of his shadow in the corner of my eye, felt the mattress dip beside me. I'm going to take hold of your wrists, all right? What? It was only then, when I felt Ezra's strong fingers curl around the base of my hands and uncross them, did I notice that my nails had been digging into my forearms, drawing blood. Fuck, I breathed, throwing my head back. I'd had enough of being a screw-up. I was tired of being unstable, of letting people down. Is she angry with me? She's worried, Ezra said. It made me sigh. They meant the same thing. My mum worried about me. That worry made her hate me in the end. You need help, Hugo. You know that, right? I nodded. I might not have been sure it would work, but I did know I needed to try. Yeah, I know. So, you going to get your ass in the shower? I had an ensuite just across the room, 10 paces at most, and it felt so far away. My muscles cried at the thought of all the movement involved, the bending, stretching, so much repetition. Then I'd need to dry. That would hurt today. So much effort. Still, I sucked in a breath and nodded. Good, Ezra said. I'll come back up in 15. He stood to leave, paused by the door. This will be over soon. You've survived 100% of your toughest days so far. You can do a few more. I rolled my neck, glanced up at him. Ezra looked at me with kindness, tipped his chin in a way that felt like encouragement. He didn't feel like my bodyguard then. He felt like my friend. The same friend who'd been through this with me before, in New York last time, Italy the time before that. I wondered how many more times he'd have to drag me out of a bed, force me to shower. At least this time he hadn't needed to seize me in his long arms, pin me down to stop me hurting myself. Yeah. A lie was all I had. No one ever told me that grief felt so like fear. C.S. Lewis. I remembered that quote playing in my mind the first time I'd read it. It made no sense to me. I'd never feared death, and I still didn't as I watched mechanical metal arms lower my mother's coffin into the ground. She'd had demons, my mum, me being one of them. She was safe now, tucked away in the dark, alone. I wasn't afraid. If anything, the only emotion I could decipher was envy. It must be so peaceful in there, calm, quiet. I felt something warm in my hand. Looking down, I saw Helen's small fingers wrap around mine. I appreciated it, and her. I like to think my mum would have too, given no one else surrounded her graveside today. I hadn't been personally involved with the planning. Drew had taken care of that. I think Helen had some input. There hadn't been a service. My mum had never been religious, and I had no way of knowing if that had changed. The entire thing was pretty much a dump and go, though Drew had made sure she had the best coffin, and Helen had told me she'd picked a nice headstone. "Are you okay?" Helen asked after a few minutes' silence. It was a loaded question that covered more than the funeral. She'd been asking the same one several times a day since my little striptease in the park. I nodded, smiled. A simple smile was easier than explaining all the reasons why I felt worthless. People were eager to believe them too, smiles. It made them feel better, I supposed. Helen smiled back, proving my point. "Are you ready to go home?" I took one last look at my mum's coffin, lying low in the ground. I wanted to remember the image. I didn't plan on returning. "Yeah," I said, squeezing her fingers a little tighter. Turning our backs on the plot, we padded across the cemetery. It was truly beautiful here. Yellow sun skating across the grass, flowers in every colour, trees reaching over the headstones in a large hug. "Please don't be sad, babe. Your wounds will heal. Memories no one can steal. Time, it don't work, babe. I couldn't breathe. Please don't be sad. I love you." "You okay?" "Mm-hmm," I answered, leaving my thoughts behind. Just thinking, singing. "Lyrics?" A delighted grin tugged at Helen's lips. "Maybe." "That's great. Maybe the new tablets are working." "Yeah." I don't think I'd ever told so many lies in the space of a week before. The day after my irresponsible bender, the doctor had prescribed me a new type of antidepressant. I couldn't remember why, or what the supposed advantages were. I had this thing where sometimes I couldn't concentrate when unfamiliar people talked to me. It'd start off fine, then suddenly the voice in my own head became louder, and I'd start listening to that instead. I'd tell myself to shut up, focus, but I couldn't. I'd nod and make agreeable noises, but by the end of it, I'd have no idea what we'd just talked about. It was even worse during telephone calls, when I didn't have a face to center on. Then distractions were too much. I could only handle a phone call in complete, uninterrupted silence. That's why I had someone sit in with me for the important stuff. Drew and Helen knew more about the meds I'd been given this time than I did. I'd heard bits and pieces, knew Drew had put the new doc in touch with my doctor back in the States. I'd heard them discussing my history, like I wasn't even there. And I'd also noted the concern in the new doc's eyes when I'd refused to sign up to his talking therapy bullshit. "He said they could take a month to see any difference at all, so this is great," Helen said. "Yeah." I said that a lot lately. I saw Ezra climb out of the car as we approached. I gave him a wave, focused on the car, willing my feet to hurry so I could get the hell out of this situation and make it a memory as soon as possible. I'd almost made it, just passed through the exit gates of the cemetery, when I heard a voice that felt like I'd just received a cane to the back of my knees. "Hugo?" Helen turned before I did. I just stood there, paralyzed, throat swollen. "Hugo, can we talk, just for a moment?" His footsteps clicked against the pavement, growing louder, closer. I felt sick. "Mr. Hayes?" Helen questioned, as if she couldn't quite recognize him. Or maybe she couldn't believe he'd had the gall to show up here. My dad didn't say anything for a moment. I wondered why, and then I wanted to punch myself for giving a shit. Sorry, he said eventually, laughing nervously. Do we know each other?
I'm Helen, Hugo's friend. You knew me when Hugo and I were kids.
Ah, of course. I remember. He didn't. Even I could read that in his voice. Helen, whose hand was still entwined with mine, started running her thumb over my knuckles.
Hugo?
My breaths came fast, angrily. I turned around and nearly collapsed. My father I'd expected. The two boys either side of him. Who were they? My dad inhaled, and it seemed to take a long time. Hugo, this is Oscar. He nodded toward the boy on his left. And this is Jacob, he finished, patting the head of the kid on his right. Boys, this is your brother, Hugo. The boys, no older than 10, looked up at me with nervous smiles.
Hello, Hugo,
they said in unison. When my dad dropped his arms by his sides, both boys grabbed a hand each, and he let them. He stood there, right in front of me, holding their tiny fucking hands. They my replacements, huh? I scoffed, combed the hair off my forehead with my fingers, suddenly too hot. It's not like that, he tried to protest. He was a fucking liar. I can explain everything.
Is he a good daddy?
I asked, gaze flipping between each kid. They had my blue eyes, both of them, and the one on the left had been cursed with the same cowlick that drove my hairstylist insane.
Hugo, stop it,
Helen interrupted. I ignored her.
Is he fun?
Does he do stuff with you? The taller one, Oscar, nodded.
Yeah, he took us to Crazy Golf yesterday.
Yeah? I clapped my hands together.
That's awesome.
I looked up at the man I used to call Dad. What a guy, John. Bravo.
I think we should go,
Helen interjected. I felt my jaw tighten, quiver with rage. I stared the man up and down, a proud extension of the two young boys who'd hung from his arms, and I hated him. I couldn't help wonder what those boys had done to earn a day at Crazy Golf with him. Fuck golf. What did they have that made them worthy of holding his hand? At their age, I'd have chopped off my fucking legs to know what my father's hands felt like.
So what is it today? Headstones and hot dogs?
John looked at the ground. Your mum meant a lot to me once. I came to pay my respects, that's all.
And flaunt your replacement family.
Helen returned with Ezra. I hadn't even noticed she'd left. Time to go, Hugo, Ezra said, interfering as always. He grabbed my arm. I shrugged away. Ezra knew better.
Get off of me,
I snapped, pushing past him. I heard John Hayes call after Helen as I stormed to the car, but I didn't stop to hear what the piece of shit had to say. I didn't care. I didn't care about anything. I climbed inside the back of Ezra's car and turned away from the window, refusing to look outside. I would never set my eyes on Craydale or the memories it held again.
Chapter 13. Helen. Today felt different. Better. For the first time in 3 weeks, Hugo's smile felt genuine. He'd even laughed this morning, which made me feel giddy, grateful, excited. Life had been pretty tough lately, and I felt selfish for finding it hard. Hugo was the one with the problems, but they affected everyone around him. I'd sickened myself most on the night at the bandstand. For a fleeting moment, a rush of rage had filled my veins. While seeing him there, finally, alive and somewhat coherent, should have filled me with relief. I'd felt only anger. When he wouldn't talk to me, my muscles had tightened and my jaw ticked. I'd wanted to hit him. I'd wanted to fall to the ground and rain punches to every inch of his stupid, irresponsible, selfish body until he realised what he'd put me through. And then I saw it. I witnessed what his mother saw. It made me question whether she really had been a bad person, or had she started out as a scared and lonely woman who didn't have a clue what to do with this closed-off and damaged boy who, at times, appeared impossible to help. Hugo had told me how his mother had said she wished he'd never been born, and those words had always spat like acid at my skin. How could she? But that night, I think I knew what she meant. She wanted to prevent this life for him, stop the turmoil ever getting a chance to take over his mind by never creating that mind to begin with. I thought now that Kimberly Hayes felt responsible, and ultimately the guilt ruined her. Unfortunately, it ruined her son too. Depression was such a mercenary disease. It wanted Hugo all to itself, tried to push us all away by convincing him he was a burden. It destroyed entire families, blood-related or not. Hugo's depression wouldn't win, though. Collectively, we were too strong. I'd vowed that I'd fight when he couldn't, a long time ago. I knew I had to come through for him even as a kid, when I was too young to fully understand what it meant. Despite my brief moment of madness at the bandstand, I would never give up on him. We were connected, soulmates. He could sing 1,000 lyrics to millions across the world, exchange 100 hours of conversations with journalists, TV hosts, fans, and nobody would ever understand him as much as I did without him needing to say a single word. By the same token, Hugo could interpret my mood by what food was on my plate. He could read my feelings by whether my smile tipped to the left or the right. His gaze alone made me feel like the most beautiful woman on the planet. We knew each other implicitly, loved one another with all we had to give. Occasionally, though, I couldn't help feeling faintly terrified, knowing there were times Hugo had barely anything to give to anyone because his own mind had cruelly stolen the most vibrant parts of him away. "You missed a spot," Hugo said. Annoyed, I leaned in closer. "Arsehole!" I hadn't missed anything. His nails were looking great as I swiped the final coat of yellow polish across his little fingernail. "You should wear them this colour for the party. They'll go amazing with that yellow suit." "I've worn that suit twice already," he said, pouting at me from the other side of the table. "And Drew said that's unacceptable." "So, let me guess, you're wearing the yellow suit?" Hugo chuckled, nodded up. "I'm wearing the yellow suit." Setting the polish bottle down, I folded my arms across the table and took a moment to stare at him, bottom lip between my teeth. He looked exquisite against the backdrop of lush hedgerows and hydrangeas, framed by the French windows behind his chair. He sat so still he could have been the focus of a portrait set in quintessential late English summer scenery. 28, I said, referring to his birthday next week. How did we get old? His eyebrows arched, only briefly, but he didn't speak. The party next week was Drew's idea, but I felt concerned the lavish affair might not be a great plan. People, pleasantries, noise, being the centre of attention, they were all the things Hugo hated. There wouldn't be a stage for him to isolate on. He wouldn't be in control. Drew had arranged to hold the event at the house rather than leasing some glitzy and public venue, but I still wondered why Hugo had agreed to it. "It's not too late to cancel," I tried to assure him. "Then we can celebrate the proper way, in bed, all day, alone." I liked the smile that grew on his lips, the one that encouraged his dimples to appear. Hugo Hayes was as famous for those cute and youthful dimples as he was his music. I had to admit, it was difficult not to feel a tad smug that I was the only person who got to kiss them at night before he went to sleep. "We can still do that," he said with a roguish grin. "It doesn't start till 8. "It just really doesn't seem like your thing. Drew should know that. Hugo shrugged.
Drew thinks he's encouraging me. His heart's in the right place.
It's your heart I'm bothered about.
My heart is just fine, Helly. I promise. I can say no to Drew when I need to, but I owe him, you know. He just wants me to show off a little, and he said he'll keep it small. It'll be fine.
I hope so. Hugo certainly sounded happy with the idea, and I had no reason to think otherwise. Apart from he'd used the word fine, I'd developed a strong unease around that word and its meaning.
You look worried.
I am. I'm fine. See? Fine was a bad word.
Have you talked to someone? Like Chrissy? I know I haven't been all that easy to be around lately.
Of course not. I wouldn't discuss your issues with anyone. I felt offended he could think I would.
No. I'm saying you should. My problems are our problems. I know that. I can't and I don't expect you to deal with that all by yourself, Helly. You should talk to someone if you need to.
I smiled, shoulders sagging. Sometimes I really did wish I could talk about things. Not for advice, just to vent. Cry, maybe. I'm fine, I said anyway. Apparently, we were both doing just fine.
All right, but make sure you do if you need it. If that changes.
I will. Hugo nodded.
So, have you given any more thought to your colour scheme?
He asked, changing the subject. I'm thinking mauve. Or is that too rich? Taupe? No, that's boring. Almond? I'd finally invested my inheritance, bought premises with enough space to work in the back and display and sell some pieces out front. I'd needed a loan to cover some of it, but felt confident I'd be able to afford the repayments once things were up and running. Hugo had offered to plough some of his own money into it, tried insisting at one point, but I didn't want it. He tried to justify it by telling me the cash would be but a drop in his ocean of megabucks, but that wasn't the point. This was my adventure. I didn't want his money. I wanted to either earn my success or fail on my own terms. Now, of course, came the hard work, transforming the building, getting my name out there, securing clients, which was already happening thanks to my attendance at the SLFAs. It would seem I wasn't obstinate enough to decline Hugo's offer in that department. He had great connections, and it seemed foolish not to allow him to let my name slip on occasion.
A combination? Hugo suggested. A mauve feature wall could look great.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. Right, do not touch anything for half an hour, I instructed, pointing to his bright and beautiful nails. I won't be long. Will you be okay while I'm gone?
If you leave me with a kiss.
He craned his neck, puckered his lips. Pushing out my chair, I stood and leaned across the table. Taking his face in my hands, I left him with the softest, longest kiss I could offer, missing the taste of him the second I pulled away. I love you.
Love you more, Helen Helicopter.
As I pulled up on the high street, I noticed the photographer through my rearview mirror. Seriously? I'd become oddly used to the intrusion while out with Hugo, especially in places such as London and LA. I couldn't fathom what the hell a paparazzi could possibly want from me, though, getting out of my car on a quiet high street in Sevenoaks. In a futile bid to predict the next Twitter headline, I struggled to decide what to do. Did I risk getting on with my day and reading another link to a story about Hugo's mysterious fat friend entering a tea shop to get even fatter? Or did I drive off and let them make something up? Sod it. I needed to take Hugo's advice and stop clicking on that shit. Pretending the guy with the camera didn't exist, while sucking in my belly because I was very aware that he existed. I got out of my car and strode into the tea shop with my head high, mainly to stretch out my double chin. Chrissy and Zach were at the table by the window, placed perfectly for a nice clean shot from a paparazzi camera. If I didn't know them better, I'd wonder if the slimy dude with the ponytail outside had paid them to sit there. Slimy dude didn't even pretend to hide. He appeared completely comfortable getting up close and personal with the glass when I approached my friend's table on the other side. "Hey," Chrissy said, looking slightly uneasy as the camera lens popped up right next to her head. Before I replied, I swiped a scone off the 3-tiered cake stand in front of Zach and shoved as much as I could in my mouth. If he wanted a story about how fat Hugo's friend was, I'd fucking give it to him. Hey, I eventually replied around a mouthful of buttery crumbs.
Diet going well then?
Zach piped up. Say that word again, Zachary, and I will shove this entire afternoon tea so far up your arse you'll be choking on it for a week. Yeah, Chrissy said. She's had a busy time, Zach. Can you try not being a moron for once? She looks fantastic. I think you've even lost a few pounds, hell. Bless my friend. She was lying, but I appreciated it. It had been a busy few weeks, but unlike people who couldn't eat when they were stressed, I pushed stress down by throwing food on top of it. If I'd lost a few pounds, then Chris Hemsworth looked like a fly-infested turd. Busy. That's how I'd described recent events to Chrissy, because until my earlier chat with Hugo, it had felt like his issues weren't mine to share. Now, though, as I slid into the free chair opposite the window, I felt like a liar. Somebody should go and say something, Chrissy said, cocking her head toward camera guy, who continued to click away. I'm going to go say something. She went to get up, but I stopped her. Leave it. He'll go away in a minute. They always do. Listen to you, being all blasé about the paps like this is your life now. I love it. Yeah, I said, so impassively that even I hadn't believed it. I didn't always love it, this new life, and I felt incredibly guilty about that. What's the matter? Chrissy asked. Is it the sandwiches? Because I know you don't like cucumber, so I asked for some ham ones too. She pinched the top of the cake stand and twirled it around. See? No, it's... Shit, should I really do this? It felt like, since the moment Hugo had given his permission, the words had been bubbling in my throat, itching to get out. I needed help too. My mum was gone. I had no one else. Hugo trusted me, and I trusted Chrissy and Zach. Hugo's problems, our problems, were safe in their care. Before I continued, I made sure the intrusive parasite with the camera had gone. He had. Things have been a little hard lately. Hugo's been sick, but he's getting better. Oh, God, has he got that bug that's going around? I had a dicky tummy last week. Blamed it on the Italian I'd had the night before. But then the next day, Paul, at work, turned actual green halfway through his shift. Stunk out the entire second floor.
I had it too.
Zach joined in.
Could have shit through the eye of a needle for 2 days straight.
First of all, ew, I said, literally shaking away the mental image I feared would be seared into my brain for eternity. Second, no, not a bug. I went on to describe everything that had happened, not only recently, but since I'd known Hugo Hayes. I told my friends about my childhood with one of the most famous musicians in the world, about his problems and struggles and how they affected both of us. I explained how strong I had to be for him, how naturally that came to me, and how draining it could be. By the end of it, I felt 50 pounds lighter, and I hadn't had to so much as sniff a vegetable. I had absolutely no idea, Chrissy had said at some point, sinking back in her chair. Zach had stayed fairly quiet, nodded a few times. I mean, the autism thing, sure, after his appearance on Ricky Byrne, but everything else? Geez, hell, I wish you could have talked to me sooner. I know, I'm sorry. I haven't been out much. I didn't like to leave him. Why? Chrissy questioned, expression falling. You don't think... I mean, he wouldn't do anything... stupid? No. Yes. No. Maybe. I don't know. He needs me. No one else really understands him. That wasn't really true. Not anymore. It wasn't like when we were kids now. Hugo had made his own family while we were apart. I'd seen Ezra with him, the big brother he'd never had. Even Drew, as much as he irritated me at times, clearly loved him.
Is that why he came back?
Zach asked.
Because he thought you'd make him better?
He sounded almost offended by the idea. I can't make him better. Hugo knew that. The thought was absurd. If love could heal mental illness, there'd be a hell of a lot less people suffering in the world. I sounded annoyed. I hadn't meant to, but I didn't like Zach judging Hugo. Enough people did that already. He came back because he'd missed me. That's what Hugo had told me, and I believed him. However, even if there was a fraction of truth to Zach's suggestion, I decided I didn't care. I'd been hardwired to love Hugo Hayes from my earliest memories. I didn't have a choice. If he needed me, I'd have been there, whatever the reason, misguided or not. The guilt that pulled on my heart now wasn't because I feared an urge to abandon Hugo, or because he'd become too difficult to support. It was because I knew, like I'd just told my friends, that I wasn't enough. I wasn't a kid anymore. The world wasn't as simple as it had seemed back then, back when youth and innocence made us believe we could conquer anything as long as we had each other. I couldn't save Hugo like I'd once believed with all my heart. I could only love him so hard that it felt like my insides were being fed through a bone crusher, while I waited, watched to see if he would help himself. Told me I was like a drug to him, that I was all he ever thought about. I added with a chuckle in an attempt to lighten the mood. Yeah, Chrissy said. Sure he didn't mean that as in you take all his money and ruin his life? Hilarious, I said. I'm laughing really hard inside, honestly. Chrissy followed the rim of her teacup with her finger. So the happy pills seem to be working. What about therapy? I'm guessing he does that anyway, being a celebrity type. I shook my head. He's tried it. It's not for him. Granted, as far as I knew, he hadn't tried talking therapy since we were teenagers. Back then, he'd found it condescending and pointless. In Hugo's words, their advice was obvious, stuff he knew he should be doing, but couldn't. It also didn't help that he found it difficult to talk to people, especially strangers. He used to sit there, he said, staring at a particular piece of frayed carpet on the floor, shrugging occasionally. Time was the only way to understand Hugo. The only people who stood a chance of helping him express his problems were those who had invested enough time getting to know him, who had learned to recognize the subtle shifts in his behavior and moods. His mind needed gently unpicking, thread by thread, until the, often small, issue responsible for that day's blowout would reveal itself. You needed to ask the right questions in just the right way, the whole act like balancing on a knife's edge above a pit of molten lava. A therapist could have gained the best qualifications in the world, have a wealth of knowledge about autism or mental health issues, but they didn't know Hugo, and chances were he'd never give them the chance to. Anyway, enough about my life. I plucked a ham sandwich from the stand, readied it at my lips. How's David?
Is there even a point to me being here?
Zach cut in. Mouth full of delicious carbs, I shushed him with my finger. He rolled his eyes, chuckled. Finally, with Chrissy on a topic guaranteed to keep her lips busy for a while, I got to enjoy my lunch. Sandwiches, scones, a selection of cakes that included my favourite, Victoria sponge. I saw Zach eye up the third slice as I lowered it onto my plate, but he kept any opinion he may have had to himself, which I like to think of as personal growth. But then I didn't know if Liam would be at Hugo's party, so I haven't invited him. Would that be weird? It wouldn't be, right? I haven't seen Liam since. We probably won't even talk to each other. Is he going to be there? Should I invite David? I needed a moment to recover from the mini seizure happening in my brain. I wasn't sure which question Chrissy wanted me to answer. Liam is coming, yes. I don't think it should be weird. Are you planning to make it weird? Chrissy groaned, slumped her shoulders. That's not helpful at all. Sorry. What else could I say? It probably won't help to know that Liam asked how you were when Hugo and I were out in Malibu either. He did not. The words exploded from Chrissy's mouth with so much force they brought a little flurry of Madeira crumbs with them. Nice. Sorry, she said, grabbing a napkin to wipe her lips. I suppose I'd assumed I was just a notch on an extremely tall bedpost. Wow. Zach's face made me laugh. His nose had scrunched into a ball, pulling his eyes together as he looked sideways at his sister. I have sex, Zach. Get over it.
I know that. I have sex too.
Yeah? How is Thumbelina and her 4 sisters these days?
Screw you, Chris. You know who else has sex? Your mum.
Chrissy's head jerked back, flabbergasted. She's your mum too, moron. Okay, children, I began. I'm going to get off, head to the shop. I really need to nail down the colour scheme before the end of the day. I'll come with you, Chrissy said. You can tell me more about this conversation with Liam. Oh, God. There really wasn't more to it. He'd asked how she was. I'd said she was fine. The end. Still, I hadn't seen my friends enough lately, so I agreed. After settling the bill, splitting it 3 ways, I said goodbye to Zach and prepared to leave. I warned Chrissy that camera guy would likely be lurking close by, waiting for me to return outside, and I'd been right. While it pissed me off, Chrissy loved it. For some reason, she stopped walking like a normal person and made her way to my car like she'd just stepped onto the runway at the New York fashion show. For her sake, I hope someone bought and used one of the shots, because I had no doubt she'd be scouring the internet looking for herself from the second she got home so she could repost it to Instagram. The wording in the article wouldn't even matter. Chrissy would have made it. She'd love it. I woke before Hugo on the morning of his 28th birthday. For what seemed like an age, I lay curled up on my side and watched him sleep. He lay on his stomach with the duvet resting just above the curve of his bum, arms folded under his chest, head facing me. He looked so untroubled this way, peaceful, beautiful. Every so often his eyelids would flutter, and I'd wonder what thoughts and dreams were playing in his mind. Were they memories, imagination, hopes for the future? The future. The possibilities seemed limitless. My belly tickled with excitement. My dreams were starting to come true now. The shop was coming together perfectly. I had requests coming in already, and I'd started working on some new designs. But as I looked at Hugo sleeping, I realised that wasn't my dream anymore. Sure, I wanted to be successful. I planned to work hard and achieve brilliant things. But the vision of my name being tossed around at London Fashion Week wasn't what sparked that tingle in my belly now. That came from imagining Hugo and I as a pair of wrinklies, pottering around a luscious garden, bickering over who'd watered the plants. I felt excited by the idea of us growing old together, seeing the world, spoiling grandkids maybe. I'd help him put his socks on. He could help me open the jam jar. That was my dream now. Hugo. Really, he'd always been the dream. I'd just never believed he'd come true. I love you, I whispered, knowing he couldn't hear. My gaze wandered to his exposed back. I'd been trying to avoid it. The taut and soft skin, speckled with faded scratches from the park bushes, called to me, felt like a magnet pulling at my fingers. I couldn't look at it and not touch. But I hadn't wanted to wake him. Too late. Powerless, my hand reached out automatically. My knuckles grazed his shoulder blades before tracing the length of his spine. He felt wonderful, cool against my warm hand, soft, strong. Spreading my fingers over his waist, I pulled myself in close, moulding our bodies together, breathing him in. Hugo groaned through a lazy smile. Good morning. His eyes flickered open, searched for mine. Happy birthday. My favourite smile grew wider as he reached up to tuck my hair behind my ear. You know, I think it just might be. Feeling all kinds of fluttery inside, I pressed my nose to his. Yeah? It's the first one I haven't woke up alone. It's already the best birthday I've ever had. When he said stuff like that, kissing him was the only remedy to the grinding ache in my chest. I brushed my lips against his, barely touching, my fingers digging into his back. Hugo rolled to his side, hooked a leg over my hip. "I have morning, bruh." "Shut up, Hugo," I whispered into his mouth, silencing him further by plunging my tongue between his teeth. Smoothing my hands up and onto his chest, I pushed him onto his back before crawling onto my knees and straddling him. He laughed against my lips, encouraging me.
"Are you being a bad girl, Helly?"
I kissed him again, ground my pussy against his thighs. "I said shut up, Hugo." I didn't want to talk. I wanted to kiss him, taste him, feel him. I pecked and licked along his jaw, his morning stubble scratching the soft skin on my face, before working my way down his neck. When I bent lower, kissing the ridges of his chest, I felt his cock against my belly, hard and throbbing, begging for me. I loved that feeling, knowing he wanted me. I also loved making him wait.
"Fuck, Helen,"
he moaned, stroking through my hair while I teased his nipples with my tongue. I straightened and sat back on his thighs, taking him in. I wondered if it would ever seem real, this magnificent man beneath me. Amazingly, I no longer felt self-conscious as the beams of morning sun highlighted the jiggling rolls of flesh I tried to hide from him not so long ago. Hugo made it impossible to feel ashamed when he couldn't stop staring, touching, squeezing. He craved the body that sat atop of his right now, and the thrill that gave me was immeasurable.
"You're tormenting me,"
Hugo breathed, arching his hips while he reached out to feel my breasts. I looked down, saw my nipple peeking out between the yellow-painted nails on his fingertips. "You think so?" I said with a wicked grin, sliding my hands along his stomach. I stroked and pressed for a while, indeed tormenting him, before I took hold of his cock. "Ugh!" His head tipped back, exposing the thick vein in his neck as I tightened my grip. I brought my hand up and down, slowly, teasingly. Hugo propped himself up on his elbow so he could watch, his eyes widening when I shimmied further down the mattress. My hair fell down, concealing my face as my lips hovered over his tip. I moistened my tongue, flicked his end, made his breath stutter and his legs quiver. Fuck yes! I felt so powerful, like I could control the whole fucking world. I felt him growing desperate. He was panting, fisting the sheets, so I took him straight to the back of my throat.
"Holy shit! Christ, Helen!"
I sucked his cock until it slipped from my mouth with a soft pop, and then I blew cool air over his tender tip before taking him back for more. I used my hand to follow my lips, twisting, pulling, driving him wild. I groaned, knowing he'd feel the vibrations all the way to his balls, which I cupped and rolled with my other hand. Tilting my head, I watched him watch me. His eyes were narrowed, focused. He sucked his bottom lip between his teeth, hissed in a groan of pleasure every time I swirled the tip of my tongue around the delicate ridge below his swollen head. His fingers seized a clump of my hair, guided the speed of my mouth. He'd taken control, and I loved it.
"Come here,"
he ordered, his voice a firm, rough whisper. Wiping my mouth on the back of my hand, I crawled to meet him, cupped his cheeks and kissed his lips. Then I reached between us and circled the base of his cock, wet from my mouth, with my fingers, and lowered myself onto him. "Hugo," I moaned, my walls closing around him. "You feel so good." We felt so good, connected. Hugo and I were designed to fit together in every way two people could be made for each other. He needed me, I needed him, just like always. We were best friends, only better, a friendship that had been set on fire. I loved him, only harder. We were two pieces of the same soul.
"I love you, Helen,"
Hugo panted, pulled me toward him, crashed his mouth to mine.
"Love you so fucking much."
I widened my legs, arched my hips in a way that made his shaft rub against my clit with every thrust.
That's it, Helen. I can feel you getting closer.
Struggling to breathe, I broke away from his lips, gasping into the air. Delicious pressure built in my belly. I moved faster, using Hugo's chest for support as I rolled my hips and called his name.
I'm gonna come,
he choked out, grabbing onto my hips. He didn't take his eyes off me, his gaze locked on mine as I rode him.
Come on, Helly, faster.
His hands encouraged me, lifting and lowering, and I felt myself tightening, shocks of pleasure shooting from my thighs, my spine, all directed to that one magical place. It was the pure sight of him that tipped me over. His must-from-sleep hair, blue eyes, toned arms, rings digging into my thighs. "Oh, God!" I cried, my clit erupting, pussy dripping, squeezing.
"Ah,"
Hugo groaned.
"Fuck yes."
Legs weakening, my pace had slowed, but Hugo took over, drilling me from below, his cock plunging deep and fast. I couldn't think, couldn't breathe, couldn't see. I could only feel what he was doing to me. I yelped in surprise when his hand grabbed my neck, pulling me down, and then he kissed my lips, hard and passionate, just as his cock pulsed and spilled inside me.
"You mean everything to me,"
he said, his legs juddering beneath me. I sighed, smiled a satiated smile, and dropped my forehead to his. For a moment, as my arms and legs tingled from the after-effects of orgasm, we hugged, rocked together in blissful silence, savouring our bodies being one. And then I pulled back a little, swept the hair from his eye, and said, once again, "Happy birthday, Hugo." He grinned, kissed my nose.
Yeah, it is."
Chapter 14. Hugo. I needed some time alone before guests started arriving. Helen understood, as always. In the master bedroom, after changing into the suit Drew hated, I sat on the edge of the bed, hands clasped on top of my knees, and simply breathed. Looking up, I caught my reflection in the mirrored wardrobes. I looked good from the outside. My eyes were bright, skin clear, clothes sophisticated, jewelry cool. I looked like a normal person. Nothing about my appearance portrayed the carnage taking place in my mind. I should have been better now, getting there at least. But I still felt so tired and guilty. Guilty because I couldn't love Helen the way she deserved. I couldn't make my heart race when she walked into the room. Sometimes I didn't even notice. Others, with her in my arms, I loved her so much it felt like I couldn't breathe. I couldn't see the future she talked about for us. She wanted kids. I couldn't risk that. Couldn't risk passing on the curse of my mind to another person, an innocent kid. I wouldn't. Yet I'd nodded along with her hopes and plans anyway. I'd lied to her, let her believe in a love story that couldn't exist, because I was too selfish to feel the pain of watching her heart break. "What the hell have you done?" I asked, as if the face in the mirror would answer. My existence felt like a betrayal to everyone who had ever tried to help me. Helen, especially, had dedicated so much of her life to supporting me, to trying to understand. And I still felt like this. I was wasting her time. Seeing my gift from her propped up against the closet door didn't help. My first guitar, the one that had belonged to her grandfather. I'd never expected to see it again. And now, there it was, my initials still carved into its worn and scratched body. It had brought me so much joy, that instrument, absorbed so much pain. When I'd held it this morning, I felt nothing. I hadn't come back here for help, though a part of me knew I needed it. I hadn't expected Helen to save me, to love me all better. I'd come back because Helen was the missing piece, The dream had been too expensive. It was worth nothing without her to share it with. I came back because I'd hoped her dreams were missing a piece too. I came back because I was fucking stupid. I couldn't be saved. I couldn't get better. Sure, the new medication would kick in eventually, maybe even soon. My mood would even out. I'd see colour again. My heart would start racing for Helen. Until the next time. There would be a next time. There was always a next time. So what was the point? I was tired of waiting for it. Sick of accepting scraps of momentary happiness, if that's even what it was. I wasn't sure if I knew what true happiness felt like. I'd always hoped to, strived for it. If I had a cat, then I'd be happy. If I could perform on a stage, then I'd know. If I achieve this, do that, if I saw Helen again. It was almost a relief to accept that I wasn't supposed to know. People like me weren't made to feel it. Instead of happiness, I simply had times in my life where I wasn't desperately sad, and that had been fine, until now. I'd never needed more. But now, with Helen back in my life, if I didn't know what happiness felt like, how could I reciprocate it? What could I offer her other than a lifetime of anticipating my next downfall? 3 soft knocks on the bedroom door were quickly followed by Helen entering the room. I turned and smiled, like I did so often, so easily. "You okay?" she asked. It was a general flyaway statement, a greeting, nothing more, not this time. "Yeah." Again, so easy on the outside. Inside, I wanted her to kneel in front of me, take my hands and tell me she knew the truth. I wanted her to look me in the eyes, see the pain I was in, wrap her arms around me and hold me so tightly I couldn't feel anything but her. Which was unfair. There was no way for her to know. "Just say it," my mind pleaded. Scream, shout, beg for her help. "You?" "Yep. Drew and Stefano have arrived. Others will be here soon. Are you ready?" "No." "Yeah." The smile that illuminated her face made my throat swell as I wished I could be someone who didn't need to lie to bring out that beautiful expression. "I'll be right down." Helen gone, I flexed my jaw, prepared the muscles in my face for a night of fake smiles and forced emotions. The story of my life. My anxiety rose with each passing hour, though I managed to hide it well. Apparently, Drew and I had different definitions for the word small. Throngs of people poured into my house from 8 p.m. onwards, some of whom I'd never seen before in my life. No doubt he'd tipped off the horde of paparazzi taking shots of guests entering, too. "We need to keep your name hot in preparation for the new album," he said, as we danced in front of the fake roaring fire, hogging the 80-inch flat screen on the wall. I wound my hands around his waist, dropped my head onto his shoulder. "You infuriate me." "I know," he said. "You moved my furniture." I hated that. People stood where my couch should be, set drinks down where the turntable was supposed to go. It didn't feel right. You flew Amber over. I had nothing against Amber Key, the up-and-coming artist I'd met once at a studio, per se, but her forwardness made me uncomfortable. Tonight, she seemed to appear behind every corner, talking to me like we were best industry buddies. "And you keep dissing my suit." I felt Drew chuckle against my head. "Yellow doesn't suit you, clashes with your eyes." Bullshit. I wasn't about to take style advice from a man who considered unpopping his top button dressing up. In the end, I was glad Drew had encouraged me to dance with him. By encouraged, I mean dragged by the hand so hard I would have dislocated my wrist if I'd persisted refusing. Drew could calm me as easily as he could make my blood simmer with rage. I felt safe in his arms, inhaling the familiar and comforting scent of his favourite Tom Ford fragrance. I had nothing to prove to Drew. His well-being and happiness weren't dependent on me. Our love was simple, familial. Hurting each other only cut the skin, healed easily. I didn't have the power to destroy him, not like I did with Helen. I don't know if I'm okay, Drew, I whispered into his shoulder. Part of me hoped he didn't hear. Another prayed this was it, the first real step. It was time. Time to summon some fucking courage and fight. Drew's finger appeared under my chin, lifted my face. He looked me in the eye, found the pain I'd been hiding. No. Tell me what you need. I could only stare, plead with my gaze. I didn't know what I needed. Help. I needed help. But I didn't know what that meant. I've got you, Hugh. You know that. Drew's hand cupped my neck as he went to drop his forehead on mine. Or so I thought. My body froze when his lips brushed mine. Muscles rigid. My brain couldn't form words. My legs couldn't take me away. It was only when I felt the wetness of his tongue that my reflexes kicked into action. I shoved him away, scrubbed my mouth on the back of my hand. The fuck are you doing, Drew? Shit. I'm sorry. I spun around on my heels, started walking from the room. Hugo, please. I've had too much to drink. I'm sorry. Even my garden had been taken over by people who were only here for themselves. I could count on my hands the number of folk who gave a shit about my birthday. They'd all brought gifts I didn't need, fragrances, watches, jewellery, but nobody was under any illusion they were here to do anything other than network or drink free booze. I'd grabbed a bottle of vodka on my way out here. Hadn't drunk from it yet, and hadn't decided whether I would. I should go to Helen, that's what I kept telling myself. But I didn't. The last time I saw her, she'd been dancing with her friend Chrissy. She'd been laughing. She'd tipped her head back, letting those auburn waves spill down her back. She looked stunning, happy. I committed that image to memory, vowing never to forget it. If I went to her now, I'd distort that image. I'd pull that smile away, make her shoulders slump, her eyes redden. My fingers played with the rim of the bottle, traced the cap, thumbed the ridges. I still hadn't drunk any. I watched the people spilling from my house, chatting and dancing by the chimenea, while I sat in a darkened corner at the end of the long garden. I recognized some faces, but not a single one of them knew me beyond my brand. That's when I took the first sip. That sip turned into a gulp. The gulp, a quarter of a bottle. I was a fucking idiot. Regret. It's the greatest prison of all. Once trapped inside, there is no way out. A wrong choice can never be altered. Time moves forward, but the memory of the bad decision doesn't. Instead, it festers, rots, infects everything around it. New thoughts, further judgments. You become stuck, confined between impenetrable walls of guilt and despair. I'd thought Helen was the key to my freedom. Turned out she was just a shard of light, passing through the bars of my cell window. A plaguing reminder of all I'd done, all I would do, why I deserved to be here, lonely. Loneliness wasn't the same as being alone. I liked being alone, always had. It wasn't a lack of company. I had bucket loads of that. Any time, any place, I could be surrounded by people. Here, now, my house was filled with hundreds, and yet I was dying all on my own. Loneliness is emotional poverty. It's being invisible in a world where everyone can see you. In the end, it's the loneliness that ends you. because it steals the last shred of purpose you were holding on to. I had no purpose. My reasons for being here were gone, if they were ever there at all. I had nothing left to achieve in music. I owned more than I needed. I could never love like people deserved. What was the point in my existence? A couple of people tried to stop me when I headed back into the house. I waved them off like I was busy on my way to do something else, threw a smile their way, laughed. It was enough to fool them, always was. I often wondered whether people believed smiles out of ignorance or necessity. Were they too afraid to pursue the truth, or did they genuinely know no better? I never trusted a happy face, not on its own. I didn't know whether I had my years of struggling to read social cues to blame, or my experience with pretending my mind wasn't shattered into 1,000 pieces behind the joyful expression on my face. But I always looked deeper. I'd analyze the eyes, their tone, watch their hands. I knew what it felt like to want to disappear while wishing desperately someone would find you. I ended up in the ensuite of the master bedroom, once again staring out my reflection. I looked a little worse for wear, my eyes hooded, mouth drooping. Funny how alcohol made other people look better and yourself worse. I still had the bottle in my hand. I looked at it, saw betrayal, disappointment, anger, worry, all the things Helen would feel if she were to walk in on me. I was going to ruin that woman, that magnificent, selfless woman. When I looked at her, I still saw the little brown-haired girl who'd promised to be my friend forever. How long was I going to hold her to that? How long would I keep holding her back? I drank some more, watched myself as I did, witnessed the destruction I was about to cause. Fucking pathetic, I spat. I hated myself, but not enough to stop, not enough to change. I didn't feel anything strongly enough for that. A wave of heat crept up from my neck, burning my cheeks. It made me dizzy. I turned on the cold tap and reached into the cabinet on the wall, fumbling for a flannel, but only managed to knock half a shelf's contents into the sink. Fuck. Limbs heavy, mind numb, I watched the stream of water splash off the bottles of various lotions and gels and soak through the cardboard casings of my prescription medications. My gaze lingered on them, the pills. The cardboard turned soft and sludgy, eventually falling away from the blister packs in tiny clumps before swirling down the drain with the water. They were supposed to help. Sertraline, citalopram, zopiclone. I picked up a strip of zopiclone first, remembered how it was supposed to help me sleep. I suppose it did. But what good was sleep when you had to wake up and face it all over again? I could lie and say I didn't know what I was doing when I started popping the pills from the plastic strips one after the other before tossing them to the back of my mouth. I could say it was a spur-of-the-moment thing, blame the alcohol, the same booze I used to swish them down my throat. I'd be lying, though. Again, I swallowed each handful on purpose. If Helen's face entered my head, I shoved her right back out. I didn't convince myself she'd be better off without me, didn't try and justify it. I simply refused to care. In that moment, I wouldn't allow it. I wouldn't allow a single thought or emotion to enter my mind or my heart. There wasn't room. Only pain. And it had to stop. Once and for all, it needed to fucking stop. The cycle had to end. I could barely see by the time I'd finished. I'd downed the lot, even an old packet of amitriptyline, probably out of date, that I'd been prescribed for migraine prevention several years back. I still had some vodka left, surprisingly, but I felt too queasy to drink it. I stumbled out of the bathroom, wondering what to do next. I'd never committed suicide before. Didn't know what to expect. I doubted I'd fall into a peaceful sleep with the god-awful racket going on downstairs. I ambled to the bed, went to sit, missed. Shit! I think it took a while to get up again. When I had, my ears were drawn to the rhythm section kicking in on the first downbeat of Sledgehammer by Peter Gabriel. I adored this song, had so much respect for the creativity behind it, the way the synth and horn timbres produced that classic 80s sound. The man was a fucking legend. I cracked open the bedroom door, rested my forehead against the door jamb, absorbed the music. How ironic that I managed to produce my first genuine smile in weeks, just as I was about to die. I didn't remember going downstairs. Must have blacked out, lost time, sleepwalked. Hell knows. Somehow, I ended up by the swimming pool in the basement. There were no people here, but the speakers blasted music same as everywhere else in the lower levels of the house. Shine a Light, the Rolling Stones. Another smile. What beautiful music to accompany me. The water looked like a dark and magical lagoon, thanks to the black granite that lined its walls and floor. I stood at the top end, watching over. It would feel lovely on my overheated skin, I imagined. Refreshing. The water looked so calm, like my mind now. I felt better, finally. Peace was near. I could feel it. My body was growing heavier, my eyes wearier. I could hardly see the light shining down from the ceiling anymore, or the mirrors lining the room. I could only see the black water. Or were my eyes closed? I wasn't sure. I was certain I hadn't moved, yet I felt myself falling. It didn't scare me, even when my face hit the water. I was right. It felt wonderful, cooling, peaceful. My arms spread out by my sides, carrying me across. Finally, it felt calm enough to sleep. I was ready. I didn't want to die. I just wanted this life to end.
Chapter 15. Helen. Have you seen Hugo? Another shrug. That must have been the 15th in a row. He was the star of the show, for Christ's sake. It was his party. How could nobody have seen him? You know, he's probably just hiding, Chrissy said. You said he doesn't like crowds, and it's pretty hammered here tonight. It wasn't that. Something didn't feel right. Hugo was a brilliant faker. He'd have put on a front for these people, saved his meltdown for later. Maybe, I said anyway. My gut didn't have magical powers. I could have been wrong. I'll check upstairs. He had to be somewhere. I'd been making a conscious effort to check on him every half an hour or so. What if he'd felt fine? I needed to find him. I weaved my way through a trail of celebrities and showbiz know-it-alls, which still managed to scramble my mind, and headed for the stairs. I'd only climbed the first one when I spotted Drew veering off the hallway into the kitchen. "Drew," I called, "have you seen Hugo?" I knew he had. I'd seen them dancing together not too long ago, so I averted my plan and hurried over to him.
Shit, I'm sorry, Hel.
What? I snapped. Have you two had an argument?
Kinda. He told me he wasn't okay, and...
I waited, but all I got was a sigh. And? He's not okay, and now I can't find him, Drew. Tell me what happened. His eyes squinted, as if waiting for the punch to land.
I kissed him.
You did what?
I was drunk. I didn't mean...
I didn't wait for him to finish. I needed to find Hugo more than ever. I ran back to the stairs, ignoring Drew when he shouted,
"I really am sorry, Helen."
Reaching the top felt like tumbling into a time machine. Panicked, breathless, once again cursing my unfit body and its inability to find Hugo fast enough, knowing he was in trouble. "Hugo!" I pushed open doors along the landing as I went, tossing cursory glances in each room. He rarely went in ones he didn't use regularly, so I didn't stop until I reached his bedroom. "Hugo, where the hell are you?" The bedroom was empty, though I noted the duvet had been disturbed. I almost left, until I also noticed the ensuite door was open. I walked towards it, called out for him again, and then I saw the mess. And the pills, or lack of them. "Drew!" I don't know why I yelled. He stood no chance of hearing me over the music. I did it again anyway. Couldn't seem to stop as I hightailed it back downstairs. "Drew! Drew!" It was Drew's husband, Stefano, who answered my pleas, blocking my path at the bottom of the stairs.
"Whoa, darling, what on earth—"
He placed steady hands on my shoulders, which I shrugged away from. "Where's Drew? I need to find Drew."
Okay, he's, in the kitchen, I think. I'll take you."
I pushed past him, didn't have time to wait for company. I found Drew sitting on a stool at the island in the centre of the room, staring into an empty glass. "Drew!" He barely turned his head. "Drew, it's Hugo. I think he's done something stupid." Immediately he slipped off the stool, gave me his full attention.
"What do you mean? Where is he?"
I don't know." My hands started flapping in front of my face. I couldn't think properly. "There are all these empty tablet packets in the bedroom. I've searched everywhere."
"I will call 999,
said Stefano from somewhere behind me.
"He can't be far," added Drew. "Come on, keep looking. Check the yard. I'll go out front."
I nodded, tears stinging, prepared to search the garden a second time. However, on my way to the dining room, I saw a shard of glass sticking out under the door that led to the ground floor. "Wait!" I called back to Drew as I pulled open the door. On the other side lay the remnants of a bottle of vodka, smashed into 100 pieces. "I didn't go down here." I didn't wait to see if Drew had heard me before stepping carefully over the fragments and then heading down the stairs. "Hugo!" I ran into the gym, heart in my mouth. "Fuck!" I tried to shout, but the word rolled out as a strangled sob. He wasn't there. I turned for the pool room, charged the door. "Oh my... Hugo!" The most precious person in my life was floating, face down, in the water, his yellow sleeves ballooning. I would have thought in a situation like this that my heart would have stopped, or I'd have broken down, freaked out, collapsed, thrown up, but none of that happened. Somehow my body disconnected from my mind and started moving instinctively. My feet kicked off the shoes that covered them. My legs propelled my body forward, sprung me into the pool. I grabbed hold of his arm and pulled. "Come on," I pleaded as I tried to lift him over my shoulder. He was so heavy, too heavy, weighed down with wet clothes and lifelessness. "Please, please, Hugo." I tried to turn him, but I couldn't. I pulled and swam, and it felt like fighting against an impossible current. The muscles in my arms burned. My lungs went up in flames. Suddenly, the burden lifted.
"I got him."
I watched Drew take him the rest of the way while I bobbed on the surface, learned how to breathe again. "Be careful!" I couldn't help shout when I watched Stefano, who had knelt on the poolside, wedge his arms under Hugo's armpits to help him slide out of the water. It looked so brutal on his back. It would bruise, I was sure. I swam over to the closest steps, hauled myself out. A small crowd had gathered by now. I couldn't tell who was there, bodies that didn't belong to Hugo blending into a blur.
I don't know,"
Drew said when I reached them. I soon realised he was talking into the phone that Stefano held out in his palm.
"Hold your cheek in front of his mouth. Can you feel his breath?"
said a calm voice on the other end of the line. Drew followed her instruction.
No, I don't think so. Can somebody turn that fucking music off?"
Oh, God. His eyes were half open, staring at nothing. Hugo wasn't in there. I couldn't see him in those eyes. I took his hand, cold and wet. "What have you done, you stupid, stupid boy?" All I could see was the little scared boy with the brown hair that had captured my heart all those years ago. "I'm so sorry," I cried, kissing his hand while Drew fingered his neck. "I didn't notice. I didn't." Only I had. I'd recognised the signs as young as 4 years old, helped him release the valve before the pain and troubles stewing and bubbling inside him like a pressure cooker caused him to do something impulsive and reckless. 4. A child. But now, when he needed me more than he'd ever needed me, when the only way out was... I couldn't even think it. "Come on," I begged. "Don't you do this. Don't you fucking dare do this." The music stopped. Everything stopped. Voices, motion, time. I felt frozen, trapped in an image of hell. "Start them now." The operator's voice sounded like white noise. She was no good to me, wherever she was. Hugo needed someone here, now. I bit my lip when Drew started pressing down on Hugo's chest. It looked too rough. He was pushing too hard. "Have you done that before?" I tried to stop myself, but the words fell out anyway. "Have you?" Drew barked with a glower that knocked me back on my heels. "You're doing great," said the crackling voice. "The ambulance is just a few minutes away. 10 more." She counted with him. A few minutes. It had to have been an hour already. That's what it felt like. 10. Now what? Nothing was happening. Hugo hadn't moved. "Hugo, come on." I tugged on his hand, squeezed it tight. I cried and I begged and I cursed him. I didn't even notice Drew blowing into Hugo's mouth until he was already pulling away. He returned immediately to Hugo's chest. Hands clamped, arms taut. Push, 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 push. "That's brilliant. Help is almost there. Can you feel a pulse yet?" I hated this woman. It wasn't brilliant. Hugo wasn't fucking moving. Drew wiped the wetness off his cheek on the back of his hand before feeling Hugo's neck. "No," he said, entire body sagging. "Nothing. But there's stuff on his mouth. Foamy stuff." "That's okay. Just wipe it off and give another 2 breaths. It's all right to breathe through that foam if it keeps coming. You won't hurt him. Do it now." Our gazes met for the briefest of seconds before he went down, our eyes red and puffy, noses swollen and snotty. I nodded at Drew, offering my faith, my thanks, my grief. In that single, tiny millisecond, Drew Holland and I became the very definition of kindred spirits. "Whoa, whoa." Drew pulled away from Hugo's mouth. "He's throwing up," he yelled at the phone. Instinct told him to roll Hugo onto his side. Is that good? Come on, Hugh. That's it. Can you feel a pulse?" "Can you vomit without a pulse?" I asked. Rolling Hugo had ripped his hand out of mine. I was lost now, served no purpose whatsoever other than to watch the contents of Hugo's stomach exit his lips in short, jagged spurts. I was afraid to touch him, injure him, feel him as he left me. "Paramedics are here!" someone yelled, and suddenly I felt weightless. Dizzy, like I'd left the Earth's atmosphere. I started falling sideways, managed to catch myself before I hit the floor. The ambulance crew, armed with their big bags, barked some orders I didn't listen to, and the crowd scattered like ants chasing a drop of syrup. I used my hands to shuffle back on my bum, give them room to work, but I wasn't really watching. I couldn't hear what they said, see what they did. The whole thing seemed dreamlike, hazy. The scene played out in slow motion. "Let's do a fluids run-up and get him on oxygen." It sounded like something out of a TV show. I wasn't sure if it was really happening or I'd drunk too much and was hallucinating. I heard more scuffling, high heels clacking against the tiles. Looking up, people were moving again, this time being herded out of the room like sheep by Ezra. "Now,"
Everybody out, and nobody leaves this house until all phones, cameras, and devices have been checked.
Ezra yelled some more. I stopped listening. Can you tell me what he's taken? Asked the face that appeared right in front of mine. I blinked her into focus. She looked kind, compassionate, just the right type of person to tell someone the love of their life had gone forever. It's okay. I watched her hand reach for my shoulder. Again, slow motion. He's breathing. My colleagues and I are taking him away soon. You can come if you like. Breathing. Yes, thank you. I was glad I'd remembered to rub at my arms. Sitting here in wet clothes, I'd started to shiver. That reminded me of my wet hair. It clung to my face. I ran my fingers through it, combed it back. So, how was I still rubbing my arm? I looked down, followed the fingers, the wrist, the tanned arm. Chrissy. Oh, God, Chrissy! I fell into her, fell apart completely. No. She gripped my arms, pushed me up. You don't have time to crumble yet, babe. Come on, you can do this. Tell this lady here what she needs. Shit, right. God, sorry. Okay, right. No problem, the technician with the kind eyes said. You're doing great. They seemed to like that phrase. In that moment, I saw Hugo being slid onto a board in the background. His neck! I pointed towards the collar they'd strapped to him as they lifted him up onto a trolley. What's wrong with his neck? Precaution, that's all. Now, do you know what he's taken? Right, yes, focus. Everything in his cabinet. His antidepressants, old and new ones. Some sleeping pills, I think. I don't know if there's anything else. I didn't inspect everything. He could have had stuff hidden elsewhere. God, I don't know. Okay, that's okay. And vodka, I added, remembering. I wasn't sure if that would make a difference. He's been drinking vodka. We're getting ready to leave now. You can ride with him, but you'll need to give the doctors space when we arrive. I nodded, scrambled to my feet. I'll follow in a taxi, Chrissy said. I considered protesting, telling her I'd be fine, but I wasn't fine. Fine was a giant lie. I didn't know if I'd ever be fine again. Thank you. There wasn't a seat to be had in the A&E waiting room, not that I'd have been able to sit anyway. I paced back and forth in front of the vending machines, glancing every so often towards the double doors that separated me from Hugo. I'd been here an hour. I'd seen a kid throw up before curling under their mother's arm, a man with a nail in his hand drip a blood trail across the floor, and a woman who, from the outside, appeared perfectly fine enter and exit triage 3 times, and I still hadn't heard a word about Hugo. He was nothing special here. He wasn't Hugo Hayes, megastar. He was just another life that needed saving, and I another angst-ridden loved one. He'd woken briefly in the ambulance, but the joy that brought was short-lived. He didn't seem to recognise me or know what was happening. He panicked, yelled, fought the straps that held him safely to the gurney. He'd seemed so angry. It ripped my heart wide open. Now, in the hospital, I felt so useless, standing there in a damp dress, wrapped in a blanket I'd been given in the ambulance. No one stared. Nobody seemed to wonder why I looked that way. Hair dishevelled, mascara running down my cheeks, no doubt. Everyone in this room had bad stuff going on, looked their own type of shit. We were familiar strangers, silent comrades, all here for the same reasons. Help, news. Bodies were broken, hearts ached. I wondered idly if we'd all make it out healed. Hey! I gasped at the sound of a voice in my ear, cried at the feel of Chrissy's arm around my back. Any news? I shook my head, then nodded it to acknowledge Liam's presence.
Best not to discuss it out here anyway,
Liam said, side-eyeing the cluster of patients and relatives hogging all the waiting chairs. The thought of someone eavesdropping wouldn't have crossed my mind until he'd said it. But of course there'd be a sick fuck desperate enough to try and cash a quick buck off Hugo's suffering. There always was. I'd have felt angry about it if I had any emotion to spare. It took me a while to find some stuff for you to change into. Chrissy held up a Louis Vuitton tote. Found a jumper and some of your jeans in a washing basket in one of the 600 bathrooms. No knickers, sorry. Thanks. Dirty clothes were the least of my problems. Your phone's in there too. Also, Drew and what's-his-name, the Italian bloke, are on the way, and there are like 1 million photographers outside. I laughed in a way that wasn't funny at all. Fucking parasites. They've got security on the door, though. Don't worry, no one's getting in here. I'm not worried about that. I'd sounded snippy. I apologised with a look. Talking was too much of an effort. Look, Liam said, tipping his chin toward the double doors that I'd forgotten to check for at least 30 seconds. Someone's coming. A guy who looked too young to be in the navy scrubs he wore approached me with the same kind smile as the ambulance people. Maybe that was part of their training, how to move their lips that way. You came in with Mr. Hayes, yes? How is he? I rushed out. His smile offered me nothing but irritation. If he'd told me how great I was doing, I might have just punched him in the damn face. Let's go to another room. My heart sank all over again as he led me away. It seemed to take an hour to reach the private side room a few steps around the corner. Chrissy had followed, and, inside the small room, she took my hand. My name is Dr. Chowdhury, by the way. Would you like a seat? He offered. No. I expelled the tiny word with my last breath, lungs freezing while I steeled myself for the bad news. Why else had he brought me here, if not to offer privacy while I crumbled to the floor in devastation? Okay, Mr. Hayes is awake and resting. We're going to transfer him to... He is? My hands flew up to my mouth, clamped tight. I needed the pressure to keep the scream in my body. Oh my... Thank you, I said. Couldn't stop nodding. Can I see him? As I was about to say, we're going to take him to the private wing upstairs. Fortunately, most of the medication he took has a relatively low toxicity. It's his time in the water and how long he went without oxygen that provides the greatest cause for concern. However, it's looking very much like he's been a remarkably lucky man. We will, of course, be monitoring him over the next few days for any signs of hypoxic brain injury, but... Brain injury? Fuck. Please. The doctor reached out, touched my arm. Try not to worry. The words sound very serious for a reason, but, as I said, Mr. Hayes is doing extremely well. It's likely he won't be ready for visitors until he's discharged in a few days' time, but if he agrees, I'm sure the ward will allow 1 or 2 people for a few minutes at a time. Wait, discharged? You're sending him home? That couldn't be right. You can't. His smile turned sympathetic. I'm not at liberty to discuss Mr. Hayes's next steps, but he won't be staying with us at the hospital, no. This isn't right. I wasn't stupid. I knew what needed to happen. Hugo wasn't safe. He needed help. Treatment. Treatment he'd never agreed to because he was a stubborn arsehole. Someone needed to force him. He needs sectioning, surely. Is this because he's famous? Rich? I argued, disgusted. What's he done? Paid you to let him out? I can assure you that's not the case here. His assurance gave me nothing. Mr. Hayes has been assessed by one of my colleagues from psychiatry, and while he's far from where he needs to be, we don't feel he poses an immediate risk to himself or anyone else. I shook my head, sighed. That's good news, Hell. Chrissy rubbed my back through the thick blanket that still covered my damp clothes. Is it? I can't take care of him, Chris. Look where we are. Look what happens when it's up to me to look out for him. Hey, Helen, isn't it? For some reason my name on the doctor's lips warmed the chill in my bones. He knew it, which meant Hugo had told him, and I imagined the moment that had taken place, heard it in Hugo's voice. Yeah, it is.
You're not going to be alone with this. Mr. Hayes won't be leaving without a support plan in place, and that plan is just as important for you and those who care about him. Now, forgive me if I sound crass, but as you brought up his status, shall we say, I can tell you I feel more confident about his recovery than a lot of patients I see. He'll have access to the very best treatment out there. If he wants it. Finally, I'd managed to stump one of them. The doctor couldn't smile at that one. Yes, quite, was all he said. He gets treatment or he gets my stiletto up his arse. I think he'll want it, Chrissy chimed in. I breathed out a chuckle, bumped her shoulder, appreciated her effort to normalise the situation. The doctor told us we could wait in the quiet room while Hugo was moved upstairs, and I took the opportunity to quickly change into the dirty but dry clothes Chrissy had brought while she guarded the door. You brought trainers? I said, fishing them from the bag. They were Hugo's and 2 sizes too big, but they were better than the bare feet I'd been walking around in. You legend. I couldn't find yours. That place is massive. Yeah, even I haven't learned where everything is yet. Honestly, I don't even think Hugo knows. It hurt to say his name. I missed him. I couldn't ever come that close to losing him again. What do I do, Chris? What do I say to him? She tried to smile, bless her. Instead, she reached out, arm's length, and put a hand on my shoulder. I want to tell you to go in there and slap the stupid bastard into next Christmas, but I don't know, Hel. I just don't know. Have you seen him? Drew burst into the room, his voice ragged, breathless. Liam said you disappeared from the waiting room a while ago. Not yet. They're taking him upstairs or something, I said. He's okay, though. Well, as okay as someone can be after overdosing and drowning in their own pool. Drew nodded, steepled his hands under his chin. It's a fucking circus out there. You see it? I assumed he was referring to the paparazzi. No, I came in through the ambulance bays. Right. They're discharging him, you know. Right, he said again. He didn't sound the least surprised. My hesitancy must have been carved into my forehead because he added, I've been in this business a long time, Helen. This isn't my first rodeo, and Hugh is far from my first bull. When they release him from here, he'll be checked into Woodhall Lodge before they've finished serving breakfast. What is that, like a rehab? Hugo wasn't an addict, unless I'd missed that too. Name a problem, they'll fix it. Drug addiction, sex addiction, eating disorders, grief, stress. Hell, you can probably check him for a disease you just made up in your sleep, and they'll treat it. It's what he needs. I felt relieved, I think, also scared, and guilty, like I was palming him off on someone else. Do you think he'll go? I asked. Drew blew into the air, his jaw angled like an angry father. He'll go. We stood in silence after that, all 3 of us, waiting, wondering. Drew and I exchanged silent apologies for snapping at each other by the pool earlier, through a simple, acknowledging nod. The fact he'd kissed Hugo didn't matter anymore. Maybe it would later, or maybe I'd accept it for what it was, a mistake from a drunken idiot. Around an hour later, when a nurse entered and told me I alone could go and see Hugo, I'd never been more ready and less prepared to see someone in my whole life. Walking slowly in an effort not to trip in Hugo's massive trainers, I made my way up to the private area of the hospital with what felt like a mouthful of cotton wool. I couldn't moisten my lips, couldn't swallow to rid the taste of bile scratching my throat. The change was instant as I stepped off the lift onto the private floor, like I'd been teleported to a different hospital. Gone was the freckled green vinyl floor, and in its place was a wood effect laminate. There were decorative tables along the corridors, topped with vases of fake flowers. Patients here clearly wanted to feel like they'd paid. We stopped outside a room with a wide wooden door and a small window with blinds closed from the other side. "He's in here," the nurse said. I didn't need to look at her to know what shape her mouth made. "He's expecting you. Go in whenever you're ready." "Thank you."
I watched her walk away. I kept watching even when she'd disappeared around a corner. Whenever you're ready. How was I supposed to know what ready felt like? Usually, being ready to see Hugo meant experiencing the tickling sensation of butterflies in my belly. It meant hearing my pulse in my ears, feeling a tug in my heart. I'd never felt lightheaded, nauseous, afraid, guilty. I remembered a trick Hugo had told me about back in high school. He'd called it the 1, 2, 3, do it technique, and learned it during one of his first attempts at therapy. The idea was, when faced with something you didn't want to or felt you couldn't do, you had to close your eyes, breathe slowly to the count of 3, block everything out and do it. Force your body to move before your mind could take over and talk you out of it. Right now, it seemed like the only thing that might get me to the other side of that door, so I curled my fingers around the handle and closed my eyes. 1, 2, 3. Do it, do it, do it. When I opened my eyes, I was through the door. Shit, it had worked. There he was, Hugo, my Hugo. He lay in a bed fancier than the ones downstairs, but still on wheels for emergency getaways, and smiled weakly when he saw me. I tilted my head, bottom lip wobbling, and just loved him. I knew the second our eyes met that was all I had to do. Love him. The fear had melted somewhere between here and the corridor outside. Without a word, Hugo's arm extended, revealing space on the wider-than-usual hospital mattress. Closing the door, I kicked my trainers off to the side, walked over and climbed in beside him. There it is. The thrum in my ears, the butterflies, the contact as I draped my arm over his waist put everything back together, sealed the shattered pieces in my chest. Guess what I'm thinking? I whispered against his heart, nestling close, yet gentle, careful to avoid the bruises caused by the heels of Drew's hands. He held on to me, arm over my ribs, squeezed gently. Tell me. That wasn't how we played, though maybe he hadn't been as successful as I had in leaving the fear on the other side of the door. Every C in Pacific Ocean is pronounced differently. I felt a rumble of laughter beneath my cheek. Slight, but there. Instagram. Pinterest, I admitted, smiling into his skin. God, I loved his skin. How warm it was. How smooth against mine. Soothing. I couldn't lose it. What the fuck were you thinking, Hugo? I hadn't planned to say it, and I didn't know if it was the worst thing a person could say to someone so clearly vulnerable. But I didn't regret it. I needed to know. A kiss landed on top of my head. He inhaled deeply, breathing in the scent of my hair, which I imagined wasn't too pleasant. It hurts, Helly. All the time. Being here, it just hurts. Dear God, I'd never experienced such pain, and from only words. They cut into me like a blade, sliced straight through my chest. The ache in my heart, it was excruciating. And I'm so sorry, he continued. No. I shuffled up onto my elbow, cradled his face. His eyes were red, swollen. From tears, from drowning, from pain. No sorries, ever. Remember? I didn't want to leave you, he said. It wasn't that. Please don't think it was that. I know. And I did. Deep down, I did. It was easy to think I wasn't enough, wasn't worth fighting for. But I knew better. I'd been with Hugo, literally, since the beginning. This wasn't Hugo's fault. He couldn't simply choose to cure the illness in his head any more than someone could choose to cure terminal cancer. I know. I dropped my forehead to his, brushed our lips together. I didn't kiss him, just felt him. I know. I know it was stupid. I do. I don't want to die. I'm tired, Helly. From the crack in his voice, I knew he felt the kind of tired that no amount of sleep would fix. "Close your eyes," I whispered.
I know we need to talk,"
he murmured, voice growing weaker. "We've got the rest of our lives for that," I said, adamant, hopeful. "You can stop hiding now, Hugo. I've found you. I'm not leaving, and you're going to be okay. Now sleep. Sleep and remember I love you. I just hope it's enough to save you."
Chapter 16. Hugo. 1 week later. I hadn't spoken yet today. Not to the doctor, the nurses, Drew, or even Helen. The lack of words wasn't down to the fact my throat still felt like I'd swallowed 10 razor blades, the broken rib, or what felt like a pneumatic drill trying to crack open my skull. I was afraid. If I closed my eyes, I was back on top of my Spider-Man duvet, burying my face in Cecilia's soft fur, begging her to hide me from the world. They wanted me to move today. Drew had booked me a room at some fancy rehab center. The way he'd said it made it sound like a holiday. I knew better. Been there, done that, got anxiety. Shelling out 10 grand a week wouldn't give those quacks anything to say that I hadn't heard 100 times already. I didn't want to go. I wouldn't be able to talk. I couldn't face it. But I had to. "The car will wait as long as you need it to," Helen said from the chair beside my bed. She'd come to say goodbye, knowing it would be the last time we'd see each other for a week, and I couldn't even give her that. She understood, as always, but it didn't make me feel any less of a selfish arsehole. "There's someone from Woodhall Lodge here who'll be travelling with you. I've met her. She seems nice." Okay. I couldn't look at her, could only answer in my head. I'd appreciated that she hadn't touched me since she'd arrived. My skin felt hypersensitive today. I probably wouldn't have reacted well. "Drew wanted to come, but I thought you'd welcome less fuss." "I do. Thank you." I heard the door to my room open. Nobody spoke. It closed again. I imagined some silent glances of communication occurred between Helen and perhaps a nurse, or maybe the woman from the rehab center. Fuck. Get it together. I willed my body to move. Any part of it, even my eyes. The frustration only seemed to heighten my already overly focused senses. The stench of artificial pine in the air seemed particularly strong today. It cut through to my stomach, made me sickly. The nurses chattering outside echoed off the walls, bounced under the tiny gap in my door, straight into my ears. The room felt colder, too. The hairs on my arms wouldn't relax, even with the blanket tucked under my chin. The most maddening part was that my mind screamed to get the hell out, but my body refused to comply. "You know," Helen began, "when I first came to see you after you'd been admitted, I was scared." Christ. The guilt tried to kill me all over again. Helen, I fucking talked to her. I don't know why, really. Maybe I was afraid you wouldn't want me here, that you'd blame me and I'd have to face losing you again. Maybe I thought I'd get angry. I think I was even a little scared of what you'd look like. Blame her? In what universe could Helen possibly be to blame? I'm so sorry, Helly. Tell her. Go on, say it. She needs to hear it. Nothing came out. I froze at the door, she continued. And then I remembered 1, 2, 3, do it. Do you remember? Of course. I still use it. But this is too big, too much. Will you try it with me? I know you can't talk right now, but if you're willing to try it with me, can you nod? This woman. This fucking woman. She'd dropped everything. Her whole life. Her dreams and ambitions were on hold for me. A hot tear leaked from the corner of my closed eye, rolled onto my nose. I nodded. "I'm coming a little closer," she said, the feet of her chair scraping the laminate. "Right, let's do it in stages. First, you're just going to sit up on the edge of the bed. I'm going to count really slowly. Do it with me, and then go. Just go." My breath quickened, panic setting in. Fuck. Okay. Slower, Hugo. Okay. I could hear Helen breathing. Slow, deep. I tried to mirror it. 1, 2, 3. Do it. I blacked out my mind, refused to let a single thought or image enter, and propelled myself upright, swinging my legs over the edge of the mattress. Somehow, I felt Helen's beautiful smile. "You're going to open your eyes now? 1, 2, 3. Do it." My eyes opened to the perfect picture. Helen's gorgeous face was waiting for me, inches away, green eyes glinting, smile comforting. "Hey, you," she mouthed. My head dropped to hers automatically, my skin kneading hers. My hands found her hair, soft between my fingers. She smelled amazing, like coconut. I inhaled deeper. "I want to stay here, just like this, forever," I said. Her head bowed as she sighed a sad sigh. "You can't. You need to get better." "I don't know if I can." I'd almost kept the thought in my head, but keeping secrets had landed me here in the first place. Better at fighting is what I meant. Depression is a war you can't win alone. Those feelings only thrive in secrecy. You know that. I nodded, just a little. "Can I touch your face?" I nodded again, waited for the touch. She cupped my cheek. I nuzzled her palm. Her skin felt nice, comforting. "You told me once, a long time ago, that sometimes being you felt like being colorblind while having to listen to everyone tell you how colorful the world was. Well, I need you to know, without you, my world would be black as hell. And I'm not saying this to make you feel guilty. But if you ever get to that point again, where you're searching for one thing to pull you back, let that be it. Think of this moment and believe it. Believe that even on your darkest days, you are the brightest thing in my life." Throat clogged with emotion, I nodded, held her hand tighter to my cheek. I had to fight. I had to fight for myself, for Helen, for us. "I'm in love with you, Hugo Michael Hayes. I've been in love with you since you were an awkward young boy with snotty sleeves. And I'll be in love with you till you're an awkward old man with shriveled tattoos and incontinence pads." "I'm in love with you too, so much." I just couldn't say it. Not right then. Not while my mind was broken and my throat was closed. Instead, I brought her hand to my lips, kissed it. 1, 2, she began. Fuck. Here we go. 3. Do it. Gripping Helen's hand as if it were the only thing keeping me upright, I forced one foot in front of the other, refused to think, wouldn't look around, didn't stop until we'd reached the car. This was it, the base of the mountain. And I was fucking terrified. 1 week later. An oak coffee table and a vase full of white gerbera daisies separated Phoebe, my therapist, and me. The water needed topping up, I noticed. They'd wilt soon. Phoebe's eyes were on me. I could feel them, glaring with that shrink-like stare from behind her oval glasses. They all did it. I think we fascinated them, us crazy types. Every therapist, counsellor, nut doctor I'd ever seen had looked at me the same way I looked at a sheet of music, like they itched to take it apart, tinker with it, delve between the layers, turn it into something functioning and beautiful. "It's been 5 days since our first meeting," Phoebe said, breaking the silence that, surprisingly, didn't feel awkward. I'd found Phoebe's company remarkably easy. From the start, I'd felt no pressure to perform. Our first session, I didn't talk at all, just listened. She'd caught on quickly and stopped asking questions, spoke at me instead. I appreciated that. Maybe the 10 grand a week did make a difference. "Yeah." "You were told to continue to monitor yourself for any signs of hypoxic brain injury. How are you feeling in that regard?" Tense, I rubbed at my shoulder. I didn't like talking about this part. I found it shameful, I suppose, discussing the damage I'd inflicted on myself. "I'm, not sleeping great, but that could be the unfamiliar surroundings, you know? And, well, I've got a little shakiness in my left hand. Comes and goes." I held on to that hand, massaged my fingers even though they weren't shaking at the minute. The act distracted me from the embarrassment, and also the fear that the damage could be permanent. "I'll let your doctor know about that. He's welcome to come here to see you if necessary." I nodded, gripped my fingers tighter, turned the knuckles white. "And you've got your acupuncture session this afternoon. That could improve your sleep." I turned my face up, flashed a dubious look. I had no words that wouldn't offend her. Thankfully, she seemed amused rather than upset. "You promised to give these things the benefit of the doubt." "I did. I will. Just like I would with the art therapy, the yoga, the nutrition coaching, the equine therapy, and the fucking cupping treatments, whatever they were. The only one I wasn't thrilled about, and hadn't yet promised to try, was the group stuff. So, yesterday we talked about purpose. You've been struggling with that." "Yeah." It felt weird being so open about this stuff, the hidden stuff, that I'd only ever heard inside my head. My mind's voice had never told me directly, but it made it known that it was supposed to stay between us. A dirty secret, a silent punishment. I was starting to think it had lied to me. "I know what I have, believe me. I know I'm lucky, and I'm not just talking wealth, but I have people, good people. But what did I do to deserve any of it, any of them? Why am I here? I give nothing back." I paused, waggled my finger. "And don't say music. If I stopped, someone else would take my place in a heartbeat. The industry's fickle, faithful only to moneymakers." "Noted," Phoebe said, with a tilt of the head. "I'm damaged, incapable. It feels like there's a point to everybody. We're all here for a reason, except me." Fuck. That was the first time I'd ever explained it out loud. I wasn't sure it even made sense. Regardless, it left me feeling winded. Blowing out a rush of air, I reached for the glass of water on the coffee table, knocked back a generous swig. "Incapable," was the word she'd chosen to repeat. "You're capable of love. Maybe that's the point. Perhaps the only reason any of us are here is to make someone else's life a little bit better along the way." "You mean Helen?" She must have done. How do I possibly make her life better with all I keep putting her through? "And what do you mean by that?" "Isn't it obvious? I'm here, aren't I?" every time we get close, make plans, I fuck them up. I put myself first. Phoebe tossed her notepad onto the table, crossed one leg over the other. She'd stopped writing a while ago. I imagined she was still analysing, keeping notes in her head for later, but for now it felt like an informal chat with an old friend. Why do you think that is? I don't know. Isn't that your job? No, she said, chuckling. My job is to help you discover what you already know. That doesn't make sense. I shifted uncomfortably on the couch. It wasn't the kind of shrink's chaise you saw on the TV, just a regular couch. Brown leather arms, gold velvet cushions. If I knew what to do, I'd do it, surely. Our brains are very complex machines, Hugo, that contain a lot of information. Like any device, they can suffer processing errors from time to time, succumb to viruses, shut down unexpectedly. So, you're my IT guy, effectively. Phoebe grinned. Gal, she corrected. And precisely. Say we call depression a virus. It scrambled some of the data in your mind, so it shut itself down. We've got the tools here to treat that virus, and your sessions with me will help put the data back in the right folders. Could you get another virus in the future? Sure. But should that make you afraid to turn your computer on every morning? Or does it make more sense to keep your IT gal's number on speed dial? Well, when she put it like that, everybody has enough eventually. I blew the sentence out like blowing out a candle, quickly, before I had the chance to consider the words and change them. I'm a lot to deal with, I know that. People get tired, and I don't blame them. Truly, I don't. But it still hurts, I guess. I risked a swift glance in Phoebe's direction, watched her eyebrows knit together before I looked away. From what you've told me about Helen so far, it sounds like she's loved you through some of the most difficult periods of your life. Just hearing her name made me smile, only to shrink with guilt a second later. Yeah, she has. She sounds like an incredibly strong woman, not someone who tires easily, she added, finally revealing her point. I didn't answer, couldn't. Even considering the possibility felt like a betrayal of Helen, the most loyal and loving person I'd ever known. She'd given me no reason to doubt her. But no love is unconditional, I said anyway. When you're too damaged for even your parents, your own fucking mother, to want to hold on to you, what hope has anyone else got? And there it was. I'd heard it in my own voice. I wanted to laugh at the banality of it. Couldn't I have come up with something cooler, more original? Mummy issues. That sounds hard to deal with. You think? I snapped, relenting immediately as I shifted again in my seat. Sorry. Tell me about them. What's your mother like? Dead. I'm sorry to hear that. Why, you didn't know her? But I know you, and I'm sorry for you. I'd never really understood the whole apologizing for something you had nothing to do with shtick, but the rest of the world seemed to gel with it, so I let it go. My mum was... I trailed off, sucked in a deep breath. She was impatient, selfish, irritable, sad a lot of the time. Eventually, she became a drunk, stopped caring altogether. I started laughing through a pitiful smile. Could be describing myself, huh? Phoebe didn't comment, didn't laugh with me. I also remember her laugh, though. It's the weirdest thing, the happy moments. They don't fit. Sometimes I wonder whether I've dreamt them and turned them into memories. Want to share one with me? Did I? Why not? I was telling her everything else. Even stuff I hadn't planned to kept tumbling out of my mouth of its own accord. It's really not that interesting. I felt it only fair to warn her. I got bored easily listening to other people's stories. My mind would wander. I'd start to stare at other things, allow other thoughts into my head. It was rude, I'd been told countless times as a kid, but I couldn't seem to help it. That's for me to decide. I'll let you know if I get bored. I liked that answer. Why couldn't everyone be that honest? It would save so many people getting offended. Okay. So my dad took me shopping one day. I must have been 6, 7 maybe. Nowhere fancy, just the supermarket. At the checkout, the cashier asked if I wanted to go of the barcode scanner. She smiled down at me, held up the grey gun with this cool-looking red laser. I really wanted a turn of that thing. Wanted to know how that hard plastic casing felt in my hand. Wanted to hear the little beep. I knew I would feel real grown-up, you know? Like she was, the checkout lady. But I couldn't answer her. You didn't have a turn of the scanner? I shook my head, tried to cuddle into my dad's side, hide. He'd pushed me away, told me to get out from under his feet while he packed the bags. But fuck, I can still feel how hard my heart raced thinking about that scanner. I wanted to do it so badly, and I couldn't. I just couldn't say yes. It had been sprung on me too quickly, I guess. Of course, that was all I could think about for the rest of the day. All the way home, I replayed the situation over and over in my head. I went over what I should have said 1,000 times. When we got in, I just headed upstairs and cried. Didn't talk for the rest of the day. Wrap it up, my mind's voice interrupted. I studied Phoebe's face, looked for signs of boredom in her expression. She smiled. I took that as a green light to continue. Anyway, I said this was a happy memory, and it's coming, honest. So, when I didn't answer Mum's call to come down for dinner, she came looking, found me in a ball on my bed, face buried in my jumper. I did that a lot then, hid my face. Is this about what happened at the supermarket? She asked me. I remember my breath stopping for a second. No one ever seemed to know what was happening in my head, and I was never able to tell them. But she knew, and I was really fucking happy about it, relieved. Had your father told her? I guess so, didn't ask. I was just so thrilled someone knew. She knew, my mum, and I hadn't needed to say a word. Next thing, I felt something digging into my palm. I closed my fingers around it, curious, you know. Mum told me she didn't have a scanner, but she used this fob at work to get into the offices, and it had a laser, just like the things at the shops. She said when I was ready, we could go scan some stuff in the kitchen. I felt a bit stupid at first, but I'd practiced what I should have said to the checkout lady 1,000 times, so I made myself do it. I pulled my jumper off my face, and I pushed that tiny word out. Okay. It only took a few minutes for me to stop feeling self-conscious. I stood at one side of the kitchen table, while Mum brought me tins and packets of biscuits from the cupboard. I remember charging her like 50 quid for a packet of hobnobs. That's what did it, made her laugh. She had a real throaty laugh, like a smoker. Funny, I can't remember if she smoked or not. If she did, she probably hid it from my dad. He hated that shit. Anyway, I think that's my favourite memory. Like I said, it's nothing special, but she made me feel better that day. She understood. For that one day, she got me, had my back. I felt like she loved me that day. You didn't mention much of your father in that story. Did he come to your supermarket in the kitchen? No, I said, scoffing. He'll have been watching football or some shit. I hear animosity there. Yet none for your mother, despite the fact you feel neglected by her. Why do you think that is? Fuck, that was a hard one. I guess Mum had more to deal with. She spent more time with me. My mum might not have dealt with my feelings or my meltdowns in the best way, but she dealt with them. My dad never showed up till it was over. He had it easy. He didn't see how difficult things were for either of us, and he still couldn't love me. There was literally nothing I could have done to make him care about me, and he hasn't even got the decency to be incapable of caring, because now he's shacked up with a new family and kids that seemingly mean the fucking world to him. Ah, Phoebe nodded. That's a lot to process. Yeah. Again, I scoffed. So you see my point. It's me. I'm the problem. I must, give off a weird, damaged aura or something. I actually see an entirely different point, and one I'd very much like you to consider. I raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Have you considered your parents were, as you put it, damaged people? I think it's highly unlikely this was ever about you. As you said earlier, you share a lot of traits with your mother. I disagree with the descriptions you used, but you see similarities in your patterns of behavior. Perhaps she herself suffered with a mental illness. Would you have known? Her statement felt oddly like a slap to the face. No. No, I suppose I wouldn't. I was a kid. Even when I got older, if she was like me, she probably wouldn't have said anything. I feel confident saying I don't think your mother and father set out to fail you, Hugo. That doesn't mean they didn't. I would, however, think it profoundly rare for someone to bring a child into the world with the intention of causing them harm, psychological or otherwise. In case of an emergency, do you know why you're asked to put on your oxygen mask before assisting others on an aeroplane? Right, I see where you're going here. You can't help others effectively if you're running out of air yourself, right? Phoebe grinned, looked proud of my answer. I think it's most likely your parents were struggling to fit their own masks. You aren't responsible for their issues or failures, any more than Helen is responsible for yours. Helen? What's she got to do with my parents? You keep telling me how much you let her down. Much like how your parents let you down, no? Do you blame her? Has she pushed you away? Of course not. I'm the one with the Right. I waggled my finger. You caught me. I get it. You're good, you know. I didn't know how it had happened, but little by little, I began to feel myself evening out. It felt like my thoughts and emotions were made of several bunches of tangled yarn, and slowly, one by one, Phoebe was helping me to unpick them, sort them into the correct colours, rewind them into smooth, neat spools. That's why I get paid the big bucks, she said. In my head, I laughed, but the motion never reached my face. I was fucking exhausted. I'd never shared so much with another person before, not even Helen. I felt liberated, freer. I actually felt pretty fucking amazing, but still tired. I think we should leave it there for now, Phoebe announced, the words musical to my worn ears. Give you time to prepare for your acupuncture. Fuck. Lucky me. I'm confident you'll love it. Lot of confidence today, haven't you? Today and every day, she said with a wide smile. You've done fantastic today, Hugo. You should be really proud of yourself. I thought on that for a moment, eventually deciding that I was. I really fucking was. 2 weeks later. It felt really fucking good to have Helen in my arms. She warmed my body from the inside out as she wrapped her arms around my waist, pressed her cheek to my chest. I've missed you, she said, holding me tight. God, I've missed you too. It wasn't mandatory, but we were encouraged to give up our phones while holidaying in rehab. I say holidaying because when we weren't breaking down in front of a therapist, we were pretty much being waited on hand and foot amidst luxury scenery. We could swim in the pool, dine on fine food whenever we wanted, play tennis, snooker, golf, even ride horses. The idea of blocking communication with the outside world was to work on living with ourselves over relying on the support of others. I wanted that. I needed to know I was capable of it, so I wouldn't risk burdening Helen. Only, now Helen was here. Her arms around my back, her scent in my nose. I suspected I'd always need her. Shit. I took Helen out into the grounds. Impending autumn had put a chill in the air, so we sat by the patio heaters that overlooked the pond. I bet it's gorgeous out here in the height of summer when all the flowers are in bloom, Helen said. I'm not planning on returning to find out. She laughed at that. It's good to hear you say stuff like that. Feels good to say them. I took her hand, laced my fingers with hers so I could feel her warm skin. I've missed your hands. Her eyebrow rose, cheeky, mischievous. They've missed you, she said. How's yours doing? I nodded, positive. The tremble in my left hand had stopped. Hadn't had so much as a twinge for the last 4 days. The doctor feels confident it was only temporary. I'm sleeping better, too. Phoebe thinks it's the acupuncture. I think it's boredom. You're bored? She looked genuinely baffled. There are only so many spa treatments you can take in a day. I spent most of my time alone, either in my room or on the piano, notebook never far from hand. I was pretty shit at piano, but it passed some time. Although a fine instrument, nothing could ever overtake my passion for the guitar. As for the notebook, I'd filled countless pages during my time here, but I wasn't sure the words would ever make it into song. Right now, they felt too raw, too personal. They were pieces of my heart, wide open and bleeding on the paper. Maybe one day. How's Drew? I asked. He hadn't been to see me yet. I tried not to feel anxious about that, but as usual I wasn't very good at it. He's good, back in LA. That stung. He is? Work, she said, as if that explained everything. It didn't, though, not to me. Drew was my manager, sure, but we were so much more than that. We were friends. I needed my friends right now. And then it clicked, from nowhere, like a bullet to my brain. That night invaded my mind. He feels responsible. I wasn't sure if Helen knew about the kiss. I hadn't told her, but Drew could have. Would he? It wasn't a secret, as far as I was concerned, not from Helen. I hadn't done anything wrong. The fact we hadn't discussed it was nothing more than that night was a jumbled, drunken nightmare that my brain had been trying to erase since the moment it had happened. You're not responsible for other people's actions, Hugo. So I keep hearing, I said, frustrated. It wasn't fair, the tone I used. Helen was innocent, as was Drew. Sorry. He needs to know it's not his fault. It's no one's fault. I think, she broke off, swallowed nervously. I think he thinks kissing you pushed you over the edge. You know about that? He told me right before I found you. Right. I squeezed her hand, blew a winded breath. Don't be too angry with him. He was drunk. I'm not anymore. He saved your life. I stared at her, silent, stunned, grateful. I'd never get used to her surprising me, amazing me. I never wanted to. Does Steph know? Yeah, according to Chrissy, who found out from Liam. He walked out, threatened divorce, came home the next day, and all is forgiven. Apparently, again according to Liam, a day is the equivalent of 3 years in gay breakup time, so Drew was adequately punished. So many questions. I started laughing. If one of them is what's happening with Chrissy and Liam, I have no idea. I'm more eager to know where Liam got his experience in gay breakups. I don't think Liam needs experience to come out with half the crap he does. She made me smile. I missed Liam in that moment. I'd started to miss a lot of my friends, people I hadn't really appreciated before. It was becoming harder to see how I'd let that happen. Yeah, his elevator doesn't quite reach the top floor, but he's a great guy, genuinely, in case you were worried about him and Chrissy getting together or anything. Believe me, it's Liam I'm worried about, she said, through a delicious chuckle. The laughter faded fast, though. I'm so sorry, Hugo. I should have helped you. She didn't look at me as she said that. I cupped her face, forced her to. I needed her to see the conviction in my eyes when I said, "There isn't a single part of this that's on you, Helly. Not one. I lied to you." Her lips wobbled, eyes reddened. But I think I knew, sort of. There was just something I couldn't put my finger on. When we were kids, I could always get the truth out of you, talk you into seeing someone, but... But we're not kids anymore, I interrupted. I'm a grown man, a stubborn man, who spent years trying to hide from this shit because it hurts to fucking face it. That's on me, Helly. Me and no one else. A wise friend told me very recently, you're not responsible for other people's actions. You're not responsible for mine. There it is, my favourite smile. Tiny, but there. Friends? You'll always be my best friend, I said, dropping my head to hers. It's just the world's greatest bonus that I get to fuck you too. Now she laughed and hit my arm. This was nice, talking to Helen. Effortless, comforting, exciting too. We talked about her store. I got to watch her share her progress, hands animated, eyes glinting. She had so much passion, drive, knowledge. Her enthusiasm was infectious. I couldn't wait to leave here, see her in action, watch all her dreams come true. I just hoped I wouldn't become a hindrance, that I could really do it, be a normal fucking person who didn't need to keep pulling down the woman I loved just to hold myself up. She had to leave too soon. I kissed her softly, slowly, cementing the feel of her lips in my memory. I felt a little hollow without her, arms cold, chest bare. It's not for long, I reminded myself. I'd be home soon enough. Another few days, holding her while she slept, skin to skin, my face in her hair. Or I would have been if I hadn't gone and fucked it all up. Again. Chapter 17. Hugo. I should have seen it coming. Hell, I did see it. I just couldn't stop it. I didn't have Helen here to cut my cheeks, to whisper 1, 2, 3. Ezra wasn't available to tear me a new arsehole. I didn't have my guitar. I was alone. And I couldn't fucking function alone, which meant this whole program had been pointless. What had started as a sickly nervousness in the pit of my stomach sprouted and spread through my veins until it boiled into a violent, hot rage. It became too powerful to contain, my muscles too weak to hold it inside. The lamp took the first hit. I grabbed the ceramic base, ripped the cord from the wall and threw it across the room with a scream that almost ripped my throat. I knocked over the nightstand next, before tearing a portrait off the wall. Someone came in when I started clearing the sideboard, swiping the contents onto the floor with one long swish of my arm. I'm going to need you to calm down for me, Hugo, the voice said. I didn't know who. The pulse in my ear was too loud. I went for the bed next. Tossed the comforter, the duvet, those annoying fucking cushions that served no purpose other than decoration and inconvenience. And then I collapsed on top of it, strength waning, mind folding. One of those days, huh? I recognized the voice now. Arnold, one of the counsellors here. I hadn't really spoken to Arnold before, other than exchanging obligatory remarks in the communal areas. Do you need anything? No, I said, voice muffled by the mattress. Thanks. I must have looked ridiculous, face down on the bed, arms flat by my sides, surrounded by chaos of my own making. The worst part was, I knew I'd need to explain myself at some point. Phoebe wouldn't let this one slide. But as I lay there, struggling to breathe through the memory foam, I wondered how I would possibly explain when I didn't have a fucking clue what happened. I hadn't lost it that hard since I was a kid. It didn't achieve anything. I still felt like shit. Only now I looked like a prick, too. I'd never really experienced the stern talking from a disappointed parent. The kind where the teen who'd stayed out too late, maybe smoked a couple of cigarettes, had been backed into a corner, mother glowering opposite. My next session with Phoebe felt an awful lot like that, though. Except Phoebe wasn't glowering, and I was the only one disappointed. On top of that, she'd invited Helen to watch the show. Think about when you first felt that shift, Phoebe said, after I'd explained that I didn't know what had led to my little outburst. It will have happened somewhere if you go over yesterday's events in your mind. Was there a point when something hit a little differently? You saw Helen yesterday. Can you remember an interaction there that stirred an emotion you weren't comfortable with? No, was my instinctive reaction. Defensive, protective. Until it hit. The memory. The recognition. I glanced to my left, saw Helen watching me with her gentle, encouraging smile. I turned away, afraid to see it fall. Yeah, maybe. Phoebe waited, patiently, silently, for me to unravel this particular thread of yarn. It possibly started as soon as I saw her, when we spoke about how much we'd missed each other. I started to nod, agreeing with myself. That's natural. You haven't seen each other for a week. Or spoken, I added, rolling a small ball of blue tack between my fingers. Phoebe had suggested it to keep my hands busy. Seemed a little weird at first, but I'd grown to like it. The skin of my palms appreciated it too. That's what started it, I think, the no-contact thing. We're supposed to work on helping ourselves, right? Being independent? But then I felt Helen in my arms, and this need I feel for her overwhelmed me. You know, I keep telling myself I didn't come back for her so she could save me. But it's bullshit. I knew where I was heading. What happened that night, ending up in the fucking pool. I saw that coming months before, and it's when I started missing Helen the most. It had been years, but I'd never forgotten how safe she made me feel. She was the only one who... Oh, shit. The words were stuck, lodged beneath the lump that had formed in the base of my throat when I'd started to cry. Helen's hand appeared on my knee, squeezing softly in silent solidarity. Embarrassed, I turned my face away, wiped my eyes on the sleeve of my hoodie. Sorry, I muttered, sniffing. Shit, don't know where that came from. You're being honest, Phoebe said. That hurts sometimes. Yeah, I laughed, tears still falling. Fuck, this might have been the worst session yet. I came back for selfish reasons. I know I did. I turned to face Helen. But I do love you. Fuck, I love you, I said, begging her to believe me with my eyes before returning to Phoebe. I've always loved her. Are you worried she doesn't see that, Hugo? I shrugged, afraid of my own answer. She knows why I came back. She knows because she knows me better than anyone, probably better than myself. I needed her help. I'm afraid I'll always need her help. Helen's hand hadn't moved. Her thumb made small circles over my knee. I closed my fingers over hers, held them tight. You know, Hugo, Phoebe began, there's a huge difference between being dependent on someone and turning to them for support. Part of learning to manage our mental health independently is learning to recognize when we need to ask for help, seeing when it's time to bring in that person or persons we trust the most, to take control when we can't necessarily do it ourselves. I believe you did that when you sought out Helen. It had been 8 years, I argued. She could have been married, had kids, forgotten all about me. It was selfish. Helen? Phoebe said, proffering her hand. I shifted just a little, looked at her cautiously. Helen's head tilted, smile faded. But I wasn't, and I hadn't. I'm here because I want to be. I know you're a big-shot music star, but you don't have any power over me, Hugo. I don't owe you anything. I'm not here because I feel sorry for you. I'm here because I love you, you bloody idiot. I laughed at that, just a small one. Why? The word slipped out accidentally. I don't know, she said, shrugging. So simple, nonchalant. Why does anyone love anyone? You're kind, accepting. But so is Chrissy, and I'm not in love with her. You have an incredible voice, but so does Adam Lambert. You make the best hot chocolate, but so does that guy with the beard at the Starbucks behind Tesco. Are you going somewhere with this? I interrupted, eyes wide, grin wider. My point is, I could list a ton of amazing things about you. Are they the reasons why I love you? Probably. Are they why I'm in love with you? I doubt it. I don't think we get to choose why that happens. Love just is. I don't know why my heart feels fizzy when I see your name flash up on my phone, or why my skin tingles when you touch it. I don't know why I just feel better when you're in the same room, or why you keep popping into my mind when you're not. It makes no sense that I feel physical pain when I see you hurting, or that when I hurt, you're the only one who can take it away. It's all senseless, but it's true, and it's perfect. And it's why I'm here, Hugo. It's why I'll always be here. What do you think, Hugo? Until then, I'd forgotten Helen and I weren't alone in that world. Do you see it now? Phoebe continued. I locked my gaze with Helen's. As a bright smile danced upon her lips, tiny lines feathered her pretty green eyes, evidence of the time that had passed. But she was still there, behind those eyes. My girl, my Helen helicopter. Yeah, I breathed. I see it. I see you. The beauty of her smile never dropped. And you keep conveniently forgetting the fact you came back right as I needed you, too. I'd just lost my mum. I was losing myself. I didn't know where I belonged anymore. Then you came back, and I remembered. I belong right next to you. I always did. Being with you makes me, me. She leaned closer, held a finger under my chin, which sent a shockwave through my entire body, and added, So, no more trashing bedrooms then, huh? I rolled my eyes and dropped my head, trapping her finger to my chest. Yes, Mom. I hope they made you clear it up yourself. I rolled my neck, peered up at her. Yes, Mom. They wouldn't have, in fact, but I did it anyway. It was my mess, and I insisted I rectify it. Stop calling me that, she protested, jerking her head back. Stop talking to me like a headmistress, and maybe I will. An exaggerated cough cut through the air, a reminder from Phoebe, yet again, that this was, in fact, a therapy session. Helen and I turned sharply in unison. Phoebe grinned. She looked pleased, which I liked. I felt pleased, too. Happy, I dared to think. I thought on it for a moment during the silence, really dug into what was happening inside my head. I wasn't desperately sad. I wasn't merely even, either. I felt invigorated, peppy. I felt, with a fair amount of confidence, happy. "What we haven't really discussed yet, Hugo," Phoebe said, "and what I think is really important to remember, given this concern you're having over your need to rely on people, Helen in particular, is your autism." My eyes narrowed, confused. "I don't understand." "You're here, ultimately, because of your mental health. That's taken priority, but autism isn't a mental health problem, and that's not something you're ever going to fix." "Right," I nodded. "Of course, I know that, but I'm still kinda confused here." "I can see where your concerns have come from by the things you say to me. You've been here almost a month. I know how your mind works. It's my job. I've never uttered the words learning to live with yourself or cope independently, yet you keep using them. You've either been hitting our library or scouring the internet in the day room doing your own research." My face made a weird shape, a busted shape. I liked knowledge, needed it. If I was going to do the rehab thing, I needed to know everything I could about it in order to do it properly. "There's a lot of conflicting information out there. Also, every single mind is different. The writers of whichever articles you've read don't know you. They're likely also written with a neurotypical brain in mind. You need to remember that even when you're not in a mental health crisis, you might always need an extra level of support that the person next to you doesn't, because you and the world see each other differently. And that's okay. Going forward, I want you to remove the word fail from your vocabulary. You're not failing if you find yourself relying on someone. Humans are a sociable species for a reason. We need each other. You've not failed if you fall. You haven't failed if you took a wrong turn. You can't fail at life, Hugo. If you're breathing, you're succeeding. You're living. That's all there is to it. Breathe, then breathe again. And just keep doing that until you're back on your feet and on the right trail again. There will be days when you're not excited for the future, and that's fine. You don't always need excitement. A little curiosity is enough to keep you ticking forward." "That's literally the most amazing thing I've ever heard." It was Helen who answered. I looked at her. Her mouth was agape as she stared at my therapist in awe. "Sorry," she stuttered as an afterthought. "That wasn't for me, I know." So adorable. "It absolutely was," Phoebe said. "It was for both of you. You're going to be traveling this journey together, and, honestly, it won't be easy the entire way along. It's just as important you get the support you need as well, Helen. That support should be from Hugo and other sources outside of your relationship." The session ended on a positive note. I noticed my posture had straightened. My eyes were wider. The colours in the hallway when we left the room looked brighter. All in all, a stark contrast to the gloomy and shameful entrance I'd made an hour earlier. Helen accompanied me as far as visitors were allowed at that time of day, which was through the day room and past the offices. "Holy shit!" Helen skidded to a halt, started tugging at the sleeve of my jumper. Is that Wesley Porter?" It was indeed Wesley Porter, star of several box office hits. "You're making this weird. Don't be the weird girl, Helly." She looked surprised, and then like some kind of clay animation when Wesley waved at her. "He looked at me. Hugo, he just looked at me." I laughed a little. This wasn't like her. Maybe she had a thing for Wesley I hadn't known about. I saw. "What's he in for?" she asked, staring after him as he walked away. "None of your business." Besides, I didn't know. I hadn't really spoken to him. Hadn't spoken to anyone. I'd seen others bodying up in the gardens and the day room, but I kept to myself. Thankfully, I hadn't been pushed to join group therapy, abandon my comfort zone and all that bollocks. "I was only asking," she replied, pouting. "No, what you're doing was—" I grabbed at her sleeve, tugged like she's tugging at mine. Oh my God, look! Look at me! Look, Helen, it's me, Hugo Hayes! I'm a famous person, and I'm here because I tried to kill myself. Her shoulders sagged, and her pout morphed into a scowl. Okay, I get it. I may have gone a little Chrissy for a second. I forget that you're, one of them. A person. Famous. Which I suppose means I forget famous people are, normal too. Occasionally, sometimes. Like when Wesley Bloody Porter just strolls on by and throws me a wave like I'm a regular person off the street. You are a... You know what? We should stop now before you end up with a bed in here. Yeah, she agreed, snorting a chuckle. It was the cutest thing I'd ever heard. That can't happen. Neither one of us can come back here. I'm serious. You have no idea how much weight I've gained. I'm on first-name terms with 4 different Uber Eats drivers. You can't do this to me again, I swear. I laughed, grabbed her, pulled her into me. Eat the damn burgers, Helly. You're the most gorgeous woman I've ever known. Besides... I broke off to kiss her lips, squeeze her ass. More of you, I squeezed it again, more of this, can never be a bad thing. She smiled coyly, dropped her head. Tell that to the button on my jeans. I heard it cry this morning. She looked up at me then, expression serious, gaze lingering. I'm so proud of you, Hugo. I just wanted you to know that. The deeper I inhaled, the more emotion flooded my lungs. Fuck. Helen. I dropped my head, throat swelling, eyes stinging again. Sorry. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me today. Hey. She raised my chin, kissed me. Don't do that. She kissed me again. Don't hide from me. You know, you're actually sort of beautiful when you cry. What? I sniffed in the ugly tears, my melancholy turning to amused bewilderment in an instant. The vulnerability in your eyes gives you a kind of smoking hot, brooding GQ cover look. She'd made me laugh. She always could. I've done GQ, twice. Was I not brooding enough for you then? Wouldn't know. She shrugged. It's not like I followed you over the years. Totally haven't kept a box with magazines you've been in or anything. That would be creepy and pathetic. My lips stretched high. I finger-punched her shoulder. Helen Jenkins, you have a box of Hugo Hayes memorabilia? Where is it? It's under your bed, isn't it? This was fantastic. For the briefest of moments, the voice in my head that had put me in this rehab center tried to tell me it wasn't good, that I'd left her with no option but to forage for scraps about my life. But I shut that voice the fuck down. I regretted leaving, but I needed to accept it had happened now. I'd served my sentence. I'd never reach the next verse if I kept repeating the chorus. You'll never find it because it doesn't exist. Helen turned for the doors at the end of the corridor, strutting with purpose, her ponytail swishing angrily. I jogged behind her, catching up in only a second. I grabbed her at the waist, spun her around. I'm going to find that box. She giggled, cheeks pinking. I don't have it. I might have believed her if she'd looked me in the eye. You're perfect, Helen Jenkins. I had to say it. It was the only thing running through my mind. My fingers drifted up to her face, stroked her warm cheek. I'm going to love you forever, you know. Her cheek rose against my hand. I like the sound of that, Hugo Hayes. Our lips came together, instinctively, naturally. Her tongue brushed the seam of my mouth, dipped inside. She tasted of Pepsi and breath mints. Kinda weird, kinda delicious. Shit. I moaned into her mouth, grabbed at her ass, thrust my hips into her. Her lips smiled against mine, and I knew she'd felt it, how hard I was for her. I couldn't fucking wait to get out of this place. I broke away, breathless, desperate. "I really need to stop touching you right about now," I said. Helen glanced left and right, before reaching down and cupping my dick through my jeans. "I can tell," she said, clearly trying to kill me on the spot. Jesus. "Until next time." She rose on her tiptoes, pecked my cheek. The heat of her lips lingered there, tingling on my skin even as she pulled away. "Love you," she mouthed, beginning her walk away from me. And there it was, the familiar ache in my chest as she took a piece of me with her. "Love you too." I kissed my hand, blew it towards her. "Always." Today was a good day. I'd discovered the feeling of happiness today, and I wasn't prepared to let it go. Freedom Day. That's what Phoebe had called it. Though, in reality, I'd never be free. I'd always have anxiety, waves of depression. I'd always be autistic. I didn't need to be imprisoned by them, however. That's what I'd learned during my time at Woodhall Lodge. Would the positivity last? I didn't know. But I refused to sit back and wait for the relapse. If I were to do that, I might as well send it an invitation, put out a welcome mat, and offer a cocktail reception. The best, and possibly most daunting part of today, was that Drew was picking me up. It would be the first time we'd seen each other since my overdose. I wasn't afraid of saying that word anymore. I hardly wanted to yell about it in the middle of Piccadilly Circus, but I could admit what I'd done to myself, and to those who loved me. I no longer felt the stomach-curdling shame. I'd been sick. I regretted it, and that was a very good thing. I had a final session with Phoebe in the morning, as an inpatient anyway, followed by some acupuncture, which had grown on me. I didn't know if I believed the needles jabbing into my ankle, wrist, and stomach, among other places, connected with my chi or unblocked any channels of energy, but I certainly entered a state of bliss lying on that table. I suspected, in all honesty, it had less to do with the needles and more to do with the candles, mood lighting, and classical music. Either way, it wouldn't be my last session. It didn't matter why it made me feel better. It did, and I liked it. I'd decided to wait outside for Drew. Every part of Woodhall Lodge was secure, far from street and public access. I perched on a wall guarding a raised flower bed, empty now given the time of year. My suitcase stood by my feet, the last month packed haphazardly inside. Pebbles of nerves played hopscotch in my belly while I waited. The world I'd literally travelled all around felt decidedly massive and intimidating. I'd become strangely accustomed to being locked inside the private safety bubble behind me, with no real knowledge of what was happening beyond. The iron gates in the distance had an eerie familiarity about them. I'd be going through them soon, just like I went through the stage doors of Next Up for the final time as a winner, and a new life would begin. A fresh start. This time, though, I'd be taking Helen with me, every step of the way. Tires crunching gravel caught my attention. That's when I saw a car idling on the other side of the gates. I couldn't make out the driver until it had been allowed through, driven closer. It was Drew. "Rolls-Royce," I commented as he climbed out. Gold, ostentatious, extremely Drew. I hadn't seen it before. "Yours?" Drew nodded, nothing but lust in his eyes for his new toy. "Isn't she a beauty? Picked her up yesterday." I'd never developed the obsession with cars a lot of folks in the industry had, including Drew. He must have owned 15, 20. I owned 2, one in LA, one here. I couldn't drive more than one at once, so owning multiple seemed pointless. Drew often joked that wealth was wasted on me. He was probably right. "It's nice," I agreed. "Shiny." "Shy?" His eyes darted between the car and me. "Shiny?" he repeated, shaking his head. "She's a goddamn work of art." I stood from the wall, gathered my case. "It's good to see you, Drew," I said. opening the back door of his work of art and placing my luggage on the seat. Drew was by my side now, hands stuffed in his pockets. "Yeah," he said, word cracking, nostrils flaring. He looked upset. I knew why, so I threw my arms around him, one hand tight on his back, the other holding his head in place, while I kissed him hard and firm on the cheek. "Don't ever fucking avoid me again. I love you, Drew. You know that, right?" His arms, out of his pockets, flew around my waist, up my back. He held me so tight it became a little difficult to breathe. "You're a fucking prick," he said, the words muffled against my neck. He was crying. "I thought you were gone. I thought you were—" "I'm not, all right?" I cried along with him. I hadn't expected our reunion to be this emotional. I'd envisaged some awkwardness, followed by an insult or two, and then we'd hug it out and all would be forgotten. Clearly, I hadn't thought to remember how much we loved each other. "I'm sorry, Drew. I'm sorry for all of it." His head nodded against mine. He sniffed his tears, coughed to clear his throat, and pulled away. His swollen eyes broke my heart, just like I'd broken his. "Don't be sorry. Just don't do it again, yeah? If you're feeling sad, smoke some mushrooms or fuck a pair of twins like a normal person." I laughed, despite the tears on his cheeks. I think I'll pass on those, but thanks for the advice. And I'm sorry too, for the whole... He straightened a finger, swished it through the air, signaling between our lips, I think. "I know. And that wasn't why I did it. I need you to know that. You're not that bad a kisser." I'd gone back for more for almost a year at one point, after all, before realizing I could never be what Drew needed, and vice versa. "Pfft!" He waved off the claim, started walking to the driver's side. "Baby, I'm the best there is. We both know it." And just like that, everything really was all right with the world. Well, with the people who mattered, at least. The rest of the globe had varying opinions on my current situation, apparently. Opinions on a situation they knew fuck all about. During the ride home, Drew revealed what had gone down in the press in my absence. Photos of me being loaded into the ambulance had appeared on countless gossip sites and social media channels within minutes. It didn't take long for stories of my years of drug and alcohol abuse to follow. "I put out a statement," he'd told me as we drove down a winding country road. "What did you run with?" I had a feeling no one would buy a simple slip and fall. From the silence that swallowed the car, I suspected Drew was afraid of my reaction to his answer. "Drew," I pressed. "Look, I discussed it with Helen, and we decided to go with the truth." I gasped in a breath like someone had just removed their hand from my mouth. "Oh, wow. Okay." I wasn't shouting. Huh, how about that? I'd surprised myself as well as Drew, it seemed, by the way he kept flipping his gaze between me and the road. "We just thought, well, after the way you handled Ricky Byrne and the public reaction to it." "No, I get it. And I did. Still, my pulse raced, overwhelmed. "And don't be pissed at Helen for not telling you. She didn't want to burden you while you were, healing." "Yeah, sure. I get that too." Shit. The world knew I was fucking crazy. Phew. That was not as bad as I'd thought, actually. "What the hell did they do to you in there? They've been putting that electroshock shit on you." I looked to Drew, expression screwed. "What do you mean?" "You should be threatening to kick my ass right about now. I mean, we both know you could never do it, but you should be threatening." I laughed. He was right. "I think it's the acupuncture. It's cleansed my chi." "I cleanse my chi for all the boys. It's never done much for my temper, though." Trying to keep the grin off my face bordered on painful. You're a bad, bad man, Drew Holland. Bad. Vile. I know, he agreed proudly. The absolute worst. But you're crazy, so you can't afford to be picky. Fuck you, I said, chuckling. Don't threaten me with a good time, Hugh. Look what happened last time. You win. I'm taking a nap. Closing my eyes, I rested my head against the window, giving up. Drew was relentless, exhausting in large doses. Wake me when we're close to Helen. Is that the last of them? Helen asked as I placed my phone, which I'd set to silent, on the nightstand. The important ones. I was surprised my phone hadn't exploded from the amount of traffic that had run through it today alone. I'd ignored most of it, the obligatory glad you're on the mend texts from people who'd never bothered to ask me how I was to my face a single time in their lives, the work-related crap, and the group chats I never responded to. I did, however, call Ezra, before replying to members of my band and people from the label I worked with often. My people, the ones who gave a damn. You're here, Helen whispered, draping an arm over my bare waist. We were in bed, alone, together, naked. We'd fucked twice already, made love once. She was perfect. We were perfect. I turned my head, faced her, felt her sweet breath on my face. I'm here. I don't want to go to sleep. No? I questioned, stroking her back. She had the softest skin. I could touch it for hours, forever. Time goes too fast, and then we'll have to get up, be apart. A short, sharp sigh blew from my nose. I didn't like that word, apart. Of course, we couldn't live our lives glued at the hip. I had music to make, tours to perform. Helen had clothes to design, clients to dress. But live with me, I said, shifting onto my side, pulling her into me, her supple breasts moulding into my chest. Sell your house, use it for storage, work, whatever. But stay here. Travel with me when you're not working. Then, even when we're apart, we'll always come home to each other. Say you'll come home to me, Helly. My heart raced, hammered inside my chest so hard I was certain she'd feel it against her own. I had no idea what to expect from her. Would she protest? Argue about the cost? About being a kept woman, which was bullshit? Her pink lips, a tight line at first, began to quiver, before slowly curling into my favorite smile. Okay, she squealed, crumpling in on herself with excitement. Yeah? I sat up, my body unable to contain the energy running through it. Helen joined me, straddled my lap, before grabbing my face and slamming her lips to mine. Yes! She hadn't protested, didn't argue. Turned out, in that moment, Helen Jenkins, my best friend in the entire world, showed me what dreams were really made of, and that they definitely did come true.
Epilogue. Helen. 2 years later. Helen Jenkins has quickly become one of fashion's most sought-after designers after her collection, Dare by Jenkins, was launched at this year's New York Fashion Week. The words, read enthusiastically by Chrissy, were being pulled from Vogue magazine. I had my hands joined under my chin, heart in my mouth as I listened. My name, Helen Jenkins, had been published in frigging Vogue. Jenkins is redefining what women aspire to wear with her tonal colours and clean lines. Chrissy stopped abruptly, slapped the magazine on the counter in the front of my store. It didn't really matter. I'd already read it. Twice. Hell, this is amazing. I'm beyond proud of you right now. Couldn't have done it without you. I meant that with my whole heart. As soon as I could afford to, I took Chrissy on board as a manager of sorts. She didn't have an official title. It began with social media management, after I came to realise why Hugo detested it so much. My relationship with Hugo became public knowledge. I was no longer his plus-sized pal, once we were snap-sharing a kiss on a yacht off the coast of Tuscany on one of the best days of my life. Initially, curiosity compelled me to click a few articles. That wore off soon enough when inevitably they made me feel like shit. After that, they were easy to ignore. I didn't check out trending hashtags, only followed verified accounts, that kind of thing. The problem, it turned out, was the thousands upon thousands of angered teenage girls. They claimed our relationship was a PR stunt. Hugo Hayes could never fall for someone who looked like a cross between Miss Piggy and, I quote, a hippo's ass. They blamed me for Hugo's breakdown, said they'd break down too, waking up to a face like mine every day. He needed to focus on his music. I needed to die. They were obsessed. The literal definition of fanatical. It was relentless. And they'd tag my handles, DM my accounts. There was no escape. Unfortunately, I needed social media to build my brand, spread my name, showcase my work. That's where Chrissy came in. She'd suggested it, offered to take over the accounts in a professional capacity. She had no problem ignoring the outraged teens with fiery thumbs and would keep me updated with the positive and business-related news. Chrissy was brilliant, and as time progressed and the business grew, she started taking on other roles too. It's fair to say by now we were a partnership. She ran most of the administrative side of things. We spent so much time together, growing as a company and as friends. She'd become my sister. Family. I couldn't imagine life without her in it. I think I was born for it, Chrissy said, lounging back against the counter, one leg extended in front of her. Being around glamour, mixing with the stars. She sighed dreamily, then laughed. Like Liam, you mean? He's in town as of last night. She made a point of checking out the polish on her fingernails. Is he? I shook my head, chuckled, knowing full well Chrissy had been counting the days until Liam returned to the UK. Chrissy had known Liam for getting on 3 years now, and I still had no idea what they were to each other. I don't think Chrissy did either. All I knew was they met up whenever their schedules put them in the same cities. They'd shared a hotel room for a week when Hugo rented out the theme park in Santa Clarita again for a day, and she had David to entertain her in between. He came in for Hugo's birthday tomorrow. Right, I had no idea, she said, with the fakest amount of nonchalance I'd ever heard. She must have checked each nail in painstaking detail 5 times over. Standing, I plucked a tissue from a box under the counter and reached out to dab it against the corner of her mouth. She pulled back, batting my hand away. What are you doing? Sorry, you just had a little bullshit stuck to your lip. Funny, she said, pulling a face. Anyway, shouldn't you be going to pick up Hugo's present? I glanced at my Fitbit, a tool which had helped me shed 30 pounds this year, and noted the time. Crap. Yes, I do. There are no more appointments today, just a pick-up, so you'll be okay on your own, right? Still, yes, just like the last 15 times you asked. Thank you, I said, kissing her cheek. I'll call you later. My stomach had tied itself into 100 knots waiting for Hugo to return from the recording studio. Due to the nature of this year's gift, he would need to receive it a day early. It was hard knowing what to buy a man who could afford anything he wanted, yet marking his 30th birthday needed something special. The day had felt even more important since the event 2 years prior. It wasn't just a celebration of his birth, but of new beginnings. A celebration of Hugo and all he'd achieved, all he would continue to achieve. There were no plans for a party, as such, nothing garish and busy, and everything Hugo hated. Instead, we were going out for a quiet dinner with close friends, Chrissy and Zach, Drew and Stefano, Ezra, and some members of Hugo's band and production team. It was difficult, especially at this time of year, not to overanalyze Hugo's every expression for signs of depression or anxiety, but he really had been in a brilliant place lately. He still saw his therapist, Phoebe, regularly. He liked her, much to his own surprise. He'd kept up with acupuncture sessions, started Pilates, which made me giggle watching him, I couldn't help it, and, most importantly, he talked more. When he'd had a bad day, he told me all about it. If something bothered him, something small and, in his words, stupid, he let it out. I couldn't have been prouder. He'd even started talking to his father again, about a year ago. John Hayes had given me his phone number the day he'd stopped us outside the cemetery, which I'd held on to, just in case. Their relationship was civil at best, but finally free of the pain that had burdened Hugo his whole life. Hugo hadn't seen his brothers again yet, and, honestly, I didn't know if he ever planned to. Perhaps it would be better to wait until they were older. Maybe a relationship would never happen. For now, it didn't appear to occupy much of Hugo's mind. Hugo had finally accepted that the faults of John Hayes weren't his to carry. Phoebe had helped him with that. I was very grateful to her. The house had a security system with monitors that beeped whenever a main door was open. I was in the home office when it sounded, alerting me to the fact Hugo was home. I ran quickly to intercept before he could reach the kitchen. "Hey, you," I greeted, kissing his lips. He looked gorgeous when he'd been working in the studio, singing, creating. It gave him a glow like nothing else. His hair was mussed, his shirt undone by a couple of buttons. "Good day." "Better now," he said, his smile lifting higher at one side while his thumb traced my cheekbone. Hugo and I had banned the word fine from our vocabulary some time ago. Last couple of hours we had some time to just play around. Jay started strumming this rhythm, completely off the cuff. Then Kendra starts tapping out a few beats, feeling her way into it. Sometimes I didn't really hear the words Hugo said, yet he managed to mesmerize me anyway. I couldn't always keep up when he started getting technical, spouting alien lingo about riffs and chords and octaves, but the passion in his voice, the animation in his hands and expression could hold my attention for hours. And we ended up with something fucking magical. It could even end up being the first track on the album. I can't wait for you to hear it. Me too. Hugo's career continued to soar. His audience matured along with him and his music. He continued to gain new fans, young and old. The somewhat unbalanced teenage girls were still a thing. He'd worried initially about the negative impact his stint in rehab could have, and he'd got it. Negativity followed him everywhere. There were articles that refused to publish the truth, sites that were only interested in clicks and gossip. In comparison to the outpouring of support and solidarity he'd received, though, the negative press was minimal and deserved as much of our attention as a toilet stain. "Helly," he went on to say, "why aren't we moving?" "Oh!" It was only then I realised I'd been blockading the hallway, preventing him from gaining further access to the house. "Well, I have a surprise for you. It's your birthday present. Early, I know, but there's a reason." He arched an eyebrow, grinned. "Yeah? Does it involve nakedness?" "Definitely not. That's a separate present." He breathed a chuckle, tilted his head. "I can live with that." Taking his hand, I led him down the hallway and towards the kitchen, pausing at the door. Turning to him, nerves clawing at my throat, I said, "I've thought of everything. It'll work, I promise. Happy birthday, Hugo." Once I'd said that, he began to look as scared as I felt. I opened the door, let him inside. I watched Hugo's eyes scan the room before narrowing, confused when he saw no sign of a gift. I made my way to the other side of the centre island, bent down, and lifted the carrier from the floor. "It's your birthday," I said, lowering it onto the countertop. As if on cue, the bundle of cuteness inside gave out a scratchy meow. "So you get to name her." Hugo's mouth formed a perfect O. He looked at the carrier, back at me, then back at the carrier. I saw it in his eyes, the memory playing back in his head. "You got me a cat." His voice was low, sober. It made my heart falter, and I wondered if I'd done entirely the wrong thing. "I know how busy we are, but you don't travel nearly as much as you used to, and if we're both away, Chrissy said she'll take her. And if for some reason Chrissy was away too, I've spoken to the Vincents across the road, and they said they'd be happy to pop in and feed her, play with her for a while and stuff." He fingered the clasp, popped the lid. Inside, the tiny ball of brown and cream fur peered up at Hugo. "You got me a cat," he repeated. "You don't like her, do you? We're too busy, aren't we? Shit! I knew it was stupid. I just thought she'd be nice to come home to, you know. I don't know." Lips on mine silenced me. Hugo kissed me, softly, sweetly. When he pulled away, I saw the kitten in his hands. "Helly, I love her. I love you for knowing I'd love her." "Oh, thank God. She's cute, right? She's just a moggy, a rescue from Battersea. Someone had found her and her siblings in a box by the bins outside their work, apparently." Hugo didn't take his eyes off her as he tickled behind her ear. "She's not just a moggy. She's perfect. And wanted. How could somebody leave you, huh?" He spoke the last part to the new member of our family, his voice high yet gentle, like talking to a baby. She was so small in his hands, I could barely see her, only her head poking out between the opening in his palms. I reached out, stroked the top of her head. "What are you going to call her?" "Promise," he answered without a second's hesitation. I held back from saying I thought that was a pretty shit name for a cat. I was glad, too, when I heard his reasoning, because he managed to make me fall in love with him all over again. "Because I promised to take the very best care of her," he said before kissing the brown fur between her eyes. Then he turned to me, rested his forehead on mine. "As for you, Helen Jenkins, I promise to never stop striving to be worthy of you. You're my first friend, my best friend, and I promise to love you beyond forever." Our noses brushed and he planted a chaste, barely there kiss on my lips. "Thank you, Helly." I closed my eyes, breathed him in. My body never failed to react to his closeness. My heart never forgot to skip a beat. My spine never neglected to tingle. Can you guess what I'm thinking? Some random fact about how many taste buds are on a cat's tongue, he said. I chuckled softly, reaching up to cup his face. Close, but no. I'm thinking about how we're going to be okay, you and me. I'm thinking about all the ways we're going to make each other happy, all the places we're going to see, all the things we're going to do together. I'm thinking I can't wait. You, me, and Promise. Remember? Actually, I pried Promise from his hands, set her gently onto the floor. She looked a little lost for a moment, stunned by the vast freedom that surrounded her, but then she caught sight of the cat tower next to the fridge and dive-bombed for the mouse made of twine that dangled from it. I giggled at the cuteness before returning my attention to Hugo. I grasped his collar, pulled him close. As I was saying, I said, smoothing my hands down his chest, unpopping more shirt buttons as I went. I don't think you really want the cat involved with what I have planned next.
Oh, no.
I kissed his lips, his jaw, his neck, and then I grabbed at his crotch through his jeans, making his breath hitch in his throat.
Oh, you better run, Helly, he said, smacking my arse, because I'm about to do things to you that aren't suitable for such young eyes.
I followed the nod of his head towards Promise, who seemed determined to annihilate the twine mouse. Even turned on, even pulse racing, thighs clenching, heart hammering, desperate to feel Hugo slamming into me, he could still make me laugh. And run, it appeared, when he smacked my bum again.
I'm counting, Helly, he called. First one to the bed makes the rules.
I loved him so much. This man that the world thought they knew. He was all mine, always had been. Hugo Hayes, my best friend, my lover, my everything, forever. This concludes Bring Me Home by Nicola Haken, narrated by Sasha Higgins and Jake Ruddle. Copyright 2021 by Nicola Haken. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Nicola Haken and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.